Hey guys, how you Christmas is going? Merry Christmas! Chapter 107. What are you hesitating about, Luo? For you, this is a pie in the sky, right? Anton urged. If I were you, I would have hugged my thigh and begged for consent. That's right, why are you pretending to be cold? Humph, childish. Apu complained sourly, like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. 11. Luo took a deep breath. It's true that the pie fell, but this piece of pie might kill me. He, that's not a loss, after all, facing the lion majesty of Doflamingo, if you lose your life, you may not be able to avenge it. Anton calmly decided that Luo would agree. After all, the gap between him and Doflamingo is too big. As for Anton's purpose, to be honest, he really fell in love with OPOP Fruit's ageless surgery. Anton didn't like Luo's fighting strength. Once a person is invincible, what he longs for is eternal life. This is the same as local tyrants earning money and keeping in good health. After all, with money, the next step is to live longer and enjoy life. Anton is probably a local tyrant now. Of course, ageless surgery is just one of them. A while ago in Dressrosa, Doflamingo admitted that the so-called Marie Joy's national treasure is actually the ancient weapon Uranus. And Luo has some connection with ancient weapon. Or to put it more directly, related to Uranus's OPOP fruit. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, Luo is very valuable and worth investing in. What's more, the one who sacrificed was just a Doflamingo. Anton didn't like this kid very much. During the Summit War, Anton felt Doflamingo's hostility, but because of the difference in strength, this kid didn't dare to act rashly. You're right, some hatred and some hatred, even if you lose your life, you may not be able to repay it. Luo slowly let out a foul breath, the meaning of what he said was already obvious. He welcome to join. Antoine grinned. On the other side of the Sabayati archipelago, the Hawkins pirates and the Kid pirates got together for a drink. I don't understand, why focus on the Beast's pirates? Judging from the current situation, their strength should be the strongest. Hawkins held a magic card in his hand and looked at Kid suspiciously. The guy looked at the map intently, and Kira squatted next to him without saying a word. Humph! What's the use of focusing on those weak people? If you want to fight, fight the strongest. I like the difficulty of entering the hell mode right from the start. Fighting the other 4 emperors first is like slowly leveling up. Anyway, the final bosses are all Beast's pirates, so let's beat them first. Laozi is playing the elite. Kid said without thinking, and Hawkins was full of black lines. Nima, are you a fool? Oh no. Kid is no longer a reckless man. That's a nice way of saying it, but to be straightforward is a brain damage. He didn't know where this guy got the courage to go to war with the strongest Beast's pirates. Trust Kid, he is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Kira on the side seemed to be brainwashed, with a sense of self-confidence. An idiot who thinks that with Conqueror's Haki, he can be invincible in the world. I have smashed several similar mental retardations. A discordant voice came. Kid, Hawkins, and the others looked around, their bodies trembling. A woman wearing a similar aviation suit crawled over on all fours. On the back, there is another person sitting, Anton. In this crazy world, there are many people who treat humans as slaves and mounts, the most obvious being celestial dragons. But, this woman with all fours facing the ground and being ridden by Anton is the celestial dragons. Carulia. Both her father and elder brother were tortured and killed by Anton. After being bombarded by the tyrant bear, the woman was also rescued. If his head was normal, he would have been hiding in Marie Joy's long ago. As a result, guess what? Instead of restraining herself, this female celestial dragons rode humans on the street to show off her might. Unfortunately, he was bumped into by Anton again. Since he likes slaves so much, Anton will let Genlulia be his slave. Is Guan Shao messing with our LU pirates? As soon as Anton came up, he asked straight to the point. This kid, who has always been wild and rough, now has a bone stuck in his throat. If Anton is not around, he can still pretend to be aggressive and talk about it. But the second in command of the beast's pirates has come, and even Kid has to confess. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to deny it, Hawkins spoke first. Yes, Mr. Anton, Kid is going to be an enemy of the beast's pirates. No matter how I persuade him, it is useless. He is planning to capture Kid alive to see you. He also said that it's no fun to fight other 4 emperors. If you want to abuse, you can abuse beast's pirates, because he specializes in fighting elites. Hawkins' mouth seemed to be scalded by boiling water, and he spoke at a fast pace. Kid opened his mouth so wide that he could fit a fist. Paralyzed, I may not be human, but you Hawkins are real dogs. In the world, why are there such brazen bastards? Damn, don't you also agree with the beast's pirates, or you can ally with Lao Zi? This son of ABCH, if you say turn your face, you will turn your face. So this is Anton looked at Hawkins with a smile, and urged, then you do it, I won't hinder you. Hearing this, Hawkins' face turned black. Did he and Kid kill each other, good king? Really? Wouldn't it be good if you just wave your hand and kill Kid instantly? Hawkins, you disgraceful traitor! Before Hawkins could recover, the furious Kid launched the attack first. Bang bang! He hit Hawkins on the head with his fist. After all, it was a sneak attack. Hawkins didn't even have the heart to guard against it. This guy fell to the ground like a dead dog, motionless, no different from a corpse. What are you doing? They are all supernovas, and they were instantly killed. Anton is also convinced, why is this Hawkins so watery? Next, what are you going to do, Eustace Kid? Anton looked playfully, and said with a wicked face, I'll give you a choice, either join the beast's pirates, or, cut off your own arm. Draw. Chapter 108. Needless to say, Kid is definitely a tough guy. As for how hard he is, look, how miserable he is in the original book, how was he hammered by Kaido? He still didn't bow his head. I have to say that every owner of Conqueror's Haki is a strong man. APU became an undercover agent, and Hawkins took refuge in Kaido. Even though Kid was thrown in prison, tortured every day, and had to work as a coolie to mine, he still did not surrender to Kaido. To be honest, Anton still admires Kid as a brash and tough guy compared to Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy doesn't have his family background, and he's been f'd to death countless times. Kid made it to the present by relying entirely on his own strength, which is completely different from Luffy, a related account. However, appreciation is appreciation. The current position is different, and Anton will not be merciful. Agreed, Kid. Keela on the side tugged at the corner of his clothes. After all, a man who knows current affairs is a hero. I do not want it. Who would have thought that Kid, who is fierce by nature, vetoed it loudly, raised his arm without hesitation, and said angrily, it's just an arm. Poof! The hand raised the knife and fell, blood spattered everywhere. Kid's left arm fell to the ground. If you like it, take it back and hug it to sleep. Goodbye, New World. 027 put down his harsh words, and Kid walked away with struts of disbelief. UBD, how dare you speak to Master Anton with such an attitude? Erdi got angry, and picked up the mallet to go up to settle accounts. Hey, stop Oltai! Anton stopped Erdi and said with a smile, why are you so angry? I'm not angry. That guy is provoking you. Erdi pouted angrily, looked at Kid's back and cursed, what the hell, I don't even know if he is from the same world. Compared with Antoine, Kid is just a stinky DK. Don't underestimate him, I reckon this Kid will become 4 emperors in the future. Anton rubbed his chin and said, the progress speed of this group of supernovae is like a monster. Can I become the 4 emperors? Erdi's face changed, and his eyes immediately became murderous. Then we should get rid of him as soon as possible, or recruit him. You are quite smart with your little head. Anton rubbed Ultai's head, and then said nonchalantly, that's Kaido's business, it has nothing to do with us. Even if Kid threatens the beast's pirates in the future, it's something Kaido should worry about. Ultai heard the words with black lines all over her head. Good guy, Kaido will take the blame for your troubles? Half an hour later, Anton and his party left the Sabayati archipelago. At the same time, the summit war came to an end. This battle can be described as earth-shattering. First of all, after the end of the war, the huge naval headquarters has been sunk. The marine side suffered heavy losses, and more than half of the more than 100,000 people they gathered had casualties. Marine 3 Admiral and Marshal Sengoku, as well as the hero Garp, were all severely injured. When the news got out, the whole world trembled. Because it was the same person who injured them, Anton. In this battle, Anton stole the limelight. His bounty has also soared again. After Roger's death, the highest bounty is Whitebeard, 5.046 billion Baileys. After this battle, Anton's reward directly soared to 5.5 billion Baileys. Second only to Roger's 5.5648 billion Baileys. None of the current 4 emperors, including Kaido, the boss of the beast's pirates, has a higher bounty than Anton when. Secondly, there is another person, because his identity was exposed, the bounty was suddenly increased by several billion Baileys. Blackbeard. With his impressive strength, coupled with the identity of Rock's son, and even various signs, CFBD, even Rocks may be boarding on him. Combining various reasons, Blackbeard's reward soared to 3.5 billion Baileys. This is outrageous. Even if Blackbeard becomes 4 emperors in the future, the reward is only 2,247,600,000 Baileys. Another person was offered a reward. The former marine hero, Garp, was also wanted for attacking Akainu. In desperation, Garp fled the marine, and his current reward has reached 2 billion Baileys. This is already a reward at the 4 emperors level. A series of news broke out one after another, causing huge waves in the whole world. Although one Whitebeard pirate group fell, but too many giants emerged. Antoine, Garp, Blackbeard, all have power zones that can shake the world. Especially Garp, even with a broken arm, his fighting power is still not weaker than that of Marine Admiral or 4 emperors. The outside world even joked that Garp is going to set up the Iron Fist Pirates in the future. As for the members, they were also announced by some boring newspapers. The first is Aokiji, the deputy captain, vice admiral, the think tank, and several vice admirals and rear admirals in the crew. Although it was just a joke, it can be seen how much prestige Garp has in Marine. In the future, this kind of thing, no one can guarantee whether it will happen. It is also worth mentioning that after Anton evacuated Naval Headquarters, Whitebeard issued the final order of the deputy captain, requiring all crew members to evacuate. In the end, he was left alone with Marine to fight alone. In the end, Whitebeard was shot 360 times, shelled 128 times, and received more than 40 knives. The king who has been in the sea for decades has just fallen. Even if he died in battle, he was still standing. Blackbeard's dream finally came true. He successfully plundered Whitebeard's shock fruit, and finally left Naval Headquarters with Blackbeard and his gang. In addition, under the cover of the Whitebeard pirates, Straw Hat Luffy also retreated safely. All in all, in this war, the biggest winners are actually Blackbeard and Antoine. Whether it's Marine or Garp or Whitebeard and Red Hair pirates, the losing bottoms are gone. The Whitebeard pirate group was the worst. The captain died in battle, and the entire pirate group was beaten to pieces. Red Hair pirates are not much better. In the first battle, they were abused by Anton and suffered heavy losses. In the second battle, the red hair figured out how to understand the mechanism, and finally could wash away the shame, but ended up being bullied again. The redhead has fainted from crying in the toilet. Chapter 109. Expand the army, must expand the army immediately. And Garp, that old BD must be arrested. At the Marine Supreme meeting, Admiral's entire Akainu head was bandaged, only the mouth and eyes were exposed. He was stunned by Garp's punch at that time, and his consciousness was lost. If he hadn't resisted the beating, he might have been killed by Garp's punch. For the old guy Garp, Akainu hated it to the bone, wishing he could swallow it alive. Having just recovered from the zombies, hadn't come to show his skills yet, and was almost killed by Garp, Akainu was full of hatred. Army expansion is necessary. The sea is too chaotic today. At least 2 to 4 Marine admirals must be added. Sengoku spoke amazingly, including Akainu, who was furious. Adding 2 admirals is already an exaggeration. According to Marine's current lineup, there are 5 Marine admirals. The size of this lineup is enough to overwhelm the world. If there are 4 more Marine admirals, wouldn't that be 7? In the future, isn't Marine walking sideways in New World? See which 4 emperors are upset, send 5 admirals to beat up, 4 to fight, and 1 to be a cheerleader. But Sengoku changed the subject, and said in an extremely tired manner, "That's all for the next marshal, the old man has decided to retire." The moment he said his retirement, Sengoku's old eyes were full of reluctance. After all, it was the position he had worked faithfully for decades. Of course, there is still a trace of relief. Sengoku has been a Marine for decades from his early years to now, and it's time for him to step back and recuperate. Especially Garp's defection hit Sengoku particularly hard. The best friends from the past, this TMD is almost becoming 4 emperors. It hurts. Marshal Sengoku, are you serious? At this juncture, you are needed to turn the tide. Yet, Marine still needs you to carry the banner. The New World cannot live without you. A group of mid-level officers began to retain them, most of whom were vice admirals and rear admirals. The 3 admirals didn't speak, they had heard about it a long time ago. Crane vice admiral didn't say a word, let alone Sengoku. She also felt tired. After working for Marine for decades, she also wanted to rest. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. Are these bastards trying to keep me, or are they cursing me? What do you mean you can't live without me? Laozitm just retired, not dead. Okay, I've been thinking about retiring for a long time, so stop trying to persuade me. As for the new marshal, Sengoku glanced over Aokiji and Akainu from the corner of his eye, and finally stopped on Aokiji. Compared to the extremely harsh Akainu, he still admires Aokiji more. As the Marine Marshal, he couldn't just use force to frighten him, and he couldn't accept Akainu's cruel style. The Marshal of Marine must be a benevolent, magnanimous, and resourceful general. Akainu has a wrong style of painting. Sometimes he looks like a tyrant, with zero tolerance for evil, so that sometimes there is no distinction between friend and foe. The new marshal will be decided by the world government. Sengoku left after finishing speaking. What should be explained has been explained. For the world government, he recommends Aokiji, but 5 elders seems to prefer Akainu, thinking that in this era of ultimate chaos, a tough Marine Marshal can maintain the stability of the sea. But Akainu is tough, but his image is not very good, especially his image has completely collapsed recently. The 5 elders also hesitated. After the meeting was over, Akainu immediately called Mary Joanne excitedly. The next Marine Marshal, is this old man, right? The excited group of Akainu, the first thing to do is Marshal Marine, guess what? Against Antoine? Wrong, wrong. The first thing is to get that jerk Aokiji out of Marine. With him around, Akainu said that he had a series of plans that he couldn't implement at all. This The blonde five elders on the opposite side hesitated for a moment, and then said helplessly, Sakazuki, we agreed with you before, but something has changed during this period, and your image has been damaged. Image damage? Snort? Akainu snorted coldly, and said in a strong tone, Summit War, I killed Fire Fist Ace first, and then severely injured Whitebeard, haven't I paid enough for Marine? We're not referring to this, but to your private image. The blonde five elders said awkwardly, after all you are now. Ask for flowers. What is it? Akainu frowned, how did these old men speak hesitantly, wasn't it very embarrassing before? Are you sure you want me to speak up? The blonde five elders asked rhetorically. But it's okay to say, I also want to see what kind of image damage I have suffered. Akainu said coldly. First of all, we didn't mean to ridicule you, anyway. It is impossible for Marine to let a eunuch be the marshal, because it would be an insult to the righteous Marine and damage the prestige of Marine. The blonde five elders said straight to the point, it's not his fault, Akainu asked him to say it. Akainu on the opposite side of the phone bug was stunned for a moment. 00. Not to mention, he almost forgot. It's wrong to say eunuch, after all, there is still one egg, let's describe it as a lonely warrior. But this is also the result of the battle with Anton, can you blame him? The egg is gone, isn't it a proof of his devotion to Marine? Now it's a shame. In addition, the red hair and Beckman were both bitten off their eggs, so they are still 4 emperors? Why can't I Akainu? Sure enough, these sons of ABCH 5 elders have had a change of heart. Sakazuki, why are you silent, are you angry, you asked me to say this. The blonde 5 elders on the opposite side quickly threw the blame away. Although it is said that they are Akainu's bosses, it seems a bit unreasonable to expose people's scars like this. You. Veins appeared on Akainu's cheeks, and he wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. Didn't he do little for Marine? Right now, he's been removed from the list of marshals because he's an orphaned warrior. Is this TMD fair? The most extreme thing is that he is not allowed to be the marshal, and Aokiji will probably be the marshal next. Akainu has tears in his eyes, is it appropriate to let his nemesis take the lead? That's it, Sakazuki, from now on, you'd better be a Marine Admiral. Bark. Not giving Akainu a chance to blah, 5 elders hangs up the phone bug. Akainu covered his cheeks with his big hands. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to go to the toilet and cry. Chapter 110. To be honest, it is understandable for the world government to abandon Akainu. After all, the Marine Marshal is a positive role. If you let a eunuch become the Marshal, the whole world will laugh at the fact that Marine has no one left. Even a part of Marine is probably unacceptable. With Kizaru unwilling to fight, Aokiji is undoubtedly the next Marshal. Akainu's heart is broken, let alone the position of Marshal, now, he has become a wage earner under the command of Marshal Kuzan. Anton and his group soon arrived at the Fishmen Island. Anton's sky-high reward has been spread all over the ocean, even if he didn't become the One Piece, even if he didn't go to the island of the End-Raftel, people would still regard him as the king of Shizi. Knowing that Anton was coming, Neptune immediately entertained him warmly. By the way, I chatted with Shirahoshi for a while, and 257 was so happy to see her lovely daughter again. Regarding Jinbei's tragic death, Anton didn't hide it either. Neptune's eyes dimmed when he heard the words, and he was silent for a long time, finally turning into a silent sigh. After Jinbei recovered, he persuaded Jinbei to give up his hatred and stop confronting Anton, but he just didn't listen. This ending can be said to have been brought on by Jinbei himself. After staying in the Fishmen Island for a while, Anton left. The next battle is Dressrosa. Anton promised Luo, destroying Doflamingo, let's start from his lair. However, on the way back, there was a little problem. That guy Kaido is calling. Hey, Anton, UBD, can't you keep a low profile? You even smashed Naval Headquarters, beat up so many people, and experienced all the things that Lao Zi has never done before. Next time there is such a good thing, remember to call Lao Zi. Know what people call me now? Guy DK. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Kaido complained again and again. Guy DK? Pfft. Hearing this weird title, Anton couldn't help but smile. In fact, Kaido is not bad as the second master. Someone suggested that the Beast's Pirates be renamed the Turtle Pirates. What AFG bad name. Kaido cursed, his words were full of serious dissatisfaction. To be honest, I don't dare to flatter this name, it's pretty good to be called the Apostle Pirates. Why? Kaido, or you can abdicate and let Xian, I will take you to pretend and fly with you in the future. Anton joked, you are helping me like Rayleigh. What is Rayleigh's nickname, besides Pluton? It seems to be One Piece's right wrist. Why? Just be Anton's minions. Anton said happily. Are you kidding me? This sounds like Anton's henchman. Kaido refused politely, and immediately said in a low voice, speaking of which, that old woman is here to find fault. The so-called old woman is actually Charlotte Linlin. Is she planning to capture the Fishmen Island again? Antoine asked with a frown. It's no longer a problem that the Fishmen Island can solve. The Murloc Princess is an ancient weapon, and she already knows it. Kaido sneered and said, the old woman asked me to hand over the Murloc Princess. What a joke, I handed it over to her, and let her beat Lao Zi in turn. My uncle is not that stupid. Anton rubbed his temples, so how did Big Mom reply to you? Go to war, what can I do but go to war? Kaido said with a smirk, when you return to Wano Kuni, we will combine together. Lao Zi must let Linlin understand what it means to be a real strong. The implication is that Big Mom is a fake strong man? Oh, by the way, when will you give me the ancient mace? I have collected 5,000 ancient treasure books, and I chant the ancient treasure book is my father. My son kowtows to you every day, morning, noon, and night, 300 times every day. Why hasn't the ancient mace come yet? Idiot, that's because you're not pious enough. You can't just talk, you have to take practical actions. When you chant a mantra, you must remember to kowtow and kneel. Time flies, and it will be half a day in the blink of an eye. The news of Sengoku's retirement was spread all over the world in newspapers. The new marshal will be former Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Akainu, the original general. To tell the truth, Akainu is simply too miserable. Summit War obviously output all his strength, he was the one who severely injured Whitebeard and killed Ace. The reason is very strange, because his Sakazuki is incomplete. In fact, this is only one of the reasons. The reason why 5 elders decided to make Aokiji as the marshal is because the future enemy is basically certain beasts pirates. Or to put it in a little more detail, Anton. Anton's attribute is fire, but Aokiji is ice attribute. His output against Anton is much higher than that of Akainu. This guy Akainu beats up a group of others violently. When he meets a big guy like Anton with high fire resistance, he immediately changes from the main C to the sub. Oh no, the sub C is not even considered, he is just a stainless steel wash basin. Want to be a marine marshal with a stainless steel wash basin? FK off. Anyway, the current Akainu has completely fallen out of favor with the world government. Heartbroken, Akainu originally wanted to leave marine. Before, Sengoku's subordinates could still work normally, but his immediate boss was replaced by Aokiji. He must be very sad. The two have different ideas and completely different ideas. It is too difficult to think of a partnership. But, to Akainu's surprise, Aokiji gave up his grievances and took the initiative to show affection to him. Sakazuki, Marine has reached the point of life and death. I hope we can let go of our prejudices and manage the current 3.5 ocean. Aokiji's attitude and tone were very sincere, and Sengoku and others persuaded, and Akainu finally agreed. In addition, Aokiji became the marshal, and the configuration of Marine 3 admirals became double admirals, and the combat power became weaker instead. Even that BD Garp has gone to become a pirate, and it is said that he has his own companion? In order to make up for the lack of combat effectiveness, Marine immediately launched conscription from all over the world. The base number of this increase has reached 100,000. Only a huge force can maintain the stability of the sea. In addition, in view of the excellent performance of Jun in this summit war, Blackbeard was given a knife at the critical moment, and she was nominated as an alternate for Admiral. Anton, excellent performance? Isn't this woman being held down by us all the time? Chapter 111. Anyway, in the current sea, regardless of Marine's defeat, they are actually the real overlords. The beast's pirates seem to dominate, but the real masters are only Kaido and Antoine. Others are vice. Once Marine achieves a large-scale military expansion, there is still no force that can confront it head-on. Not only Jun, but another person also became Admiral's backup. His name is Jiaji, a man codenamed Burning Pork. It can be regarded as Anton's rival in love. He once confessed to Jun 100 times, but unfortunately he failed every time. In the New World, the warm sun shines down, and the blue seabed is unobstructed. In the depths of the distant seabed, a yellow battleship was vaguely seen. Blah blah, blah blah, blah blah. After a few minutes, the surface of the sea bubbled up. The submarine emerged from the water. It was Anton and his group who came up from the Fishmen Island. The air in New World is relatively fresh. Ulti opened her arms and made a hug gesture. Luo seems to be a curious baby looking around. Nico Robin is also a newcomer, nervous and looking forward to New World. Boa Hancock had his hands on his hips, sweeping around casually. Next stop, Dressrosa, drive over there right now, Rob. You can't wait to step on Doflamingo's corpse. Anton seduced in a low voice. Luovinian's neck was red with excitement, he turned his head and rushed towards the cabin. In his dreams, he wanted to seek revenge from Doflamingo. Anton found a couch and lay leisurely in the sun. Sneaking in the deep sea is quite depressing and uncomfortable. Wow! The submarine was sneaking on the water, and after an unknown amount of time, Ulti suddenly screamed. Antoine, who was taking a nap, opened his eyes. I'm not dead yet, what are you screaming for? Look! Erdi rushed over with the newspaper in his arms, and Anton glanced casually, his expression froze slightly. Indeed published a lot of heavyweight news. First was Gecko Moria among the Shishibukai, which was deposed. Instead, it was a man named Edward Weibull. In addition, Marine has found 3 admirals. In addition to Momuzagi and T-Pig as 2 candidates, a man named Yuxiao officially became Marine Admiral, codenamed Fujitora. This is a man I have never heard of or seen before. Fujitora. Boa Hancock bit his lower lip with silver teeth. I know part of the situation inside the Marine, but I have never heard of this man named Fujitora. Anyway, if you can become Admiral, you must not be weaker than people like Aokiji and Akainu, right? Robin added. Anton didn't say a word, and continued to look down, and introduced Aokiji as the Marshal, because he continued to be Admiral. In this wave, Akainu was really at a loss. In the original book, Akainu and Aokiji fought in Punk Hazard, but now they don't even have hair, so Aokiji is directly sent to be the Marshal. Marine has been expanding its army all the time, and its strength is getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for Garp and I being a little too close together, I would have wanted to pull him in as a thug, but it's a pity. Anton was full of regret, and the news of Garp was also introduced in the newspaper. After leaving Marine, Garp completely freed himself, not only sat on the same boat with his grandson Luffy, but even went to the base camp of the Revolutionary Army. Now that he has no official status, he can do whatever he wants, and there is no need to look at the faces of the Marine and world government to do things. Time flies, and several hours have passed in the blink of an eye. An island appeared in the distance. It was Dressrosa. A few people approached the Dressrosa pier without saying hello. Anton was standing on the deck. He didn't believe that the Don Quixote family dared to attack. 10 minutes later, I dived. The cotters of the Don Quixote family are here. Toribel, Diamante, Pika, and others. Only Doflamingo is missing. R.O. After seeing Luo, Toribel, and others were taken aback for a moment. Then there was ecstasy in his eyes. Luo has always been the man that Doflamingo has taken a fancy to. His OPOP fruit is too important to Doflamingo, and it is a key part of the future plan. With the relationship between Anton and the Don Quixote family, it's okay to ask this kid over, right? Master Anton, Luo has a relationship with the Don Quixote family. I hope you will return him to us. The young master will be grateful to you when he is back. Toribel said to Anton respectfully. You boy, you're really stupid. It's okay, Luo. Pika sneered sharply, the idiot who threw himself into the net. Is it you? Luo stared at these guys with idiot eyes. Who is going to finish the game? Still haven't figured it out yet? Where's that Doflamingo guy? Anton glanced around, but did not see Oda himself. The young master went to Marie-Joyce and has not returned yet. The 5 elders gave him an order to kill Gecko Moria. Diamante explained truthfully. This. Anton glanced at Luo, and the kid frowned. It seems that Doflamingo is lucky, much better than you bunch of bad boys. But yo. 637 Anton patted Luo on the shoulder. You can kill these guys as you like. What do you mean? Kill casually, does it sound like killing a pig? We have no hostility towards you. The Don Quixote family are allies of the Beast's pirates. The cotters of the Don Quixote family were stunned. Nima, are they not as good as Amir Luo? Especially Pika, who just mocked Luo just now, had a headache, and the speed of slapping his face was too fast. Clang! Luo pulled out Gaiku, and under the sunlight, the Tadeo looked extraordinarily sharp. He suddenly felt that killing Doflamingo directly seemed to be cheap for him. The Don Quixote family was the painstaking effort of Doflamingo. Wouldn't it be nice to kill all the members of the Don Quixote family and make Doflamingo suffer for a while first? Killing and killing, full marks. Cough cough cough. I have to say that after following Anton for a while, Luo also gradually turned bad. Room. With Anton controlling the field, Luo unfolded the room space as he wished. The oval space surrounded 10 or 20 people. They are all cotters of the Don Quixote family. None of these people will stay. Chapter 112. Everyone in the Don Quixote family was petrified one by one. Damn, haven't they licked Antoine enough? To end up killing them? It's so ruthless. Is it because they licked Antoine's toes that they are sincere? It's too much. Master Antoine, you can't take such a joke. Diamante was so scared that he peed, and his legs were trembling. Boa Hancock and Ulti can easily crush them without Anton's action. We, the Don Quixote family, are loyal to the Beast's pirates. Toribel snotted and burst into tears. At this time, it is useless to resist, and we can only use bitter tactics. Nonsense, stop pretending. A scolding sound surprised Toribel. Damn, death is imminent, and you are still engaging in internal strife? Toribel couldn't help but look back, and suddenly a beautiful woman in a long skirt rushed out. Her name is Violet. The background is also more complicated. The blood of the Liku royal family flows in the body, and she was the princess of Dressrosa in the past. Later, due to helplessness, he just took refuge in Don Quixote family. Violet, UBCH, who allowed you to speak out, get the hell out of here immediately. Toribel growled sharply. Hee hee. Violet just sneered when she heard the words, and said to Anton, Master Anton, since you left Dressrosa last time, Doflamingo has hated you, and privately threatened that one day he will cut you into pieces. After saying this, everyone in the Donquixote family turned pale. Master Anton, this woman is crazy, he is talking nonsense. Pika quickly denied it. Nima, if this charge is confirmed, they deserve to die 10,000 times. Nonsense is not nonsense, in fact, it doesn't matter at all. Antoine shrugged. In any case, Donquixote family will be destroyed today. And according to Antoine's understanding, Doflamingo himself is a person who will take revenge. He suffered such a big loss last time, and it is normal to hold a grudge. Unfortunately, he had no chance of revenge. Today, the Donquixote family will also be reduced to history. Room cutting. Luo's ghost-crying sword swiped violently, and the bodies of Toribel and the others split open one after another. Hundreds of pieces of meat floated up like a Rubik's Cube, like magic, and the fields were magical. Luo's fingers moved lightly, and all hearts flew over. R.O. Diamante was frightened and begged for mercy. The young master has treated you with great kindness, and even planned to let you serve as a senior cotter. Why did you treat us so cruelly? The kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Ha ha ha. Luo was amused and killed his most beloved Mr. Klassen. Is this also called kindness as heavy as a mountain? And that guy Doflamingo, he's got something wrong with OPOP fruit too. The price of the immortal surgery is Luo's life, which is also called kindness as heavy as a mountain. Go to hell. Luo casually grabbed a heart and squeezed it hard. Boom. Blood spattered, and the heart exploded into mud. Someone hung up immediately. It was this guy Toribel. Before he died, his face was dull. He is a bit sloppy and hasty. Bang 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 bang. Next, everyone's hearts were crushed by Luo, or they were crushed by you. Anyway, the hearts of 10 or 20 people were all dried up in the end, and the ground was covered with rotten flesh. On the ground, there were more than 20 corpses. A cotter of the Kid family. Only one person survived, Violet. Master Anton. Violet's face turned pale with fright. Although she was relieved to take revenge, she was still extremely panicked and nervous when she witnessed these executioners being tortured to death. You seem very afraid of me, Violet. Anton came over and grabbed her fair chin. Not to mention, it feels cold to the touch and the skin is quite delicate. Even if she becomes a pirate, Violet is still there. Although not as good as Boa Hancock and Xiao Ziai and others, she can be regarded as a rare beauty in the sea. I'm not afraid. Violet tried to keep calm. As everyone knows, her body and lips are trembling. I like women who tell the truth. Anton said blankly. Scared, very scared, very scared. The frightened Violet quickly changed her words. That's right, if you are afraid, stay by my side in the future, no matter how familiar you are, you won't be afraid. Anton's face was instantly filled with a smile. People like Ultai and Nico Robin rolled their eyes. So shameless. Boa Hancock shook his head again and again, and said right away when he fell in love with him. Still playing this set? In fact, they really misunderstood that Anton's desire was not that strong, and it was her ability that pulled Violet onto the boat. Didn't Doflamingo invite Violet to join because of her ability? Violet's combat power is very low, and what is truly heaven-defying is her pervert detection ability. Paramecia stares at the fruit and can be observed casually in areas within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Antoine is willing to say that Violet reconnaissance is the strongest. Well. Violet reluctantly agreed. Doflamingo didn't dare to resist, let alone Antoine who crushed Doflamingo dozens of times. Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as Doflamingo. I hang out with Lao Zi, eat delicious food, drink spicy food, and have everything I want. Anton was full of pride, and promised, Dress Rosa, Wang Qianzhao, is a place that doesn't shit, I don't like it, so I will give it to Yulika royal family. Why? Real. Violet wept with joy. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, it turned out that pies would really fall in the sky. Maybe the only thing of value here is Kaixian. Anton stretched his waist, get ready, we will leave in half an hour. Target Wano Kuni. After going to Wano Kuni, Anton still has a lot of things to deal with. The first is to have Robin translate the historical text. Secondly, the mechanism of his little brother has been figured out by the world, so he will have fewer advantages in the future. This time, Anton went back, and he must eat and eat so much that he could not come out of the sea stone mine all day long. For younger brothers like Devourer and Big Eye Boy, Anton said that the sea will be too dangerous in the future, and only 10 or 8 of them will have a sense of security. Chapter 113. Wano Kuni Island of Ghosts. From the skeleton-shaped beast's pirate's base, shocking roars can be heard from time to time. How dare that old woman? Who does she think she is? This time, Lao Zi must kill her. That BD Linlin dared to attack my territory. If I hadn't been busy worshipping the ancient treasure tome, I would have gone to Cake Island a long time ago. Kaido roared non-stop, and the entire Oni Island was covered with dark clouds. Terrible forces scattered everywhere, and buildings collapsed everywhere. Faced with Kaido in such a state, don't talk about those little guys, as if the 3 disasters are all at a respectful distance. Boss Kaido is angry again. Jack watched from a distance. How about the 3 of us go to persuade him? Stupid Jack, at this time, I advise you not to join in the fun. With a cigar in his mouth, Quinn said, Kaido BD, his brain is not very good. We didn't get the ancient mace, and our site was attacked by Big Mom. You went at this time, I think I'll blow your head off. If you want to die, don't drag us. Yin also glanced at Jack indifferently. Grunt. Jack's throat choked, the 2 elder brothers have said so, let Kaido's boss, be mad at him. Dang 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 677 dang dang. Suddenly, a huge bell resounded throughout the surrounding area. When the 3 calamities heard about it, their bodies trembled, and they all took out a book with a magic circle printed on it. The ancient book is my father, and my son kowtows to you. The ancient book is my father, my son kowtows to you. The ancient book is my father, my son kowtows to you. Whether it's Yin, Quinn, or the idiot Jack, they all recited spells with the ancient tome. Still kowtow and chant mantras. Let alone them, even if Kaido heard the bell, he knew that it was 12 o'clock at noon, and immediately stopped roaring. Compared with the 3 disasters, Kaido is even more outrageous. On the left wall, there is a portrait of Anton, and it is filled with thousands of ancient treasures, and candles are lit all around, and there are dozens of unburned incense on the table. That's right, Kaido offered up the ancient treasures as his ancestors. The ancient book is my father, my son kowtows to you. Kaido also kept kneeling and chanting mantras. Whether it is Kaido or the 3 calamities, they all have a deep fascination with the weapons of the ancient series. With Huanggu, Kfag, the vice-changer becomes the Master C in minutes. Several big brothers. At this time, a younger brother suddenly came running outside, Master Anton has returned. The 3 calamities were stunned, and everyone looked at each other at the same time, and went out to greet them together. Kaido is in a bad mood, and the boss who dared to provoke him finally came back. On the pier, Anton's group got off the submarine one after another. Except for Anton and Erty, everyone looked around curiously. Even Boa Hancock looked left and right. Not everyone is qualified to visit the base camp of the 4 Emperor's Beasts Pirates. Master Anton. Brother Anton. Boss. The three disasters ran over from afar, and all three had respectful faces. Seeing this, Boa Hancock and others were deeply touched. Anton's status in the Beast's Pirates is so high? Quinn, if you don't listen, I'll beat you to death, will you listen? That guy Kaido, my uncle brought Nico Robin back, and that BD didn't come to greet me, it's not polite. I see, it's better to remove his captain, I can be the one. What do you think? Anton's eyes swept back and forth at the three disasters. The three calamities are sweating profusely, there is something wrong with this TMD no matter what. If it is agreed, that is much more. If it's different, it's offending Anton. Both Quinn and Jack stared at Yin eagerly, it's up to you to answer the headlines. Quinn said, Jin, tell me quickly, after all, you are the most powerful and enduring man among the three disasters. Yin's cheeks turned black, is this BD Quinn human? Hoo. He let out a bad breath, and then said slowly, that's a matter between you and Kaido boss, no matter who is the captain, we all obey orders. Full marks. Both Jack and Yin gave their thumbs up, and there was really no thorn in the answer. By the way, what happened to that guy Kaido? Anton frowned, and he also felt the anger flying around. Kaido, as incompetent and furious as ever. Our site was attacked by Big Mom, and that woman made a few conditions. Quinn shrank his neck, always trembling when facing Anton. After all, the last provocation was almost slaughtered. Either hand over the Murloc princess, or... He looked past Anton, pointed to Nico Robin and said, or just give this woman to her, Big Mom is also very interested in the content of the historical text. Old Nature Kaido refused, the Big Mom pirates have declared war on us, and are currently attacking our sites around New World. Is that old witch so arrogant? Anton sneered again and again, I brought back Shirahoshi, and I also brought back Nico Robin. That old woman wants to pull out her teeth. I won't stop it, but it depends on whether she has the strength. Brother Antoine. The sound of excitement came from afar, and Kaido, carrying a mace, rushed over from afar. Robin, Boa Hancock, and others were speechless. Kaido was crying and the snot was coming out, what's going on? Where there is still a bit of Four Emperors' Majesty and Haki. Perhaps because he was too excited, Kaido didn't notice that there was a rock under his feet, and accidentally knocked on it, and his body leaned. Poof! He was tripped and fell to the ground directly, and his whole body came over against the ground. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is this guy the famous Kaido of the Beasts? Sure enough, Beasts Pirates is supported by me alone, and everyone else is an idiot with a problem. Looking at Kaido lying on the ground, Anton complained, get up, Kaido, it's not Hyuxia New Year yet, I didn't prepare any red envelopes for you. Cough cough cough. Kaido was embarrassed and forced to explain, recently, I have kneeled a lot in the ancient treasures. I am used to it. Whenever I see someone, I want to kneel. The newly arrived Boa Hancock and others were all in a daze. What happened to the Beasts Pirates is not the same as the rumors outside. The three disasters are like licking dogs, Captain Kaido kneels when he sees people? Everyone seems to be not very smart. Chapter 114. The next day, news of Anton's return to Wano Kuni spread. The boss of 5.5 billion Baileys is back, and the whole Wano Kuni is in a carnival. This is also the reason why Kaido is dubbed Guy's second child. After all, the captain's bounty is only poor 4.6111 billion Baileys. The gap between the two is almost 900 million. Little ones, cheers. At the brightly lit banquet, Kaido raised his wine glass high. The same goes for the rest. Everyone gylo gulped it down. Not only members of Beasts Pirates participated in this event, but even Kurozumi Orokai came. By the way, Xiao Zii also took the initiative to come. Even did a dance in front of Antoine. What is more embarrassing is that the number one beauty of Wano Kuni invited Anton to dance with her, but she was rejected in the end. Quinn, come on me, a typical full man who doesn't know how hungry a man is hungry. Well, it's not a big deal anyway, after all, it's not the first time Anton rejected Xiao Ziyi. There is actually a reason for her kneeling, licking, and giving away. Who let Denjiro, one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, who is currently called Kuang Shiro, be thrown in prison by Anton? Although Ziyi also tried to beg other people, she was rejected one by one in the end, and everyone expressed their helplessness. After all, that was the man Anton had imprisoned. The dance gradually reached its climax, and everyone was drunk. As the brightest boy at the banquet, no matter his strength or ancient weapons, there are too many people who want to curry favor with him. Of course. There are also people who hold grudges and are envious and jealous. Damn it, goddess, what can't you think about? I'm not as good as him. Kurozumi Orakai was hiding in a corner drinking mulled wine. Looking at Xiao Ziyi who was flirting with Anton, His Majesty the Snake was heartbroken. People just ignore you, and you still keep sending them up? Don't I, the big snake, lick you less often, and don't even give me a chance to kiss fangs? Look at Anton again, that impatient look, wishing he could kick you away. In addition, there are 2 beauties, Shirahoshi and Boa Hancock, who are also circling around Anton, which makes Orakai drool with envy. Why is there such a big gap between people? The party lasted until late at night, and when it was about to end, Orakai left alone. In this grand banquet, not to mention him, even Kaido has become a supporting role. After several hours, not a single beauty spoke to him. The big snake was very uncomfortable, and he was jealous of Anton in his heart. But due to his own strength, even if he is dissatisfied, Yin Snake has to suppress him. After returning to the capital of flowers, Orakai called the dance troupe. Even though everyone looks bright, charming, delicate, and cute, what lingers in his mind is always only Xiao Ziyi. Boom! After a while, the furious big snake suddenly smashed the wine glass and roared, "The jump is too ugly, the movements are too stiff, and the difference is so far away from Xiao Ziyi. Get out of here!" The dancers were terrified and rushed away one by one. "Your Majesty the Serpent!" Kurozumi's dog legs ran in, a tall and thin man with a particularly long head and earlobes. His name is Fu Lu Shao, and he is the captain of Orakai Yuding Fanshong. "Are you all right? Your Majesty?" Fu Lu Shao asked worriedly, and looked around suspiciously at the same time. He thought someone had attacked him. "It doesn't matter. Lao Zi is almost pd off by that BD Anton. I dare not say this to outsiders, but Fu Lu Shao is his confidant, and Big Snake has nothing to hide," and cursed, "I'm so mad, Xiao Ziyi has abandoned me, she can't wait to stick to that brat Anton. There's also the new Murloc Princess and Empress Boa Hancock, they just ignore me. I am the general of Wano Kuni, this is my territory, how dare they ignore my existence?" The big snake roared again and again, and the glass heart and self-esteem were shattered. In this sea, after all, the strong have the final say, Your Majesty the Serpent. Fu Lu Shao said directly. "Hey! We have provided a lot of help to the beast's pirates, if you really ps off Lao Zi." Kurozumi Orakai said bitterly, "It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Your Majesty the Big Snake, I don't know if I should say something or not." Fu Lu Shao was full of hesitation. "You have been with me for so many years, do we still need to play this game?" Big Snake snorted coldly, "Tell me, what's going on?" 2 days ago. Fu Lu Shao whispered, "People from the world government are here, and the leader is the CPO. What did I tell you?" Orakai asked blankly, not so unexpectedly. The relationship between them and the world government was originally a secret transaction. Where did the marine and world government's various seastone equipment come from? In the entire world, only the Wano Kuni region produced sea stone, and it was not obtained through Wano Kuni. The world government has offered us an olive branch. If they agree to cooperate with them, they are willing to give Wano Kuni permanent asylum and promise not to interfere with Wano Kuni's sovereignty. The descendants of His Majesty the Serpent will always be Wano Kuni's monarch. 0. Fu Lu Shao said slowly. Bah! Can you believe the words of the world government? The big snake sneered, but immediately asked, what price do we have to pay? It's very simple, hand over the mermaid princess to them. Fu Lu Shao said in a deep voice, and Nico Robin. Are you kidding? You'll die doing something so stupid. Kurozumi Orakai said coldly, idiots won't agree. As for the anger of the beast's pirates, the world government expressed that they are willing to bear it. After defeating the Whitebeard pirates, their next plan seems to be the beast's pirates. Fu Lu Shao said seriously. Oh! The light in Kurozumi Orakai's eyes flickered. In fact, he and the beast's pirates are currently cooperating happily, and there are no conflicts. The only thing that makes him feel uncomfortable is that the goddess was snatched away by that BD Antoine. Kurozumi Orakai's life loses most of its fun in an instant. Antoon, I didn't do anything TMD, Xiaozi I kept sending it up, can I be blamed for taking it away? Let me think about it. Kurozumi waved his hand, and Fu Lu Shao quietly retreated. If it was before, he would refuse without hesitation. But this time, he was tempted, but he was extremely scared in his heart. Once it fails, it must be a disaster. Several. Chapter 115. Rabbit Bowl Prison. The prisoners who are busy on weekdays are basking in the sun at this moment, and they are rarely leisurely. Why idle like this? Because someone else did all their work. Boom 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 boom. Thick smoke billowed from the ground, and mountains collapsed one after another. You thought it was an earthquake? Big mistake. A huge tortoise opened its bloody mouth, biting the nearby black mountains frantically. With one bite, the hundreds of meters high mountain range collapsed. It's simply a prehistoric beast. As expected of a man with a reward of 5.5 billion, Antoine's fighting power is too scary. How does he feel that this guy's body has grown bigger again? The sea stone mine is nourishment for him. The nearby prisoners were stunned, and everyone watched from a distance. The shock of September 23 was so frightening, but it was the sea stone mountains, much stronger than ordinary mountains. The result? There is nothing Antoine can't eat. Among this group of prisoners, there are many big men. For example, Leopard Goro. There is also Guangxi Lang, who was sent in by Antoine before. Orakai also tried to fish him out, but because Antoine hated him, he failed after several attempts, and Orakai gave up. Big Snake can give up, but Little Purple can't. She knew the identity of Kuang Shiro, a follower of the Kojiki clan. She couldn't just watch Guangshilang being tortured to death. In the smelly prison, Xiao Ziyi came to visit the prison. Looking at the bruised Guangshilang, she felt quite guilty in her heart. Sorry, crazy death. Xiao Ziyi burst into tears, her makeup was all in tears. Miss Raihe, there is no need to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. Guangshilang smiled freely, I'm fine now, much more comfortable and free than being an undercover agent next to that big snake guy. I used to obey his orders like a dog, don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Hold it, I will definitely find a way. Xiao Ziyi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked in a certain direction, her eyes gradually became firm. Actually, Antoine didn't mean to embarrass Ziyi on purpose. It's okay to release Guangshilang, but there is a condition to be her servant forever. To put it simply, it is to be a slave and a handmaiden, and only serve Antoine in the future. Everything about her belongs to Antoine. If agreed, Antoine will release Guangxi. On the other side, Anton, who was feasting, was delicious. A steady stream of sea stone was swallowed into his stomach, and the volcano he was carrying on his back had already started to smoke. Anton had a hunch that the volcano would erupt soon. At that time, a brand new little brother will appear. Xiao Ziyai is on her way to Anton. Unfortunately, along the way, I encountered the Kurozumi snake. Step aside. Xiao Ziyai was very rude, with disgust all over her face. This guy is worthless, and Xiao Ziyai doesn't need to be polite when facing one of her father's enemies. The spit didn't reach the face, which is already giving Kurozumi a lot of face. Little purple, what's your attitude? Big Snake's face turned green. Xiao Ziyai treated him respectfully before. Looking at it now, that flimsy face, when it met him, was actually full of bad luck. Well, it's as disgusting as stepping on dog shit. Kurozumi Hawkeye felt uncomfortable, and said with teary eyes, Xiao Ziyai, why is your attitude towards me so bad? Because I have already decided to agree to Master Anton's conditions. From now on, I will be her servant. Stop bothering me. Xiao Ziyai simply and neatly passed by. The Kurozumi snake remained motionless as if struck by lightning. Licking Xiao Ziyai, finally licked into someone else's job? Speaking of it, Big Snake is pitiful enough. He has been a dog licker for many years, but he has never had a chance to do it. Yangqiang, it's not that he didn't think about it, but he has a competitor Quinn. Quinn would not agree to play hard. Therefore, so many years have passed, Kurozumi Hawkeye has paid so much, and has been a licking dog for so long, the beauty is finally thrown into the arms of others. Kurozumi's head exploded at the thought of Xiao Zi's love under Anton's body in the future. Nima, I can't think about it, that feeling is too high. Anton. You forced me to do this. This kind of humiliation, not to mention me as a general, is unacceptable to even an ordinary person. Kurozumi Hawkeye's eyes were full of violent killing intent. Seriously, it's as if Anton gave him a green hat. As a general, how can he bear it? Fu Lu Shao, immediately tell the world government that I agree with their plan. In the past 2 days, I have been trying to kidnap Nico Robin and the Murloc princess. Abandoned by the goddess, Kurozumi Hawkeye was completely enraged. He wants to get back what he lost, this time with interest. On the other side, Xiao Ziyai has found Anton. Master Anton. Why are you ignoring me? I have something important to do. Xiao Ziyai wanted to cry, but no matter what she called, Anton ignored her. Uncle Anton seems to be addicted to eating, he keeps eating and eating, so he can't care about Xiao Ziyai. After waiting to drink and eat, Anton regained his human form. He lay leisurely on the ground, rubbing his belly non-stop. The volcano can erupt at any time, but there is no suitable enemy, and it is useless to call it out. And if it erupts this time, it will still be a large-scale eruption. What comes out may not be as simple as 1 or 2 things, and may also come with other things. Such as Anko, and the weapons of the ancient series. When did you come? After resting for a long time, Anton finally saw Xiao Ziyai. This woman has a dark face, did she find her old lady? She has been waiting for more than 2 hours. My concubine agreed to the previous agreement, and I hope Lord Anton will keep his promise. Xiao Ziyai gritted her silver teeth tightly, from now on, I will be your servant. Speaking of which, it's quite shameful, Beast's pirates are clearly her 2.7 enemies who killed her father and mother. Now he actually became Anton's slave, what's the difference between this and admitting a thief as his father? Why did you suddenly figure it out? Anton picked up a handful of grass and put it in his mouth, and said casually, Woman, you don't have any conspiracy, do you? How could it be? I'm just a weak woman. My only hope is that Lord Anton releases Quangshalang. Xiao Ziyai quickly explained. Anton stared at Xiao Ziyi for a moment, then said slowly, "We are not the kind of people who go back on our promises, and when we go back, I will have someone let Kuang Si Lang go." "Thank you." Xiao Ziyi bowed gratefully. "Okay, don't stand there stupidly. How did you become a servant? Come here and rub your waist for the master." Chapter 116. Anton and Xiao Ziyi have reached an agreement. On the side of Kurozumi Orakai, he also started to let his younger brother contact the world government. He hid in the palace of the capital of flowers, still muttering words in the corner of his mouth. Kaido, it's not my fault, it's because you pampered Anton too much and let him be unscrupulous. In the future, Wano Kuni, how can I have a place?" Half an hour later, Fu Lu Shao came back. "Your Majesty Orakai, the world government has already responded, and their people will secretly land in Wano Kuni tonight. 5 elders want us to make it fast. 1. Fu Lu Shao said hastily. 5 elders. Kurozumi's eyes flashed sharply. If the 5 elders cover him in the future, don't be afraid to offend Kaido. He doesn't worry about being abandoned by the 5 elders either, as long as he holds Wano Kuni firmly in his hands and relies on the sea stone, he can gain asylum. Time flies, and it is evening in the blink of an eye. Anton has returned to the Ghost Island. In the middle of the night, the sky of the entire island dimmed. Everyone also fell asleep one after another. On the contrary, Robin's room 25 is still on, and she is translating the contents of the historical text like a fascination. The red stone in the hands of beasts pirates is far more valuable than ordinary historical texts. From above, Robin found a legendary name, Im. That is the aloof king of celestial dragons, possessing the absolute power to destroy the world. 800 years ago, she was one of the culprits who destroyed the ancient kingdom. Robin was surprised by the content on the red stone, and even put 3 meals there. This legendary existence seems to have eternal vitality. Could it be that Im is still alive right now? Thinking of this, Robin got goosebumps all over his body. An old monster that has lived for at least 800 years, how terrifying is her strength. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Robin recovered from the shock. She frowned, and Kaido explained that no one is allowed to disturb her. Who is so brave? Speaking of which, after Nico Robin joined, she did gain an extraordinary status. In Beasts Pirates, her combat effectiveness may not be worth mentioning, but her value is second only to the existence of Kaido and Anton. It can be called a giant panda. After all, in today's world, there is no second person who can understand the text of history. Creak. Robin opened the door, and what he saw was a strange face. Miss Robin, Master Kaido, and Master Anton all went to the flower capital and asked me to take you there too. The man said respectfully that he is a subordinate of Kurozumi Orakai and a member of the imperial family. What's the matter? Robin stretched himself, really tired. It seems to be something about the historical text. The man said vaguely. Wait a minute, I'm going to change clothes. Robin turned his head and went back to the room. Half an hour later, Robin arrived at the Flower City by boat. She put on a set of tight jeans and a jacket, revealing her curvy figure. With fair skin and delicate appearance, she is also a rare beauty in the sea. After arriving at the palace, Robin frowned. Where did everyone go? The royal palace that came into view was empty, except for a Kurozumi serpent sitting on the throne. I didn't see it before. This Nico Robin is also a good beauty. In the big snake's eyeballs, a lustful light flashed. Gee gee hee hee hee. Kurozumi smiled strangely. They won't come later, they won't come tomorrow, and they won't come in the future. Robin was not stupid, and immediately understood that this was Kurozumi's trick. Aren't you afraid that Kaido and Anton will chop you up? Robin asked flatly. Humph. Laozi has already prepared the rest. Kurozumi Orakai said sinisterly, the battleship of the world government is waiting at the port, and I will take you to Marie Joyce right away. Marie Joyce. Robin froze for a moment, and then a flash of light flashed from his pupils. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Kurozumi smiled triumphantly and said, the world government let me capture the mermaid princess and you, the mermaid princess is a bit difficult, that guy Anton is almost inseparable. However, getting you there is a great achievement, right? Kurozumi grinned happily, to be honest, I didn't expect to succeed so easily, you woman, you are an unexpectedly stupid idiot. Ha 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 ha. After speaking, Kurozumi laughed happily. Anton will never let you go. Robin's face was ugly, she didn't expect the big snake to be so courageous, and dare to play this kind of trick with Anton and Kaido. Nima, don't die! Your Majesty the Serpent! At the same time, Fu Lu Sha ran in from outside, panting and sweating. Nico Robin got it, now lead the way to the CPO. Kurozumi Orakai got up, and he had already cleaned up the salute that should be cleaned up. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Fu Lu Shao was troubled. Can't go. Kurozumi became angry instantly, Lao Zi tricked people here, but you told me that you can't leave? Playing with me. Explain clearly to me. 417 Kurozumi Orakai resisted the urge to kill, and directly changed into Yata Orakai mode. Because. Robin's face suddenly curved deliberately, everyone is just acting with you. What's the meaning? Hearing this, Kurozumi is stunned, what are you talking about, why can't I understand? Robin, you won't be a pirate in the future, I recommend you to be an actor, and you will be stupefied by the idiot Orakai. And you, Fu Lu Shao, you can give the Best Supporting Actor award and the Best Undercover award. It seems that there is no award for being an undercover agent. In the corridor on the left, a gentle voice came out. The Kurozumi snake swept away violently, and the pupils magnified several times in an instant. Anton. It's me, stupid man. Anton came out lazily, and laughed and said, it's just you stupid thing, you still want to play this game with me? Mentally retarded. How did you know about my plan? Kurozumi's brow was full of veins. Your plan? That's my plan. Anton said coldly, this guy Fu Lu Shao told me your plan in private, Lao Zi simply planned to accompany you to play this scene, not to mention killing you, CP0 was also tricked into Wano Kuni. Wouldn't it be nice to take you all together? Chapter 117. How dare you betray me? After recovering, Kurozumi ran away. One of the Yamata no Orakai snake head bit towards Fu Lu Shao. No matter who they are, they hate traitors very much. Poof. The cracked floor leaves tooth marks. Fu Lu Shao backed away at the critical moment. Don't blame me, Your Majesty the Serpent. Fu Lu Shao spread his hands, you want to kill yourself, you can't bring me to die with you, can you? Knowing that offending Kaido and Anton will surely lead to death, you still did it. Look at you, do you have cerebral palsy? Fu Lu Shao's truth poked Kurozumi's heartache. Didn't you fool me? He who understands the current affairs is a hero. You have done a good job, Fu Lu Shao. Anton nodded again and again. Speaking of which, in the original book, Kaido killed Kurozumi Orakai, and the Imperial Court group headed by Fukuraku immediately surrendered. Typical sloppy style. Whichever side is tough, he will take refuge in that side, without integrity. The combination of Kaido and Anton is definitely the most powerful existence in the sea, and a fool knows who to turn to. A hole, a hole, a hole, you all deserve to die. Kurozumi Orakai was furious, just now he was like an idiot, being played around by this group of people. You're too nasty. Robin gave Anta in a blank look. How do you talk? Anton said in a tone of caring for you, I think you are too tired to translate the historical text. You are a talent. If you are exhausted, I will feel sorry for you. How about the relaxation program prepared for you, are you satisfied? Robin stretched his waist, his eyes narrowed into crescents, not to mention, it feels really good. Damn it! You dogs are too bullying. Kurozumi is furious, he is also Wanakuni's general after all, what does Anton think of him as a prop to curry favor with Nico Robin? It's really WCNMGB. It just so happens that I need my opponent to try out a new little brother, although Hawkeye is relatively good, so let's make do with it. The volcano is ready to erupt, so it's not a problem to hold back all the time. Wano Kuni has no rivals. Therefore, Anton simply created an opponent for himself. If Kurozumi Hawkeye knew the inside story, he might faint in the toilet. Is Laozi so cheap? Boom 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 boom. The ground trembled violently, and thick smoke billowed. The palace of the big snake was smashed into pieces by Anton in an instant. A monster with a flaming body and a volcano on its back appeared in front of Kurozumi Hawkeye. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The guy swallowed a few mouthfuls of foam one after another, terrified inside. The Kurozumi Hawkeye in its full body state is already considered a colossus. But compared with Anton, it is simply a drop in the ocean. After returning to Wano Kuni, Anton kept eating, and gained weight again. The current weight has reached a frightening 400,000 tons. It has really evolved into the ranks of prehistoric monsters. Anton, you'd better not act rashly. Not to mention fighting, Kurozumi's size has scared the shit out of him. He stammered and admitted, this is all a misunderstanding. You'd better not go too far, or Kaido won't spare you. Ha 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 ha. There is something you may not know yet. Anton opened his mouth full of fangs and sneered, if I hadn't directed this scene, you would have been smashed in the head by Kaido a few hours ago. Yes, Kaido already knew that. You. Kurozumi Hawkeye is desperate, is this abandoned? You think too highly of yourself, but you are nothing but a pawn of the beast's pirates. Anton hit unceremoniously. In Kaido's future new Ghost Island project, Hawkeye is a superfluous existence. Laozi fought with you. The 8 terrifying snake heads of the big snake came out at the same time, biting towards Anton one after another. Crunch crunch crunch. Anton lay still and let the Kurozumi snake bite, but with rough skin and thick flesh, he couldn't break through the defense at all. A hole! The big black-headed snake screamed aggrievedly, its teeth worn out. The most helpless thing is this kind of situation, when someone lays down and asks you to beat him, you can't even kill him. Don't worry, big snake, I'll show you something interesting. Anton closed his eyes, and the next moment, the volcano behind him lit up. The flames soared into the sky, and the magma slowly overflowed. Bang bang! A few seconds later, it seemed that someone had detonated explosives in the volcano, and pillars of hot magma shot up into the sky. Soaring thousands of meters into the air, the night sky of the entire capital of flowers lit up. Crackling! Electric currents flowed through the void, and the magma was ruthlessly crushed by lightning. Among them, a strange creature emerged. This humanoid monster has a strange appearance, its head is similar to a skull, and its limbs are extremely thick. The black muscles bulging all over his body are as strong as rocks. Wrists and knees are also wrapped around lightning. Bang bang! The monster landed forcefully, and the shock it brought caused Anton's entire back to tremble violently. Tisk tisk tisk! This time, there is another heavyweight. Antoine grinned. This mysterious existence is precisely the annihilation of Nebel. The abilities he possesses are very diverse, and what he is best at is manipulating thunder and lightning. He can summon terrifying lightning at his fingertips, and he can be regarded as a relatively powerful boss. Boom 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 boom. After summoning Nerb, the volcano behind Anton has not stopped. Another wave of extremely powerful magma erupted, and the night sky of the capital of the country was lit up again. In that magma, there are many glittering things. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 NDA3 MZC1 OJ equals. Is it the weapon of the ancient series or the big Anko? Anton opened his big eyes in surprise, and he was very happy in his heart. His uncorked death, is it coming to Wano Kuni again? Speaking of which, the last time Kaido was given a cross, it was simply a stain on Anton's body. Kaido was depressed for a long time because of this, and lost dozens of pounds. This time, waiting for someone who has enough Anko, Anton must find out the corresponding weapon. Bang 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 bang. Next. Another wave of powerful magma erupted, shining golden light across the sky. What it is, Anton is not clear. Maybe any European emperor will find the right weapon for him? Boom boom boom. The volcano erupted 5 times before it stopped, and the energy accumulated in Anton's body was finally exhausted. Anton ate too much this time. Nelby, save the giant snake. Kurozumi the big snake trembles, this hunk can't afford to mess with him. Chapter 118. Bang 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 bang. The ground full of magma rocks trembled slightly, and Nelby's huge body slowly approached. The 8 snake heads of Kurozumi Hawkeye are all sweat-stained. This big guy looks very slow, including Anton who doesn't seem to be very good at speed. The eyeballs flashed a sly look, and a complete life-saving plan was completed within a few seconds. Drink! 8 ferocious snake heads stood up one after another, and shot out at the same time, biting towards Nelby. Nelby crossed his hands to protect his face, and made a defensive posture. Seeing this, the big snake immediately stopped its attacking momentum, immediately returned to its human appearance, turned its head, and ran wildly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. FK, FK. Anton was stunned for 5 or 6 seconds, thinking that the big snake's hanging hair was going to smash to the bottom. And ended up playing this game with him? Too naive. Anton's face was indifferent, and Nelby was a lord-level boss who was good at manipulating lightning. Wow! As if feeling offended, Nelby's frightening face showed human anger. Clatter! Lightning flashed everywhere, and the next moment, he also disappeared. Whoa 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 whoa! Thousands of meters away, Kurozumi Hawkeye was panting 683 tiredly, and kept turning his head to look. Great, that guy doesn't seem to be bang. Before the words fell, the earth exploded ahead, and the soil soared into the sky. Shock waves scattered in all directions also struck. The unsuspecting Kurozumi was overturned to the ground. The fine electric current spread all over his body, making it difficult for him to move for a while. What monster? He looked at the figure in the thick smoke, his pupils gradually turned grey. Nelby strode out, and the power of lightning condensed on him. Such a big body, so fast. Kurozumi's mentality has collapsed. Aren't big guys usually very clumsy? This muscular man who doesn't look too smart seems ridiculously fast. Just as Kurozumi was shocked, Nelby leaned forward, his right elbow slightly forward. Lightning wrapped around it and hit it vigorously. The Kurozumi snake was so frightened that it hurriedly withdrew. Bang bang! A loud crash sounded, and the Kurozumi Hawkeye was knocked into the sky. Even though he had withdrawn half of his position, he was still hit. The left side of his body was bruised. Bang bang bang! The ground was shattered, and the Kurozumi snake fell down in embarrassment. He shook his head vigorously, and the world he saw with both eyes was dizzy. Nima, did you have a concussion? How dare you treat the general of Wano Kuni like this, it is unforgivable. Kurozumi Hawkeye was also beaten out of anger, and the rabbit was forced to bite. Ho 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 ho! He unfolded the Yamata no Hawkeye mode again, with 8 ferocious snake heads vying for glory. A transparent air shield emerged from Nelby's body, firmly protecting it. Bang bang bang! The cover, which looks as thin as a cicada's wings, is actually as strong as a city wall, and the snake's head was deformed when it hit it. The head was already dizzy from the fall, but the impact was so fierce that the snake's 8 snake heads bleed at the same time, almost dying on the spot. How is this possible? It is obviously a millimeter thick, why is it so strong? Is it a barrier fruit? Kurozumi Orakai automatically fills the brain, then shakes his head again, it doesn't look like it. His 8 snake heads wrapped around armament Haki at the same time, and immediately continued to hit. Bang 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 bang. The defensive cover only shook slightly and had no effect. Nelby's shield is thick. Anton also came to see it with great interest. Seeing that the Kurozumi snake was like a reckless man, hitting his head with all his strength, he was immediately amused. Isn't everyone like this when you open up Wasteland in the early days and don't understand the mechanism? There are many people who play for a day with 1 ticket. Orakai, you need to explode a few waves. Crackling. The lightning condensed again, shooting out like an arrow. The thunder light illuminated the world in front of him. Kurozumi stood up inexplicably, and his huge body swung, kfuff, to the left. Swish! Thunder and lightning whizzed past, and the skin all over his body trembled uncontrollably as if being pricked by needles. Boom! Gravel splashed, and the ground behind him was shattered by lightning. Having escaped the catastrophe, Orakai started to feel complacent again. Even if Lao Zi is not good at fighting, you don't want to hit me with a few tricks slap. In the sky above the head, several bolts of lightning struck down impressively. Boom! Wow! Ultimate's brilliant thunder devoured the Kurozumi Orakai, and the old color wholesaler screamed like a pig being killed. Clatter! Thunder and lightning fell along the place where the lightning arrow passed, and the earth was bombed and trembled non-stop. Damn BD! The Kurozumi snake that fell on the ground was severely scorched, and the outer scales of the Yamata snake fell off, and the exposed flexible body was emitting thick smoke. The big snake's cheeks twitched in pain, and even though it was more than 10 seconds after the lightning strike, the current was still running through its body. The effect of paralysis has not disappeared for a long time. While you are sick and killing you, Nelby will not be polite to Kurozumi Orakai. He walked over with his head held high. Step on one of the big snake's heads. Boom! Thick blood stained the ground red, and many unknown sticky substances were mixed in it. As a good-looking boy, Nelby is also a group of powerful ones. With 1 step down, the snake's head exploded like a watermelon. The remaining 7 snake heads of Kurozumi also closed their eyes and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Nelby walked towards Anton. Idiot, that guy is pretending to be dead. Anton scolded angrily, go back immediately, and crush all his snake heads. In the original book, Kaido felt that Kurozumi was worthless, so he beat him to death with a stick, and his head exploded, which is surprisingly consistent with the current scene. But, do you think Kurozumi Orakai is finished? In fact, he was just pretending to be dead at that time, he deceived everyone. According to Anton's estimation, since it is Yamata no Orakai, it is impossible to kill this guy unless all 8 of his snake heads are smashed. The vitality is really a strong group. Others are strong in combat and vitality, such as Kaido and Whitebeard, and Akainu is also particularly resistant to beating. The Kurozumi Orakai is completely different from others. I am not strong in combat, and my TMD life is longer than all of them. I am really stronger than the cockroach. Damn, how did he know my secret? Kurozumi Orakai, who fell down, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Fu Lu Shao with vicious and resentful eyes, wishing to tear him into pieces. I didn't say anything. Fu Lu Shao wants to cry but has no tears. We have been watching the battle the whole time. Orakai is also true, why don't you allow Anton to be resourceful and see his weakness? Chapter 119. Bang 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 bang. The ground shook, and Nebel came with a broad figure. Kurozumi Orakai watched in fear, unable to fight or run. This time, it's really cool. Are you kidding? I can't die here, there are so many beauties in the world, look at me. Kurozumi Orakai struggled, this guy is also top-notch. Death is imminent, it may be cold at any time, you still think about beautiful women? Nebel, don't be polite to him, come on. Anton made a gesture of wiping his neck. Seeing this, Nebel immediately launched an attack, a light flashed all over his body, and disappeared with a snap. Come and go without a trace, because a little trace can be traced. Damn it, where did it go? After sweeping around and finding no one, Kurozumi almost ran away. Crackling. Overhead, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Kurozumi looked up abruptly, and saw that it was Inber who fell down forcefully. Bang! Bang! Each of the two heavy feet stepped on a head, and the huge force was like a mountain crushing the top, and the snake's head was instantly blown into mud. Wow! Ah! Kurozumi Orakai screamed again. After this wave, there are only 5 heads left. The big snake panicked, and if it was consumed at this rate, it would be over sooner or later. Just when Kurozumi was racking his brains and thinking about how to counterattack, Nebel flashed again. Fight! The big snake reacted first, and the 5 snake heads struck fiercely. Bang bang bang! The defensive cover was raised, easily blocking the big snake's head hammer. Nebel's fist wrapped around the lightning and sent out with one punch. Bang bang! The fireworks ignited, and the snake's head received another heavy punch, its surface showing a penetrating scorched black. Enraged, the big snake's pupils were scarlet and it hit its head. It's useless, idiot, you look like this at. Anton's voice froze, and following his line of sight, Nebel, who was covered with a defensive cover, was actually knocked into the air. This old boy, yes, he also controls the advanced usage of armament haki. Anton was extremely surprised. Armament haki, the highest grade, can flow into the inside of an object and blast it from the inside. Haki, released by the big snake just now, penetrated Nebel's defensive cover. But, Nebel climbed up from the ground intact and unharmed. You are nothing more than that. After a successful blow, Big Snake's pupils lit up with excitement. Also, what is this? Looking closely, he was covered by a blue protective shield. The Big Snake didn't dare to act rashly, the first thing that came to mind was the trap set by Nebel. But after waiting for a while, the cover did not disappear. It doesn't appear to be anything fatal. The Big Snake muttered something, and he secretly tried to destroy it, but failed. Swish! At this moment, Nebel, who was also wearing a defensive cover, swooped in. The big snake raised its head, opened its fangs and rushed out. Almost gone. Anton shook his head upon seeing this. This is the tragedy of not knowing the mechanism. When the big snake has a cover on its body, it will cause a wide range of damage when it touches Nebel. He still didn't know it. Several snake heads collided at the same time. Give it to me, boom. The moment the head hit Nebel, before the big snake had time to exert its strength, a huge flaming mushroom cloud rose from his body. The power is so strong. It directly tore his snake body, and as many as 3 heads were separated from the body. Wow! The big snake let out another hysterical scream. Covered in blood, only 2 of the 8 snake heads are left. Oh no! To be precise, there is only 1 left. Nebel took the opportunity to attack, hugged one of the snake heads with his strong arms, and spun it with all his strength. Puff 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 puff. The snake's head and body were strangled, and the skin was torn. The big snake was so sad and indignant that it was deceiving too much, and there was only 1 head left in a blink of an eye. This is going to be over, it's really completely cold. Big Snake. Anton spoke leisurely, and teased playfully, what last words do you have? Let's listen to them. I won't help you finish it anyway, ha ha ha. The unscrupulous ridicule constantly stimulated his fragile nerves, and his breathing was heavy, like a savage. Of course, if you have any female family members, I can still take care of them. Asking for flowers. It's fine to be my woman, they are not worthy, it's still okay to be a cow or a horse. Anton continued to stimulate the big snake, and the guy vomited blood with a groan. No one attacked this time, they were simply angry. Anton, you don't have to be complacent, I'm dead and you won't have any good fruit to eat. The big snake's mouth was full of blood, and he said in a hateful voice, you have offended so many people, no matter Blackbeard, the red hair, or the Bing Mom pirate group, they all have grudges against you, and the world government and marine will not forgive you. And the revolutionary army and GARP, ha ha ha, sooner or later they will chop you up. To be honest, it is rare in history to be as full of enemies as Anton. In addition, Hawkeye is actually less, and Pluton Rayleigh also has grievances with him, as well as Crocodile and Doflamingo and Shishibukai. Look at you like this, I'm not worried, but you worry about me instead. He old guy, you are really filial. If this is your last words, then you can die now. Anton's eyes were cold. Die? Big Snake retorted, you underestimate me too much. Even if I can't beat you, I still have a big move. Where did I go? The big snake was startled, and Nelby suddenly disappeared. He panicked a lot, looked left and right, his attention was completely drawn away. He didn't even notice that the danger was approaching. Are you ignoring me? A faint voice came from the ear, and the big snake suddenly turned cold. Turning his head to look, Anton, who was holding a barren sword, descended from the sky. Poof! Blood spattered, and his entire head was sliced open. The eyes, neck, and mouth are divided into two parts. All 8 snake heads were destroyed, which also meant that the big snake died tragically. Let's go, over there at the pier, the next group, CP0. Under the night sky, Anton left with the ancient Tai Dao on his shoulder. Nelby followed closely behind. Don't be resurrected, I will have nightmares. Fu Lu Shao personally cleaned the battlefield and burned all the corpses. Sun. Chapter 120. Next to the quiet port, a world government warship docked, and a group of people stood on the deck and looked around. They wear uniforms. White suit and white tie, white cape and top hat, coupled with tall stature, they are a group of elegant gentlemen. In fact, these guys are all lackeys of the world government. Oh no! That is the lackey among the lackeys, referred to as the Dog King-CPO. A total of 4 people, namely Rob Lucci, Keku, Khalifa, Stussy. The first 3 were all defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and there is nothing to say. In the Battle of Nice Lobby, the bottom library was tortured and disappeared. It is worth mentioning that Stussy, despite her fair and attractive appearance, also looks juicy and juicy. In fact, this woman is quite old, no matter what, she is in her 60s or 70s. Different from the silent Lu Chi and the others, Stussy's 157 beads trickle and turn, and his peripheral vision flicks past Lu Chi from time to time. What am I looking for, Stussy? Lu Chi looked at the distant town and asked without turning his head. He. You actually discovered it, oh, it's amazing, Lu Chi. It can't be helped. Handsome guys have always attracted attention. This is an instinctive reaction. Stussy blinked and gave Lu Chi a wink by the way. What's embarrassing is that Uncle Lu Chi didn't even look at her. Sao Dong, I advise you not to be sentimental, Lu Chi is not interested in women. Khalifa on the side hugged her hands and said with extreme contempt. Oops. Stussy was not angry, but said with a smile, not interested in women? How do you know such a secret thing? Could it be that you failed to confess? Also, it's because of men who are not interested in women. Even if there are similar examples, some men. Stussy glanced at Lu Chi's lower abdomen, and said with a smirk, "That ability is not good?" "Yay, really?" The smile on Stussy's face froze suddenly. Lu Chi quietly appeared in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. "Although we are all companions, there are many accidents at sea, so it's normal for a few to die, right? It's so scary. I don't mean to mock you." Stussy stuck out his tongue, and rarely said seriously, "I'm just curious. 2 days ago, you guys who were homeless dogs were even wanted by Marine. How did you suddenly become a CPO, or even?" Stussy's expression became unnatural, and the CPO also has a clear division of levels. Like CP9, their boss is Spondum. And now the leader of the CPO is Lu Chi. To be honest, Stussy was a little injured. After all, she has worked in this position for many years and made great achievements. In the end, she was counterattacked by a kid from below. Stussy naturally has grievances. Of course, she was also curious about what Lu Chi did. Not only did he impress 5 elders, but he was also promoted to be one of the bosses of the CPO. There is no pie deal with 5 elders, is there? What you shouldn't inquire about, don't inquire about it. Keiku, who has been silent all this time, snorted, "It's enough to perform our mission obediently. Failure will not benefit everyone. Sorry, in terms of missions, I have never missed a single mission." Stussy proudly raised the tip of her white and tender chin. Khalifa's teeth are itching. What is this woman doing? Lu Chi took a good look at Stussy. This woman is actually a rose with thorns. It looks bright and charming, but it is actually covered with thorns. I went to pick it rashly, and my hands were covered with blood. In addition, Lu Chi must also admit that Stussy is really good, and the task can be successfully completed every time. From this point of view, CP9 is indeed completely exploded. After all, they fought in Ice Lobby and were beaten up by Straw Hat Luffy. Speaking of which, why hasn't that big snake come here yet? Khalifa became impatient, and said displeasedly, "If you are late, you will change, why don't you call and ask?" Lu Chi didn't speak, but looked at Keiku. The latter understood, and took out his phone bug to contact Hawkeye. Blue, blue, blue. The phone rang, and after a while, someone connected from the opposite side. "How long will it take?" Hawkeye has exceeded expectations by 10 hours. "We're busy," Keiku complained. "I'm really sorry, my mount is too slow, you have been waiting for a long time. I guess there will be another. Hey, I seem to have seen you." The voice from the opposite side of the phone bug made Keiku feel strange. That tone of voice doesn't sound like a big snake. Also, is it here? He looked around, but there was no one there. "Behind you, idiots!" A voice containing ridicule sounded from the rear. Keiku suddenly became angry. This son of ABCH, dare to scold them? It's great to think you're a king, right? He turned his head angrily and saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. In the darkness, a figure stumbled and appeared. Anton sat on the blonde beauty, holding a bundle of iron chains in his hand, and the other end was connected to the woman's neck. This woman looks like the Mount Anton mentioned. Are you crazy? Several members of the CPO, even Lu Chi, who is as stable as an old dog, and Stussy, who is used to seeing strong winds and waves, were all scared into a cold sweat. That mount, isn't it the celestial dragons kidnapped by the Sabayati archipelago? What's the name? It seems to be Shaylia. Celestial dragons like to leave the hooves of the celestial dragon on the slaves. Coincidentally, Anton also has a similar hobby. In his previous life, when he watched certain movies, he would brand his face. As for Anton, he did the same thing and imprinted a stamp on Shaylia's flamboyant little face. Still 3 words, Anton. The hearts of several CPOs were strongly stimulated. The master they risked their lives to protect, 2.9 actually became a slave in a mount, which is simply ridiculous. Wheezing wheezing. Lu Chi panted like a cow, and was really frightened by Anton's madness. I used to think that Straw Hats were a mad dog who dared to provoke even the world government. Burning the flag of the world government was tantamount to treason. But what kind of behavior is Anton doing? It's equivalent to shitting and peeing directly on celestial dragons. This cliff is a full-level human. Welcome everyone from afar, would you like to take a seat in the capital of flowers? Anton pointed behind him with a playful expression on his face. I have recently become a collector, and I always like to make some high-status guys slaves. Tell me, is this infected by celestial dragons? The most coincident thing is, I think you are quite suitable to be slaves. Chapter 121. Khalifa and Stussy look good. As for Lu Chi and Keiku, their strength is enough. Most importantly, their identities are extraordinarily noble. That's the CPO. After the rise of Lu Chi in the original book, he even dared to challenge Akainu openly. Even though Akainu yelled fiercely at the time, in the end he obediently cooperated with Lu Chi. Where did the big snake go? Why is Flame Terminator coming? Khalifa sweated, the whole world knew Anton's vicious name. Arguably the most violent turtle on the face of the earth. 80% of it is controlled by him. Keiku's face was serious. Control? I don't have such gentle means. The corner of Anton's mouth curled up in horror. That guy, the body must have been burned to ashes. Lu Chi is full of question marks. He is Wanakuni's general anyway, he kills people as soon as he comes up, so he is not afraid of causing. Forget it. Hawkeye has long been complaining in Wano Kuni because of his power over others. 25 If he is dead, people will not mutiny. It is possible to set off firecrackers from house to house. Lu Chi, what should we do next? Khalifa flashed behind Lu Chi, his little hands clenched into fists. It's this time, what else can I do? Lu Chi took off his cloak, and the pigeon standing on his shoulder danced in the wind. Superior. With an order, the four disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already around Anton. The four of them launched a sneak attack with a tacit understanding. The trick was still the same, everyone's thumbs were stretched. Looks like finger pistol from Marine 6 styles. The only difference, probably, is that armament haki is covered. Crackling. Lightning exploded under Anton's feet, and the current spread. Seeing this, the four of them didn't dare to sneak attack, they hurriedly protected their vitals with their arms. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing power of thunder and lightning exploded, and they all flew out of the hospital one after another. The electric current engulfed several people immediately, and the whole body was in a state of paralysis. Oops! Stussy tried to move his body a little bit, but there was no response at all. Glancing at Lu Chi and the others from the corner of the eye, Stussy was secretly relieved to find that they had all fallen to the ground. My old lady and Anton have no grievances or enmities, and they are still so beautiful. Even if they want to kill people, Lu Chi and the others will be the first ones. Stussy's idea is very simple, wait for Anton to get rid of the others, and her body will regain consciousness by then. The power of self-protection is also there. But, sometimes the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. A black storm surged, and Anton's big hand rushed out of it. Stussy's snow-white neck was locked in an instant. Anton's magic hand left 5 shocking fingerprints on his neck. Because of the excessive force, Stussy was knocked to the ground alive. Bang bang! The small man's waist, which could be called a grip, was smashed heavily to the ground. Stussy spat blood on the spot, extremely angry in his heart. Well, you scumbag, you're going to destroy your flowers when you come up, right? Although he cursed Anton in his heart, Stussy looked like he was licking a dog, and said softly, as expected of the rumored Flame Terminator, it is really fierce. After finishing speaking, she gave Anton a coquettish look, but your strength is too great, and it hurts him. Anton was stunned. This woman's brain circuit, was it damaged by too much force? BCH. Khalifa snorted, extremely contemptuous of Stussy. Now that the war has started, it is enough to fight to the death in an upright manner. What is it like to rant and wink at your enemies? In fact, let alone Khalifa, Anton was speechless. This Stussy is a bit different from the original one. Could it be that you were scared silly by my domineering spirit? Anton said to himself. Brother. Stussy continued to say charmingly, I want to have a little story with you. After finishing speaking, she deliberately stood up fiercely, even her clothes were about to be stretched open. Because of their good looks, pirates are usually old-timers, and almost no one can resist the charm of Stussy. But I have seen the beauty of Xiaozi, Boa Hancock, Shira Hoshi one after another, and the rouge and vulgar fans like Stussy, so there is no interest in Anton. You coquettish old woman, what are you FG with me for? Anton sneered and said, don't think I don't know how old you are, it's enough to be my mother's mother. Speaking of which, you're already postmenopausal, and you're still here with flat breasts. After Anton talked a lot, Stussy's mind went blank. What does this guy call her, old lady? This is a huge shame for any woman, especially Stussy who pays special attention to her appearance and age. But facing Anton, she just couldn't have an attack. After being hit by lightning, she was still in a paralyzed state. Now her combat power is close to zero. Ha 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 laughed at me. As the saying goes, sometimes it's not the enemy 713 who gives you the last knife, but it may be a teammate. Khalifa couldn't bear it any longer, and laughed out loud covering his stomach in an imageless manner. You BD woman wait for me. Stussy's cheeks are distorted, forget about Antoine, what right does Khalifa have to mock her? Speaking of it, Khalifa is just a newcomer to CPU, and she might not even be able to get in without Lu Chi and Keiku. The guy who entered the CPO through nepotism, dare to mock her as a veteran? Hold it, I want to hold it back, now is not the time to quarrel with her. Stussy exhaled, and her pretty face returned to its cute and charming look again. And put on a cute and pitiful look. But it's a pity, Anton, the straight diamond man, is not the kind of man who is sympathetic to women, especially when it comes to enemies. Stussy took a deep breath, instead of getting angry at Anton's humiliation, he retreated instead, no way, you can verify it yourself and you will know. The grass over there is nice, don't you think? Hearing this, even if Anton is a time traveler, all kinds of jokes on the Grandmaster Network are rendered speechless at this moment. Stussy. Really big wet. Encountering this kind of super wet, Anton lost completely. Chapter 122. Well, I know a lot about it. Stussy is infinitely charming. What depressed her was that from the beginning to the end, Anton's eyes were as still as dead water. He really has no interest in this self-righteous woman. Snapped. 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 Anton picked up Stussy's neck and slapped a few big mouths. You. Stussy was trembling with anger, Anton's strength was really great, her head was swollen like a pig's head. A grandma like you is only worthy of carrying my shoes. Antoine throws Stussy out like trash. Bang bang. Unfortunately, my head just hit the rock, and it was immediately bloody. Consciousness also fainted instantly. At the same time, Khalifa, Lu Chi, and Keiku also stood up. The numbness brought by the thunder and lightning has disappeared. Thank you for your success. Forgetting to glance at Stussy's direction, Khalifa thanked him in his heart. Saving the three of them at the expense of Stussy is a godsend deal. Do you still want to resist? Be obedient and be my double reign. The status may not be as noble as yours now, but it has been spread that you are also slaves of my uncle Anton, so you have face. Anton tried his best to persuade him. The cheeks of the three of them turned black. What the FK, are you kidding a fool? They're all slaves, so what a shame. Kill. Liu Qi took the lead in attacking, his hard fist wrapped around armament Haki, and hit Anton's face. Blah blah. However, at this time, the sound of thunder and lightning roared again from the void. Under Anton's feet, a strange lightning magic circle appeared. Liu Qi stopped suddenly, and looked at Anton with some hesitation. In the intelligence, it was not pointed out that Anton had the ability to control lightning. I'm standing here, don't you have the courage to come here? Anton sighed, and said unceremoniously, with such a level, what do you use to fight this uncle? You say so, Nelby. Anton called an unfamiliar name, at least Liu Qi and others had never heard of it. Everyone knows Big Eye Boy, Devourer, Creef of Flame, and Agnes from Summit War. The mechanism is almost clear. What is this Nelby, from? Crackling. Lightning condensed in front of Anton, and a body nearly 10 meters high flickered in it. Pretending to be a ghost. Liu Qi slammed his fist, and the strong wind rolled up. The lightning covering Nelby's body dissipated completely. His burly body also appeared in the eyes of the three of them. Sure enough, it's a new boss. Khalifa's beautiful eyes flashed fear. This is bad. Keiku's face changed slightly, he looked up and forgot to forget Liu Qi, there was always a feeling of fried balls. Liu Qi looked calm, but that was only the surface. In fact, in his heart, he was already thinking about how to run away. An Anton is already difficult enough, plus a boss that has never been understood. Give each of them 10 resurrection coins, this level, can't be passed. Surround this monster. Liu Qi gave orders suddenly, although Khalifa and Keiku didn't know what to do, they obeyed decisively. The three formed a triangle formation, with Nelby in the middle. Anton stood aside with a smile, and said slowly, well, this idiot Nelby can't do anything lightly or seriously. If you can't handle it anymore, let me know in advance, don't be caught off guard, I don't even have time to call a timeout. Who are you looking down on? Khalifa's pretty face was full of displeasure. During the time of wandering in the sea recently, they did not forget to exercise. Everyone realized their shame and then became brave, and their strength has been completely reborn. I met Straw Hat Crew again, and I am absolutely confident to beat the opponent. Antoine, sorry, the Straw Hat Pirates have been crippled by me. Superior. After observing Nelby for a while, Liu Qi didn't see any weakness, so he could only launch an attack to test the water. The three rushed forward together. It's a pity that the shield has appeared on the body of Nelby's family before the fist hits. Boom. 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 The shield swayed slightly after bearing the critical blows from the three of them. Nelby inside was safe and sound. So strong. Liu Qi looked down, retracted his fist, and immediately raised his foot. Just as he was about to attack again, lightning flashed around Nelby. Boom boom boom. Thunderstorms fell from the sky and bombarded the earth indiscriminately. Fortunately, the three of them felt the danger in this wave and avoided it in advance. So close. Keiku wiped the sweat stains on his head, and they were swallowed by lightning just a little bit. Now it can be concluded that this unknown creature possesses the ability to manipulate lightning. Khalifa tensed her face. In nature, the most feared force of human beings throughout the ages, electricity can definitely be among the best. No matter what it is, smash his turtle shell first. Liu Qi Marine 6 Styles was activated, and flashed in front of Nelby in an instant. The heavy feet wrapped around armament Haki blasted out with full force. Boom! The energy defense cover is still safe and sound, unscathed. Seeing this, Liu Qi waved his fist again unwillingly. Bang! This time, Nelby stopped releasing the water, and hit Liu Qi left face first with his fist, and he flew out instantly. Liu Qi! Keiku rushed out and opened his arms, apparently wanting to catch Liu Qi. However, the power of this punch was too strong. The moment he hugged Liu Qi, it was like a mountain crushing him, and Keiku also flew out. How so? Khalifa clenched her silver teeth. She was the only one left in a blink of an eye. Okay, I've said it all, you guys are too inexperienced to fight. If you want to test Nelby's strength, you need enemies at the ranks of 4 emperors and admiral. Anton stretched lazily, and complained, you. Kill you, it's fine. A cold voice suddenly came from the ear, and Khalifa pounced on silently, stabbing at Anton with a straight thumb. This operation made Anton happy. Why, do you think he is easier to bully than Nelby? Finger pistol. Bang. The white and tender fingers hit Anton's chest, and Khalifa immediately felt a burning pain in his fingers. Her fingernails were directly shattered by the rebounding force. The thumb was even bent directly. 10 fingers connected to the heart. There is only one word left in Khalifa's mind: pain you. It's just weird, I gave Anton a finger pistol, but she broke her own bone, which is a big difference. Chapter 123. Boom. Nelby didn't know how to be sympathetic, so he made up for it with a fist. Khalifa backed up again and again, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. 2 hands, painfully clutching his lower abdomen. This place seems to be, you are such a fool. Anton stared at Khalifa, the place she was covering seemed to be below the lower abdomen. Isn't that a uterus? He stared at Nelby angrily. Tell me, do you have a brain problem? You can't hit anywhere, but you just hit someone's uterus. Khalifa is young, unmarried, and has no boyfriend yet. What if your uterus explodes? Destroy people's lives. Khalifa-chan, are you okay? Anton said with concern, if your thing is really blown up, you may not be able to have children in the future. But don't worry, although you are incomplete, I can reluctantly take you in. You. Khalifa was trembling with anger, her fierce little face wished she could swallow Anton. Why are you so fierce? Anton spread his hands. Nelby, you're still a bit light-handed, give me a bit of a kick, and her legs will explode. Hearing this, Nelby immediately raised his big hand. The entire land once again emerged with a thunder and lightning magic circle. In the sky, there are also dark clouds condensed, and countless electric currents are rolling in the clouds. A fool can also see that this is about to release thunder and lightning. This range. Khalifa's heart felt cold, the area covered by the magic circle was too large, and it was occupied for several kilometers. Isn't it, all thunderstorm areas? Khalifa's face was pale and bloodless. At the same time, a transparent gas shield rises from the ground. It is circular and has a diameter of about 3 meters. It is no problem to accommodate 2 or 3 people. Crackling. The next moment, a group of thunderbolts fell from the sky, bombarding the land within a few kilometers indiscriminately. Boom 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 boom. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts carried out carpet bombing on the earth. The mountain collapsed. Buildings collapse. The scene was so spectacular, it felt like the end of the world was coming, and the world was destroyed. Bang bang! The thunder and lightning fell vertically, the speed was too fast, Khalifa was also swallowed, thick smoke rose all over his body, and he was severely burned. She fell to the ground with a puff, kvack, only a faint consciousness remained. Crackling! There was another thunderstorm in the void, and Z-shaped lightning landed. Khalifa rolled away with the last of his strength. Bang bang! The next moment, the earth was directly penetrated. Khalifa looked up, secretly grateful. A little half a second later, her body was about to be pierced and crushed. This guy is really dark. Khalifa gave Anton a vicious look. Then, in the beautiful eyes, a light flashed. She looked at the transparent gas shield, and the whole earth was ravaged by lightning, but there was no disturbance there, like a paradise. Crackling! There was another roar of thunder and lightning overhead. Khalifa looked up, and the Turlinon was staring at him. Her heart was trembling, this blow might be the end. Clatter! With a thunderclap, Thunder Dragon fell down. The hesitation in Khalifa's heart dissipated in an instant, and she rushed towards the cover with her last strength. Boom! The blazing lightning hit the ground, and the ground trembled violently. Where Khalifa was before, a huge pothole was blasted out. Boom boom boom! The shock wave scattered, and the rocks underground were uprooted. Khalifa inside the defense cover is safe and sound. Sure enough, as I guessed, this cover can avoid thunderstorms. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over just now. Whoa! Suddenly, a painful scream came from afar. Listen to this voice. Lucci, Keiku. Khalifa yelled worriedly. It turned out that the thunderstorm engulfed Lucci and Keiku, and the two were unfortunately hit. Thick smoke rose from his body. Come closer to me. Khalifa raised his voice, the cover can prevent lightning. Hearing this, annihilating to the corner of Nelby's lips, a sinister arc was immediately drawn. Stupid, this is fishing. Antoine shook his head. That doesn't seem to be Khalifa's ability. Lucci hesitated a little in his heart, but after seeing the thunder and lightning falling from the sky one after another, falling on the cover and disappearing automatically, his doubts disappeared. If he waited any longer, he and Keiku would be scorched by lightning. Go, Keiku. The two looked at each other and nodded. Shave. Shave. The next moment, Lucci and Keiku appeared together in the hood. Khalifa's pretty face was full of joy. Great, what's next, what? The smile on Khalifa's face instantly turned into shock. The moment the two entered the cover, the defensive cover was released. Crackling! In the void, the Thunder Dragon with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell mightily. Bang bang! Ultimate's thunder light exploded among the three of them, and they were all swallowed up by the brilliant electric current. Wow! The three screamed in unison, flying out in the same posture. The electric current flows in every part of their bodies, even the skeletons are visible to the naked eye. Idiot, that defensive cover can only carry one person. If other people enter, they will be automatically released. Anton muttered something, and after being washed away by hundreds of millions of volts of lightning, the three of them fell to the ground. The combat strength disappeared, leaving only weak breathing. UBD. Khalifa struggled to raise his head, and glared at Anton with an angry face. This hanging hair is too insidious. Anton didn't bother to talk to Khalifa, took out 3 arm-thick chains, and walked slowly. That, it seems to be sea stone. Fear flashed in Keiku's eyes. Sea stone is the natural enemy of ability users, except for Anton. When Lucci saw sea stone, his pupils also shrank. If you are tied up by that thing, you are really finished. I think, we can work together. Waiting for Anton to approach, Lucci suddenly said something. Ha ha ha, of course we can cooperate. You are slaves, and I am the master. From now on, you will be the horse under my feet. Antoine joked. Lucci's face darkened, that's not what I meant. His pupils became extremely deep. We have given up on the world government, we can fight them together. Antoine. I heard it wrong or what? Isn't the CPO the dog leg of the world government? Do you want to cooperate with him in the world government? Chapter 124. Lucci. Keiku and Khalifa both looked at Lucci in disbelief. Looking at Lucci's calm eyes, it was terrifyingly quiet, like a pool of stagnant water. The two looked at each other, and said nothing again. This was not said out of enthusiasm. Although it was a bit unexpected, after careful consideration, it was normal for Lucci to say such words. World government no longer deserves their allegiance. In order to cover up Nis Lobby's defeat, the world government listened to Spondam's slander and blamed all the crimes on CP9. That period of time was probably the most difficult moment in Luke life. Not only to avoid the arrest of Marine, but also to prevent the assassination of the world government. Because they hold too many secrets and have done too many shady things, the world government can't tolerate them. After experiencing betrayal, Luke loyalty to the world government has also been exhausted. It's strange, the dog leg is going to bite the master back now. Anton stepped on Luke, I don't believe what you say. What's more, you are all mixed up as CPO now, with a higher status than before, and you still want to take revenge on the world government. Antoine was skeptical about this. Climbing higher is just to gain their trust and find a chance to kill with one blow in the future. Luke's eyes flickered coldly. With the subsequent events of Nice Lobby, he was really disappointed with the world government. Valuable as a tool, man. It's worthless. Avoiding information leaks, and killing people to silence are normal. Anton rubbed his chin, and after a moment of silence, he said, I'm so sorry, I still can't believe what you said. You stubborn stinky turtle. Khalifa directly yelled at Anton, those guys killed my companion. Absolutely not to spare the world government, and the Marine. Tears flowed from Khalifa's beautiful eyes. During the time when she was hunted down by Marine and world government, Fakura, Bluno, and others all died in battle. Although CP9 has no blood relationship, because they have been training together since childhood, they love each other as brothers. I see. Anton suddenly realized that if this is the case, it is normal for Luke to hate the world government. His current status is probably equivalent to being an undercover agent who infiltrated the world government, right? Cooperation is possible, but I still can't really trust you. Anton thought for a while, and said, there is no truth to the truth, even if what you say is reasonable, I still can't believe it. In order to prevent you from fooling Laozi, you and Keiku can leave, but this woman must stay. Antoine pointed at Khalifa. No. Can. The one who said no was Luke, the others had already sacrificed, and he didn't want to see another accident with Khalifa. It was Khalifa who said it was okay. If she really wanted to die, she could do it alone. There was no need to drag Luke and Keiku along. This group of cold-blooded killing machines are surprisingly considerate of their companions. Khalifa, what are you talking about? Luke said with a strong attitude, I will never let you stay in Wano Kuni. Don't worry, if you cooperate obediently, this woman will definitely not be in any danger. Anton said with a strange smile, GG. If you guys are going to play tricks, Khalifa will definitely be cut into pieces. UBD. Luke glared at Anton with an angry face, feeling extremely helpless in his heart. The battle had already begun, and Anton didn't even make a move, and a little brother crushed them. Being baited like an idiot, it's useless to resist. It was so decided. Khalifa breathed out, you two take care from now on. Keiku's face was full of complex, inexplicable bitterness. Don't make it look like life and death, as I said, as long as you cooperate obediently and tell me all the information and plans of the world government, Khalifa will definitely be safe and sound. Antoine said, the other way around is dangerous. After a long silence, Luke sighed heavily. Just do it like this, but you'd better make sure that Khalifa is okay, otherwise, the fish will die. Luke clenched his fists with a cold warning face. Anton just laughed it off, not paying attention to Luke's threat at all. Ask for flowers. Speaking of which, Anton narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully, in less than half a month, how did you counterattack? He was very puzzled. Half a month ago, CP9 was hunted down by the world government and Marine because of losing to the Straw Hats. Now it has transformed into a high-ranking CPO, even Marshal Marine can challenge it. We found something by chance. Luke didn't hide anything, and said in a deep voice, "On a certain island on the Grand Line, we accidentally discovered something, and after handing it over to the celestial dragons, the previous grievances were cancelled. Also, the three of us have also become CPOs." Keku and Khalifa nodded one after another, indicating that LU keywords were not deceiving. "What is it? Is it expensive?" Anton asked curiously. "A red stone with dense records of ancient civil servants," Khalifa said blankly. Hearing this, Anton's expression froze. The red stone that recorded the ancient text? Could it be historical text? Anton asked tentatively. "It is still the main text of the road sign history, commonly known as the Red Stone." The three nodded in unison. "Damn, why did that thing fall into your hands, and you gave it to celestial dragons?" After confirming, Anton cursed. "Nima, doesn't this increase the difficulty of becoming One Piece? Rush to Raftel, you need 4 red stones, one of which is in Beast's Pirates. The other piece is in the Big Mom Pirate group. The third block is on Zo Island." The whereabouts of the last piece also appeared, and it actually ran to the world government. "The group of celestial dragons are also very interested in the content above, and asked us to take Nico Robin away." Keku added. "That's because of ancient weapon." Anton complained in his heart. "Speaking of it, the celestial dragons are greedy enough. I already have Uranus, and want other ancient weapon? Shirahoshi Pluton wants both." Chapter 125. Half an hour later, Keku and Luchi left. Khalifa stared blankly at the warships of the world government gradually disappearing into the night. She curled up with her arms crossed in front of her chest. At this moment, it was inexplicably cold. "It's cold, isn't it?" An arm was around Khalifa's neck, and a cheap voice sounded, "Do you want to go to Brothers Kong to warm up?" Khalifa glanced at Anton indifferently. This man is so annoying. Strangely, although Khalifa was disgusted, he didn't push Anton away. "Sleep and sleep." Khalifa said something abruptly. "Ha!" Anton was stunned, and it was really just a joke. It's like when you see a beautiful woman on the street, you can't help but look at her butt drum. "I understand." After a moment of silence, Anton put on an understanding expression. "You want to conceive my child, so that I can't make you a slave, right? Woman, who are you playing tricks with? You have already seen through your tricks of saving the country with curves. Can you stop being so affectionate there?" Khalifa is also convinced, the reason why he cooperates with Anton is just to survive. That is the simple reason. Only by surviving can she see her companions and see the collapse of the world government. "That's all, Anton, this BD, what is he doing here?" Okay, I know you're embarrassed to admit it. Everyone is an adult, what's there to be embarrassed about? Come with brother, I promise you will eat delicious food and drink spicy food in the future. Come up. Anton pointed to Shailulia on his mount. "You dare?" Xiaolulia's beautiful eyes are enlarged. "Antoine is fine, CPO is a tool man of celestial dragons, dare to ride her? Hehe, I wasn't interested in it at first, but why would I not dare to be provoked by you?" Khalifa sat on Shailulia's back, and yelled to drive. He even felt that it wasn't enough, so he kept kicking Xiaolulia. Xiaolulia wants to cry but has no tears. This BD woman, does she really treat her like a horse? The great celestial dragons are a complete joke in Wano Kuni. By the way, what to do with that Stussy? Put her back, and our plan will be exposed. Khalifa looked at Anton worriedly, and also made a gesture of wiping his neck. Killed. Anton smiled faintly. This woman is always a bit old, but it's good to be a slave. Don't worry, she won't go anywhere in her life except Wano Kuni. Khalifa looked at Anton for a moment, then nodded slowly. There is no way to disagree, Wano Kuni is their territory. Time flies, and it is the next morning in a blink of an eye. After a night of fierce fighting, many buildings were destroyed. The news of Kurozumi's tragic death could not be concealed, and quickly spread in Wano Kuni. The general is the supreme leader of Wano Kuni. Executing the general of Wano Kuni is tantamount to challenging this country. But Kurozumi Orokai did all kinds of bad things, and people learned that he died, and they took to the streets to celebrate one by one, even happier than New Year's. The former palace of Kurozumi Orokai has now been reduced to ruins. Construction of the new palace has already begun. Regarding the candidate for the next general, Kaido has also thought about it. Yin, has my stupid son been found? Kaido sat on the ground with a wine gourd in his hand. Jack and Quinn have gone looking for it and will probably be back soon. Yin replied. Kaido, are you sure you want Yamato to be the general? Her idol is Kojiki Oden. Anton was bored with a piece of grass in his mouth. Although I went astray, I have the confidence to lead Yamato to the right path. Kaido said confidently. Pfft. On the right path? Are you still on the right path? Anton was amused. Abd who murdered and set fire, and did all kinds of bad things, said he wanted to bring his child into the right path? Can't believe it. Don't underestimate me, Anton. Laozi is someone who has studied for a few days. Feeling underestimated, Kaido said very dissatisfied, everyone is a cultural person, so don't look down on anyone. Anton doesn't bother to talk to this idiot, he's an educated person, you're an educated hammer. Can you memorize 300 Tang poems? Can you write classical Hyuxia? Kaido Yamato. General Wanakuni's position was so valuable that it was given to Yamato. In a way, it is equivalent to helping Yamato realize his dream. I have a suggestion, do you want to try it? Anton laughed suddenly, leave your daughter to me, and I guarantee that within 3 months, Yamato will become well behaved. Are you kidding? 3 months have passed, maybe Yamato's belly is getting bigger. Kaido grabbed Anton's collar and burst into anger. Don't think you don't know, you have a bunch of little lovers. Wow, shit. Anton wiped the drool on his face. Kaido, is his mouth a faucet? Also, who is he? You and I are tight buddies Kaido, your daughter, that's my daughter, how could I treat her like that? Anton corrected, you can rest assured and leave it to me, I will never make such a big picture of my niece's body. You get out. Kaido looks disgusted, damn, you think I'm stupid, don't you? I, Kaido, may look a little silly sometimes, but we are not stupid at all. Handing Yamato to Anton, isn't it just to give her a chance to win the moon first? It's fading, the relationship is fading. 2.3. Seeing this, Anton sighed again and again, and felt the urge to bury Kaido alive. Let go of me, you two bastards. A crisp sound came from the northeast side. Following the reputation, Quinn and Jack, a mysterious man wearing a mask, came over. Anton's pupils opened slightly, this is Yamato, it's the first time we met. Yamato gives the impression that he is tall, and from this point of view, he really looks like a man. Wearing a sleeveless kimono and clogs, he looks like a samurai. There is also a huge shiminawa tied around the waist, giving Uchiha Sas a sense of déjà vu. There is also a pair of red devil horns on the top of the head, and the hands are still bound by handcuffs. Not to mention, at first glance, he really looks like a man. Chapter 126. You two bastards! As soon as he saw Anton and Kaido, Yamato cursed. The corner of Anton's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back 2 slaps. UFG, just scold your father, it's nothing to do with uncle. Even though Anton claims to be an uncle, he is actually not as old as Yamato, after all, he is 28 years old. Kaido didn't care, he couldn't help it, he was used to being scolded as a member of the team. Kaido, I'd better leave this pervert to me to train her, and I promise she will change in 3 months. Of course, you can rest assured that I decided not to let her get pregnant. Anton emphasized solemnly. Go away, you. Kaido's face is full of disgust. I'm so smart that I can't see your flamboyance. Who are you fooling? I don't know good from bad. Anton left alone. He went out by himself, picked up the latest newspaper, and found a secluded place to rest. The nearest sea is getting more and more chaotic. Marine's original intention is to destroy the Whitebeard pirate group and frighten the sea. The idea is good, but the situation develops in the opposite direction. The first is the chaos between the four emperors. The Whitebeard pirates are gone, and Blackbeard, the son of the rocks, has made a big killing in New World. With the double fruit ability, his strength has reached the real four emperors level, invincible, and no one can stop him. Demon fruit power was killed one after another. By the way, this is still without the help of Rock's power. If not, the combat power may be stronger. The red hair pirates disappeared from New World recently, no one knows where they went. The riots between the Big Mom pirate group and the Beasts pirates also intensified. One day before, Big Mom issued a special order again, asking Kaido to hand over the Murloc princess and Robin. This time it got worse, asking Anton to kneel down and apologize. Because in the Fishmen Island, Anton forced Smoothie to kneel down. After learning about the situation, the ant was furious. Hang Smoothie and beat him up. Do you think she has humiliated the Big Mom pirates, and she died gloriously in battle? Such a harsh condition, Kaido naturally refused, and also claimed to Bloodbath Cake Island. In addition, those supernovas also poured into New World, such as Kid. After being forced to cripple his arm by Antoine, this kid seems to have awakened as a cheat. As for the news about Straw Hat Luffy, not yet. Anyway, his reward has soared to 500 million Baileys. Except for other news. Garp, who bears the name of Iron Fist, has now become the captain of the Iron Fist Pirates, and the reward has reached 2.5 billion Bailey. It has improved so much all of a sudden, because I had a fight with Marine a few days ago. The world is in chaos, and the Revolutionary Army is also very high profile. They have always been insignificant and developed, and they suddenly jumped out. In less than 7 days, 5 countries have been overthrown. Marine's lineup has been expanded. Even after a big defeat, there are still quite a few young people eager to join Marine. In a few days, there were tens of thousands of people. Secondly, regarding the new admiral, there is also a clue. Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Greenbull, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and the newest Marine Marshal Aokiji. There are also 2 admiral candidates Momuzagi and T. Dolphins. It can be said that in the current sea, Marine has become a real behemoth. With such a terrifying lineup, let alone a group of 4 emperors, even 2 of you come together, and you can still rub against the ground. The more hurtful thing is that Sengoku retired, and Garp also became a famous pirate in New World. Anton is the 5th Sea Emperor of New World. Do you know who the 6th Emperor is? Garp? Yes, Garp has been officially crowned as the 4 Emperors. After the Whitebeard pirates were blown up, some people joined Garp's Iron Fist pirates. Although Whitebeard and Garp are enemies of each other, their relationship is like that of Garp and Roger, who are both enemies and friends, and cherish each other. After Garp changed jobs, he took the initiative to contact Marco and others, and Josie, Baista, and others joined the group one after another. The sea right now has completely exceeded my expectations. Antoine crumpled the newspaper into a ball. The world is so chaotic, he feels that his fighting power is not enough, and even the strength of the Beasts pirates is also small. Blackbeard pirates, Iron Fist pirates, and Naval Headquarters are all growing like crazy. It is necessary to eat more sea stone and call more little brothers to guard the place. Anton ignored the distance. Everyone's strength is improving. If you want to stagnate, you will be eliminated by history sooner or later. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden riot in the distant sky, and then, a huge hole was opened in the void. Anton looked over with a frown. What's going on? Shhhhhhh. A burst of purple light projected down, and there were still a few afterimages in it. What is that? It looks like a teleportation array. Anton's eyes were full of surprises. Wano Kuni region has not seen a similar ability. Swish! A black shadow flashed past, and Anton disappeared in place. Idle is also idle, he deliberately rushed to C-450. That place seems to be the old site of the Kojiki clan? Where is this? It should be 20 years later. Madam, she really did it. Of course, after all, it is a time fruit ability user. Is this Lord Odin's residence? Looking at the ruins all over the ground, a group of people shed sad tears one after another. These people are all members of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. Kinemon, Kanjuro, and Reizo. And Momonosuke, the rogue. Anton really guessed it right, the light just now was indeed a space-time tunnel. The initiator of the ability is Kojiki Odin's wife. Before dying, he sent Kinemon, Momonosuke, and others 20 years later. Madam Shi's prophecy will definitely come true. Such a gentle and kind Mrs. Shi will never lie. Kinemon clenched his fists firmly, and Mamita's tears fell one after another. Hey, do you like the master's wife so much? You don't want to put a hat on Kojiki Odin, do you? What about the green one? A sad and tragic scene was vividly destroyed by this sudden sentence. Chapter 127. Who the hell is chewing on the tongue? Kinemon was immediately angry, he only had respect and admiration for Mrs. Shi. This BD arranges him casually, and if it gets out, what's the point? Several people looked around, and it was Anton who came out of the forest. To be honest, Anton was quite surprised when he saw a few people. His eyes met Momonosuke's for a moment. Is this the little st who can't be the One Piece and Momonosuke must die? Antuendo looked at Momonosuke a few times, he looked cute, but for what he did, countless people wanted to pick up a big knife and chop him up. It's understandable. How can a man not be lecherous? It's like Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, seeing a beautiful woman, either unable to walk, or directly spraying nosebleeds. The reason why he hates Momonosuke so much is because this kid takes advantage of his status as a child. Almost all beauties were taken advantage of by him. However, everyone hates Momonosuke, but everyone also wants to be Momonosuke. Very ordinary. Anton looked away and didn't pay much attention to Momonosuke. He said loudly, "First of all, let me introduce myself, I am the leader of the Beasts Pirates Anton, I would like to." You lied to ghosts. Kinemon unceremoniously debunked, everyone knows that the captain of the Beasts Pirates is Kaido. That's right, he's the captain, and I'm in charge. Usually everyone can listen to Kaido, but when a war starts, the whole regiment will listen to me. Antoine said domineeringly. I think he's a lunatic, Kinemon. Kanjuro stepped forward, let me come down and deal with him. Kanjuro. On the surface, he is one of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath, but in fact he is an undercover agent placed by Hawkeye. The real name is also called Kurozumi Kanjuro, Wanakuni's actor-level entertainer. It's a pity that even if he is an actor, no one will give him an award. After all, his boss Hawkeye has been burned to ashes. Anton glanced at Kanjuro indifferently, an armament haki was released from the air. Bang bang! An invisible force shot out, and Kanjuro flew out directly. He hit the ground so hard that his head was dented. The 2 eyeballs were blown apart, bloody. Kinemon and the others rushed up to take a look, dumbfounded. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, they finally came to their senses. This is dead. Lei Zhang's voice was trembling, and he put his fingers in front of his nostrils, he couldn't feel his breath anymore. Kineman's mind is still in a daze. Wano Kuni hasn't recovered yet, and one of them, a general, has just given up. Kanjuro. Momonosuke lay on the corpse and wept bitterly. This little brother-in-law is a bit of an idiot. Anton curled his lips, and said slowly, Kanjuro, is not one of you. I think the Red Sheath 9 heroes can remove him. This guy is the bottom of Kurozumi's snake. The real name is also Kurozumi Kanjuro. Damn it! Kineman roared, and only heard a clang. He drew out his saber. Not only killed my best friend, but even slandered him. I can't live in Genin. Kineman swung his weapon and made a slashing gesture. Boom boom boom. An astonishing aura enveloped several people, and Kineman's cheeks suddenly turned pale. This invincible sense of oppression, he has only experienced it from Kaido and the Master Kojiki Oden. Could it be that this young man has the same strength as Master Kojiki? Kineman's breath stagnates. Will there be so many witches 20 years later? The young man looked to be in his early 20s. For Xiaozi's sake, I can give you two choices. Anton raised two fingers. Put down your weapon and join me immediately, so that you can forget the past. The second sentence. Anton clenched his big hand into a fist. Fight. Beat to death until you are subdued. Are you a member of the group? Kineman's face was ashen and authentic. Kaido and Hawkeye killed Oden-sama, and surrendered to you. Isn't it just admitting that the thief is your father? He, it's not you who started this first reconciliation, so you don't need to feel guilty. Anton waved his hand. Xiaozi did it first. After taking refuge in Anton, she was in charge of daily life all day long, and warmed the bed when it was cold. When it's hot and it's okay, just wear cool clothes and let Anta in relax. Well, that's her job. UBD. Momonosuke didn't know where the courage came from, and asked angrily, what evidence do you have that Kanjuro is a member of Kurozumi Hawkeye? Everyone is dead, I will not allow you to slander him like this. Evidence. Anton chuckled, Kurozumi Hawkeye is dead, there is nothing wrong with it. And what I say is evidence. Remember little brats, the strong represent the truth. Anton waved his fist, I'll give you another chance to choose again, either to be my dog, or to be beaten alive. Kineman and Reizo looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Go. Kill. The two drank together, and came from behind Jinwaimen. Lei Zhang rushed forward. Anton ignored Kineman behind him, staring at Lei Zhang with a pair of cold eyes. He opened his mouth, and a scarlet flame energy ball flew out. Bang bang! Huge flames shot up into the sky, and Lei Zhang's body was blown to pieces. Pfft! By Li! Sparks flashed, and Kineman slashed Anton's head with a knife. His eyes were full of shock, his arms were numb from the shock. How can a human's head be so hard? Looking intently, his saber has already burst into a gap. Lei Zhang! Kineman howled in pain, and another companion fell down. To Anton, their strength was as insignificant as ants, and they didn't even have the power to resist at all. Poof! Momonosuke was paralyzed from fright, and sat on the ground weakly. How to defeat such a powerful enemy? He stared cowardly at Kineman, whether, or, just let Anton be the leaven. Antoine, that's right, your sister Kojiki Hiri has already recognized a thief as her father, why are you still hesitating? Hey, this analogy seems wrong, Antoine is a thief? Chapter 128. Master Momonosuke. Looking at Momonosuke whose eyes were full of fear, Kineman reprimanded loudly, you remember, the villains who killed Oden-sama were Kaido of the Beasts and Kurozumi Hawkeye, and this guy is a member of the Beasts Pirates. We and him are at odds. Pfft! Anton smiled brightly, a rookie, what do you say to a pirate who is offering a reward of 5.5 billion? How many heads do you have enough to chop off? Swish! Anton disappeared in an instant, and Kineman saved his eyes. He couldn't see the trajectory of the movement at all, the speed was too fast. Behind, Kinemon! Momonosuke yelled, and Kinemon hurriedly looked back. He swung his knife quickly, but it was too late to fight back, and Anton's fist had already hit him. Bang 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 bang! 2 streams of blood fell down like a stream. The bridge of Kinemon's nose was directly broken, and the 2 nostrils were crazily bleeding. Wow! He held his nose and screamed in agony. Just you, what kind of hero are you pretending to be? 493 Anton sent it with a volley. Boom! Kinemon was kicked on the right cheek again, the whole face clicked, and the cheeks were dislocated in a wide range. The huge inertial force sent him flying abruptly. Kinemon! A child is a child, and at this moment, Momonosuke was crying besides crying. After all, he is still a brat, how can he be expected to turn the tide? Do you know it's wrong? Ants? Anton asked with playful eyes. I refuse to admit my mistakes. Momonosuke didn't know where the courage came from, so he puffed out his small chest and looked straight at Anton. This behavior is tantamount to provocation. Yo-ho! Anton rubbed his head, a little interesting. This kid was brainwashed by Kinemon, his courage really soared. Good job, Momonosuke-sama. Kinemon gave a thumbs up, and was so moved, if Oden-sama knows that you are so promising, he will definitely know. He he he. Anton just sneered when he heard the words, is he promising? In his opinion, this is a blatant idiot. When there is no absolute strength, is it not a brain-dead behavior to keep pretending to be ruthless in the face of a strong enemy? Looking back, when Anton's strength had not reached its peak, he was humble and honest. People, when it's time to pretend to be a dog, you must pretend to be a dog. Having said that, you seem to be very lecherous. Anton suddenly thought of something, and grinned for no reason. He walked towards Momonosuke. You, don't come here. Momonosuke clenched his small fist and warned loudly, I am very strong. Anton didn't bother to talk to Momonosuke, looked between his legs, and immediately kicked him out. Boom! Momonosuke flew straight into the sky, and there was a muffled sound in the crotch. Although it is not clear what happened, the trousers have been stained red with blood. Boom! Momonosuke fell to the ground miserably, screaming over and over again. Momonosuke may not be human, but Anton is a real dog. He is young and immature, and he doesn't even know the pleasures of women. As a result, Anton kicked up and broke Momonosuke's egg directly. Yep, the only remaining male of the Kojiki clan, Momonosuke's egg is broken. In the future, leave it to Zayazi and me to spread the branches and leaves for the Kojiki clan. As for you, just be a eunuch. 11. Glancing at Zisuke very disdainfully, Anton whistled and left. Kfi. Boom 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 boom. Bang 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 bang. An earth-shattering fighting atmosphere came from the center of the Flower City. One of them is Kaido and the other is Yamato. The powerful breaths of the two collided, and the resulting shock wave moved everything around them to the ground. Damn it, I call Daddy day and night, is it for nothing? Kaido stared at the mace in Yamato's hand, vomiting blood angrily. When Anton abused the serpent, the volcano behind him erupted, and it erupted 5 times in succession. Among them, there are naturally many good things. For example, the big Anko, some people picked up a lot. There are also ancient weapons that European dogs picked up for themselves, such as Yamato. At this moment, she is using the ancient mace. Kaido's face was full of greed, and he had the idea of snatching it in his heart. Speaking of which, that BD Anton, he wants to usurp the throne, strengthen Yamato to kill me. Kaido cursed. How do you talk, Kaido? I don't have that much thoughtfulness. Anton appeared quietly, and complained, it is because you are not devout enough to the ancient treasures that you gave your daughter the ancient mace, so that she can teach you a lesson. Is that so? Kaido looked suspicious, remembering this. Don't forget, I am the first user of ancient weapons, and no one can question my authority. Anton patted his chest. He glanced at Yamato intentionally or unintentionally, full of surprise in his heart. This European dog is too much. It is equivalent to the ancient mace coming out of the first team. In addition, after obtaining the ancient weapon, there is a 35% blessing Yamato's combat power is not weaker than Kaido. If the mana is turned on again, it is estimated that Kaido will suffer. But having said that, Kaido, your daughter is really filial. Anton looked at the wound on Kaido's face and couldn't help but tease. The scratches left by the sticks are very visible. Stop TMD sarcastically speaking to me. Kaido's mouth twitched, his eyes gloomy. Yamato, the degree of filial piety is comparable to that of Squad of the Whitebeard pirates. Treat the enemy submissively, treat your own father with a heavy stick. With Yamato's current fighting power, Jack and Quinn can't catch her at all. The reason why she was captured was probably because she let the water go on purpose. In this way, Kaido has no defense. While the old guy is careless, see if he can send Kaido back to the west. Look, how filial this Yamato is. I'm going to blow your head off. Kaido. Yamato held the mace tightly, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Chapter 129. Both father and daughter gathered enough strength, and the battle was imminent. Boom boom boom. The aura of the two collided, and the air resounded with crackling. The chaotic airflow scattered in all directions, and it was difficult for anyone to gain a foothold within a radius of several hundred meters. Anton crossed his legs and sat on a rock, watching the battle. Pick it up casually from the ground, the grass is in your mouth. To be honest, the drama of bringing a filial son to beat up the old father is actually quite touching. Thinking that Kaido might be rubbed on the ground, Anton became inexplicably excited. Kaido, you are AFG real dog. If he knew what Anton was thinking, he might think that Anton gave Yamato the ancient mace on purpose. What are you looking at? I'm going to beat you to death today. Yamato gritted his teeth, and Kaido was like killing his father and enemy. Kaido was expressionless when he saw this, but his heart was cold. What a crime! He killed Kojiki Oden, but by chance, his daughter became the fan of the other party. Kaido thought, if Kojiki Oden finds out about this, the coffin of laughter will be unstoppable, right? Just when Kaido was feeling emotional in his heart, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw Yamato descending from the sky with an ancient mace in his hand. Kaido gave a cruel smile and jumped with all his strength. The maces of the father and daughter collided in the air. Boom! A loud noise like thunder pierced through the capital of flowers, and people looked at the sky in horror. This shock, could it be that two 4 emperors level powerhouses are fighting? How can it be? Feeling the strength from the mace not weaker than his own, Kaido's eyeballs trembled, and then he stared round. Actually blocked by Yamato? Looking at her relaxed look, it seems that she hasn't used her full strength yet. You're done, Kaido. Yamato's eyes were bright, and his confidence followed suit. The maces of the two were deadlocked in the air, and neither of them wanted to back down. Boy, Lao Zi didn't show his full strength, don't be too what. The force from the mace suddenly increased, and Kaido was thrown flying alive. Bang! The mountain not far away suddenly collapsed and was smashed into ruins by a black shadow. Damn it, why did Emperor Li suddenly recruit me? Kaido under the ruins roared again and again, his voice extremely sad and indignant. It's a shame that Yu Fei was killed by his son. If word got out, his precarious position was about to crumble again. Originally, when Anton joined the group, he became the boss guy and became the second guy. Now he lost in the power competition with Yamato. In the future, do you want to call Guy the third child? No wonder, have you activated the magic power? Anton's eyeballs were rolling, and there were two intersecting rays of light on Yamato's body. Anton also had this posture when he activated his magic power. With the original 35% improvement of the ancient Tadeo, the attack power has been strengthened by 20% again, and it is not surprising that it can fly Kaido. Humph! Don't look, when I get Kaido done, you'll be next. Yamato glared at Anton fiercely, and waved his mace in a demonstrative manner. Damn! It's true that you are a white-eyed wolf and a filial son. The grievances between you and Kaido are none of my business. Also, your ancient mace belongs to Laozi. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you still want to beat me. Antoine was furious, and rolled up his sleeves to argue with Yamato. Call out! The ancient mace pointed at Antoine, and Yamato said in a deep voice, to express my gratitude to you, I decided to knock you out with 2 sticks, so that you won't experience the pain of flesh and blood. IFMD thank you. Antoine's head is full of black lines, this stinky girl deserves his mother's slap. He glanced at Kaido, and when he was thinking about whether to play mixed doubles, Yamato spoke first. To celebrate my getting the ancient mace, I decided to. Yamato said solemnly, my stupid father, let me show you the true power of this weapon later. Awesome! Antoine secretly admired it, and this can be understood in this way: the ancient mace is in hand, so kill Kaido first to add to the fun. UBD. Kaido was furious, and directly turned into a green dragon soaring into the sky, and opened his mouth to breathe out a scorching flame. Hot interest. The huge pillar of fire was like a natural disaster, and even the sky was burned red. Faced with such a terrifying ultimate move, Yamato jumped up with his dutiful son. Ask for flowers. The ancient mace in his hand smashed out heavily. Bang bang! A stick hit the flames accurately, sparks flew everywhere, and the sky suddenly rained fire. Yamato ignored the pain of the burning flames, concentrated his hands together, and swung the mace forward violently. The incomparably exaggerated flames returned the same way and swept towards Duo himself. What? Kaido saw that the dragon eye was magnified several times, and it was too late to withdraw. Boom! Wow! A huge flame exploded on Kaido's body, and he was surrounded by the flames, screaming again and again. Upon seeing this, Yamato showed a comforting smile. Dear Lord Odin, have you seen that Kaido, one of the chief culprits who killed you, has been taken care of by me? That's your father, Yamato. The sudden voice rang in his ears. Yamato looked back, and it was Anton. Bang bang! The ground trembled, and Kaido fell from the sky with severe burns. Part of his dragon scales were burnt to pieces. A pair of dragon horns were also broken in the explosion just now. Anton glanced at Kaido with sympathy. I feel a little ashamed in my heart. After all, this ancient mace was gifted by Anton. You let uncle down so much. Now, I decided to recycle the ancient mace. Antoine said seriously. Kaido was overjoyed when he heard the words, that's right, why give such a precious weapon to this rebel, give it to me quickly. However, Anton's next sentence made him completely unbalanced. Unless you hang out with me in the future, inseparable, I will give you the ancient mace. For such a valuable weapon, Anton only gave it to his own people. Kaido, good Antoine, you keep calling me a brother, cooking wine and talking about heroes, but you still want to lie to my daughter. I reject. Yamato's answer was as firm as ever. She clenched the mace tightly, veins appeared in both hands. I want to take the mace away, unless you beat me. This thing is useless to me, I know it better than you. Anton glanced at Kaido. Okay, the time for magic energy is almost over, now you can educate her. Chapter 130. The magic energy has a time limit, and it will be automatically released when the time is up. Yamato, who opened up the magic power for the first time, obviously didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't be wasting time here. Yamato opened his mouth. You don't want to. Suddenly, a sense of emptiness hits me, as if something is suddenly lost. The muscles that were originally strong and raised also collapsed. Yamato panicked, she could feel that most of her strength was lost in an instant. He. Are you afraid? It's a pity that it's too late. You broke your father's heart. Anton sat aside and watched the show. At the same time, Kaido stood up as if nothing had happened. Don't look at him being beaten a bit miserably, a bit embarrassed. In fact, Kaido's recovery and anti-beating ability are more outstanding and brutal. Yamato's attack was drizzle at best. My stupid son, now Lao Zi can give you a 480 chance. Kaido was not in a hurry to teach this rebellious son a lesson, and patiently persuaded him, as long as you are obedient in the future, and give up your unrealistic dreams, Lao Zi will. Between you and me. Yamato interrupted Kaido, his eyes were still bright and determined, there is no common language. I just want to punish the villain who killed Lord Odin. Kaido's forehead was black and he was short of breath. Kaido can understand the nonsense. Willful self, Kaido can also accept. But for a dead enemy, he really couldn't accept it to fight to the end with his own father. It seems that it only woke you up. Kaido's body deformed, and blue scales gushed out of his skin. Even if it is still a human body, the head and arms have become dragon heads and dragon claws. This is his human beast mode, which also means that the next Kaido will show his full strength. Repent well. Kaido's eyes were sharp, and two super powerful auras spread from the mace. First up is the armament Haki winding. Secondly, a domineering aura that penetrates deep into the soul spreads to the surroundings. The mace also has dark red lightning flashes. Antoine knew that Kaido had also entangled Conqueror's Haki. The blow was big enough to injure Marine Admiral. As for Yamato, to put it bluntly, even with the ancient mace and without the blessing of mana, she is still not as good as Kaido. Swish! Swish! The father and daughter attacked at the same time, and the two flashed to face each other in an instant. Yamato attacked first, smashing the mace to Kaido's face. Kaido swung his arm, and the mace also hit Yamato in the face, completely defenseless. As for Yamato, he was also defenseless. Although the father and daughter don't match at all, sometimes they look more like enemies. But the fighting style is exactly the same as Ying Huang. Bang bang! Kaido was hit with a stick in the front, and it was still a terrible place like the head, the saliva was shot out, and the huge body suddenly fell back. Yamato was full of joy, naively thought that Kaido was going to fall to the ground, but he threw his tail to the ground and immediately stabilized his body. Bang bang! Kaido's mace also hit Yamato's cheek. Blood spurting aside, a few broken teeth flew straight out of Yamato's mouth. She flew out like a cannonball, smashing one building after another. It looks like it's over. Anton observation Haki probed the past and had sensed Yamato's consciousness. It's really ruthless, so much. Anton admired him so much, this rough guy is really not afraid of hammering Yamato to death. If he dies, it can only show that he is not strong enough. It's not as good as others, and you keep provoking, stupid. Kaido spat and left with a grim look on his face. Anton shrugged and followed suit. Naturally someone will take care of Yamato's affairs. Cake Island in New World, here is the base of the Big Mom pirates. Since the battle with the Beast's pirates, both sides have been fighting every day. But, it's all small troubles, and the real top combat power has not been invested in it. As for emperors, everyone is not stupid, they fight rashly, it will only benefit others, especially Marine. In the luxurious castle of Cake Island. Well. The infiltrating people laughed strangely, and came out one after another. The bloated woman was sitting on the ground, wearing a pink dress, because her figure was too large, the clothes were stretched tightly against her skin. In front of the shrew was a mountain of cakes. This woman is exactly Big Mom. Her children were also standing around, and everyone looked at the wolf-hunting ant with calm faces. In this regard, everyone is no stranger to it. Katakuri, one of the sweet stars, leaned against an empty corner, carefully looking at the information in his hand. Katakuri offered a reward of 1,005,700 to play Bailey, second only to the existence of Big Mom. He is also the strongest man in the Big Mom pirates besides Big Mom. Again, lost. Katakuri looked at the information in his hands, his eyes gradually became darker. After fighting the beast's pirates, he was able to gain an advantage at first and caught the enemy by surprise. But when the opponent was fully prepared, the Big Mom pirates were beaten and retreated steadily. Snatching the beast's pirates' territory, not to mention being robbed, even their territory was also robbed. Several of the islands produce sweets that Dama loves. Hey! From the outsider's point of view, the tough and serious man like Steel sighed helplessly at this moment. Everyone looked at him, as if urging him to tell the truth to Big Mom. Mother! Katakuri finally came out with a cautious expression on his face. Don't look at them as the children of the ant. If they offend the ant, they will still be killed. Who makes the ant too capable of giving birth? She lacks everything, but she does not lack children. What is it, Katakuri? The ant patted her round belly and let out a sigh of relief. 1.9. She is in a good mood when she is full. Most of the warships we fought against the beast's pirates were sunk, and even our territory was plundered. Katakuri speaks the truth. What? The ant's pupils widened, and the cheeks that were still smiling were suddenly filled with murderous intent. What a bunch of trash, they were defeated again. That idiot Owen and Smoothie loses. You lose now too. Could it be? Only my old lady can win by herself. Whoa! The furious Big Mom roared with his throat open, and the sound waves shattered the castle. Even the sky over the Cake Island is covered with dark clouds. Prepare it for me right away, my mother will go to Wano Kuni herself. Chapter 131. If Anton knew that the ant was out, he would definitely stand up and say something like this: you don't have to do anything when you come. The current beast's pirates, that is a serious double C configuration. Especially Anton, who is different from the general Volcano C, has more and more younger brothers, and has already been promoted to Luke C. Ant, who is alone, is here to ask for a beating? A certain house on Ghost Island is surrounded by surveillance phone bugs and heavily guarded by soldiers. Has the interpretation been completed? What's on that red stone? Anton looked at Robin, who was drinking coffee. His voice was a little hurried. Auntie, you are really anxious to die. No hurries. Robin looked at Anton, who was jumping up and down, and somehow found it funny. Hey, hey, hey! You're one of the overlords of the New World, why don't you have any patience? Anton's eyes widened, and he said threateningly, it seems that you want to try the whip. The pervert man. Nico Robin blushed and complained. Recorded a certain person. Nico Robin is not keeping secrets anymore. It is rumored that she has the power to destroy 25 worlds. Anton's pupils shot a horrified light. That guy existed more than 800 years ago. That's right. According to the records on the red stone, she gathered 20 kings and destroyed that prosperous ancient kingdom. In the past few hundred years, there was also a big purge of the D family. Anyone with a D in their name has been hunted down by celestial dragons. Nico Robin explained. What exactly does D stand for? Anton rubbed his head. Dreams, hopes, a spirit of pursuing freedom. Nick Robin has a vague idea. That's for a fart. Anton curled his lips. Celestial dragons claimed that D was their natural enemy. Anton thought there was any special power. For example, it is like the blood succession limit in Hokage. Anton was wondering if he should change his name to Antu DN. Even if there is no blood blessing, it is good to scare the celestial dragons. Don't underestimate DS will. Robin looked serious, and corrected, even though they have been hunted down by destruction for hundreds of years, those guys are still tenaciously living in this world. This alone shows how strong their resilience is. Anton was silent, not to mention, every D is an incredible existence. Garp, Dragon, Luffy, Roger, Blackbeard, Rocks. In an era decades ago, Rocks ruled. The sea more than 20 years ago was dominated by Roger. Today's sea, if Anton hadn't appeared, the future overlord of the sea would probably be the Straw Hat. They have one thing in common, they both have a D in their name. Really remarkable, Robin. Antoine nodded thoughtfully. Robin continued, Master Anton, and... Stop. Anton made a stop gesture, and emphasized solemnly, Robin, I forgot to tell you, actually my name is Anton. Hearing this, Robin's head was full of black lines. Can you be normal? Ah, by the way, you wanted to say it just now. Anton yawned. And there's that I'm. Robin said patiently, it is rumored that she can summon lightning, flames, storms, earthquakes, magma, strong winds, ice and snow. Stop. Anton stopped again speechlessly. Let me sum it up. Can that guy use all the natural power? More than these? Robin turned his head and glanced at the crimson-red stone. According to the historical records, she can also transform into a 1,000-meter-long dragon, summon meteorites, and become a monster like a Buddha statue. Hearing this, Anton had a strange expression on his face. Wouldn't it be okay to transform into a 1,000-meter dragon, Kaido? Summon meteorites? Fujitora's gravity fruit will do the trick. As for the Golden Buddha, isn't that Sengoku's ability? Isn't that I'm? It's been a while since I came to this world, and for the first time, Anton broke into a cold sweat. That woman, shouldn't she collect devil fruit from all over the world in the old days, right? With lava fruit, summoning magma is no surprise. With frozen fruit, freezing the sea is also a matter of an instant. As for earthquakes, wouldn't Whitebeard's shock fruit do the trick? But this is all speculation, and Anton is not sure whether I'm has all the abilities of devil fruit. Everyone knows that everyone can eat a devil fruit. If you eat too much, you will die. But at present, this argument is no longer tenable. The appearance of Blackbeard has broken this iron rule. Blackbeard can have 2 devil fruits, so why can't him hundreds of years ago? Even Blackbeard has more than 2 devil fruit. Dark fruit and shock fruit are both his own abilities, and his father, Rocks, is also demon fruit power. If you transfer your own abilities to Blackbeard, Blackbeard can use a variety of abilities. Scared? Nicole Robin jokingly said, in my impression, you are a man who is not afraid of anything. Don't forget that Lao Zi is a person who is not afraid of anything. Anton straightened his waist and said solemnly, it is undeniable that the existence of I'm really puts pressure on me. If it's just a trouble for I'm, the key point is that the information obtained from Doflamingo points out that Uranus is also in the hands of celestial dragons. With 2 big killers, the background of celestial dragons is indeed too deep. However, strong is strong, it has not reached the point of despair. Why not tell you, we also hold a big killer in our hands. Anton's lips curved slightly. Shirahoshi is in his hands right now. And under Antoine's deliberate arrangement, Shirahoshi has already begun to discover Poseidon's ability. The progress is rapid, and Sea Kings can now be summoned. Although the number is still small and the size is relatively small, for Anton, this day is already hopeful. In the future, he will get all the little brothers together, abuse the world government, and destroy the celestial dragons. Isn't it simple? Blue. At the same time, the phone bug in his arms rang. Anton looked up, his brows frowning together. Why is that kid? Chapter 132. The person who called was none other than Epuna. one of the members of Supernova. The last time Anton appeared in the Sabayati archipelago, the kid was so scared that he joined the Beast's pirates without hesitation. Under the pressure of the situation, Hawkins also joined in. Only kid is a fool, he lost an arm. What's up? Antoine answered the phone bug. Master Anton. APU's voice was high and sounded quite excited. I have arrested another prisoner. A-hole, what do you call arrest? I came here by myself. Another voice sounded, extremely dissatisfied with APU. Antoine asked, who is this again? This is one of the Supernovas, ex-Drake, the fallen Marine Rear Admiral. APU answered first, for fear that the credit would fly away. Drake. Antoine's pupils shimmered. This kid looked like one of the Supernovas, but in fact, he was an undercover agent from Hainan. And the status in Marine is not low, Naval Headquarters Secret Special Forces Sword Captain. Aokiji, the BD, just became the Marshal, so he can't wait to do something to the Beast's pirates. Antoine sneered secretly, and said to the phone bug, wait, I'll be right there. The other side, the port area of Wano-kuni. Since Kurozumi Orokai was killed, the entire Wano-kuni has completely fallen into the hands of the Beast's pirates. Most of those samurai also surrendered, and the defense of all areas of Wano-kuni is currently taken over by the Beast's pirates. Say, you're up to something, Drake. Laozi, you don't look like a good thing. Did you join the other 4 emperors, and then secretly lurk our Beast's pirates to inquire about information? For example, the redhead who has a grudge against Lord Anton. APU's chattering questioning was like interrogating a prisoner. Drake has a dark face. You stupid shit, why do you have so much bullshit? Don't you want to arrange a crime for him to make meritorious service by labeling him indiscriminately? Listen to Haiwu. Drake said in a deep voice, come to New World, there are only 2 choices, either join the 4 emperors, or walk out a bloodthirsty road independently. With the example of Kid first, I resolutely join the Beast's pirates. To put it bluntly, I also came here for the name. Now the whole world can see the strength of Beast's pirates, maybe they will be the next One Piece. Despite being Marine's undercover agent, those words were Drake's true thoughts. If there is One Piece, it must be the 2 main CS of Beast's pirates. Any pirate group in New World does not have the capital to fight them. Big Mom, who said that? Cut, you coward, worthless thing. APU looked contemptuous. I don't even have the arrogance of a pirate, I feel ashamed for your parents. You're FG courting death, aren't you? Drake was furious. This kid seemed to be at odds with him at first glance, and he found faults in all kinds of ways as soon as he came up. Say he is a coward, Drake admits it, but you are a dog, so what right do you have to accuse me? Besides, I'm different from you. The corners of Drake's lips curled up, and he said with high spirits, I joined the Beast's pirates with sincerity. Sincere. APU looked at the warships in the port with a hint of curiosity. Boom boom boom. There was a loud sonic boom in the distance, which was deafening. The 2 looked up, and saw a monster wrapped in flames flying towards them. Isn't that Lord Antoine's younger brother? APU recognized Agnes immediately. Antoine is sitting on top of her head. Agnes, dude, I've become a vehicle too. Seeing Antoine coming, Drake took a deep breath, stabilized his breathing, and said flatteringly, Master Antoine, I have heard about your name for a long time, and now I am bringing the whole group to join the Beast's pirates. How do I know if you're real or fake? After Antoine landed, he immediately raised sensitive questions, which seemed to be deliberately difficult. Number asterisk. Drake didn't panic at all, and waved to his companions on the battleship, bring me up. Under the suspicious gazes of Antoine and APU, a blond man with chains all over his body pressed out from the cabin. This is not. Antoine rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he read it correctly, he said in surprise, Sanji, the chef from Straw Hat Crew, why is it in your hands? I heard that Lord Anton has a grudge against the Straw Hat Pirates, so I specially captured him to honor you." Drake smiled slightly. Anton was speechless. Drake took great pains not to say anything, and FK really spent enough money. Sanji's identity is not ordinary, he actually comes from the Vinsmoke family. Germa 66 is even more dominant in the North Blue area. Hoo. Away. No no no. Sanji screamed strangely, but with a tissue stuffed in his mouth, Anton didn't hear what he wanted to express. "I really want to join the Beast's pirates," Drake said sincerely, "for Lord Anton, I can go up the Mountain of Swords and down into the Sea of Fire in the future, and I will absolutely obey your command." Hearing this, before Anton said anything, APU's face darkened first. Damn it, why is the world like this? How can someone snatch and compete for such a humble job as dog licking? After being in a trance for a while, APU became angry. "Your uncle, who can be a licking dog, right? I can't lick you to death." Next, let's move on to the inner circle of the skimmer. After thinking for a while, Anton smiled, patted Drake on the shoulder, and said, "Very well, you are welcome to join, the big family of Beasts Pirates. Li Zhao will be your backer in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Anton, for your appreciation." Drake's face was full of excitement, and his heart was also secretly proud. "On the way here, I was full of apprehension. After all, Anton was famous for being difficult and cunning. If he was exposed, he would definitely rush to the street. But fitting in with the Beast's pirates was easier than you think. The arc of Anton's mouth is fleeting, it's a pity to kill him. A Drake is worthless, it is better to use him to pass false news to Marine in the future, and maximize the value. The poorer one is Sanji, who is messed up in the wind. Speaking of which, Anton has become the killer of the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin was robbed, Nami also fell into his hands by chance, and now Sanji is also sent. As for the Captain Luffy, he gave it to Marine directly. Although Summit War escaped unharmed, judging by the development trend, sooner or later it will be decided by Anton. Chapter 133. After Drake joined the group, the Beast's pirates suddenly became lively. Hawkins, Law, Arp, Drake, and others, all joined the Beast's pirates. Nearly half of the supernovas surrendered. Coupled with Boa Hancock and others, today's Beast's pirates can be regarded as a strong army. Of course, the loyalty of the supernova is worth studying. Most of these guys are fools, and when they see that the momentum is not right, they will quit when it's time to quit. That night, Anton held a grand dinner. Halfway through the banquet, someone hurried over to report on work Violet. She is currently the scout leader for the Beast's pirates. Even Kaido must pay attention to the ability to observe targets within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. "Master Anton, the Big Mom pirates are approaching us, expected to arrive at Wano Kuni tomorrow morning. This is why Violet is in a hurry. Big Mom, the toughest woman in the New World strikes." "What?" Kaido stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with a cold light. "That guy Linlin, dared to come to Wano Kuni, and even brought the children." Kaido 910's expression was a little nervous. Anton looked at it strangely for a while, couldn't help asking, "Kaido, could it be that you and your aunt's children are among them?" "What a joke, all the women in the world are dead, and I don't like that old hag either." Kaido looked disgusted, and said viciously, "Since she is here, she shouldn't even think about getting out this time." Half an hour later, the battle order was spread throughout the Beast's pirates. The next day, the sky in the distance was slightly brighter, and there was an extra battleship on the sea. The nearby pirates saw it and retreated in panic. "That ship is the battleship Queen Mother Singing of the Big Mom pirates." Big Mom herself was standing on the deck. Her burly and powerful body constantly impacted people's hearts. Accompanying dessert Jiangxing, smoothie, cracker, snug, and katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates. In addition, there are several strong ones. The eldest son Sparrow, as well as Owen and Daifuku and others. Mom, Wainokuni is coming soon. Katakuri stepped forward to remind him. What are you trying to say, Katakuri? Kfei. The aunt glanced over him from the corner of her eye. It doesn't look like you to hesitate. Katakuri was silent for a while, and then said in a concentrated voice, the beast's pirates are not what they used to be. If we attack rashly, fighting on their territory, I'm afraid it will be bad for us. Are you trying to say that we are no longer the opponents of those guys? The aunt's face was suddenly extremely cruel. She didn't attack Katakuri immediately, her gloomy gaze swept over everyone. Everyone bowed their heads humbly. Including you, think so too. The aunt increased her tone, her voice roared like thunder, who do you think I am? I am a big mom. The last one who yelled like this was Whitebeard, who got hit on both sides. Boom boom boom. The sky instantly darkened, as if covered by a dark curtain. The amazing conqueror's haki swept across the sea, and the calm sea surface rolled and rose, and finally turned into a tsunami and scattered towards the surroundings. This is the anger of the king of the sea. The aunt's eyes were burning, and even the children stood up to question her. In the eyes of outsiders, isn't she just giving away the head naked? Cheer up for my old lady, whoever dares to retreat this time, my old lady will chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. Big Mom said cruelly. Don't doubt, this old woman can definitely do it. Yes 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 yes. Everyone nodded in fright, even Katakuri fell silent. Their mother is so cruel and vicious. The Queen Mother singing continued to sail for about a few kilometers, and the color of the sea changed. It was pitch black, like soy sauce. Bang 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 bang. This piece of sea area is very strange, the entire sea surface suddenly rises. Spread around. Bang bang. The battleship trembled suddenly, as if it had hit something. The black earth wells up from under the water. What's the situation? The Big Mom pirates were stunned. Aren't they sailing in the water? Why did it suddenly appear on an island? The most outrageous thing is, this island has a hot volcano, and the magma is rolling down. Everyone was stunned, including Big Mom was also shocked. Under the sea, can there be such a thing? Go down and have a look. At the aunt's order, his children disembarked. But... wow! Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the east side. A blue monster was holding the lower body of a human being, and the upper body was already chewing in its mouth. This scene made the whole Big Mom pirates chill. That's old 18 brother. It's the 18th brother. This monster seems to be a devourer. Oh my god, are we on Antoine's back now? The pirates of the Big Mom pirate group were all dumbfounded. Damn, how did Anton suddenly come out of the water? Clatter. There was a huge splash on the surface of the sea, and Antoine's huge tortoise head also drilled out of the sea. He turned his head and looked at the Big Mom pirates on his back. Are you surprised or not? Anton, you are as stupid as that idiot Kaido, how dare you come here alone? The ant smiled ferociously, my old lady, I can't wait to bake you to eat. Alone? Are you blind, Big Hom? Anton opened his bloody mouth wide, and dense black shadows emerged from it. First, a huge cyan flying dragon emerged. Pteranodon followed closely behind. Quinn transformed into a Brachiosaurus and rushed out. The second is the rest, because most of them are Zoan abilities. That felt like being at a zoo. Lingling, long time no see. Kaido is like a giant python, coiling in circles in the sky. Kaido, you ungrateful BD, you are working with outsiders to deal with my old lady. The ant cursed and glared, have you forgotten our old relationship? The old relationship, ha ha ha. Anton joked, Kaido, tell me honestly, How many children did you have with this ugly woman? Fart, she's so ugly, I don't want it. Kaido angrily denies. It was like this on the mouth, but the pupils shrank a little. Don't look at the ant who is out of shape now, she was actually a famous beauty in the sea when she was young, and she licked many dogs. Chapter 134. There is a story between you two. Anton clicked his tongue with emotion, and really smelled a strong sense of adultery. Years ago, Kaido's hormones were off the charts, he was handsome and mature, and he was a handsome figure. Coupled with the charming and enchanting Big Mom when he was young, he once stayed in the same pirate group. If there is no spark between the two, Anton would think that Kaido is impotent. Especially from the ant's words, Anton smelled other meanings. You actually help outsiders bully my mother. Obviously she herself is the so-called own person. Interesting, interesting. Anton's eyes swept back and forth, trying to get some clues from the expressions of the two. Anyway, one thing is for sure, Big Mom does have some kind of favor for Kaido. A gift that will never be forgotten. Destroy them. Kaido was too lazy to entangle with the ant, and all the members rushed forward fiercely when he gave an order. Well, give this ungrateful thing a good beat up. Big Mom is not easy to mess with, she rushed to Kaido immediately. Kaido also rushed forward with a mace in his hand. Kaido changed weapons. Ant is slightly surprised. Kaido's mace is called Eight Fasts, and has followed him for decades, and is Kaido's most trusted partner. Now the weapon has suddenly changed. At first glance it looks ordinary, except for a blood-red ruby inlaid in the handle. Shining like blood. In fact, this is the ancient mace. After Yamato was defeated, he took the lead and snatched him. In the past, Kaido was on the same level as Big Mom, but with a 35% strength bonus of the ancient mace. The result of this battle can be imagined. Big Mom turned her hat into a giant blade, and slashed at Kaido full of rage. Well, that posture is like wanting to kill a scumbag. But it turned out to be a slap in the face. Bang bang! Kaido's mace hit head-on. Big Mom immediately felt an unstoppable force, and her arms went numb. The ferocity on her face turned into shock, and she flew out with a whoosh. Bang bang! The volcano in the distance trembled fiercely, and magma overflowed in a large area. That seems to be... Mom! Are you kidding me? Mom and Kaido are 4 emperors of the same level. How could they be beaten away at once? It's unbelievable, but I also look like a mom. The Big Mom pirates were stunned. They looked at Kaido. The Big Mom who fought with him had disappeared. Linlin, I am no longer the money I used to be. Kaido leaned on the ground with a mace, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. Guy's second child was in high spirits, looking at the ruins where the ant was buried, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Fighting with this old woman for most of my life, until today. He finally got the upper hand. How can it be? Why did this happen? My old lady can't accept it, it's hard to accept it. In the past, the gap between us was negligible. Why did it become bigger this time? Is it possible that this BD can still improve? Various complex voices such as anger, unwillingness, jealousy, and envy came from the ant's mouth one after another. Looking intently, the old woman crawled up from the ground helplessly. Known as the steel balloon, her body has been worn out. Her eyes were as big as copper bells. It's not that the two of them have never fought before, and they have never lost so thoroughly like they are now. Linlin, I've already said, if you dare to come to Wano Kuni, you will die. Kaido picked up the ancient mace, and he could clearly feel that the giant-like figure was full of oppression. Kaido's muscle lines, as well as body contours, are significantly larger than before. Only by you, kid. The ant stomped her feet angrily. Kaido, I was just careless just now, don't give me too much pride. Zeus. Prometheus. In the sky, the fiery red sun and black clouds fell one after another. One of them output flames wrapped around the elder sister's long knife. Another unleashes lightning, pouring into the flames. GG. Next, you should pay attention to my old lady. Ant stuck out her tongue and licked her lower lip bloodthirstily. Kaido was too lazy to flirt with the ant, so he ticked his thumb very provocatively. Ask for flowers. Big Mom said angrily, go to hell, gun of Elbaf. Waiaguo. The huge invisible slash roared away, and the whole sky trembled. Kaido holds the ancient mace tightly, observation Haki captures the distance of the slash, waits for the moment of approach, gathers up enough strength to smash out, thunder 8 trigrams. Bang bang! The atmosphere in front of him burst on the spot, and countless vigor scattered around. The rocks, the ground, and the pirates are all penetrated. The ant was dumbfounded. She was beaten by Kaido just like that? Kaido is almost 60 years old, can his strength still improve? The ant is envious and jealous, and knows nothing about the ancient mace. 0. Otherwise, she would have to pester Anton to get her an ancient great sword. Old woman, you're done playing, this time it's my turn. Kaido swung the mace, and the armed color and conqueror's haki were wrapped around it. Cold sweat fell on the ant's forehead. For some reason, she felt a sense of danger. A voice in her heart reminded her that she must not take this trick by force. I'm a big mom, how could I be afraid of this brat? The ant shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the fear in her heart. Bang bang! The space trembled suddenly, and a large-scale killer move rushed towards his face like a tide. The ant trembled uncontrollably, and the moment she was about to be hit, she followed her instinct. He moved his steps to the right, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Bang! The ground behind him was torn apart, opening a hole several kilometers long. Kaido, are you trying to kill me, UBD? Anton was furious. This idiot didn't hit the ant, but hurt him instead. Is there anyone like you who uses big moves to output on your own people? Sorry, I didn't expect Linlin to avoid it. Kaido rubbed his head and sneered, Linlin, aren't you very brave? Just now, you were scared. Fart. Big Mom quickly stood up and denied it. Just now, it's just that my mother's feet slipped. Chapter 135. Slippery feet? Hee hee. Anton laughed, you are slippery, a little far away? Kaido, I look down on you scum. Seeing that Kaido could not be punished by force, the ant began to criticize him. It seems that no matter how tough a woman is, it's impossible for her to be exempt. Antoine said to himself. Women, if you can't fight, I will start reasoning with you. When you joined Rock's Pirate, you were just a rookie, a midshipman. The ant's eyes were deep, and she recalled the past. It may be that Kaido looks old, but in fact there is an age difference of 7 or 8 years between the two. Big Mom is older. When Kaido joined the Rocks, he was just a rookie and was bullied by others, but Big Mom was already in the top spot at that time. Coupled with her good looks and strong strength, she is a flower of the 393 group of Rocks pirates. Don't look at Kaido's rough appearance, in fact, he also knows the way of licking dogs. In order to survive, Kaido also curry favor with the ant, all kinds of fawning all day long, serving the ant like a servant. The ant also attaches great importance to this caring little brother, and she can give herself enough comfort both mentally and physically. After going back and forth, the two became intimate, and finally developed into a sister-brother relationship naturally. Over time, Big Mom also became a dragon knight. Until later, the Valley of the Gods battle broke out, the entire Rocks pirate fell apart, and everyone was scattered. After that, Kaido has also grown up, and there is no need to be attached to Big Mom. The two sides also parted ways because of this. Kaido, have you forgotten what happened to me before? The ant showed happiness on her face, and said longingly, call me a little sweetheart. As for me, I call you Xiao Duo Duo. How we were in those days. Stop. The first one who couldn't listen anymore was not Kaido, but Antoine. He really couldn't listen anymore, looking at the figure of Ant, and thinking about the name Sweetheart, it turned off his appetite. No wonder Kaido always has a constipated expression when he mentions Big Mom. Anton, what are you talking about? This is our couple's business, it has nothing to do with you. The Ant scolded angrily. Hanging hair. Anton's forehead went dark, call me handsome. Dang mao dang mao dang mao. Ant turned into a repeater. Call me handsome. Anton gritted his teeth and repeated. He can ignore the grievances between Big Mom and Kaido, but the pretty boy is his last bottom line. Linlin, Lao Zi will give you another chance. For the sake of old love, I will forgive you and leave Wano Kuni immediately. Guy, the big scumbag, spoke, and really didn't want to get entangled with the old witch. Even when he saw the Ant, he remembered the dating scene before. In my mind, I can't help but think of the current Ant, who actually slept with this ugly girl back then. Ant, my old lady was not what she is now. Do you think you'll be fine if you eat clean and wipe your mouth, slightly? I should have taught you that as a man, the benevolence and debts owed must be repaid. Big Mom swung the giant blade again, her eyes were fierce. Are you forcing me to kill you? Kaido clenched his mace tightly, and said grimly, don't forget, beasts pirates have trouble besides me. Anton. The Ant frowned, looked at the huge glands, and was non-committal. Kaido said to forgive you once, and I will give him a face. Anton said slowly, get out, Big Mom. If you tell me to leave, my mother will leave. What do you think of my old lady? The Ant was furious, and she raised the knife in her hand and dropped it, and a huge slash hit Anton's head. Poof! Slashing his head and sweeping across, blood flowers immediately fell from the sky, dyeing the sea red. The nearby sea kings all came out to look for food, and when they saw Anton's burly figure, they all ran away in fright. Shame on your face, UFG court death! Anton was furious, and the ocean kept rolling. A 5 or 6 meter long hole was torn out on the top of the head, even for Anton, it was not so fatal. But, he is angry, this stinky woman is looking for death. Blah 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 blah, blah blah. Dark clouds gather in the sky. Fang Qian's thunder and lightning are churning in the darkness. In front of my old lady, don't play tricks on me. The Ant opened her voice, and the heart-piercing voice resounded through the world. Boom boom boom. Mixed with the sound waves of Conqueror's haki, even the dark clouds were frightened away, and the thunder and lightning that was brewing inside them also dissipated. Seeing this, the Ant showed a satisfied smile on her face. You guys still underestimate my old lady, that I'm a mother, that I'm still underestimating my old lady. Z-shaped lightning landed vertically, Big Mom hurriedly backed away. Bang bang! Lightning hit the ground, thick smoke billowed, and the ground trembled violently. Although Big Mom avoided the lightning, the blast wave engulfed her. She couldn't move, her whole body was filled with electric current, and she was abnormally paralyzed. Oops! The Ant secretly said that something was wrong, and at this moment, a black shadow entwined with thunder and lightning rushed over. Annihilating Nilbei pushed up his knees, and hit the Ant's head straight. Bang bang bang! A crisp sound resounded in the skull, and the Ant was also sent flying by the huge force. Blood gushed from the mouth. Kaido was a little dazed when he saw this, Ant knew it, and he had never been as miserable as he is today in his life. Nelby grabbed the sky with his big hand, and the lightning spear fell from the sky. Bang bang! Lightning engulfed the whole body again, hundreds of millions of volts of thunder and lightning burned the Ant to smoke. She fell from a high altitude, and after a few seconds of slowing down, she stood up tenaciously. Steel balloons are just steel balloons, with a monster-like defensive physique. Anton has never seen an ant with such rough skin and thick flesh. I can't spare you bastards. Big Mom held up the giant blade, and various forces gathered on it. Armament Haki. Conquerors Haki. Lightning from Zeus. Flames from Prometheus. With the blessing of various forces, the breath of the big 1.2 mother has exploded to a terrifying level. Linlin, you used to be a little tricky with this trick, but now, what a pity. Kaido holds a mace in both hands, and a crossed halo surrounds him. Yes, this guy has magical powers on. With the blessing of the ancient mace, it provides 35% of the combat power, and now the magic power is turned on and has no chance of winning. You ungrateful scumbag, let me die. Anti slashed vigorously, crushing the ground with a huge slash of nearly 10 feet, and rushed towards Kaido with an unstoppable crushing momentum. She couldn't forgive Kaido. In her opinion, Kaido owes all his achievements today to herself. There is also a reason why Ant thinks so. Kaido's Yuya Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Dragon form was given by Ant. Chapter 136. The muscles on Kaido's arms bulged, and under the limit increase, his eyes flashed red. The ancient mace also hit out. Ka 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 ka. The moment the mace was swept out, an effect similar to shock fruit was produced, and the atmosphere shattered one after another. At this moment, it seems that even the world cannot contain Kaido's courage. Bang bang! The mace was invincible. After the collision of the two ultimate moves, Big Mom's huge slash immediately exploded into countless light spots. It's as fragile as tofu. Beat him again. Auntie is full of questions at the moment. What kind of medicine did this Kaido take to suddenly become violent? Weren't we all second boys before? Ho 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 ho! Whoa! A strange hoarse roar came from the left side, and the ant looked suddenly, and the big-eyed boy had already rushed towards him. Damn, do you think that any BD can abuse my wife? The ant was furious and jumped up directly. Poof! The giant blade in his hand slashed down, and Big-Eye Boy suffered a severe skull cut. The whole knife fell into the head of the boy with 25 eyes. Blood and brain matter even splashed onto Dama's face and mouth. Well, mama, well. Ant let out a sharp laugh, and the faint fishy sweet taste melted in her mouth. Suffering such heavy damage, it stands to reason that any creature would die. However, Big-Eye Boy raised his drooping arm suddenly, and punched Ant in the face. Bang! This powerful and heavy punch, although not as brutal as Dama's knife, still broke the bridge of her nose. It hurts. The ant screamed and stared at Big-Eyed Boy angrily. Vi, don't give it to me. Help me forget, Linlin. Kaido flashed behind Big Mom like a ghost. Big Mom hurriedly turned around, and the fist covered in flames and lightning hit Kaido. Bang bang! Lightning and flames exploded on his chest one after another. Kaido just didn't even blink his brows. How is it possible that even Haki has improved? Ant's complexion was ugly, the touch just now, even she felt hard. Kaido's armament Haki, how far has he reached? What has this guy been up to lately? You may not know that we are already people from two worlds. Kaido said arrogantly, surrender is the only way out for you. Stop FG farting. Big Mom clenched her fist again, and just about to launch an attack, there was another thunder and lightning above her head. Damn Anton! The ant cursed secretly, and withdrew on her own initiative. But, where she retreated, monsters had already ambushed. Bang bang bang! The Devourer shattered the ground and crawled out from under the ant's skirt. Hey, that's too much. It's fine if Kaido is a pervert alone, my little brother can't be so dirty. Anton is annoyed. Devourer, you are a decent person anyway, what happened when you got out from under someone's skirt? Of course, this is not the worst. It's fine if you get out, the key is. The big mouth opened, and golden flames spewed out. Boom boom boom. The flames were entangled, and the ant let out a shrill scream. As defensive as she is, she struggles tossing and turning in the sea of fire. Even rolling in the ground, the dignity of the four emperors was lost. Water coming! The ant yelled at the sky, and it rained cats and dogs from the sky, and the fire was slowly extinguished. She was riddled with burns and her skin had melted in places. Of course, the most embarrassing thing is, the turtle egg, the devourer, burned all his clothes. The majestic emperor of the sea, her fat pork belly was exposed to everyone's eyes. People were dumbfounded, including Kaido. It stands to reason that the enemy was beaten so badly, not only was he physically tortured, but even his dignity was trampled to pieces. If it were anyone else, Kaido would have laughed heartily. But for Big Mom, to be honest, Kaido, who has always been cruel and tyrannical, suddenly felt ashamed. Antoine, your FG conscience has been discovered now? An. Tuesday. N. The ant called out Anton's name angrily. She called to the sky with her big hand, and thundercloud Zeus roared towards him. Carried ant and flew to the distance. Mother! The members of the Big Mom pirate group panicked. They thought that they came here this time to turn Wano Kuni upside down, but they were hanged and beaten. It's still so weird to be abused. After this battle, Ant's face is completely gone. I'm going to kill you all. The ant stepped on Zeus, Prometheus landed on her long hair, the old woman slapped the sea with her big hands, and the sea began to rise. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 90 meters, 100 meters. The height of the sea water continued to rise, and under the control of the ant, it gradually reached a height of 200 meters. What is the concept of a 200-meter tsunami? It is easy to destroy a country by 207 meters in a single thought. Even if Anton's body was submerged and he was drawn into the deep sea, there was no pressure. We really PD off Linlin, Antoine. Kaido looked serious, he knew Big Mom was offended. If you are angry, you will be angry. You won't be afraid, right? The old woman has that thing in her hand, so she will start a war sooner or later. Why? Antoine said disapprovingly, if Kaido wants to become one piece and rush to Raftel, the red stone is indispensable. Is it possible for the ant to hand over such a valuable item? Sooner or later, the two sides will go to war. Go to the bottom of the sea and feed the sharks. Ant let out a loud shout, and an unprecedented tsunami hit. In the original book, Big Mom once created a tsunami to devour the Straw Hat Pirates, but it was much smaller than the current one. This attack is pointless. Anton said casually, Kaido, this farce should also end, we joined forces to end her. 3. Kaido nodded heavily, his eyes full of eagerness to try. The joint skill used by Big Mom and Kaido Bahai, has the power to destroy everything. Now that Anton and Kaido have teamed up, the ultimate move will only be stronger than Bahai. Chapter 137. Under Antoine's control, Nelby appeared next to Kaido. He put one hand on Kaido's back, and the lightning source continued to erupt. It feels, not bad. Sensing a strange and powerful force blending into his body, Kaido flew up cheerfully. All the thunder and lightning finally condensed on the ancient mace. Kaido waved it casually, feeling as if a stick could smash an island in an instant. Blah 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 blah. The current continues to output until Kaido turns into Lightning Man, and Nelby disappears. Looking at the approaching super tsunami, Kaido made a strong attack with his mace, Thunder Field. Crackling. A giant thunderbolt like a slash stands out from the ancient mace. Thunder and lightning spread rapidly in the atmosphere, and the entire sky is a dense current network, just like a magnetic field. This is also the fundamental reason why Kaido was named Thunder Field. Bang bang! The moment of the collision, the giant tsunami was shattered out of the gap. Crackling! The speed at which lightning spreads in the water is even more outrageous, 1,000 miles in a flash. The giant tsunami collapsed in an instant. Don't think that this is the end, the lightning spreads in the sea without limit, and the sea surface tens of kilometers away is filled with electric current. In a short time, all kinds of huge sea kings floated up. Even if they were thousands of meters deep in the sea, they could not escape bad luck and were electrocuted to death one after another. It didn't work at all. This big move was wasted on Big Mom. Anton couldn't help but feel a pity. What the hell, killed a group of sea kings? This is a surprise he prepared for Im, and it stands to reason that a rookie like Ant is not entitled to enjoy it. However, what is cheating is that it directly missed someone. Anton stared at Kaido suspiciously. This issue was released. Big Mom, wait, my mother has become a chicken, do you respect me? Damn, these two bastards working together. The ant in the sky stomped her feet angrily. Zeus, who was stepped on, wanted to cry, why are you venting your anger on me? Just do them. Mom, what should we do next? The enemy is too cruel. Zeus looked at Anton and Kaido. The two masters were fiercer than the other, and tremblingly said, no, why not retreat? Tell me again, Zeus. Big Mom made no distinction between enemy and friend, and stabbed down with the giant blade in her hand. Poof! Zeus' body was immediately pierced with a big hole, and this guy begged for mercy in a humane manner. Sorry, Mom, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. Anton is also drunk. It's this time, are you still in the mood to engage in internal strife? Sure enough, the four emperors with the most abnormal mind is probably the Big Mom. In the original book, she had many opportunities to annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates, but unfortunately, the old woman missed all of them, the reason being that her brain was twitching. I haven't lost yet, and there are still cards that are useless. Well. Big Mom started laughing sharply again. She is a Paramecia soul fruit ability user, not only can inject souls into some objects, she can also collect souls. These years, Big Mom has been collecting souls, especially the residents living in Tato land. Every 6 months, they will give Big Mom a month of souls in exchange for their own safety. Collecting so many souls is certainly no joke. It can also come in handy at critical moments. It can even be said that the huge amount of souls is the trump card carefully prepared by the ant. As the Emperor of the Sea, which one is simple and which one has no cards? All four emperors, more or less, have some bottom-of-the-box tricks. Boom boom boom. Big Mom spread her palms open, and dense black shadows flew out, floating back and forth like clouds. These weird black shadows are like the shadows of human beings, and their appearance resembles that of human beings. Seeing this, Anton frowned, aren't these all souls? Linlin's control and development of soul fruit is very comprehensive, and she has developed countless abilities. Physical arts, magic, soul, etc., are very good at it, don't be fooled by her stupid appearance. Kaido reminded calmly, without a trace of panic. Even if your Big Mom can turn the sky upside down and join hands with Antoine, you should still be beaten. Come on. Children, return to mother's arms. Well. The ant opened her arms and laughed wildly, her soul was like Yuzu returning home, and they all merged into the old woman's body. Suddenly, her size began to grow a little bit. The ant herself has reached an astonishing 880 centimeters, which is 8.8 meters. After thousands of souls merged into her body began to grow bigger. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, the number kept rising, and even Zeus, who was carrying her, began to gasp for breath. Such a heavy woman, Zeus said that I can't carry it. Is this equivalent to eating all the soul? To enhance your own strength. Anton thought of Gecko Moria, when the Thriller Bark final decisive battle, Moria was about to be defeated, didn't he use a similar trick, absorbing all the shadows of everyone into his body, so that Moria's power has a dimensional increase. Although they were defeated in the end, facing the protagonist group, let alone a Shishibukai, is the Golden Lion good or bad? Bullet good or not? One is Roger's old enemy, the other is a man who rivals Pluton Rayleigh, and in the end it is not the Straw Hat Luffy who blows up. Well, 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 well. Big Mom kept laughing wildly, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Qian's Kung Fu reached an astonishing 100 meters. This size, even some giants are far behind. The average giant is only a dozen meters, and the larger ones are about 30 or 40 meters. A monster like San Juan Hungry Wolf is not a giant at all. Ha ha ha, my old lady has always worshipped the giant race, do you know why? Their strength is several times that of human beings, and human beings are as small as ants in front of giants. Auntie's eyeballs were full of fascination. She admired the power of the giant race very much, and even sponsored Guy to conduct experiments on the giantization of human beings. It's a pity that he was released as a pigeon in the end, and a lot of experimental funds were cheated away. Valley of Innocence. Anton scoffed at this statement, giants represent power? So why do celestial dragons rule the world and not giants? Chapter 138. To some extent, Auntie can be regarded as a new way of magnification. Boom! Zeus, who was stepping on his feet, obviously couldn't support the tonnage of the ant, and split by himself. Ant's current weight is hundreds of thousands of tons, how can Zeus's small body carry it? Zeus, you trash! The ant scolded angrily. Quick retreat! OMG! Run! The pirates who were fighting were frightened and fled in all directions, without Zeus's foothold, because their mother led them down from a high altitude. Stupid old lady, Lao Zi doesn't need to do anything now. Kaido secretly scorned, but also retreated wisely. Bang bang! Thick smoke billowed from the ground, and ripples splashed from the sea level. Anton's huge body sank slightly, and the fat old woman was really heavy. Ha 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 ha! Kaido, it's time for me to ask you this time. Big Mom stood up wheezing, looked at Kaido, who was as small as an ant, and said sarcastically, You, why dodged? Are you afraid of my old lady? Well, 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 well. Big Mom laughs wildly, every 4 emperors has fanciful self-confidence when facing the enemy. Afraid. GUI-080 curled his lips more and turned into a green dragon soaring into the sky. He looked down at the burly body of the ant from a high position, the tonnage became larger, and the strength naturally increased. But the weakness is also obvious. Slow movement. Die, Kaido! Big Mom's giant arm hit him, Kaido retreated back, avoiding the fist attack with ease. Too slow, old woman. Kaido's mouth condenses fiery energy bullets, hot breath. The flames sprayed like a beam of light, and the ant was too big to avoid it. Bang bang! The flames exploded on her body, and the ant crossed her arms, desperately resisting the attack of the heat. Blah blah blah! Her arm was burning and smoking, and her expression was slightly painful. It's all huge, why does Kaido still hurt her? Crackling! A silver arc appeared in the sky, and a huge brontosaurus was formed by itself. Is it that BD called annihilating Nel B again? Big Mom looked up at the sky, and her attention shifted accordingly. Good chance. Kaido was ejected, and his big mouth grabbed Big Mom's hunk in an instant. Poof! Wow! Kaido pulled hard, and he tore off the bloody rotten flesh on the spot. The ant was sweating profusely from the pain and screamed again and again. Transformed into a giant family, obviously for the purpose of being beaten. Kaido is an old thing, he is old and disrespectful. Anton stared at the wound on the ant's body, silent. He already felt very ashamed of the attack of devouring Mofang. How dirty are you when you crawled out from under someone's skirt and set fire to it? Good guy, Kaido is better than blue. All of a sudden, the ant's fierceness was bitten off. Brothers, can we have some normal attacks? If it gets out, the world will think that the beast's pirates are a pervert group composed of a group of wretched sorceresses. You must understand that I, Uncle Anton, is not married yet. You are ruining Lao Zi's reputation. Shhhhhhh. There was a sharp piercing sound from above, and Thunder Dragon also took advantage of the situation to attack. Boom! The thunder and lightning exploded on Big Mom's body, and the terrifying force made her fall back. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the giant mother fell down. It's over. Going to fall into the sea. Mother! Kaka. Brother Katakuri, what should we do now? The pirates of the Big Mom pirate group are in a mess. Some even found Katakuri. Who made you second in command? I can't help it. Looking at the enemy ahead, Katakuri was also secretly depressed. He rubbed the murderous mouth. The straight knife wound went deep into the skin, almost touching the ribs. The Flame Disaster King of the Beast's Pirates, Kfetch, really lives up to its reputation. Katakuri's eyes were full of apprehension, and when he was facing off against Yin, he didn't have the slightest advantage. Even because the opponent had the ability to fly, he was suppressed miserably. Bang bang! The sea trembled, and the waves smashed hundreds of meters high. The part above the lower abdomen of the ant is soaked in sea water. For powerful people, sea stone's influence on them is not fatal at all, but it can also weaken them to a certain extent. Gurgle gurgle. The sea stirred up waves, and the underwater ant flapped her arms frantically, trying to stand up again. What's more sad is that this body is too bulky, and it's not as flexible as it used to be. After thumping for a long time, the ant was still soaking in the water. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the ant gradually stopped struggling. Anton rubbed his eyes and looked at the ant floating on the sea. Dignified 4 emperors, it would be a joke if they were drowned in sea water. Antoine stared with wide eyes. Kaido turned into a human figure, jumped on Big Mom's body for a check, and shook his head slowly. Linlin is still very tenacious, he just passed out. Kaido explained. Stubborn fart, it's the first time I said that the 4 emperors can be drowned in sea water. Anton was full of contempt, and as he spoke, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. Kaido also laughed heartily, this woman deserves it. Little ones, arrest all the Linlin's idiots. When Kaido gave the order, everyone in the Beast's Pirates seemed to be so excited. The morale of the Big Mom Pirates has fallen to the bottom, the captain has been defeated, how can they persist? Today everyone understands 2 things: Beast's Pirates are really invincible in New World. Second, the power of the giant race that Big Mom is proud of is nothing but trash. Before the transformation, no matter what, you can still meet Anton and Kaido, but after the transformation, the speed of punching is as slow as a turtle crawling, and you can't hit people at all. Regardless of the Kingdom of Giants Elbaf, which is the most powerful country in the world, no matter the 4 emperors or the Marine headquarters, they can easily destroy them. An hour later, the farce was over. The whole Big Mom was wiped out, and most of the ants' children were captured alive, and some of them died in battle. Among them, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker and other dessert stars were defeated and captured. The entire upper echelon was wiped out. An island near Wano Kuni is occupied by tens of thousands of pirates, and the whole island is filled with cooking smoke. Cheers guys! The carnival started, and the Beast's Pirates celebrated here, even Nico Robin, Boa Hancock and others joined in. As for Big Mom and her children, they were all tied up with heavy sea stone chains, and fell on the tree in a very funny way. This is what Kaido ordered. Chapter 139. I don't know how long it has passed, but the ant finally wakes up from the turbulence. She and her children were all hung from a mast. A gust of cold wind hit, and the ant shivered reflexively. The next moment, her face turned green. Kaido, get out of here, UBD. Ant's voice was like thunder, attracting the attention of many people. Well, until now, the ant is still naked. At least give her a set of clothes, it's so embarrassing to be naked in front of the children. What are you talking about? Anton rubbed his eyes and came out of the cabin. Why you boy, where is that idiot Kaido? Big Mom growled sharply. It's not like you don't know the character of that guy. Anton stretched his waist, I guess he went somewhere and committed suicide. Before he left, Kaido said a few things. Do you want to listen? The ant turned her head and didn't bother to look at Anton. Humph, brat, I have nothing to say to you, and I'm not interested in listening to Kaido's nonsense. Then you mean to hang you like this? Anton grinned, the world is in chaos now, if other pirates know that you are defeated, guess what, will they attack Cake Island? Mom still didn't say a word. But the muscles in the corners of the eyes have contracted significantly. Hey! Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Anton also had a showdown, that guy Kaido said, looking at the past, he won't kill you, but there are conditions for returning alive. Humph, don't think I don't know what he's thinking. The ant said disdainfully, the condition is the red stone, right? Hee. As expected of someone who has fought together. Anton gave a thumbs up, and the ant guessed right. Kaido's condition is the red stone, or the original. With Robin, the next task of the Beast's pirates is to collect the remaining red stones, and then rush to Raftel, the end of the Grand Line. What will happen if the old lady refuses? The ant asked gloomily. Well, Kaido also said that. Anton made a gesture of wiping his neck. The ant's face suddenly changed, that damned scumbag, white-eyed wolf. Forgot how my mother took care of him when I was in the Rocks Pirate before? It's so amazing. The ant was jealous, and glared at Anton, saying, at the beginning, my mother aborted her, and she still believed in his vows, and even the fish and fruit were given to him by me, that ungrateful BD. Not to mention, that BD Kaido should be scolded, but is it appropriate for you to stare at me? Anton felt like lying down. You have an hour to think about it, Big Mom. Anton raised a finger, and then he could go to the cabin to rest. Mother. Katakuri, who was also hanging on the side, spoke, calmly persuading, the momentary victory or defeat is nothing, if a person is still alive, there is a possibility of re-emergence. If you're dead, there's really nothing left. Humph, I never thought you would persuade my old lady to surrender, Katakuri. The ant snorted uncomfortably, red stone. But my old lady has worked hard for decades, and Roger only got the rubbings back then, why should I give the original copy to Kaido? Mom, Tao has lost his head. Katakuri said patiently, if we are all dead, what's the use of keeping the red stone in our hands? Sooner or later, it will be someone else's. Give it to the Beast's pirates, everyone's lives can be saved, and. Katakuri's eyes sparkled with vengeance, in the future, there may be a possibility of snatching it back. Hearing this, the ant's cold and fat face slowly relaxed. What Katakuri said makes sense, is this a loss? It was just a small momentary mistake. The red stone is only temporarily handed over to Kaido. Sooner or later, there will be a day to grab it back. Wano-kuni Pier. Anton stood by the port, watching the warships going away and waved. The members of the Big Mom Pirates have left. The red stone will be delivered soon. In order to prevent them from turning against each other and breaking their promises, the ant was temporarily detained in Wano-kuni as a hostage. Anton, maybe my mother is not a human being, but you are a FG dog. The ant was hoarse, and the voice lingered within a few kilometers. Seeking flowers 00. Looking closely, the ant is bound with chains and wearing the prison uniform of the Rabbit Bowl Prison. Yes, next, Rabbit Bowl Prison would like to mention a super minor. The ant's angry face kept changing, blue for a while, green for a while, and black again for a while. Is it as exaggerated as you? I am a majestic 4 emperors, you actually let me mine? This coquettish operation is really detrimental to her haki. Antoine, what haki do you have? Tens of thousands of people have seen your fat body in broad daylight. That's all, what face do you have? The ant was so angry, no matter how entangled with Anton, he would not take a step back. In the end, Yunma could only go digging with a hoe. As for Wano Kuni, just after the battle with the Big Mom pirates, another distinguished guest came to visit. The people from Germa 66 are here. Wanakuni's super palace, Kaido's new Ghost Island project has been launched, and the capital of Flowers has become the new base camp of Beast's pirates. In the magnificent palace, a graceful body appeared at this moment. The visitor was wearing a pink battle suit with the word 66 clearly printed on it. Her name is Vinsmoke Reiju, she is fair-looking, and her figure is extraordinarily enchanting. She is the type Anton likes. However, like it or not, the conditions put forward made Anton a little hard to compliment. You want to go back to Sanji? Anton rubbed his chin. That's the enemy of the Beast's pirates, you can't just let him go because of your 10 sentences. Vinsmoke Sanji is from Germa 66. Reiju said respectfully, of course I know, so I brought a gift for your excellency. Reiju unbuttoned the handbag, which contained a large amount of research materials. This is some secret technology of Germa 66 that we would like to share with the Beast's pirates. Reiju said sincerely. Germa 66's scientific research technology is world-renowned. Whether it is marine or world government, especially the defeated ant, they all want to get their technology. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. Anton's reaction was flat. Beast's pirates don't need this kind of thing to strengthen their strength yet. 0. Chapter 140. Not interested. Reiju picked out his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrong. The science and technology of the Vinsmoke family, no matter the world government or the Naval Headquarters, are all treasured existences. The Big Mom pirates are more like licking dogs, willing to pay various prices to obtain human giantization and human cloning technology. How come Beast's pirates, not interested? Reiju, do you just like to play some non-mainstream games to make yourself appear special? Miss Reiju, let me show you a way. Anton said softly, if you want me to let Sanji go, it's not impossible. The chips need to be changed. If Vinsmoke becomes a vassal force of Beast's pirates in the future, I can still consider it. This is probably difficult to do. Reiju refused with a slightly blunt tone. For the 4 emperors, their attitude is to cooperate, and it is fine to become a subordinate of the 523, or they will be annexed one day. Then please go ahead. Antoine shrugged. Is there no other room for maneuver? Reiju asked unwillingly. Everyone in the Beast's pirates, including me, knows nothing about scientific research. Speaking of which, the Quinn guy has connections with your Vinsmoke family. However, he also scoffed at your technology, and didn't like it at all. Hearing this, Reiju's face drooped sadly. 10 minutes later, she returned to North Blue by boat. On the way, I also used the phone bug to contact Judge, the coach of the Vinsmoke family. Those muscular idiots, what do they know? Hearing that the science and technology he was proud of was abandoned, Judge was furious and threatened to make the Beast's pirates regret it. The world is so big, and there are so many pirates. There is more than one Beast's pirates that can cooperate. Currently, there are several 4 emperors in the sea. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it will be 2 days later. Katakuri ordered someone to send the red stone, but Anton kept his promise and let Ant go. Boom 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 boom. Conqueror's haki crashed into Rabbit Bowl prison like a wild bull out of control, and the whole prison trembled and collapsed. Big Mom gathered up all her strength, and the power of Conqueror's haki continued to increase, intending to destroy this rotten place that embarrassed her. After digging mines for 2 days in a row, TMD didn't give me food, and deducted wages in various ways. This kind of black workshop has to be shut down. Old woman, you just have to vent, and I will lose my face if this continues. Anton showed up with a group of younger brothers. The three disasters and the newly appointed coder, Boa Hancock. It is worth mentioning that Boa Hancock has become the fourth disaster of Beast's Pirates. Anton also gave her the nickname Haki, Yin is called Flame Disaster, Quinn is called Plague Disaster, Boa Hancock likes to kick legs, Anton gave her the nickname Leg Disaster. Boa Hancock rejected it as soon as he heard it. This name that is so earthy is embarrassing. Boy, what are you crazy about with me? Don't think I don't know, that guy Kaido is gone. The ant grinned threateningly. Well, how about I chop you up now? Grunt. Quinn swallowed his saliva in fright, and quietly hid behind Anton. Yin looked at her indifferently. Jack gripped the machete tightly. Boa Hancock also clenched his fist. The war is imminent. He. Anton smiled disapprovingly, and said lightly, I'll lend you my courage, how dare you? Old woman, you seem to have made a mistake. Anton reminded, you are still alive, that's because you really have kindness to Kaido, and that guy doesn't want to owe you any favors. If war breaks out in the future, there will not be enough favors for you to leave alive. Anton's eyes were also full of fierceness, and he got angry. It was even scarier than Kaido. The ant stared at Anton, and then laughed strangely again. Well, you are kind, this time I admit it. But, remember, Feng Shui takes turns, next time you won't be so lucky. After finishing speaking, Big Mom grabbed the void with her fat hand, and black clouds descended. It was Thundercloud Zeus. Big Mom jumped up and swaggered away from Wano Kuni. Next, we should move. Anton ignored the distance and headed towards the port. Half an hour later, the group also left Wano Kuni. Target Zou Island. Currently, Beast's Pirates has 2 red stones in their hands, and the remaining 2 are in Zou Island and the Red Continent. Now is not the time to attack the Red Line. Anton decided to attack Zou Island first. Hehe, a self-righteous man. When you come back, Wano Kuni will be back before liberation overnight. In a hidden cave somewhere, looking at the warship going away, a figure emerged from it. This person is Drake. On the surface, he is a coder of the Beast's Pirates, but actually he is an undercover agent placed by Marine. Drake scanned around, saw no one was around, and immediately dialed bug. Blue. The G1 base of Marine New World, where the new Marine Headquarters is established. There are many original Marlins, which have collapsed in the battle on the top. In Aokiji's marshal's office, there have been more and more disturbances on the sea recently. I can't eat well every day, I can't sleep well, and my hair is getting more and more grey. Blue. The phone bug on the table rang, and Aokiji, who was reviewing the documents, looked up, and his eyes flickered when he saw the phone bug. The cyan phone bug, which he secretly communicated with Drake. Without special circumstances, Defoe usually would not look for him. What's the matter, Drake? Aokiji asked first, with a slightly undulating voice. Marshal Kuzan, Anton left with the 3 disasters, and Kaido didn't know where he went. This may be an opportunity. Drake excitedly suggested, knock out the Beast's Pirates' lair in one fell swoop. All gone. Aokiji's face was happy, and he couldn't help standing up to 1.1, are you sure? Of course, this is what I saw with my own eyes. Drake nodded affirmatively. Very good, watch me clearly, if there is any situation, report to me as soon as possible. Bah. After finishing speaking, Aokiji hung up the phone, and ordered to the guard outside the door, notify SI Admiral to come to my office for a meeting immediately. Because it was an urgent secret order, after 10 minutes, the Marine meeting room was full of people. Because it is a secret mission, only the big bosses can come. The lowest level is also Marine Vice Admiral. According to the latest intelligence, the beast's pirates have left Wano Kuni, and the country is emptier than ever before. Aokiji's words made many people's eyes shine. Everyone looked at Aokiji unanimously. Hearing this, is it finally time to attack the beast's pirates? Chapter 141. When facing Anton, Marine has been beaten violently, 3 times and 4 times, becoming the laughing stock of the world. Especially the top battle a while ago was almost reduced to Anton's personal show. In addition, the world government also hated Anton, and the great celestial dragons were held underground by him as mounts. This wave of operations directly reduced celestial dragons to a joke. The ancient weapon has also fallen into the hands of Anton, and the world government has already noticed that their status as rulers at the top of the pyramid has begun to crumble. If the beast's pirates are not dealt with, sooner or later they will be overthrown. The old man applied for the battle. Beside Aokiji, a man in a red suit stood up. His burly body attracted the attention of many people, and everyone was secretly surprised. This person is none other than Akainu. Everyone knows that Akainu and Aokiji have always been at odds. After Aokiji became the marshal, everyone thought that Akainu was going to pack up and leave. Who knows, he still stayed. I don't know what ecstasy soup Aokiji poured into him. Aokiji glanced at Akainu, nodded and said, Wano Kuni is the base camp of the 4 emperors, and there are dangers everywhere. Marine needs a strong and iron-blooded 25-man to suppress it. There is no one more suitable than you, Sakazuki. Akainu was stunned. Aokiji was praising him? I couldn't help but looked out the window. Damn it, the sun didn't even come out from the west. Let's just say, Akainu is still low-educated, and Aokiji's iron blood has another meaning. Is Wano Kuni the base camp of the 4 emperors? It's too dangerous, and a mad dog like you is needed to bite. I'll go now. Akainu turned around and left. This battle, he must wash away his shame. In front of other pirates, he is like a devil. I met Anton, because that guy loves to eat magma and has a high fire resistance. Union's output can't beat Anton at all. Therefore, he, the majestic Master C, was reduced to a stainless steel wash basin and a sewer. Wait a minute. Crane Vice Admiral said, be safe, Sakazuki. What's matter? Akainu forgot to glance at he Vice Admiral in doubt, and respected the Marine veteran. The situation in Wano Kuni is not very clear at the moment. We can't rely on a piece of information. We can go deep alone. It is too dangerous, Kuzan. Crane Vice Admiral analyzed clearly, that guy Anton is not stupid. He has many enemies in the sea, Garp, the Revolutionary Army, Red Hair, who would not want to chop off his head. It's really strange to expose the base camp to the eyes of the enemy like this. Do you think the information is wrong, or there is a conspiracy? Aokiji frowned slightly. In terms of information sources, it is 100% accurate. For Drake, Aokiji naturally believed. In that case, Crane Vice Admiral bowed his head and thought for a while, and suggested, send more admirals, the world is too chaotic now. You don't trust me? Akainu said unhappily, it's easy for me to take down a Wano Kuni who doesn't have Kaido, Anton, or even the 3 calamities. It's all empty shells, and he can't take it down. He, Marine Admiral, can just retire on the spot. Sakazuki. Decades of Marine career has taught me that there is nothing wrong with my heart. Also, that guy Anton is much more cunning than you imagined. Crane Vice Admiral ignored Akainu's complaints. Pora Salino will go together, and Momuzagi will follow. Hearing this, countless eyes cast their gazes over, and everyone didn't understand what Crane Vice Admiral was thinking. Seriously, it's too much work. Da-da-da. Aokiji closed his eyes, tapping his thumbs rhythmically on the table. After thinking for a while, he said, let's do it according to Tsuru Vice Admiral's wishes. Even without the main force of the beast's pirates, there are still tens of thousands of pirates entrenched in Wano Kuni, and Sakazuki alone can't handle it. Half an hour later, Marine left quietly. After all, it was a secret sneak attack, and the target of setting up a group of warships was too big. Everyone sat on one ship, and sneaked across the sea by means of coding. It can be seen that in order to completely destroy the old nest of beasts pirates, Marine also took great pains. The sky is getting late, and the sunset glows over the sea. As night falls, the cool breeze rises and falls. The strange thing is that today is obviously not cold, but the howling wind is particularly biting. The bunker on Wano Kuni Falls. People come to change shifts every day, and the ones who come to change shifts today are Drake's subordinates. Why did you come here? It's been more than half an hour. Pirates in animal skins complained non-stop. Drake's younger brother smiled awkwardly, held his hand and said, "Brother, I'm really sorry, because my family, go to death." The short sword cuff of more than 30 centimeters jumped out and pierced the opponent's heart, and the pirate in animal skin fell to the ground in an instant. Eyes are open until death. What the hell, isn't it a companion? Why did you do it all of a sudden? Not only here, this scene happened in every defensive bunker. Those younger brothers of Drake are actually Marine. Right now, it's clearing the way for Akainu and Kizaru to land. A courtyard in the royal palace of the capital of flowers. Creak. The tightly closed door was suddenly opened, and Robin, who was studying the historical text, raised his eyes. Drake. Her pupils sparkled, quite surprised. *923 Miss Robin, how's the translation? Drake had a friendly smile on his face. Fortunately, the red stone of Big Mom has already deciphered most of it. Robin glanced at the documents on the desktop, which were already filled with dense words. As expected of you. Drake gave a thumbs up, and then said in a deep voice, "But with all due respect, the content of the historical text has been exposed, and it will do no harm to the world at all." "I know." Robin nodded lightly, "It hides the atrocities of the celestial dragons and the world government. Once it is announced, the whole world will be messed up. But as a historian, it is my responsibility to give the world a true history." Robin said forcefully. "Too pedantic." Drake shook his head and reprimanded, "Your so-called responsibility will only bring disasters to this world and cause countless people to die in wars, so it's worth noting such a responsibility." You are not a pirate, when did you become compassionate?" Looking up and down Drake, Nico Robin quipped. "It is necessary to introduce myself again." Drake exhaled, and said righteously, "I didn't betray Marine. I'm still the head of Naval Headquarters. Oh no, I'm already Vice Admiral." Chapter 142. Are you Marine? Hearing this, Robin's beautiful eyes widened and his breathing became urgent. The body also retreated involuntarily. This can't be helped, most pirates are afraid of Marine. Just like a thief is always worried about the police coming to his door. You don't have to be afraid." Drake smiled softly, and said in a calm tone, "The newly appointed Marshal Kuzan of the Marine, is not a cruel and barbaric man, he has justice in his chest. I hope you can turn to the dark and join the Marine. It's surprising that Aokiji would offer me an olive branch." Robin smiled wryly, "First Crocodile, then Antoine, and Big Mom, and now world government and Marine have also come to our door one after another. I just want to get your opinion." Drake asked, "Agree or disagree?" "Before that, I would like to ask, if you disagree, what will you do with me?" Robin blinked. Drake's face froze suddenly, and he sighed, "Your question makes me unable to speak." I probably guessed it too." Robin smiled brightly, and said, "That fellow Anton once said to me that if you can't get it, you will destroy it. It's the same for pirates, it's the same for ordinary people, the world government and the so-called righteous Marine. I guess it's the same." Drake didn't speak, and silence was actually tantamount to acquiescence. Before doing it, Aokiji did make a call, and if Marine was involved, it could give Nico Robin a chance. If not, just kill it. It is worth mentioning that after becoming a Marine Marshal, the difficulty has gradually changed. When he is not in his position, he does not seek his own government. He has become a Marine Marshal. He knows a lot of things. Sometimes, too much naivety and kindness towards pirates will only cause greater casualties. Sengoku also told him, an excellent Marine Marshal, when he should be kind, he must be merciful, and when he should be cruel, he must become ruthless. Now that you understand everything, I hope you make the right choice. Drake didn't bother to talk nonsense, and said bluntly, death or life. After the words fell, Drake's right arm had turned into a dragon's claw. With just a little force, Robin's neck can be broken. You. The corners of Robin's lips rose, and he suddenly smiled strangely, it's still too naive. Drake's face immediately sank, and he said impatiently, you don't think I'm joking with you, do you? Stupid man, you didn't understand me at all. Robin said slowly, how can you conclude that the final winner is you? Humph, I thought you were going to say something. Drake sneered, it's because the admirals are about to land, and because my men have already occupied a large number of defense facilities. Based on today's Wano Kuni, it is already defenseless for Marine. Are these enough? Drake is arrogant and high-spirited, and his voice is extraordinarily loud. That's where you're naive. Nico Robin said lightly, Lord Anton already knew that you were an undercover agent, you're fart. Drake interrupted Robin rudely, and sneered, don't talk about Anton, my identity is inside the Marine, and few people know it. Why is Anton? It won't work if you open your eyes. Antoine, not to mention, it's really eye-opening. Robin was too lazy to bother with him, sat down comfortably, pointed behind him, look. Drake sneered contemptuously, you don't think you want to run while I turn around, it's just, how did you come back? Looking back from the corner of the eye, a body was lying on the ground. Smoking on a cigar, staring at him with playful eyes. That's right, it's Mr. Anton. Oh. Robin, why are you reminding this idiot? I'm still waiting for his performance. Did you know it's fun to watch a fool brag? Anton blew out smoke rings and complained, it's all your fault. It's as bad as ever. Robin can't laugh or cry, the last time Kurozumi killed the snake, it seems to be a similar script. Turn others around, and then watch alone in the dark. Answer me, why are you back? Drake roared loudly, with a ferocious expression, and seemed to be out of control. Return. Anton shook his finger, the word is wrong, I never left at all, why don't you come back? The departure you see is just a simple cover-up. By the time you're sure we're gone, I've actually sneaked back to Wano Kuni. Anton laughed and said, speaking of which, Marine's idiots have already taken the bait. In addition, the defensive bunker previously occupied by your little brother has also been reoccupied by my people. Once the Marine lands, you can give them a grand welcome ceremony, ha 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 ha. Antuan's laughter echoed in the night sky. In contrast, Drake's face was pale. He looked at Anton blankly, when did you find out that I am Marine? The moment you stepped into Wano Kuni? Oh no, that's not accurate, since the moment you were offered a bounty, I knew you were Marine. As for why, just like you said, I opened my eyes. Anton was triumphant, isn't the traveler the same as having opened the eyes of the sky? Fight with you. Drake transforms into a dinosaur and immediately uses all his strength. Bang bang. The wall was gouged through, broken wood was flying everywhere, good jows, and a huge dinosaur was darting into the distance. At the critical moment, Drake, who was about to hit him, suddenly turned around and crashed into the wall to run away. The information here must be told to Marine. Drake quickly pulled out the phone bug. Otherwise, the bloodbath of Wano Kuni might turn into the bloodbath of Marine. Blue blue boo. As soon as the phone rang twice, a huge sword light caught up from behind, and Drake, who was in a hurry to contact Aokiji, didn't pay attention at all. His right arm, even with the phone bug, was cut into a pulp in an instant. Poof! As a result, Drake lost his center of gravity and fell heavily on the ground. Death is imminent, do you still want to run? Anton caught up with the ancient Taideo. Looking at the lingering Drake, he was not merciful, and slashed at him again. Chapter 143. To enter Wano-kuni, you must first cross a towering and steep waterfall. Beast's pirates set up a large number of forts around the waterfall. Come on, that fellow Drake has already said that the outer defense facilities are under his control. Akainu and Kizaru give orders, and the battleship rushes up the waterfall. As expected, the bunkers passing by along the way were quiet, as if they hadn't seen them. Marine was unimpeded, and 10 minutes later, he landed in Wano-kuni. Ha 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 ha! Stepping on the yellow ground under his feet, Akainu was quite happy, that guy Anton never dreamed that he came home, and his lair is gone, right? Ha ha ha! This is the first step in his revenge. At this moment Wano-kuni is like a beautiful woman who has taken off her clothes. Akainu wants to change the image of the second-hand man in the past, lash out hard, and regain the masculinity. Although the rest of the Marines did not say a word, their cheeks were also beaming with joy. With a wave of Kizaru's big hand forward, hundreds of Marine elites brought with him set off towards the northeast. It's all the way Drake planned ahead. 828. Boom 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 boom. Without taking 2 steps, an earth-shattering big bang swept away. The group of people seemed to have stepped on a bomb nest, and it exploded within a few kilometers. As strong as Akainu and 020 Kizaru, both were blown to the sky. One can imagine how miserable the other Marines were. Boom boom. After the explosion, blazing flames gushed out from the center of the earth. Even if some people survived, they were engulfed by the flames. Wow! Kill me soon! In the flames, many people could be seen struggling. Either lying on the ground and rolling, or covered in fire. It's like purgatory on earth. Fireworks are so cool. On a relatively high hillside, Anton led the crowd to watch. I bet if this wave continues, there will only be 3 Marines left. Quinn held up 3 fingers, Akainu, Kizaru, and that woman named Momuzagi. I see it too. Antoine nodded with a smile. This kind of large-scale explosion, not to mention ordinary people, Marine Admiral is also uncomfortable. Boa Hancock looked away, and the ground was cracked by the blast. The gaps are crisscrossed, giving the visual sense of shock fruit. Before I joined the Beast's pirates, I raided the islands that produced Power Rock, which was the last stock distribution. Actually, I don't want to waste it, Power Rocks are delicious snacks, kfek, after all. Antoine was full of reluctance. The rest of the people have black lines all over their heads, and Anton is a miracle in the world. Other people's snacks are melon seeds, peanuts, spicy strips, and the like. Guess what he eats? Lava, Power Rock, sea stone. The drink to drink is also a high fine powder ground from sea stone. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The strong wind swept across the earth, and the flames covering the earth blew into the distance. A scene like hell appeared, with hundreds of charred corpses on the ground, most of which were still incomplete. The appearance of death was extremely miserable. After they were blown to pieces, they would also be burned into coke by the flames. Quinn was also wrong. Akainu, Kizaru, Momuzagi and others fell to the ground, and they were the only ones left alive. The 3 of them were ashamed, with blood on the corners of their mouths. How does that BD Drake do things? And Kuzan, didn't the intelligence be 100% accurate? Akainu looked like a raging lion, his hair standing on end. Kizaru remained silent, his eyes swept around, and finally stopped somewhere. Sure enough, he was ambushed. Momuzagi and Akainu also looked along, and Anton and his group came into view. "See you again, everyone." Antoine was at the front, followed by the three plagues and Boa Hancock. Apple and Hawkins came too, and lo! The three carried Drake, whose arms had been chopped off. His thighs were also covered in scars, and his knees were bloody. "How dare you treat Marine like this?" Momuzagi's eyes were red. "It can't be helped, it's all Drake's fault. His hand was disabled to prevent you from tipping off. His legs were disabled to prevent him from running." Anton said with a wicked sense of humor, "Do you know why I brought him here? You guys, hurry up and surrender, or the end will be as miserable as Drake's." After finishing speaking, Anton stabbed Drake with the ancient sword in his hand. Poof! The sharp point of the knife penetrates the skin and reaches the heart. Anton spun the handle of the knife, his heart smashed into pieces. "Who are you scaring?" Akainu was fierce and threw his fist, "Dark Hound!" Magma fists flew along the ground, and the ground that passed along the way melted one after another. "Stupid Sakazuki!" Kizaru cursed, "Forgot his nickname? Flame Devourer." Anton straightened up, and the unique energy star fluctuations of Japanese stocks covered the surrounding area. The magma fist stopped suddenly. Anton opened his mouth, sucked hard, and all the fiery red energy fluctuations entered his mouth. Boom! Just a second later, the fist-shaped black magma rock fell. "It tastes good." Anton rubbed his stomach and said expectantly, "2 more rounds to try something new." "Damn it!" Akainu was furious when he heard the words. He waved his sleeves, and magma sprang up from both arms. "Stop it, Sakazuki, that guy will kill you." Kizaru grabbed Akainu, feeling helpless. "You have a stainless steel wash basin, what's the limelight? If it's other pirates, Akainu must be the main C. If the opponent is Anton, I'm sorry, just be your control obediently. I can hit him with haki." Akainu also calmed down. "He can't be the main C, we can also be the sub-C. Stupid, cooperate with the tricks you practiced before, and you assist me." Kizaru scolded, "Why does this guy keep thinking about brainless output? Cooperate?" Anton opened his eyes wide, looking around with scrutiny. It ended up falling on Akainu. "Ha ha ha ha!" Anton suddenly laughed. Akainu, Akainu, you who have lava fruit, you actually choose to be a baby daddy. That's the devil fruit with the highest single attack power. Are you ashamed?" Anton was unceremoniously sarcastic. Akainu twitched, "As long as I can beat you, I don't care what I do." Yes, in order to defeat Antoine, Marine also developed a lot of combos. It would be too difficult to defeat Anton in a one-on-one match, so Marine found another way to combine the moves of the 2 Marine admirals to develop some relatively powerful combined moves. Kizaru and Akainu are a match made in heaven, but what is more embarrassing is that Akainu, who has always had a strong output, is actually a support. That said, behind every successful man is a woman who silently pays. And now Akainu has changed gender, he is the woman who gave silently. Chapter 144. Gurgle gurgle. Lava rose from Kizaru's feet, framing the shoe from ankle to toe. Seeing this, Anton frowned slightly. What kind of game is this? Bang bang! The magma boots erupted with fiery flames, providing Kizaru with infinite power, and he slowly flew up. Kind of like a rocket launcher. This feels, not bad. Kizaru condensed the Tiankanjiun sword in his hand, and the piercing sword energy swept across the world. Anton tilted his head. At first glance he didn't feel anything. But... boom boom boom! The magma boots erupted suddenly, and Kizaru attacked instantly. Poof! With a sweep of Jianguang, his skin was torn apart. Anton's chest was immediately cut open. Master Anton. My god, 2 admirals combined into one, how can there be such power? Unbelievable. San Calamity and the others were stunned. Even though the opponent was Marine San Admiral, in their view, it was easy for Anton to make a move. There is no pressure at all. As a result, as soon as they came up, looking at Anton's wound, everyone lost their minds. Ha ha ha, well done, Polisalino. Akainu patted his thigh excitedly. Damn, after being abused for so long, I finally feel proud. Do you know how it took him so long to come here? Ever since his TS were eaten by zombies and he became a eunuch, Akainu has become sensitive and always feels that everyone looks at him strangely. Aokiji was given the position of Marshal of Marine, isn't it because Akainu became a eunuch? This great shame and humiliation has always been buried in his heart. Waiting, is the revenge scene like today? Why do you look like a fool, what's there to be happy about? Anton stared at Akainu like an idiot. It is undeniable that Kizaru's fighting power has indeed become stronger. But, you Akainu can be a baby daddy, and I, Anton, can also milk myself. Opening his mouth, the ancient sword was swept out from the mouth. The moment Anton held it in his hand, his breath was resigned. Kizaru looked again and said in a concentrated voice, Sakazuki, that guy is a Zoan Phantom Beast's ability user, his vitality is terrifyingly strong, if he doesn't cut off his head, he might not be able to die. Then go. Akainu urged loudly, go, my Pikachu. Kizaru's whole body was shining with light, and he swept to Anton's back immediately, and the Tien Kanjiun sword slashed down vigorously. Poof! Clothes were torn, but the skin that came into view was intact. Damn monster! Kizaru cursed inwardly. The moment he held the ancient Tadeo, Anton strengthened obviously. It's my turn. Anton turned around and killed him with a single knife. Clang! Sparks burst out again, and the Amazono sword struggled to block the sharp edge of the Huanggu Tadeo. Even so, the force coming from his face still made his arms go numb. Swish! Momuzagi seized the opportunity, and Cairo stabbed Anton in the back of the head. What are you thinking, stupid woman? Ember fell from the sky, and the whole body was filled with flames. Momuzagi had to attack Yin. Court death! A huge great fireball ignited behind Yin, shining like the sun. Bang! The fiery shock wave spread in all directions, and the fireball after the explosion easily knocked Momuzagi away. If you can't deal with Anton, it's easy for me to deal with you. Akainu grinned ferociously, but what hit his face was that he had just raised his fist before suddenly retreating. Bang! The ground shattered, and the Devourer emerged from the soil. A pair of evil eyes stared at Akainu, making people shudder. Bang! A loud noise spread, and a golden flash flew out. Akainu looked up, Polisalino. He has black lines all over his head. Nima, if I lose my mind for a moment, you will be beaten away by Anton? The ground trembled violently, and the Devourer came running wildly, launching a sneak attack on Akainu. Bang! The elbow hit the chest forcefully, and there was a crisp sound of bone cracking inside. Poof! Akainu spurted old blood wildly, and was repelled more than 10 meters away in an instant. UBD! The old guy's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, great eruption. The magma arms, like giants, slammed into the Devourer mightily. Ask for flowers. Die, die, die for me. Akainu cursed with a ferocious face. Meow meow, by now, he has recognized the reality, the goal of killing Anton is a bit unreliable, it would be nice to kill his dog legs. Sadly, the moment he was about to be hit, a circular gas mask shot out from the ground. Bang bang! The giant magma fist exploded, terrifying power spread everywhere, and even the spreading shock wave was hot. Blocked. Looking at the hood full of cracks, Akainu wiped his eyes. The Devourer in the information seems to have no such ability. A scorching sharp edge fell from the sky. Akainu looked up and retreated hastily. Bang! 0, 0. A large fireball landed, blasting the ground into potholes of tens of feet. Even though Akainu avoided it in time, he was still sent flying by the aftermath. Yes, who is it? Akainu stood up in embarrassment, and a figure floated in the void. Black and gold battle clothes, wings condensed by flames, and a great sword wrapped in flames in his right arm. Agnes of Red Flame. Akainu recognized the monster's name and his heart sank. After the Battle of Naval Headquarters, the whole world came to know Agnes. It can attack, defend, summon clones, and fly in the sky. It can be called the most unsolvable boss. In addition, the hood raised by the devouring demon body just now was blessed by Agnes. Cheating. Do you understand cheating? Akainu looked suffocated. This son of a BCH keeps cheating every time. Antoine, it's ridiculous. You can use lava fruit to bless Kizaru, why can't I? 8-foot Kyan Guyu. Kizaru's voice resounded through the sky, and immediately after that, countless light bullets fell from the sky. The three calamities and others retreated one after another. One of Marine Admiral's ultimate moves must be taken seriously. On the contrary, Anton looked on indifferently, and glanced at Agnes from the corner of his eye, and the shield immediately blessed him. At the same time, blood-red eyes lit up on the heads of Kizaru and Akainu. It is the vengeful eye of Agnes. In this state, if you attack Agnes rashly, you will be retaliated. Chapter 145. Boom! Intensive explosions fell on the cover, and the flames covered it all. Old people today, really happy. Even though the flames were raging outside, Anton was unscathed. The 8-foot Kyan Guyu has a large attack range, and its damage to individuals is actually limited. Waiting for the hail of bullets in the sky to clear up, Anton dissipated his lust after seeing and hearing. Are you looking for the old man? A sudden voice sounded from the east, and Kizaru struck instantly, and the Amakongan sword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of magma. Poof! With a vigorous sweep, the cover was opened with a gap. Kizaru was overjoyed, and was about to swing the knife again, when Anton grabbed it with a big hand. He backed away in fright. So close! The old guy was sweating profusely, and muttered, almost got, bang! Big Eye Boy broke through 060 and gave Kizaru a heavy punch. Endless. Seeing this, Akainu's face turned black. Big Eye Boy, Agnes, and Devourer all came out, and it was about to become a zoo. He looked up at the Eye of Vengeance above his head, and clenched his fist slightly. Don't be impulsive, Sakazuki. Kizaru stood up tremblingly, don't attack Agnes, or you will hurt us back. He also looked at the bright eyes above his head, and his pupils shrank. Where did so much nonsense come from? Do you think the old man can't know this kind of nonsense? Akainu grumbled violently, losing one after another. He was full of malice towards everything, even Kizaru, his teammate. There was endless anger accumulated in his heart, and he had to find someone unlucky to vent out. It's you. Akainu is staring at the Devourer. Why are you staring? Your eyes look big, don't you? I'm the one who fed you. Shave. With a body more than 3 meters high, it descended without a sound, and Akainu's arms wrapped around the magma blasted out. Although the Devourer also punched back, the speed was obviously slower. Bang bang! The body of the Devourer of smoke exploded, and his body weighing several tons flew upside down. Moonwalk. Akainu took advantage of the victory and pursued, killing towards the sky. Don't look at him treating Anton submissively, he treats other monsters like a heavy blow. Agnes in the distance saw this, and the flame wings behind him moved. It's so funny, you think you'll be safe if you don't attack me? Go to hell this time. Akainu approached the Devourer, and the deadly magma blasted out again. Dark Hound, what are you doing? Akainu screamed in fright, and Agnes rushed to him in a flash, blocking the Devourer with his body. Akainu panicked suddenly, the vengeful eye on his head was still on. If Agnes was hit, wouldn't that be the end of the calf? The most deceitful thing is that the magma fist has already flown out. Bang bang! Eventually, magma exploded on Agnes. She just backed away. Wow! Akainu and Kizaru screamed like pigs being slaughtered. The two seemed to have been severely injured, lying on the ground with a tacit understanding, holding their stomachs in unison. Smoke billowed from Kizaru's body, a bloody black hole was opened in his stomach, and the surrounding skin was charred. Akainu had exactly the same wound. BD Sakazuki, I didn't tell you to pay attention, how did you hit Agnes? Kizaru went mad in a rare way. Damn, it's really annoying, the one who gave me a fatal blow turned out to be his mother. This fist took half of his life away. Don't blame me, I didn't attack Agnes, that guy rushed up by himself. Akainu wants to cry but has no tears. Is it useful to blame me? We also feel uncomfortable. How can there be such a thing? I don't want to hit you and give it away. I don't want to cooperate with you in this life. Kizaru hates Akainu, it's a rip-off. I can't fly this guy at all, with Akainu around, not only have to guard against Anton's big move, but also TMD have to guard against Akainu. Hoop hoop hoop. Kizaru took a few breaths and forced himself to stand up. There's nothing you can do if you don't get up, Anton will only come up to make up for the knife. Coincidentally, this guy Akainu also stood up, even smoother than Kizaru, without taking a breath. In addition to strong fighting power, Akainu also has another feature: resistance to beating. In the original book, being beaten so badly by Whitebeard is just a bit of a face. Sakazuki. Kizaru looked at Akainu, the corners of his mouth squirmed, hesitant to speak. What's the matter, say it. Akainu said in a deep voice, don't worry, I won't make a similar mistake again. 11. Kizaru was dubious, but finally shook his head. The broken mirror can't be reunited, I'm dead, thank you. What does it mean to die yourself and feel that I am in the way? Poof. Anton burst out laughing, and couldn't help but look at him sympathetically. Who do you despise, Polisolino? After regaining consciousness, Akainu spit stars flying all over the sky. It is already embarrassing to be despised by the enemy. Now that even his own people despise him, can Akainu not be angry? Hey, is this about to start rolling in? Anton rubbed his head and muttered, the delay is long enough, let's end it now. Bang bang bang. Anton stomped his feet fiercely, and the ground was torn apart. Creef of Flame and Neilby, who annihilated all, came out one after another. Plus Agnes, Devourer, and Big Eye Boy. These 5 giants attacked together. How can Akainu and Kizaru be enough to watch? Hanging. Kizaru's heart was cold, and his mind had already started to retreat. Sakazuki, there are so many enemies. Sakazuki. The Akainu that came into view has disappeared, and the red dog who was 0.5 irritated made a strong attack and rushed directly to 1v5. Fool. Kizaru's eyes jumped violently. Boom 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 boom. The thick armament haki is released from the air, forcing back all the monsters such as the Devourer. Akainu was the first to stare at Agnes, with hatred in his eyes. He jumped up and smashed his hard fist to the head. Bang bang! Agnes was repelled tens of meters in an instant, and his eyes exploded out with a puff. Gee ha ha ha! Akainu, who was bathed in blood, laughed wildly. He became more and more courageous as he fought, and rushed towards Agnes again. As everyone knows, the danger is approaching. Clive the Flame, the axe-wielding villain, outflanked from behind. Chapter 146. The moment the huge axe that was held high was about to hit Akainu, the savior appeared. Light speed kick. Boom boom boom. The flashing big feet exploded on Clive's body with extraordinary power, and he was blown away alive. Die! Akainu has blue veins all over his face, especially the corners of his mouth, where there are raised tendons. The output really depends on the roar. Poof! The blood spattered from Agnes' belly, and part of it sank into Akainu's mouth. He licked it reflexively, and immediately showed a devilish smile. So, it turns out that your blood is also fishy. Whoa! After disemboweling Agnes, her movements became obviously sluggish, and her figure gradually became transparent, showing signs of collapsing. Akainu was overjoyed, and finally wanted to beat these hanging hairs over. He was about to go up to make up his fist, but he retracted his fist like an electric shock. Wow! Ah! Behind him, Kizaru screamed in pain. The kick that kicked Creef of Flame away just now was not for free. Kizaru also exposed his back, and the Devourer took the opportunity to clamp Kizaru's arms. If Big-Eyed Boy had hugged Yellow Ape, he would probably have stopped cooking. 25 Akainu hesitated when he saw this. Should he save people, or kill Agnes first? It seems that I can hold on. Akainu glanced at Kizaru twice. The vitality is very tenacious. After all, it is so loud. If it is about to hang up, the voice is not so loud at all. Kizaru, WCNMGB. Hold it, brother. Akainu looked at Agnes ferociously, and all haki condensed on his right fist. Somehow, Agnes also felt the coming of death. She strikes first, stabbing Akainu with a long knife in her hand. Her goal is not to kill Akainu, but to force him back. This guy's desperate style of play is too brutal. Poof! The sharp blade pierced through the body, and Akainu took the initiative to take the knife from Agnes. His face was expressionless, his eyes were as cruel as ever. With cold eyes, it seems that he can't feel the pain. Die to me! Bang bang bang! An epoch-making punch hit the neck, like a sharp knife. All the bones in the neck were broken, and immediately with a puff, the entire head was separated from the body. Wow, shit! Anton was stunned when he saw this scene. Did he just smash Agnes' head off? Crazy Akainu, is it so fierce? In the original book, it is worthy of being the man who defeated Aokiji and became the marshal. But, this price is also quite expensive, in exchange for Kizaru's lifelong S***X. Poof! Several black zombies drilled out of the ground, scrambling to bite Kizaru's body. This is not what Anton did on purpose. First of all, these zombies were summoned by Creef of Flame. They are equivalent to undead, without consciousness. They will only instinctively attack the most vulnerable places of the enemy. Isn't that the weakest part of a man? Wow! Ah! Kizaru's screams resounded through the sky, ranging from sharp to hoarse. The eyes are also red. As far as the eye could see, Kizaru's front office was covered in blood. Gilu! Akainu swallowed hard, and the joy of blasting Agnes was swept away. This is completely sacrificing Kizaru. If he had given up on Agnes to save people just now, Kizaru would not have joined the army of eunuchs. Poor Salino, the old man is here to save you. After the sluggishness passed, Akainu rushed forward. The Devourer took the initiative to retreat, and although the black zombie rushed up, Akainu exploded with a few punches. He grabbed Kizaru who was about to fall to the ground, looked at the sweat on the other side's head, and felt quite ashamed in his heart. Poor Salino, are you all right? Akainu asked nervously. No, all right. Kizaru touched subconsciously, and found that the man's beauty was missing, resisting the urge to chop Akainu. Do you think the old man seems to be okay? Akainu's face twitched, and he explained embarrassingly, the old man is also. Anton couldn't listen any longer, and reminded, what old man is not old man, your address is wrong. You are not men anymore, change your name now. Tell Laozi about our home. Anton corrected righteously. Kizaru and Akainu both spitting blood, our family? Your old mother. Answer me, why didn't you come to save me just now? Kizaru said angrily, the old man saw that you were being attacked, so he went up to help immediately. It is because of this that our family was, Abba. This old man gave the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. Don't be mad, did you see that? Akainu pointed at the body of Agnes, see, that guy has already been blown up. Poor Salino, we've got a big win. As for the price, I only paid you 2 eggs. Akainu said seriously, compared with this great victory, your sacrifice is worth it. You have to understand that when I was in the Sabayati archipelago last time, the old man was gnawed off by the enemy when he got nothing. Akainu patted Kizaru's shoulder, don't worry, Marine will never forget your sacrifice. 953. The anger on Kizaru's face slowly subsided. Not to mention, Akainu is very good at brainwashing, and he competes with Konoha's third Hokage and Uchiha Madara. After talking about it, Kizaru suddenly feels like he really made money. Poor Salino, next, our mission is to wipe out more monsters. Akainu stared at the Devourer, always feeling that this guy is not very smart. Ho 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 ho. The Devourer also roared twice in a demonstrative manner. The old man will make you pay. Kizaru stared at Anton fiercely, blaming him for making himself an incomplete man. His crime deserves to be punished, and death is not too late. I'm tired of playing. Anton stretched his arms apart, as if some kind of magic had been activated, and his body radiated fire. The rest of the Devourer, Big Eye Boy, Creef of Flame, and Annihilation Nelby's bodies also shone brightly. The most outrageous thing is, Agnes, who had already fallen to the ground, also emitted a bright light from his body. Gilu. Akainu felt a chill in his heart, this dam is not going to be resurrected, is it? If this is resurrected, how should he explain to Kizaru? After all, his eggs will not be resurrected. Chapter 147. Akainu panicked a lot, his eyes widened. Kizaru is not much stronger. Akainu's brainwashing just now is like an analgesic, and the torn wound doesn't hurt at all. It's good now, it's starting to hurt again. Boom boom boom. The flames on Agnes' body became even more dazzling, and flames more than 10 feet erupted from the ground. Agnes in the flames moved slowly, even though she became a headless corpse, she slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Akainu and Kizaru lost their minds. Kizaru, my balls. He gritted his teeth and stared at Akainu, who comforted him, poor Salino, calm down, now is not the time for internal strife. If we turn our faces here, it will not be a problem that can be solved by throwing a few eggs. Humph, I don't need you to preach, I'm going back, and I'll settle accounts with you again. During the conversation between the two, Agnes has been reborn from the ashes, and a brand new head has grown out. Ah poof! Kizaru couldn't stand it anymore, and spit out a mouthful of blood in anger. The body also began to crumble. Hold on bro. Akainu held Kizaru's shoulders with his big hands, don't be sad, as long as we work together to chop off Anton's eggs, this wave, will not be a loss. He. Anton sneered twice, these two guys didn't seem to know what he was doing. Bosses such as Agnes and Devourer were actually split from Anton's body. To put it bluntly, it was part of his strength. Now, it's time to go back to the Matrix. The bodies of monsters such as Agnes and Big Eye Boy faded away, turning into air masses like souls. Come back. Anton opened his arms, and everyone entered one after another. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, Anton's back grew flame wings. This is the power of Agnes. On the top of the head, there is also an eye cracked, which is the power of Big Eye Boy. The muscles on his body also swelled, which is the power of the Devourer. Both arms are surrounded by lightning, which is the area of force for annihilating Nelby. Poor Salino, this guy seems to have fused all the monsters. Akainu said cautiously. The old man's eyes are not blind yet. Kizaru snorted angrily, and Akainu's face changed when he heard that. Decades of friendship, from today onwards, is gone. He looked at Kizaru. It turned out that the relationship between us is only worth a few eggs. It doesn't feel bad. Anton moved his body a little, stared at Akainu and Kizaru, the eyes on the top of his head were shining brightly. Not good. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they all turned their backs to Anton. They have opened up Wasteland many times, and they know that big-eyed boy has gone mad, and it's over if they cross eyes. Having said that, in a duel between the strong, is it not the same as exposing a weakness if you rashly leave your back to the opponent? Swish! The lightning condensed under his feet, and Anton used Nerb's lightning to attack him. The iron fist wrapped in flames and lightning hit Akainu on the back. Bang bang! Lightning and flames exploded on Akainu's body at the same time, and the guy spat blood again. Poof! Akainu knelt down on the spot, the electric current spread all over his body, the huge numbness was like an anesthesia needle, and the body lost its response. Kizaru rushed to fight back with a knife. Boom! The transparent air mask covers the body, easily blocking the slash. This is Agnes' ability. They've all become eunuchs, so it's useless to ask for a waist, right? The lightning in Anton's hands condensed and turned into a spear to stab Kizaru. Poof! A severe stabbing pain came from the right abdomen. Lightning also spread in the body, and Kizaru also knelt down like Akainu. The two admirals in Marine were beaten and knelt down at the same time. This scene has never happened in hundreds of years. Just take a photo at this time. Anton secretly felt it was a pity, it was obviously a historic moment. There is a flaw. Akainu suddenly soared into the air, and punched Anton's head straight with his fist. Bang bang! The fist wind exploded on Anton's head, and the clutter shredded the ground. It's such a violent force, but it can't even beat Anton back. It's over, Akainu. Holding the ancient sword in his hand, Anton raised the sword with a crisp hand. Poof! The right arm was split from the shoulder, and blood spurted wildly along the wound. Whoa! Akainu screamed again from being abused, and his voice gradually became hoarse. Sakazuki! Sakazuki! Kizaru was dumbfounded. The two of them, Marine Admiral, the most powerful man in the sea, the existence that countless people look up to, how did they get abused today? One lost an egg. One lost an arm. Akainu, no. My egg, I lost it a few months ago. Anton ignored the screaming Akainu and jumped up. Boom! The right foot hit the left face, and with a click, the entire face was dislocated and tilted. Light speed kick. Boom boom boom. Attack one, and the other naturally cannot take care of it. The flames exploded on Anton's body, and he stood upright, slowly walking out of the sea of flames. Swish! Kizaru also gave up on Anton, leapt forward and appeared beside Akainu. This Marine Admiral has closed her eyes, only breathing weakly. If things go on like this, Sakazuki will be killed sooner or later. No. Even if Anton didn't do anything, Sakazuki, Wang Qunhao, would die due to excessive blood loss. Kizaru's heart is cold, dignified Marine Admiral, hanged and beaten like a pig and dog, even tortured to death? Spread the word, the whole sea, the whole world will boil, right? This guy is no longer a character that can be defeated by manpower. If you want to defeat him, you need celestial dragons and ancient weapon. Kizaru's will to fight has collapsed. Anton is too strong, both Marine and Admiral will be killed. In fact, in every era, some outstanding existences will be born. For example, Rox, the overlord of the sea in the past. And One Piece Roger. At the peak of their strength, they all had the fighting power to crush the sea. If you want to defeat them, one admiral or two admirals can't do it at all. At least gang fights, no 3 or 4 admirals can't do it. Chapter 148. On the other side, Momuzagi is also in deep siege. Regardless of the title of admiral's candidate, the actual combat power has not yet reached admiral's level. Besieged by the 3 plagues and Boa Hancock, bloody. Boom. A loud noise fell, and a graceful black shadow flew out against the ground. Bang! The hill not far away disintegrated, and Momuzagi was buried deep under the ruins. It's all right now, it's all over. Anton stretched his waist and looked at the fallen Akainu, not very interested. As the saying goes, behind every tall goddess, there is a man who plays until he vomits. Like Akainu, Anton also vomited on him. During Sabayati Archipelago, Akainu was abused. During Summit War, Akainu was abused again. Right now Wano Kuni, Akainu is being abused again. To be honest, I was really tired of being abused, and I was so abused that I vomited. Swish! Kizaru flew up to the sky, a shining light gathered between his hands. It's like holding 2 suns in your hands, shining brightly. Anton had to close his eyes. 8-foot Kayan Guyu. The overwhelming flash bombs fell to their heart's content, and they were within the strike range for several kilometers. Bang bang bang! Anton put up a protective cover to block all the flash bombs. This wave of 250 intensive offensive lasted about 3 minutes. After disappearing, the earth that came into view was full of potholes. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder smoke, and the ground was scorched black, as if it had been burned by the sky. Anton observation haki spread out, his face slightly stiff. Kizaru, this guy has disappeared. And Akainu is nowhere to be seen. Sakazuki Admiral, Polusalino Admiral. Momuzagi cried out in despair. Nima, I'm about to run away, I'll let my mother know at least. Is leaving me here alone to delay the 2 of you? Tisk tisk, what a pity, Jun. Anton approached, and said with a smirk, Marine Admiral's substitute has been captured, should it be an explosive news? Captive. Momuzagi shrank his pupils and stood up tremblingly, don't underestimate Marine's will. Extreme colors appeared on the delicate little face, and the pupils also shone with a deadly edge. Captive? Don't be funny, she would rather die in battle. Kill. No one is fighting side by side, and Leaping Rabbit cheers for himself. Holding Junpiro in his hand, he rushed towards Anton. She hoped that Anton would give herself a fatal blow. Seriously. To be able to die in the hands of a 5.5 billion big pirate. Oh no, it is not too much for Antoine to offer a reward of 7 billion for defeating the Big Mom pirate group and severely damaging Marine Admiral. Being able to die in the hands of the world's #1 pirate, Momuzagi thinks this ending is pretty good. It is glorious to lose. The sharp point of the sword stabbed head-on, Anton took a step back, and the blade passed in front of him. He took advantage of the momentum with his knees and slammed into Momuzagi's stomach hard. Boom! The entire lower abdomen was sunken on the spot. Momuzagi let out a wow, and spit out a big mouthful of saliva. Bang! Junpiro also fell down, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. A-hole, kill me quickly! Momuzagi yelled at Anton. As you wish. Anton held the back of Momuzagi's head with both hands, and hit his knee again. Boom! Momuzagi's head trembled suddenly, and his head almost exploded. Although ultimate is painful, it is still a long way from death. Boom! 6. Boom! Boom! The knees kept hitting Momuzagi's head, and the whole face was bruised and swollen. Death is not dead, anyway, the painful Momuzagi doesn't want to live anymore. A-hole! Momuzagi roared, she could see that this guy just wanted to torture herself. Obviously, it would be enough to kill her with one knife. You are Marine Admiral, you are still so beautiful, I can't bear to kill you. Anton moved his shoulders and suggested, I think you might as well be my husband, CFDG, don't feel inferior, I don't despise you old. Poof. Boa Hancock burst out laughing, how dare you say that? You're dreaming. Without even thinking about it, Momozagi naturally refused. If an admiral substitute becomes the wife of a bandit, not only will Momozagi lose face, but even Marine will become a joke. She can't afford to lose this man. Woman, what I have is time to spend with you. Anton was not in a hurry, and winked at Quinn. This woman was brutally tied up, so she should be escorted to Fangguan prison for mining. Wanakuni's internal worries have been resolved, and we can go to Zo Island to collect the third road sign history text. Drake, the undercover agent, is dead, and Marine is also afraid of being beaten, no one dares to provoke them. Half a day later, Naval Headquarters. The news of both Akainu and Kizaru's defeat reached Naval Headquarters half an hour ago. Akainu's broken arm, Momozagi's capture, Kizaru's egg loss, which one is not a super big event? Aokiji, who is always calm and rarely gets angry, is rarely angry. Bang bang! The solid wood desk fell apart, and Aokiji punched it. Drake, that idiot, what the hell is he doing? Isn't it 100% guaranteed that the information is true? Aokiji wants to cry but has no tears. He fought so embarrassingly in the first battle when he was promoted to Marshal, the world will question his ability. Stop complaining about Drake, his life card has been burned to ashes. Crane Vice Admiral's face was gloomy, and he murmured absent-mindedly, I didn't even come back from the paper garden. Aokiji's face was gloomy, try to find a way to get people out, Admiral has become a captive, it will cause chaos in the world. How to save? Crane Vice Admiral asked a question, and said with a wry smile, Akainu and Kizaru are both injured, should we send Green Bull and Fujitora? They have gone, do you think there is any good fruit to eat? Aokiji lowered his head, his body trembling a little. For a long time, no one in this world could resist the attacks of the two admirals. Don't look at the Summit War in the original book, where Whitebeard fights against Marine and Admiral. In fact, it is a wheel battle. If they attack Whitebeard together, the old guy will die miserably and have no resistance. But in this era, the strongest has already appeared, Anton, who is so powerful and scary. Against him, the two admirals can only run for their lives. Don't worry, this matter is beyond our management, and that group of people should be dispatched. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were clear, and he pointed to the top of his head casually, Celestial dragons will not let Anton continue to grow, just like Roger and Rox back then. Anton, is the next lamp to be extinguished. Chapter 149. On the blue sea, a giant elephant walks aimlessly. He has a body that covers the sky, and his limbs move forward in the deep sea. It is difficult to find creatures comparable to him. Even the giant sea kings under the deep sea, compared with this behemoth, it is not interesting. The most astonishing thing is that on the body of the giant elephant, there is still a country, the Furry Principality. This is a country with a long history, with hundreds of years of cultural heritage. The main clan is the Fur clan, a born fighter fighting clan. The rulers are the shopkeeper Nekobamushi and the Duke of Inuarashi. It's spectacular. Behind the elephant master's fart drum, a warship from the beast's pirates followed. It was Anton's group. Seeing the huge body of the elephant master, everyone was amazed. Is it big? Compared with me, there is still a gap. The elephant lord is only big in body, but I am big everywhere. Anton chuckled, with an unusually wretched expression. Brother Anton, let me kill this idiot. Jack asked for his order, but Anton gave him a glare. This idiot, who challenged the elephant owner rashly in the original book, was blown away by his nose. Do you still come to this set now? Jin, turn into a pteranodon. Anton went to Yin. What are you going to do? Although he was puzzled, he obeyed obediently. What is Brother Anton doing? Trembling with embarrassment, Anton suddenly jumped on top of him. Nima, is this using Laozi as a mount? Everyone come up. Anton hooked everyone. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I've wanted to come up a long time ago. Quinn came up in a hurry. He and Yin have always been enemies. Boa Hancock also came up. Jack was a little flustered. Afterwards, Brother Jin would not wear shoes for him, would he? You stay here and watch the boat. Anton glanced at Jack, and patted Yin's body. This is not an example. Ember fluttered her wings and flew high towards the generous back of the Elephant Lord. After all, they are pirates worth more than $1 billion. Is it appropriate to use them as mounts? Yin's speed was very fast, and he flew to an altitude of thousands of meters in a blink of an eye, and the general outline of the furry principality emerged in everyone's eyes. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge primitive jungle, with no end in sight. Secondly, there are some ancient buildings, most of which are weathered and full of time. Brother Anton, how do you know there is a red stone here? Someone asked suspiciously. Hey, secret. Anton grinned, casually perfunctory. It can't be said that Laozi is a time traveler, right? Boss, look. Quinn suddenly pointed to a certain place, and a building similar to a palace emerged. That's probably the base camp of the fur race. Anton was thoughtful, and ordered, Jin, fly over. Swish. A flash of fire flashed across the sky. Yin turned around and swooped away. In the palace, many fur tribes gathered together. Among them are the shopkeeper Niko Mamushi and Duke Inuarashi. The two sat side by side without saying a word. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely bite their teeth. Both were members of the Red Sheath Nine, and their relationship has broken down since the tragic death of Kojiki Odin. They were like enemies, and when they returned to the furry principality, they were also divided according to time. It is a miracle that the two are sitting together now. The reason why this happened was because of the arrival of a certain person. One day ago, Momosuke and Kinemon Foxfire came to Satori Island. Shopkeeper Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi were very excited. After all, this is the son of their master, the young master of Zheng'er. On the body, the blood of the Kojiki family flows. At Momosuke's request, the two reconcile. Damn beasts, pirates! You actually treat the young master like this. Shopkeeper Mobemushi and Duke Inuarashi were both filled with righteous indignation. They already knew what happened to Momonosuke, that wicked Anton actually kicked the balls of young master Momonosuke. It is not an exaggeration to be sentenced to death 10,000 times for such a serious crime. Okay, both of you, please calm down. Kinemon wryly smiled and said, Anton is one of the trump cards of the beasts pirates. What can we fight against? Kinemon, don't be discouraged. Duke Inuarashi comforted, Madam Shi's prophecy, have you not forgotten? Ask for her flowers. Mentioning this lifted everyone's spirits. Mrs. Shi, that is, Kojiki Shi, the person with the time fruit ability, has the calendar emperor who controls time. 20 years after Mrs. Shi sent Momonosuke and others, the power of the time fruit is mysterious and unpredictable, and the future can be seen to a certain extent. Since Mrs. Shi has said that after 20 years, the person who defeated the beasts pirates will appear, this statement must not be false. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion sounded, shaking the entire palace. What happened? Master Momonosuke is here, who would dare to make a mistake? Shopkeeper Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi both stood up. 2 adults. 0. Soon a fur tribe came to report, and said with a pale face, a flying dragon is attacking us. Flying dragon. Everyone looked at each other and rushed out unanimously. In the sky, the pterosaurs burning with flames kept releasing fireballs to the earth, attacking the fur tribe on the ground without restraint. That seems to be The storekeeper cat Hashiba and Duke Inuarashi were horrified, and their breath was instantly relieved. No matter what kind of creature it is, it has the attribute of bullying and fearing toughness in its bones. Blaze of the beast's pirates! Kinemon was in despair. These little pawns, they didn't need Kaido to do it himself. Yin could be wiped out in one wave. There seems to be someone on Yin's back. Shopkeeper Cat Viper narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to be here too, Momonashuk. Anton also found Momonashuk and couldn't help but smile. Nima, you kid is unlucky enough to meet Laozi after 20 years of coming here. Now we meet again at Zou Island. It's really fate. Yes, 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 it's him. Momonashuk also found Anton, both legs were twitching. He's the one who kicked my balls. Momonosuke moved his legs together reflexively. To be honest, everyone is afraid of Anton, especially men. There are too many bosses who have been abolished by him. Beckman, Redhead, Akainu, Kizaru, and others are all FG eunuchs. Spoon. Chapter 150. Antoine. No introduction is needed, and no redundant elaboration is needed. This face is probably the most recognizable in the world. After failing Marine several times in succession, Anton has been described as an ogre in the news. Up to an 80-year-old old lady, down to a 1 or 2-year-old child who has just learned to walk, old and weak women and children, none of them will be spared. Don't look at the exaggeration of the news description, in fact, there is indeed a certain basis for such a black Anton. Marine Marshal Sengoku, who was beaten up by him a while ago, is almost 80? And Momonosuke, isn't he just a child? You even exploded a child's balls, how damaged are you? SHHHHHHH. A group of people descended from the sky and landed in front of Momonosuke and others without any mistakes. I don't want to say any more nonsense. 877 all in all, my goal is the red stone. As soon as Anton came up, he had a showdown, give me the red stone, and I will leave immediately. Why? What if you don't give it? Duke Inuarashi asked in a deep voice. There's no such thing on Zou Island. The shopkeeper Cat Viper glared at Anton. He. Anton smiled faintly, and said patiently, my two friends, there is no need for you to be so hostile to me. In fact, I also have the mission of multiplying the blood of the Kojiki family. In addition to Momonashuk, Kojiki Odin also has a daughter named Kojiki Hiri, who is actually Wanakuni's Waranzayazi. Now she has become my maid. Anton's light narration. Impossible. Jineman strongly objected, and said in a deep voice, you're lying to a ghost, Ms. Hiri is probably dead, right? Duke Inuarashi and shopkeeper Nico Mamashi bowed their heads, deeply saddened. I have proof. Anton clapped his hands, and Boa Hancock immediately handed over 2 samurai swords. You should know this, right? Both knives are beautifully crafted and imposing. One of them has petal-shaped engravings. The other one is dark purple and also has petal-shaped carvings. Heavenly Feather Slash. That's Yan Mo. Duke Inuarashi and the shopkeeper Mamusashi exclaimed. As for Kinemon, he was also stunned. He did recognize Kojiki Odin's 2 sabers, and there was no doubt that they were genuine. Miss Hiri, is it really in your hands? Kinemon asked tremblingly, a little unacceptable for a while. Ms. Raihi, who flowed with noble blood, actually became a hotbed for killing her father and enemies? How is this different from admitting a thief as a father? Anton, sorry, it is Kaido and Kurozumi who killed my father and enemy, and it has nothing to do with me. Even because of killing Kurozumi Orokai, Zayazi became more obedient to him. Speaking of which, everyone is our own, so hurry up and give me the red stone, I'm in a hurry. Anton stretched out his hand and urged. I object. Kinemon said bluntly, the beast's pirates are the enemies of His Highness Odin, giving you the red stone, isn't it the same as funding the enemy? Although Miss Raihe is in your hands, in my opinion, you forced her to do so. Not to mention, after Kineman's analysis of this wave, shopkeeper Mabamushi and Duke Inuarashi both nodded. Looking at Anton's eyes, he was full of hostility again. UBD, do you want to die that much? Anton's eyes were gloomy, and to be honest, the last time Momonosuke and Kineman were let go, it was because of Xiaozi's face. After all, when going to bed at night, Xiaozi cooperates in various ways. Wouldn't the beauty be very sad if her brother was hacked to death? Let me ask you one last time, hand over the red stone, or force me to do it. Anton said blankly, I'm not interested in you ants, don't force me to kill them. Otherwise. A cold light flashed in Anton's eyes, fur and fur tribes, no dog or chicken will be left behind. Hearing this, the shopkeeper Mao Viper took a step forward and scolded angrily, on the territory of the fur clan, you dare to threaten us. Duke Inuarashi also said coldly, we have a lot of people, so let's fight with the beast's pirates, pft. Before the word war could be said, Anton flashed over and pierced his stomach. With your strength, how dare you challenge Lao Zi? Where did you get the courage? The relatives didn't climb up, and Anton also went on a killing spree, piercing Duke Inuarashi's heart as soon as he came up. What are you still doing? Kill me! Anton yelled at Quinn and the others. Hey, just waiting for your words. Without saying a word, Quinn directly turned into a huge Brachiosaurus. Yin flew into the sky again to drop a fire bomb. Boa Hancock Conqueror's haki flew wildly, and the fur tribes running around, fell to the ground. It is true that there are many people, but Anton and others, which one is not in existence with one enemy in 1,000? Wow ah ah ah! Anton's 360-degree rotating handle, the ancient Tadeo turned over the chest of Duke Inarashi, and all the organs such as the heart were crushed. He screamed again and again, his voice filled with endless pain. He was instantly killed as soon as he came up, which he didn't expect. Damn it, when he was still the Red Sheath 9 heroes, he was considered a main member. As a result, they rushed to the street after meeting each other, which was a real slap in the face. Inuarashi. At this moment, the one who was most angry was the shopkeeper Mao Viper, the nemesis, who kicked in the air. Your opponent is me, Lao Zi. Quinn came from the side, head down, haki entangled. Brachiosaurus bomb. Bang bang. The cat viper shopkeeper was directly knocked into the air, and the entire rib part was broken. 2. Kineman has been frightened and stupid, so this is rough at 15.8. I fight with you. The shopkeeper cat viper tremblingly got up, but unfortunately, he hadn't stood up straight yet, when a black shadow passed by in the sky. Yin dropped a flame bomb and ran away. Boom boom boom. The blazing flame exploded on the shopkeeper Mao Viper, and it was torn apart on the spot. Mind your own business, Yin, this is Lao Zi's prey. Quinn didn't appreciate it at all, go back to Wano Kuni, Lao Zitmt will kill you. Poof. Anton pulled out the ancient sword, and Duke Inuarashi also fell to the ground. His breathing had gradually weakened, but he didn't blink Anton. What a scary look! Boom! Anton was so frightened that he kicked up, his head was like a smashed watermelon, and his brains were blown out. Chapter 151. It seems that there are only 2 of you left. Anton waved the wild ancient sword and approached slowly. Momonosuke was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, and a smell of urine spread from his body. Anton looked down and saw that the kid's crotch was already wet. Ah ha ha ha! Is this Kojiki Odin's son? How embarrassing, I peed my pants from being scared. But then again, I kicked your balls out last time. When peeing, isn't it a bit blocked? How do you usually communicate? Antoine asked a series of strange questions. Kineman also hated iron and steel, grabbed Momonosuke and loudly reprimanded, Master Momonosuke, remember. Even if we die, we must die in battle. But, I'm not going to die. Momonosuke said weakly. You, Apoof. Hearing this, Jinwaimen spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. If this was his own son, he would be slapped if he went up. Things have developed to this point, and he is ready to die in battle. Key 25 is Momonosuke, still obsessed with the colorful world. How about this? Anton's eyeballs rolled drippingly. If you kneel down and admit your mistake, I'll let you go. Are you kidding? Kinemon roared, scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Momonosuke-sama has inherited the lineage of the strongest samurai His Highness Odin, how could he give you this kind of help? Kinemon's voice suddenly increased several decibels, extremely sharp and ear-piercing. Because, Momonosuke was already kneeling on the ground. See, Kinemon, you want to die, but others don't want to die. Anton smirked and said, I only said half of what I said just now, you have to kowtow to me so that I can forgive you. Momonosuke's pupils twitched. Knock, kowtow. Yes, kowtow to admit your mistake, this will show your sincerity, otherwise who will trust you? This head, you must kowtow. Anton emphasized solemnly. Hearing this, Momonosuke's head slowly fell down, and both eye sockets were filled with tears. Don't knock. At this moment, the deep and vicissitudes of life sounded in my mind. Momonosuke seemed to be attacked by something, clutching his head in pain. Who is it? Leave quickly. Anton frowned upon hearing this. You kid, are you pretending to be crazy to me? Your squire is right, you have the blood of the Kojiki clan in you, and you cannot kowtow to him. The long and profound voice came again, I am a sinner, now it's time for redemption, please order. Order. Momonosuke was stunned, who did he give the order to? As far as he can command, there is only one Kinemon left. Oh, by the way, Seikemon was also very disappointed in him. I am the bearer of this country, the Elephant Master. Please order me to destroy the beast's pirates. Buzz buzz. A strange fluctuating mind crashed, and Momonosuke had a splitting headache. Anton rubbed his chin, this kid didn't look like he was pretending, his scalp was soaked in cold sweat. Could it be that? Anton's face changed, and then he suddenly remembered something. Momonosuke seemed to be able to communicate with the elephant owner. Please destroy the beast's pirates. In the end, Momonosuke still shouted this sentence. Chuck blah 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 blah. Suddenly, the entire furry principality began to shake. The land is torn and the trees snapped. The fur tribe on the island also became a mess. They knew that the elephant owner was angry. Hurry up and beat the beast's pirates. Can't spare them. Avenge Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi. Many fur tribes raised their arms and shouted, hoping that the elephant lord would show his power and destroy the beast's pirates. Anton's face was calm. He didn't want to make an enemy of this giant elephant. He just found the red stone and ran away. He really didn't intend to cause trouble. Since this elephant is looking for death, there is no way. A gust of wind hit the sky, and then it quickly darkened. Anton looked up, and saw a huge black long whip covered with dense thick hairs. Looking around, it's not just as simple as tens of thousands of meters. 6. Yin, who was soaring in the sky, was unfortunately shot, and his blood spilled into the sky. The body was pulled out of the furry principality, and fell towards the distant sea. FK, shit. Quinn's eyeballs were about to fall out. Is that elephant so fierce? What if I kill Yin? The corners of Anton's mouth twitched. Actually, are you looking forward to it? Idiot, what are you yelling about? Find the stone of will for me. Anton scolded angrily, let me deal with the elephant master. After speaking, Anton started the apostle mode. Bang bang. A huge mass of more than 300,000 tons fell on the body of the elephant owner, and his whole body sank hundreds of meters at once, almost falling into the deep sea. Pain also clearly flashed in the elephant master's huge eyes. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Swish. 400 at the next moment, the terrifying elephant trunk swept over again, and slammed straight at Anton's head. He also opened his mouth very cooperatively. Boom! The strength of the elephant lord was still amazing, and he directly cleaved the corner of Anton's mouth, and the blood spilled out in a large area. But, Anton also took advantage of the situation and bit the elephant owner's trunk. Apart from anything else, it was a frenzied bite to go up. The teeth, which were sharper than the supreme sharp knife, easily pierced into the flesh. Wow! Ah, 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 ah. The elephant lord let out an earth-shattering scream. He tried to retract the trunk, but Anton's bite force was so amazing that the trunk was torn and he couldn't pull it out. I don't know how to roast elephant trunk meat. Anton is nicknamed the Flame Terminator, not only can absorb flames and energy, but also is a master among masters in playing with fire. In the mouth, a steady stream of flames and magma rolled out. The elephant's trunk was scorched in a large area, and a pungent smell spread immediately. Anton took a bite of the charred meat, and a smell of uric acid filled his mouth. Damn, the taste is really strong. He hastily dropped the trunk. This is really karma. Chapter 152. Anton spread out his limbs, and his plastron was pressed against the ground. He was like a super melting pot, and the surroundings began to heat up rapidly. This country itself is an elephant master, so... Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The elephant screamed in pain, and the skin on his back was also scorched. He shook his body with all his strength, trying to drive Anton off. Puff! 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 Anton's limbs are covered with sharp claws, which can easily penetrate the elephant owner's skin and firmly hold his flesh and blood. Even the royal palace of the furry principality was thrown out, and Anton was still crawling on the elephant owner's back. GG, you like to meddle in your own business, don't you? Anton smiled sullenly, opened his mouth wide, and Lan was biting wildly. Puff! 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 There are more and more wounds on the elephant owner's back. This old elephant, which has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has wounds all over its body, and blood flows like rivers. Anton rode on him tightly, unable to survive. Brother Anton, I found it. This guy Quinn is carrying a red stone, which is full of densely written civil servants. It is the red stone. It's all in my mouth, you can retreat now. Anton opened his mouth, and Quinn and others ran in one after another. Brother Anton, take it easy and don't swallow us. Quinn added, my flesh, don't show off for the purpose. Anton's head is full of black lines, UFG don't speak, no one thinks you are dumb. After taking away the red stone, the elephant owner is worthless. Immediately afterwards, his huge body jumped towards the sea. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of thousands of tons of bodies hit the sea, and the splashes were thousands of meters high. Anton thumped his limbs and swam away into the distance. But... Whoa 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 whoa! The sea was rippling behind him, and huge waves surged up, almost overturning Anton. Unwilling to fail like this, Xiongju rushed over from the water. His sharp ivory stabbed directly at Anton. UFG court death, ... Anton yelled, don't look at the arrogance of the mouth, the actual action is very cowardly. The limbs and head shrank, and the whole body retracted into the turtle shell. Clang! Clang! The thick tortoise shell blocked Anton's blow. Seeing this, the elephant owner had half of his trunk left, so he whipped him again. Bang bang! Anton fell into the sea immediately. If this blow fell on the island, it is estimated that it could split an island in half. In the cold deep sea, Anton was not in a hurry to go up. If the Lord wants to die, he will do as he wishes. Anton sneaked close to the forelegs of the elephant owner, and opened his mouth full of fangs again. Poof! Wow ah ah ah! Blood stained the sea red, and the elephant master uttered another call. Anton gnawed with all his strength, tore the flesh from his legs, and crushed his bones. After a while, half of the elephant's forelimb was left. The blood spread in the sea water, and the predators under the deep sea were also attracted. Many sea kings came to help, helping Anton to bite the elephant owner together. The more Anton thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he hurriedly swam away. Damn, isn't he eating with a bunch of brutes? Whoa! Ah! Wow! The elephant owner kept screaming, and the sound spread dozens of kilometers away. The whole sea is extremely depressing. Anton has no sense of guilt, don't think it's okay to bite off a leg, he also attacked other limbs. Laozi didn't want to kill you at first, so who are you to blame? Poof! Poof! Asterisk. The remaining 3 elephant legs were also gnawed by Anton, and the bones and pieces of meat floated away in the sea together. More and more sea kings gathered. At this moment the elephant lord was like a pile of carrion, with countless flies eating around him. After the elephant master's limbs were broken, Anton wandered away leisurely. This elephant owner, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, ended with an unprecedented tragic ending. 2 days later, a skeleton the size of 2 or 3 islands was left in the sea. It's really suffocating. Recently, the turmoil on the sea has never stopped. All conflicts are caused by Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates. Especially Beasts pirates defeated Big Mom and Marine Double Admiral one after another. Anton has become the overlord of New World. In New World, it seems like a god exists. In addition, his latest reward has also been announced, as high as 7.289 billion Baileys. This reward, even the former rocks, should be honestly looked up to. Before Antoine rose, Roger offered the highest reward, reaching 5.5648 billion Baileys. It is the highest reward in the past 10 or 20 years. But if we put it in the past, 30 or 40 years ago, it was still the world of Rocks. Pirate Captain Rocks often existed beyond 6 billion Baileys. It's just that no one knows about it now. Most of the things about Rocks Pirate have been concealed by the world government, and the only one who knows the secret is that little guy. New World Cake Island. Since the defeat, the ant was in a very bad mood. The red stone is lost, can she be happy? Also, she was the majestic 4 emperors, but she was actually forced to mine by Anton. This dam is simply a lifelong stain. Ant hated Anton so much that she wished she could tear him into pieces. Of course, there is also Kaido, a scumbag. She even wanted to chop Kaido's eggs, put them on bamboo sticks and bake them to feed Zeus. Zeus. However, it was not until today that her mood brightened. The Beasts pirates are too strong, and the divisions let other forces fight together. Now, someone has come to report to the group to keep warm. Well. Good, in the luxurious castle, Big Mom's happy laughter came out. Judge, and everyone in the Vinsmoke family, you are very welcome. The ant smiled, she already knew that the Vinsmoke family had also been insulted by the doctor. Next, shall we discuss the plan to deal with the Beasts pirates together? Big Mom, cut to the chase. Judge straightened out his thoughts and said, Vinsmoke seeks the help of his allies, but the Beasts pirates have no sincerity, even the companions who let our family go do not agree. Therefore, I chose you as my partner. It's okay not to say this, but when the words fell, because my mother suddenly became upset. Damn, my wife is a spare tire. At the beginning, that scumbag Kaido took me as a spare tire, and he kicked my mother when he rose up. Vinsmoke also play this set? The ant said that the old lady is tired of being a spare tire. Chapter 153. In order to be abandoned after sleeping, the ant decided to save herself. If you want to scum me, then the old lady will scum you first. Well. The ant smiled strangely, and her eyes became shiny. She found that she was really smart and knew how to take the lead. Hee, my big mom is no longer that innocent little girl. How did it happen? Is this woman crazy? Finding something wrong with Big Mom's eyes, Judge shuddered. The other party looked at him, like a scourge, wishing he could swallow him up. Grunt. Judge choked up his breath, flustered. With his small body, he couldn't stand the torture of his aunt. Judge, the relationship between allies is actually not reliable. I think it is necessary to deepen it. Aunt smiled evilly, looking at Judge with a gleam in her eyes. Not to mention, the other party's pedigree is really not bad. After all, the body has been transformed by various science and technology, presumably the offspring born in the future will be outstanding geniuses, right? Thinking of this, the aunt began to feel happy, and her heart was agitated. How to deepen the relationship between each other? Judge asked anxiously. Something is really wrong with aunt, why is her face blushing? The real 660 is inexplicable. In fact, Judge also has a similar plan to strengthen their relationship. If you want to get Sanji back, you can use him to marry the Big Mom pirates. Their Vinsmoke family, without paying any real price, is simply perfect. However, Sanji fell into Anton's hands, and Vinsmoke's sincere request to ask someone was rejected, which is why Judge hated Anton in his heart. Marriage, nothing in this world is more reliable than marriage. The aunt waved her arms. Most of my daughters and sons are married to famous people in the sea, you know that, right? What Auntie said was true. For example, Capone Beeg, one of the supernovas, married Charlotte Kifeng. And Lola, also married to Gotti, the killer of the fire tank pirates. Dama advocates marriage very much, she thinks it is an important channel to expand power and maintain family loyalty. All individuals are loyal to their families. A marriage. CFDC, Judge was silent when he heard the words, but he was really torn in his heart. He also thought so, but Sanji is gone, who should marry? He looked at the remaining children, they were all important parts of the Vinsmoke family, and none of them could be lost. Hurrah! Judge sighed, and finally said, Big Mom, actually, I have thought about the marriage, but... Well, you thought of it too. Aunt smiled happily, glad that Judge had the same idea as herself. Isn't this the so-called tacit understanding? A certain idea in her heart became firmer. Just what? The aunt asked. It's just that our Vinsmoke family is sparsely populated and there are no suitable people to marry. Judge finally refused. His sons and daughters are all important combat forces, and there is no loss. Judge looked at the aunt worriedly, thinking that this woman would go crazy, but in fact, there was no anger at all on her fat face. Judge, I don't intend to marry your children either. Aunt's big fat hands drooped on Judge's shoulders without any sign, and the cheeks covered with foundation also came up abruptly. How about our marriage? The moment the aunt said this, the whole audience was shocked. Immediately there was deathly silence. Everyone looked at Aunt in disbelief. Nima is 60 or 70 years old, and still thinking about being romantic? Antoine, how many cuckolds are you going to give Kaido before you stop? In fact, Anton can be regarded as understanding Kaido. If he admits the existence of his girlfriend, Aunt, what will his 43 husbands do? Kaido is not green from head to toe, even the internal organs are green. After a brief surprise, the members of the Big Mom pirate group were also relieved. Their mothers are like this, seeing one and liking the other. However, is this judge a bit weak? Is he still physically capable at such an old age? Mom's eyesight is a bit bad recently. The most surprising thing is that there are still several children in Judge. Even Yuji, who is usually unsmiling, stared wide-eyed. Reiju also covered her mouth in surprise. A few of them were worried before, who would be the victim of the Big Mom pirates, but now it's good, their father has been spotted. Well, a group of idiots, didn't even think of it, it's still my wife who is witty, well. The ant smiled triumphantly, and married Judge, the head coach of the Vinsmoke family. Isn't everything about Vinsmoke hers? This is not appropriate. Judge was messed up. If it was anyone else, he would have slapped him long ago. But Big Mom, he doesn't have the guts. Not suitable? Why not suitable? Big Mom forgot to take a look at the stubble-faced Judge. His eye sockets were sunken, and his entire face was wrinkled, giving him a weather-beaten look. Seeing this, the ant suddenly realized, waved her hand, and said nonchalantly, "Judge, don't feel inferior, I won't despise you for being old, don't worry." Judge's old face twitched. "Damn it, is your aunt qualified to say that? Is there? No. Compared to your age, you are obviously bigger than Laozi, okay? Why, you still don't want to?" Catching the fleeting anger on Judge's face, Big Mom got annoyed and smashed the table with a bang. "Judge, don't be shameless, you old fellow." The ant showed a ferocious face and began to scold directly. "She is so willful." This move frightened Judge and the others. His sons and daughters all looked at Judge with strange expressions. "Dad, we are outnumbered, for the future of the Vinsmoke family, do you need to sacrifice something?" Groove. At this moment, Judge is also depressed to death, and he didn't expect that the person whom the ant fell in love with became him. Chapter 154. Judge, even my mother's love can be rejected, what's the use of a cheap and unreliable ally like you? The ant was furious, and she was about to run away violently. "Don't agree? It doesn't matter, my old lady will beat you up." After all, Ant is an expert in this field, and there are dozens of men who were RD by her. 11. Judge was already in a cold sweat, and he regretted it now. This is not for cooperation, it is obviously to find an ancestor for myself. My old lady will ask you one last time. The ant's hat automatically generated a huge sword, and she asked viciously, "Do you want to follow my mother and become my 44th husband?" After finishing speaking, she shook the emperor's eyes when she saw Napoleon, with a cold light and threats in her eyes. "Yes, there are already 13 unlucky guys like Judge. Big M Mom." Judge was so frightened that he couldn't say anything. "I agree with the marriage, but it doesn't have to be done in person, children are also fine." "No." The ant ruthlessly refused. "My old lady has taken a fancy to you, and no one will be allowed to come." Hearing this, Judge's face turned livid. "Nima, I'm already getting old, why did this old woman take a fancy to him? This old man's sparse stubble and wrinkled old face are so alluring to you, right? Hey, wait, does this woman have any special hobbies?" Thinking of this, Judge shrank into a ball like an electric shock. "What about father?" Reiju asked anxiously. "Need to say, of course." Judge turned his head and ran, and disappeared immediately. Retreat. Wei no Kuni. 4 red stones, 3 of which have already been obtained. The remaining piece is currently in Marie Joy's. To be honest, even Anton is not very sure about attacking there. After all, the legendary Im is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and is suspected to have all the devil fruit abilities, plus the existence of ancient weapon. Facing such an enemy, Anton also had to be cautious. After returning from Zawu Island, he has been gnawing on sea stone. He needs more little brothers to take care of the market. Of course, Anton also hoped to have a few more ancient weapons to arm his little brothers. Like Yin, there is also an ancient giant sword. Equip Quinn with an ancient cannon. Brother Anton, our site in New World has been attacked. Inside the rabbit bowl prison, Quinn stumbled over, holding a newspaper in his hand. Anton, who only eats sea stone, didn't want to manage these trivial matters at first, but the enemy's coffee is too big, which is not something Quinn, Yin, and others can solve. Look. Anton took the newspaper, and the illustration that caught his eyes was a burning island. Several figures in black suits can also be seen. At first glance, one would think that this is an official of the world government. However, one of the silhouettes is obviously red hair. Damn it, what the hell are those fat nerds from the red hair pirates doing? It's fine to attack our territory, why are they all wearing suits? Anton was very speechless. Could it be that the red hair pirates were ridiculed last time as a dead fat house who didn't even have decent clothes, so they angered them? One by one in suits and leather shoes, with bow ties and top hats, and even the leather shoes are shiny. Brother Anton, what should we do? Should we send troops to attack them immediately? Quinn asked eagerly. Kaido is gone, and the beast's pirates made up their minds with Anton, the deputy captain. 3 of the red stones have been collected by us, and our main goal in the future is the last red stone. The gain or loss of the site is not important. Anton waved his hand. Stand still and tell the brothers to continue accumulating strength. After devouring enough energy, he will invade the red line. Who still plays with redheads? To be honest, the 4 emperors with red hair in the eyes of the world is a superior existence, but Anton is so cruel to the red hair that he is about to vomit. After all, behind every glamorous goddess, there is a man who plays until he vomits. Akainu, I am familiar with these words, and I am also familiar with this experience. In fact, Anton is a bit puzzled. After the summit war ended, the red hair pirates disappeared for a while. Why did they come out again? After being defeated twice in a row, could it be that the red hair hasn't recognized his own strength yet? Oh, and not just red hair pirates. Blackbeard's Blackbeard pirates, and Garp's Iron Fist pirates, are attacking the beast's pirates' territory. In addition to their own hatred, part of the reason is that after the Whitebeard pirates fell apart, most of their territory was occupied by the Lu pirates. If you don't attack the beast's pirates, there will be no room for other forces to survive. Island of Ghosts. The island has been abandoned since the beast's pirates' base camp moved into the Flower City. Of course, this is true on the surface, but in fact, Ghost Island has always been heavily guarded. Because here, there is another very important person. Husband, have you finally come to see me? There was a pleasant voice in his ears, and Anton's body went limp when he heard it. Looking up, it was Shirahoshi who emerged from the sea. Eyes as clear as spring water looked at Anton heartily. At this moment, Anton, the murderous villain, felt a rare touch in his heart. Hostility, uncontrolled introversion. Shirahoshi's big innocent eyes seemed to be able to cleanse a person's inner world. Long time no see, Shirahoshi, let me see how your development is doing. Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi immediately opened his arms. Anton jumped between the 2 thugs very cooperatively, and was firmly sandwiched by Shirahoshi. Okay, very good, very good. Anton narrowed his eyes, and a little saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Honey, your expression is a bit hi. Shirahoshi tilted his head. The name husband was also called by Anton. Cough cough cough. Anton quickly wiped his saliva, and quickly changed the subject. How is the practice going? The reason why Anton didn't bother Shirahoshi was to let her communicate with the sea quietly and slowly discover Poseidon's ability. Look. Shirahoshi pointed to the sea in the distance, and Anton looked at it, his eyes full of surprises. About 100 sea kings condensed on the sea surface, like an army, standing in a square formation. Beautifully done. Anton nodded heavily. The only pity is that these sea kings are a bit small. It is still a little time away from summoning the real behemoth. Chapter 155. Antoine is also content. After all, Shirahoshi has done a great job. Excessive demands will only make Shirahoshi feel pressure. Let nature take its course, sooner or later there will be a day of awakening. Well, in fact, our uncle Anton is also a proper warm man. After exchanging pleasantries with Shirahoshi for a while, and teasing the child a few words by the way, it made her happy, and Anton left leisurely. Well, it just makes you think about it all the time but can't get it. On the sea, the red hair pirates crazily provoked the beast's pirates. All their sites were raided. This makes the whole world confused. What is the red hair doing? Could it be that putting on a suit gives you attribute bonuses? Anton didn't bother to talk to him, and continued to concentrate on eating sea stone. He had accumulated enough strength. It would be best if Shirahoji's power was fully awakened by then, and he would directly 653 to wipe out Marie Joyce. What kind of thing are you with red hair? Are you on the same level as Lao Zi? Holy Land Marie Joyce. As far as the eye can see, one after another luxurious villas are rising from the ground, connecting them together. The so-called Holy Land is actually the dirtiest place in the world, because 24 hours a day, you can hear the screams of pain. That's celestial dragons torturing slaves. In the depths of the Marie Joyce between the flowers, this is a place where no one is allowed to set foot. Whether it is 5 elders or other celestial dragons, they are not allowed to approach, and those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Of course, today is an exception. Da-da-da. In the dark corridor, there was the sound of leather shoes twisting. A group of figures flickered in the darkness. What's the matter? Why did Lord Im summon us all of a sudden? Probably because of the recent events at sea. For the beast's pirates, exactly. A little more detail is for Anton. That guy is outrageous, better than Roger and Rox in the past. It seems that he has attracted Lord Im's attention. Facts have proved that being strong is really not a good thing. Stop rambling, I'm in the heart of Iman. Several people in the dark are whispering to each other, it is the highest power in the world, 5 elders. They came to the marble door, beautifully carved. Several people looked at each other, and 5 elders with a knife walked out of the queue, and when he was about to push the door opened automatically. What caught the eye was a huge space. In it, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, butterflies are dancing, and the whole hall is covered with flowers and plants, just like a garden. In the center of the main hall, there is also a big tree planted. The trunk of the ancient tree is extremely thick, but the surface has already decayed, full of a sense of time. But such a nearly dead tree permeated with an indescribable majesty. Fo, you guys, you are finally here. Weird laughter came, and several 5 elders frowned. This voice, why is it so annoying? GG, seeing your expressions really relieves my anger. Wearing a pink cloak, a man with steps that he didn't recognize his relatives came out from the corner. Doflamingo. 5 elders, who was suspected of holding the first-generation geisha, frowned, and reprimanded displeasedly, whoever allows you to come to this kind of place, get out immediately. Don't forget, your celestial dragon status has been revoked. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, also said annoyedly, don't stay here to be annoying, you should know. If you didn't know the secret, you would have been executed long ago. Shameless guy, your father is a traitor, and you, with his blood flowing through your body, are no better. The blonde 5 elders are also extremely disgusting. The reason why 5 elders hate Doflamingo so much is actually the root cause of his father Don Quixote Huominggu. Huominggu is different from those brutal celestial dragons, he has always advocated equality with humans, and even moved out of the red line to live with humans. This behavior caused an uproar within celestial dragons, and aroused the hostility of many people. In the end, Huominggu also gave up his identity as celestial dragons and left Marie Joyce on his own initiative. Isn't this a naked traitor? Including 5 elders think so. Today's status is all obtained by the bloody battles of the ancestors, you just give up if you give up? Hey, hello, how do you talk? Besides me, there is another guy with a sensitive identity here. Doflamingo raised his voice and yelled, following his line of sight. The man in black robe was standing by the window. You can vaguely see the broken red hair exposed by the brim of the hat. This 5 elders with a long beard said in a deep voice, "Why did you appear here? With your identity and standpoint, you shouldn't appear in this kind of place." Fod fod fo 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 fo. Doflamingo laughed strangely again. He, like me, was invited by Master Im. What? The blonde 5 elders raised his eyebrows, and his pupils were shocked. If it is seen by other people, it will cause a lot of trouble. 5 elders with a knife said solemnly. Trouble? The world has enough trouble these days. The mysterious black-robed man turned his head, and it was the red-haired captain of the Red Hair Pirates himself. It's weird to say, a Shishibukai, of 4 emperors, actually came to Im's residence. It's outrageous. Buddha Buddha. Doflamingo stared at the redhead and said with a smile, to some extent, our identities are a bit similar, we have been revoked, and we all have a common enemy, we might as well cooperate, redhead. The 5 elders all stared at Doflamingo dissatisfied. This Dressrosa with hanging hair has been wiped out, so restless? Be quiet, Doflamingo. Another group of people came in from the outside, wearing uniform white suits. It was the CPO. The leader was Lu Chi and the others. The Lord is coming soon. Lu Chi put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall without saying a word. He glanced at the redhead out of the corner of his eye, and then at Doflamingo. At last, the eyes fixed on 5 elders. That I'm, what kind of plane is he going to call all these people 5.5? In fact, among the people present, the only one who can be regarded as an outsider is the CPO. The red hair is actually one of the celestial dragons. His life experience is more complicated than that of Doflamingo. The redhead was actually Roger's adopted baby during the early voyages. And the place that took him in was the Valley of the Gods. The red hair is actually the child of the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. This is also the fundamental reason why he can enter the red line. It's also the reason Doflamingo thinks they're similar, the same kind of people who have the blood of the celestial dragons but have lost their identities. Of course, the only difference is that after many years of sailing career, the redhead already likes to live a free life. If he becomes celestial dragons, he will feel uncomfortable instead. How should I put it? I was led astray by Roger and couldn't go back. Chapter 156. Da-da-da. In the gilded corridor on the other side, there was a crisp sound. Everyone seemed to have been shocked by electricity, and they couldn't help tensing their bodies. Even Doflamingo, who is rebellious, also puffed out his chest, with a calm expression. The red-haired look is also very serious. As for the CPO humble head bows. For some people, it is a sin to look more. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious man. You guys are on time. Man-made, the sound hit first. The 5 elders knelt down in unison upon hearing this voice, Master Im. Even Doflamingo, who hated celestial dragons from the bottom of his heart, as well as the red-haired 4 emperors and CPO, all knelt down. Get up, everyone. The light voice came again, like a dream. It doesn't have the dominance and majesty of the superior. Everyone stood up, only to see that Im had landed on the throne. Wearing a crown, she is tall, fair-skinned, and emerald-colored eyes look full of nature. What is more interesting than 25 is that with the appearance of Im, the lifeless ancient tree glows with strong vitality. The good buds bear buds, and then bloom quietly. Fruits exactly the same as devil fruit, slowly falling. This weird scene left everyone dumbfounded. Especially Doflamingo, his expression is extraordinarily shocked. One of the fruits caught his attention. It looked like a pear and was dark grey, with many curved patterns wrapped around it. Doflamingo's eyes were caught in the memory, and the scene where Toribel found him with the string fruit decades ago was played again in his mind. String fruit is almost exactly the same as the fruit in front of you, as if carved out of a mold. He shouted in his heart, what's going on with this shit? And this ancient tree that looks like it's about to die, isn't it the legendary devil fruit tree? What's the deal with him? The redhead also stared wide-eyed, as shocked as Doflamingo, not to mention the string fruit, he even saw Whitebeard's shock fruit. The celestial dragons are far stronger than the world imagines. Red-haired secretly shook his head, ruling the world for hundreds of years is not unreasonable. Only 5 elders could keep calm in the audience. Years ago, they saw it, and were equally astonished by the redhead and Doflamingo. Master I wonder why you summoned us here. The blonde-haired 5 elders bent over and asked cautiously. What's the matter? I've also heard about the recent incidents at sea. Tilted her head like a girl. To be honest, I always thought that D was the serious problem, and I have been hunting them down for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly emerge? Sighed, filled with emotion. Master you are too flattering that guy. Holding a knife, 5 elders said awe-inspiringly, as long as you give orders, we can erase all traces of that guy at any time. Then let's do it. Said blankly, this time you will dispatch yourself. Momoa glanced at the red hair and Doflamingo respectively, you can also participate, and after the matter is completed, you can restore the identity of the celestial dragons. Really? Doflamingo beamed. Presumptuous. Doflamingo, show me who you're talking to. If Master wasn't here, this old man would kill you right now. Doflamingo's imprudent questioning made 5 elders very annoyed. It's like the goddess has been underestimated, they must stand up as licking dogs. Shook her snow-white jade fingers, and the 5 elders were indeed dogs, and they were silent for a moment. I never lie. Imio said. I'm not interested. I'm used to being free. The red-haired voice was hoarse, I just want to kill Anton, celestial dragons, or something, it doesn't matter. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds, even within the celestial dragons, there are some special cases. I'm not surprised by the behavior of the redhead. Just like Huomingwu, Doflamingo's father, who is full, celestial dragons are no longer suitable, and they have to be some kind of human beings. As a result, after his identity was revoked, he was bullied by humans in various ways, his wife died tragically because of humans, and he was shot and killed by Doflamingo, a filial son. Let's act as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, you all go down. Closed her eyes, and lay on the throne with her tender body that made people's blood swell. 5 elders left quietly without saying a word. Redheads and Doflamingo are no nonsense either. The CPO also left. After waiting for everyone to leave, opened her eyes, which were full of doubts. Zoan Phantom Beast Apostle Form. Strange, why don't I have this ability? Wondered that in the past years, she had acquired all the abilities. Only without Anton's ability. This is outrageous. Wei no Kuni. In the past few days, Anton has been entrenched in the rabbit bowl prison. I just keep eating and eating every day. Dozens of sea stone mines have been devoured by him. Anton has accumulated a large amount of energy in his body, and the volcano on his back can erupt at any time. In the evening, Anton went to the palace of the flower capital to rest after eating. As soon as Khalifa was hired for a massage, an unexpected client called. What a rarity, Liu Jiang. Take it easy, Hancock, do you want to rub my skin off? Anton was soaking in the hot spring, beside Khalifa who was naked. On the right is Ultai. In the back, it was Boyahan 207 cook rubbing his back. Don't ask Anton how he conquered this group of fierce horses, his fist is king when he sleeps. I'm dying, are you still taking a bath? Liu Qi, who was on the opposite side of the phone bug, sounded a little angry. What you have done has alarmed the king of celestial dragons, and she has given you the order to kill. Soon, the world government will form a super luxurious lineup to attack you. Liu Qi betrayed the world government without hesitation. For one thing, Khalifa is in Antuna, as a hostage. Secondly, the last time he was hunted down by the spies of Marine and the world government, he has always been brooding. After all, many of his companions have died. Regardless of Lu's decisiveness in killing and attacking, he actually treats his companions with great affection and righteousness. 5 elders, 4 emperors Redhead, Shishibukai Doflamingo, and even the CPO will be out on you. Lu Chi said the information about the dispatched personnel, which sounds really scary. Anton, who was on the opposite side of the phone bug, was also silent, as if he was also surprised by the big move of the world government. Even the 5 elders were mobilized, which has never happened before. It's good to know that you are afraid. Lu's voice was indifferent, and Anton was still fooling around, and sooner or later he would be wiped out. However, the next sentence made Lu Jiang almost die on the spot. Is I'm beautiful? Is the clothes you wear sexy? Do you think they are flirty or not? Chapter 157. Lu Chi was dizzy. Damn, he didn't expect that Anton would ask such a weird question even after killing him. He almost vomited blood from anger, and laughed at himself in his heart. I actually lost to such an idiot. It seems that I am also a big idiot. Anton not only lowered his own IQ, but also weakened the IQ of others. Hey, why are you silent? I'm asking you something, you single dog. You can't even see this kind of question, can you? Anton patiently explained, if that guy wears more revealing clothes, he will definitely be a coquettish group. If it's more conservative, then it's still a showy group. Don't ask why. According to Anton's more than 20 years of experience as a single dog, those women who are high above and in power, the more conservative and prudish they are on the surface, the more number. Lu Chi has black lines all over his head. Speaking of which, I was wearing a pink suspender dress just now, and it was the kind with a shallow collar that looked cool. Having said that, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had clearly never met him, and I had already been classified by Anton as a sweeper. It's really Nima who complains more than Doi. During his time as CPO, he also searched for some information about IM. People have been single for thousands of years. What are you going to do? World government is not kidding this time. 5 elders will come out 2 or 3, and the red hair pirates and Doflamingo, and even our CP will come in. Lu Chi said in a serious voice, the form is extremely unfavorable to you. I think it's better to give up Wano Kuni. If you keep the Green Hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood. If you keep a low profile in the future, there will always be opportunities. In Lu's view, Anton attracted Im's attention simply because this guy was so lawless. In Geneva, it has only been a pirate for a long time, and it has soared to more than 7 billion Baileys, and even the ancient weapon is in his hand. If the world government doesn't deal with you, who will it deal with? Now that the sea is in such a mess, the world government just wiped out Anton, and it can also serve as an example to others. Give up on Wano Kuni? It's impossible. Anton shook his head and refused. The reason why he joined the Beast's Pirates was because Sea Stone could provide him with a lot of energy. Let him give up now, it would be better to kill Anton. Don't underestimate the power of the Beast's Pirates. This war, we have a chance, and we still have a great chance of winning. Bark. After finishing speaking, Anton hung up the phone bug. Great chance of winning, thanks to your words. While wiping his back, Boa Hancock complained, even the 5 elders are here, you are still so arrogant. What Roger Kaido is far worse than you, they don't have your confidence. Boa Hancock's voice was resentful, and there were no palm prints of farts. Anton asked her to rub her back. This woman is a high-ranking pirate empress, how could she cooperate? Anton will not spoil girls, even if you are a world-class beauty, he will treat you roughly. Okay. The slap on the fart really frightened the empress. Right now, she is obediently giving Uncle Anton a bath. You two think the same way? Anton glanced at Khalifa and Ultai. I just know that the world government is very powerful. Khalifa bowed his head and said, what Luchi said is not unreasonable, it's better to avoid the edge for now. The enemy is coming fiercely, Mr. Anton. At this moment, even Fjordi was afraid. 2 to 3 5 elders, plus a 4 emperors group, Scipio and Doflamingo are all here, this lineup is from the country. The fighting power of 5 elders is extremely strong, although most of the time, they appear as politicians, and their actual fighting power is also at the level of 4 emperors. Adding Beckman and Red Hair, that's 5 emperor level combat power, and Kaido is not in Wano Kuni, how can Anton be expected to fight alone? Don't panic. Anton smiled confidently, the most terrifying boss will come to Wano Kuni soon. The world government is about to invade in a big way, and the beast's pirates have also begun preparations. The first is to contact Kaido. With Kaido of the ancient mace, it is no problem to hammer 1 or 2 4 emperors. The second is the secondary combat power, such as 3 calamities, Boa Hancock and others, used to deal with Scipio and Doflamingo. The underground prison in Wano Kuni smells bad, and there are 1 meter long big black mice everywhere. The environment was so bad that Yunhee was imprisoned in such a prison. Oh my goodness, it's more optimistic than I imagined, and I can still fall asleep. A sound came from his ear, and the sleepy Yamato opened his eyes. That pretty delicate cheek suddenly burst into anger. Anton, UBD. Hey, 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 that's too much, little girl, it's your father who beat you up, your father is also the one who imprisoned you, and the one who snatched your ancient mace is also Kaido's hanging hair, why are you grinning at me? Anton was convinced, this woman was like a mad dog every time. Meet people, come up and take a bite. Humph, you are all raccoons of the same feather. Yamato said viciously, wait for me, I will never spare you. Hehe, it's up to you. Anton sneered, and said unceremoniously, you already know the power of the ancient mace, right? Your father is already powerful, and now he has obtained ancient weapons, not to mention you, even if Roger comes, he will be blown up by Kaido. Anton continued to sarcastically said, Yamato, Yamato, you will never be able to take revenge in your life. Poof. Anton's words pierced directly into Yamato's heart. She sat on the ground in despair, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Nyoli is good, I'm sorry, Master Odin, I am incompetent, and I can't avenge you, woo woo woo. Yamato was crying, and big teardrops fell one after another. Seeing this, Anton admired Kojiki Odin very much. Although he died in the hands of Kaido and Kurozumi Orokai, he turned Kaido's daughter into a licking dog with just a diary. This method is clever, killing without blood. It is estimated that Kaido tried to put Kojiki Odin's coffin board in countless nights. Because of Yamato's mess, Kaido is almost depressed. Anton even wondered if Kaido, a silly dog, committed suicide every day because he was stimulated by Yamato. With a dutiful son like Yamato, a father would be depressed and heartbroken, right? Depression is normal. In addition, the biggest characteristic of depression patients is that once they can't think about it, they will immediately commit suicide in various ways, and they can't stop it. Chapter 158. What do you want to say in the end? Yamato grinned at Anton, clenching his fists. It's nothing, I hope you will work for me for a while, people from world government will be here soon, I hope you will act as a thug. Anton said the truth, Yamato's combat power is still good, it's a pity that it has been closed. World government is coming? Ha ha ha. Yamato rolled on the ground in surprise, great, I'm finally going to kill the damn beast's pirates. Anton felt that Kaido was still too soft-hearted. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a stick, and Yamato is so rebellious, because Kaido didn't beat him hard enough. If you fight too much, you will naturally become filial. You want me to be your pony boy? No way. Yamato said with disgust on his face, I wish you would be defeated by the world government. Oh, are you sure? Anton patiently said, your wish is to help Wano Kuni found a country. Fall into the hands of the beast's pirates, maybe there is a possibility in the future, if Wano Kuni is taken away by the world government, then. Anton paused and looked at Tianhe. Sure enough, the little girl's expression also collapsed. 097 Hey. Anton smirked and said, work for me, Yamato. Impossible. Yamato refused righteously. Kaido and Kurozumi Orokai teamed up to kill Odin-sama. I refuse to serve you. That's not right. Anton corrected him solemnly, you said everything, those two killed Kojiki Odin, it's none of my business. Even Kurozumi Orokai was killed by me, so am I avenging Kojiki Odin. Anton chuckled. Yamato was taken aback, hesitant to speak. Not to mention, it's really like this, when Kojiki Odin died, Anton probably had just been born. What's the matter with others? In addition, it is also true that people killed the Kurozumi Orokai. Even so, you are helping the evildoers. Yamato stared at Anton angrily. The anger is obviously not as big as before. Hee. Anton smiled lightly, aiding evildoers? That's not right, I'm also the successor of Kojiki Odin. You're funny. Hearing this, Yamato laughed back angrily, and questioned, what do you inherit from Master Odin? I inherited his daughter. After these words, Yamato was suddenly speechless. It's a fart for you to inherit the will, I inherited someone else's daughter. I inherit more than you, even his family is mine, so you should listen to me, Yamato. Anton was talking about running the train's flicker. Not to mention, after some verbal offensive, Yamato's mind is indeed a little dizzy. Daughter, can inherit too? Wano Kuni Palace, Anton brought Yamato to meet Xiaozi. Are you really Lord Odin's daughter? Seeing Xiaozi, Yamato was very excited. Xiaozi has a strange face, Kaido's daughter is actually a fan of her father? This relationship is a bit messy. Antoine nodded with a smile. He is not afraid of Yamato's sabotage, she is not a threat at all without the ancient mace, and if she is bigger, she will only be at the level of Yin if she dies? Teach this chick well and let her work for me, understand? Anton gave Xiaozi a warning, and immediately left in a hurry. Lord Anton, that Vinsmoke Reiju is here again. Anton just decided to go to relax, and Jack came again. Reiju. Anton frowned, and said displeasedly, should I ask for Sanji again? Tell her, unless the Vinsmoke family joins us, otherwise, I refuse. Then, what? CFDD, Jack's voice paused, the other party said that the Vinsmoke family is gone. Anton was stunned. What? The overlord of the North Blue died? Half an hour later, Reiju was brought to the palace. Anton is sitting on the throne, and there is an identical seat next to it, which is the seat of Kaido. The beast's pirates have two kings. Don't look at Anton as the vice-captain, but his status is equal, and sometimes even stronger than Kaido, after all, he is in control. Kaido's hanging hair commits suicide every now and then, and Anton manages all trivial matters in Wano Kuni. How did it happen? Looking at Reiju kneeling on one knee below, Anton was secretly surprised. It's like a refugee who fled from the country, with ragged clothes and dirt on his face. When we arrived near Wano Kuni, there were big mom pirates chasing me, and I expelled them. Jack explained. Big mom pirates? Anton was surprised, isn't your territory in North Blue? Why were you hunted down by the big mom pirates, or? You cooperated. Antoine knew it, the Vinsmoke family in the original book wanted to hold the thighs of the big mom pirates. In the end, he was cheated by the ant, and the whole family was almost wiped out. It's like this. Reiju smiled wryly and explained everything. After a while, Anton sneered, you deserve it, you chose to cooperate with the Big Mom pirates because you wanted to use their strength to defeat Lao Zi, but that guy judge was RD by Big Mom. Ha ha ha. Anton laughed happily, this script is so sour. People, you still can't hide evil intentions, otherwise Judge will end up. Thinking about Ant's physique, Anton panicked. Where are your younger brothers? Anton asked. Reiju's face turned pale. Big Mom is married to her father, she only values the scientific research technology of the Vinsmoke family, as for us, it's superfluous. I'm fine, I escaped from Cake Island, as for the others. Speaking of this, Reiju's beautiful eyes are dull and lifeless. Anton probably guessed the result. Reiju, you come here, don't you expect me to avenge the Vinsmoke family? Don't be ridiculous. Anton said coldly, if Judge is here, I will smash his dog's head off. Master Anton may not know one thing. Big Mom has started the most sinister experiment in the world. Once it succeeds, it will be an unprecedented disaster for you, oh no, it will be an unprecedented disaster for the whole experiment. Chapter 159. Disaster? Pfft. Uncle Anton was laughed at. For such a large-scale operation by the world government, the 5 elders will dispatch 2 to 3, and the red hair pirates and a large number of elites will attack Wano Kuni. He didn't even think it was a disaster. Compared with it, what is Big Mom? It's just a small fight. I know the technology of your Vinsmoke family, blood factor. Anton spoke with eloquence, using this technology, it is even possible to change a person's genes and change a person's system from the source. Having said that, the brothers and sisters in your family have become superhumans because of this technology. Anton said calmly, the technology of the bloodline factor is very comprehensive, and it can even make human beings gigantic. Auntie is also a little girl who is obsessed with the power of the giant race. But it's a pity, she has already lost the giantization before. Anton didn't pay attention to the technology of the Vinsmoke family at all. Facts have proved that there is power in the giant space, and facing Anton is actually a living target. Enlargement is just one of them, and it's not what she values most. Reiju said solemnly, what Big Mom really cares about is actually cloning technology. Speaking of which, the soldiers of the Vinsmoke family are extremely loyal, because they are all clones. Big Mom, she wants to clone countless copies of herself to rule the world. Reiju's words were astonishing, even Anton was dumbfounded when he heard the words. Is this possible? After the shock, Anton asked suspiciously, his tone became a little dignified. 1 ant, 2 ants, or even 10 or 8 ants is not a problem, after all, his birth rate is not slow. But, what if there are hundreds of thousands of that crazy woman? It is possible in theory. After a moment of silence, Reiju said carefully, but in practice, there are many difficulties. If it was possible to clone other people, the Vinsmoke family would have ruled the world long ago. Anyway, I still recommend destroying the Big Mom pirates immediately. If it really succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Reiju said cautiously. Anton tapped the armrest with his thumb. To be honest, he really didn't expect Big Mom to make this happen. In the original book, the ant once said that with the scientific research power of the Vinsmoke family, the world is at your fingertips. At that time, the ant was obsessed with the power of the giant race. Anton always believed that the ant simply wanted to become huge. She also participated in similar experiments, such as funding Guy to spread scientific research funds. The ghost knows that people are going for cloning technology. The most frenzied thing is that he even wants to clone himself. Blackbeard has a rock's father, and the redhead has the identity of celestial dragons. The ant wants to make hundreds of clones. Look, none of these 4 emperors on the sea is a fuel-efficient lamp. Even so, it's impossible for Ma Shan to attack the Big Mom pirates. Anton said straightly, the world government is about to invade Wano Kuni, I don't have the energy to destroy Big Mom. But aren't you afraid of her success? Raiju reminded, hundreds of ants attack Wano Kuni together, can Tao stop it? Hearing this, Anton jumped up and appeared behind Raiju like a ghost. Snapped. Apart from anything else, he just slapped that snow-white fart drum. Wow! Raiju screamed in fright and backed up again and again. Who are you scaring, you little girl? You Vinsmoke family have been exploring cloning technology for decades without success. I'm so anxious, I just hope that I can save your family. Anton looked at Raiju with disdain, your little trick, will my uncle not see it? Raiju's face changed, the Vinsmoke family is willing to join the Beast's pirates in the future. Humph, you only think of me when you're in trouble, I'm not that cheap. Anton curled his lips, and said indifferently, I won't take care of you Vinsmoke clan after I take down Cake Island. Even, hee hee. Anton had a smirk on his face, and suddenly felt that it would be nice to clone hundreds of ants to squeeze Judge in turn. Raiju's heart was ashamed, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. Looking at the dazed Raiju, Anton said softly, it's getting colder and colder, Xiaozi is not enough to warm the bed alone. Raiju cheered up, and said all these words, if you don't understand it, you are a fool. Asking for flowers. I would like to try. Raiju bit her thin lip, blushing. Anton is giving her a chance, it's up to herself whether she can grasp it or not. After dismissing Raiju, Anton went to find Xiaozi to see how Yamato was fooled. After arriving at Xiaozi's bedroom, Anton was stunned. The two cuddled together, each crying with tears in their eyes. Antoine said good guy on the spot, is that appropriate? Xiaozi, Yamato's father killed your father. Master Anton. Seeing Anton coming, Xiaozi quickly let go of Yamato. It seems that you get along well. 0. Anton smiled, and the hostility in Yamato's eyes faded. Xiaozi's brainwashing tactics are good. In the future, I will cooperate with you. Yamato suddenly said viciously, the world government guys are here, I will definitely not spare them. After finishing speaking, Yunhee left aggressively. Anton looked around and asked, what did you say to her that she has changed so much? Yamato's long-cherished wishes to found Wano Kuni. Xiaozi explained, I told Yamato what Master Anton promised me. When I get this world in the future, Wano Kuni will be returned to me, and the founding of the country will not be a problem. Anton scratched his head, did he say that himself? You will keep your word, won't you? Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes. This, then, of course, Anton, never lie. Anton nodded seriously, and didn't remember when he said it. Anyway, Yamato took pleasure in serving Anton, and he would always make some inexplicable talk. Very good. Xiaozi wept with joy and hugged Anton excitedly. His face was a bit unnatural, if Xiaozi knew, Momonosuke was turned into a eunuch by himself, and then executed again, I don't know what he thought. In addition, if it really succeeds in the future to win the world, Wano Kuni will be insignificant at that time, and it doesn't matter if you give it to Xiaozi. Sichuan. Chapter 160. The next day, the sky in the distance had just shone with light, and warships overcame thorns, and headed for the other end of the sea. The flag fluttered in the wind, all world government battle flags. But it's strange to say, in the big team of world government. Among them is the pirate ship with the skull flag. Looking around, there are nearly a dozen warships. It was the main force of the world government that defeated Anton. In the cabin of the main ship, 5 elders with knives, 5 elders with blonde hair, and 5 elders with hats, etc. were wearing neat black suits, and they all took up their weapons one after another. At this moment, they also lost the majesty of the past, and everyone's eyes were permeated with a murderous light. In addition, the senior cadres of the red-haired group also gathered in the cabin. Beckman, Lazaru, Yasop, Daji, and others all wore black suits. It's not without reason that Antoine ridiculed the red-hair pirates as a bunch of dicks. They died of 970 fat houses and embarrassing the 4 emperors. Among all the 4 emperors, the red-hair pirates are the most sloppy and unmotivated, wandering around the New World all day long, just a group of salted fish. Especially the red-haired scum, who actually lost an arm in the face of a sea king's, simply embarrassing the 4 emperors and lowering their compulsion. Wano Kuni is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If we attack rashly, we may suffer heavy losses. Holding the topographic map in his hand, the redhead said in a concentrated voice, "Let's attack from both north and south wind directions at the same time. That guy Kaido has left Wano Kuni. It's impossible for Anton to run back and forth." The redhead looked at the hatted 5 elders. "How about our group? Attack from the north of Wano Kuni. The rest, attack from the south." Everyone was silent for a while, and everyone looked at the map. "Just do what you want, redhead." 5 elders with the knife agreed after confirmation. Their feelings for the redhead are complicated. The celestial dragons are a group of rich and poor, and they are quite relieved to have such an outstanding young generation like Red Hair. However, the embarrassing thing is that it is too difficult for them to restore their red-haired status. Celestial Dragons has become 4 emperors. If it is announced, it will shock the world. In addition, red-haired people don't care about the identity of Celestial Dragons. After all, they are already 4 emperors, not to mention that he is also influenced by Roger, and what he pursues is only freedom, and red-haired doesn't care about rule and power. Snort. Doflamingo snorted coldly, seeing the look in the eyes of 5 elders and the redhead, and feeling angry in his heart. Of course, there was also a hint of jealousy. He could tell that the 5 elders still admired the redhead, and treated him differently. If it weren't for the secret of Doflamingo's control over the great national treasure, he would have been sacrificed to heaven long ago. Whoa 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 whoa! The warship sailed at full speed on the sea, and finally arrived at Wano Kuni at noon. Looking at the waterfall falling from the sky, the water is extremely dangerous. If you rush in rashly, the battleship will be smashed by the current. However, the world government's luxurious combat group rushed forward without hesitation. As for whether to ambush or not, to be honest, it is useless to them with such a configuration. There are too many main sea. The so-called ambush is just the struggle of the weak. A group of people rushed up the waterfall unimpeded, looking at the distant land. Some buildings with relatively large targets could be seen faintly. According to the original plan, with the command of 5 elders with a knife, the entire fleet was divided into 2. On one side, red-hair pirates and 5 elders in hats are the main players, and part of CP0 is trailing. The remaining side is dominated by the bald 5 elders, the knife-wielding 5 elders, and Doflamingo. On Anton's side, when the world government's super fleet was hundreds of kilometers away from Wano Kuni, he got the news in advance. This is thanks to Violet, whose dark fruit makes the whole sea invisible. The enemy is divided into 2, then let's do the same. In the northern area of Wano Kuni, there are strange rocks and poisonous gas on the ground. White bones can be seen everywhere on the ground. Most people would not choose to invade from here. The only advantage is that it is relatively close to the capital of flowers. Once you pass through this mountainous area, you can go straight to the capital of flowers. In the steep valley, a team of hundreds of people moved straight forward. Without exception, they are all world government officials. What's weird is that it doesn't matter that officials of the world government wear suits, but others have official identities anyway. Tell me about your red-hair pirates. What suit? Obviously a bunch of scum. Red hair. Wearing a hat, 5 elders suddenly stopped the redhead, looked at the dark sky and said, "It seems something is wrong." Something's wrong. The red hair froze for a moment, and just about to open his mouth to ask, dark clouds gathered in the void, mighty thunder and lightning fall. "Get out of here!" The red-haired shouted and retreated immediately. Boom boom boom. Strange thunderbolts fell one after another, piercing the ground. Blah 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 blah. Countless thunder and lightning fell, as dense as a torrential rain, wantonly destroying the crew of the world government and red-hair pirates. Don't get carried away. Boom boom boom. The redhead shouted loudly, and the monstrous conqueror's haki raged. A supreme momentum crazily hit the dark clouds in the sky, trying to break them up. But annihilating Neilby was shining in the clouds, his body kept releasing lightning, and the dark clouds were getting more and more. Damn! The red hair cursed secretly, his conqueror's haki was still not strong enough to crush the kilometers of clouds. Plus the old man. Wearing a hat, 5 elders' muscles bulged, and his black suit cracked with a snap. Boom boom boom. The domineering breath soared to the sky, and the thick conqueror's haki was no different from the red hair. Under the attack of the two, the dark clouds in the sky tore out an abyss. The annihilation within which Neilby emerges. Bang bang! Under the siege and suppression of the 5.5 King Color haki, the two successfully repelled Nerb, who fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Are the 5 elders all this fierce? Anton, who was standing on the hill not far away, rubbed the corner of his mouth, and a strange smile appeared on his face. A good show is about to start, let's start with 5 elders. Swish! Anton's pupils shrank suddenly, and a bullet flew towards him. Bang! Unbiased, just hit Antoine. Don't look at it as a bullet, which incorporates a high-level armament haki. The moment it was hit, Anton took 2 steps back. His eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Beckman, you dead cockroach! Yes, it was Beckman who shot and attacked Anton. It's really damn hard to beat this guy, no matter how much he abused this guy before, he couldn't die. Chapter 161. Antoine. Kill him. This time, you're done. The appearance of Anton immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Whether it's 5 elders in the hat, or the redhead and Beckman, including others, they all look like they want to swallow him. What are you doing? Everyone wants to eat Laozi alive, I'm not the old king next door. Anton spread his hands innocently, as if he had greened them. Bang bang bang! Beckman fired several shots, and the bullets arced dangerously in the air. Anton withdrew, the bullet was no different from a small nuclear explosion, and it was more terrifying than imagined. Too slow. There was a billowing wind from behind. Before Anton could react, he punched him heavily. Bang bang! Anton received a solid punch in the back, and there was a sound in his bones. Bang! The mountain range in the distance collapsed by a black shadow. Don't think this is the end of 25. Redhead soars into the air, griffin held high. Armed color and conqueror's haki are entangled one after another, and the snow-white blade turns black and red. In the atmosphere, dark red lightning flickered. Die! The red hair shouted loudly, and a slash of unparalleled scale descended. Poof! Wherever the sharp edge went, the ruins were more thoroughly shattered and reduced to dust. Anton, who was lying on the ground, stood up suddenly, just in time to see the huge slash that came. Seeing this, Anton yelled, Agnes! In an instant, a transparent gas mask surrounded the body. Pooh! Caw 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 caw! The slash came roaring, like a whale opening its mouth in an abyss. There are some cracks in the cover. Anton looked at the red hair with some surprise. What the hell, this kid has become stronger than before. Speaking of which, he is almost 40 years old, and he is not a young man. How can he make progress when he is old? This is ridiculous. Bang bang bang! Beckman fired again, and a series of bullets came one after another. Boom 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 boom. The small bullet seems to be filled with high explosives, and the protection is continuously displayed. Ka ka ka. The previous gap gradually enlarged and spread to the entire cover. Kill. Amidst the thick smoke, a burly body charged forward, swinging a black iron fist. Anton's pupils congealed. 5 elders? Having said that, the sneak attack on his back just now was the masterpiece of this guy, right? The strength is really not weak, not inferior to Whitebeard at all. Bang 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 bang. The circular gas shield was finally broken, and was crushed by the fist of the hated 5 elders. Anton opened his mouth, and a flame could pop out. Cap 5 elders with cross-handed defense. Bang 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 bang. The flames from the explosion blasted it away, scorching its entire body. Anton stared at Beckman bloodthirstily. He clenched his fists tightly, and when he was about to launch an attack, a faint voice sounded from behind again. The 5 elders were blown away. The redhead is at the front and Beckman is on the left. Who is behind this? Anton turned his head to look, and a huge leopard emerged. Bang bang! A thick punch hit the cheek accurately, and Anton was sent flying again. Ha ha ha, well done! Wearing a hat, 5 elders laughed heartily. Sure enough, we saw you right, Liu Qi. Yes, the person who attacked Anton was Liu Qi. My lord, it is my duty to serve the world government. Liu Qi smiled slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Keiku, who nodded knowingly. A group of ants, endless. Anton stood up from the ground unscathed, looked at Liu Qi and said, I'm just defeated, and you still dare to attack me. Swish! Anton burst out, and the whole person turned into an afterimage. Liu Qi stood firm, thinking that Anton was about to kill him. B. Watch out, Beckman! The red-haired shouted in fear. Liu Qi followed the prestige, and the black shadow turned around in an instant, and rushed towards Beckman like a tiger or wolf. Beckman was fearless in the face of danger, waiting for Anton to approach the moment, and threw out the butt of the gun wrapped around armament Haki with all his strength. Bang bang! The heavy butt of the gun hit Anton directly, severely hitting his left brain. In order to achieve the effect of one-hit kill, the armed killer rushed into his brain to destroy it. Anton's nostrils and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Successful! Everyone was overjoyed. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Anton was beaten and vomited blood. Hurrah! Beckman also let out a mouthful of foul air, and immediately swung the gun butt away again. The moment the gun butt was about to hit the right brain, Anton's body suddenly squatted down, and the gun butt swept across his head. Anton sent out a simple uppercut. Wow! Beckman immediately flew into the sky, with blood spurting from his mouth. The entire jaw was shattered, and the blood flowed out. This BD, the defense is too thick, even more outrageous than Kaido. Wearing a hat, 5 elders couldn't help cursing secretly when he saw this. He knows about Kaido, and was even researched by Marine before. The world's first man-made devil fruit was actually produced by extracting Kaido's bloodline factors. But seeing Anton's current ability to resist beatings, wearing a hat 5 elders really felt that the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air should be replaced. Anton has surpassed Kaido in all aspects. Beckman! The good friend was beaten to the sky, the red hair was furious, and he rushed over like a madman. Griffin slashed at Anton's head. Anton opened his mouth, and golden flames spewed out. Boom boom boom! The earth instantly burned to ashes, and even hard rocks became liquid. The moment the red hair was about to be devoured, she quickly avoided it. This is the flame of the Devourer. Once it is contaminated, it will either kill or injure. Although angry, the red hair retreated wisely. Poof! Moments later, Beckman fell from the sky like a dead dog. The redhead hurried over to observe the situation, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Beckman?" The Beckman who came into view was horrible, his entire jaw was smashed. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." Beckman struggled to his feet. Anton sneered when he heard the words, still consumed, not dead. Don't worry, it won't take long, you will be close. Chapter 162. Next, let's have some fun. GG, ha ha ha. Antoine laughed strangely. Antoine. Wearing a hat, 5 elders yelled and warned coldly, don't play bluff here, you can't scare us. This old man has seen more wind and waves than you can imagine. Whether it is the era of the rocks or the era of One Piece Roger, how they dominate the sea, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Now, you will be like them, sooner or later you will be swept into the garbage dump of history. Cap 5 elders impassioned, plausible. The old guy has a detached status and is relatively old. He has spanned several eras and is indeed qualified to say such things. 18. He. Anton was still smiling, as weird as ever. Those eyes also glowed blood red. Like a waking demon, it makes people feel uneasy. Bang 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 bang. The red hair stroked his chest. For some reason, his heartbeat started to speed up from just now. This feeling isn't right. The red hair always felt that something was wrong, and said in a deep voice, be careful, this guy may not be aimless. Humph, what are you afraid of? Wearing a hat, 5 elders glanced back at the red hair, with an arrogant attitude. Celestial dragons have dominated the world for more than 800 years, you don't think you will end it, Anton? The next few decades, hundreds of years, even thousands of years, will belong to the celestial dragons. And you, at best, are nothing more than a shining speck of dust in history. Wearing a hat, the 5 elders are extremely proud, convinced that the celestial dragons will rule the world in the future. Well, shining dust, that's what he said about Antoine. Just like the rocks and Roger in the past, they are just dust, the only difference is that they are more eye-catching. Anton was too lazy to entangle with him, and said lightly, maybe it is true, but there is one thing you may not know. He looked up at the sky, his gaze was extraordinarily deep. A blade of grass can sometimes split the sky. One grain of dust can also fill the sea, it is too arrogant. Hearing this, wearing a hat, 5 elders was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Anton, it seems that you are crazy, you have overinflated without experiencing failure. Anton raised 3 fingers, within 3 seconds, you will be disemboweled. Hearing this, the world was dead silent. Even the stiff red hair frowned. This 5 elders. His strength is very strong, even stronger than himself, comparable to the pinnacle of Roger and Whitebeard. In 3 seconds, it's a bit arrogant to cut him open, right? You look down on the old man. Wearing a hat, 5 elders exploded. Lao Zi was considered a top powerhouse in an even older era. You disemboweled me in 3 seconds? Who the FK do you think you are? Do you really put Lao Zi in your eyes? Wearing a cap, 5 elders blushed with anger and gasped for breath. Ka. He smashed the ground with his feet, and when he was about to go up to Anton to compete, a figure flashed. Wearing a hat, 5 elders took a look from the corner of the eye. Liu Qi? It's just in time, wait for me to attack from the front, you are in charge. Wow! Suddenly, ear-piercing and hoarse screams resounded through the sky. Liu Qi launched an attack without warning, scoring a hole in the chest of 5 elders wearing the cap. The old guy's eyes are full of dementia, the lackey of the world government, the loyal dog CPO of the celestial dragons, why did he shoot him? He opened his mouth, and when he was about to question Liu Qi, a very oppressive figure approached. It seems that it doesn't take 3 seconds. Tsi ha ha ha. Anton stabbed with all his strength with the ancient sword in his hand. Poof! Blood spattered from 5 elders' chest while wearing the hat, and his clothes were soaked in blood in just a few seconds. Anton pierced through his heart, smashing it into mud. What's wrong with this? The redhead is dumbfounded, is Liu Qi blind? Why did you attack your master? The CPO actually attacked 5 elders, it's bullshit. A redhead with a heart all, hey wait, CP0? CP0. In the presence, it seems that Liu Qi is not the only CPO. You finally reacted. Keiku quietly appeared behind Hungfa. In fact, under normal circumstances, with Hungfa's strength, there is no problem in detecting Keiku. But his attention has been completely drawn away, which gave Keiku an opportunity to take advantage of it. Finger pistol. Pu-chi. Pu-chi. 2 fingers were like sharp knives, piercing Beckman's head viciously and brutally. The companion who had followed the red hair for many years was killed on the spot. The ridiculous thing is, it was still killed by characters like Keiku. Ha 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 ha, well done, bro. Antoine gave a thumbs up. The cost performance of attacking Beckman is far higher than that of attacking Redhead. Even if it hurts the red hair, with this guy's tenacious vitality, it probably won't be a serious problem. But Beckman was different. Antoine hit him hard with an uppercut before, and now his head was poked open by Keiku, killing him on the spot. Poof! Beckman fell to the ground, and his body became cold quickly. At the moment of his death, his eyes were always open. It seems that I died too sloppy and simple? If he is killed by Antoine who offers a reward of more than 7 billion, King Zhao, it is still acceptable? Damn, what is a mere Keiku? Wow ah ah ah! The red hair was crying with his head in his arms, and he threw himself on Beckman. Wake up, Beckman, why did you abandon me? You said, we will sail together until we grow old, and find a quiet place to spend the rest of our lives together in our old age. Damn, I really have a relationship. Antoine got goosebumps all over his body. When he used to pick up girls, he also fooled girls like this. As a result, Beckman actually used this method to make the red hair tons. I don't know if they kissed or not. Antoine secretly slandered in his heart. Poof! At the same time, the capped 5 elders also knelt down, panting violently, and his breathing was extremely erratic. In less than a minute, one of the 3 main forces of the world government died tragically and the other was seriously injured. It is only a matter of time before they die. Chapter 163. The situation on the battlefield is often changing rapidly. Inadvertently, the situation of the war may be reversed. The current situation of the war has indeed been reversed. Or changed to the side that is not good for the world government. Redhead's mentality collapsed. He hated 5 elders, hated CPO. You idiots, the enemy's undercover agents have all come to your side, and you don't even know it. The redhead was yelling at the capped 5 elders. Immediately afterwards, he stared at Keiku fiercely. Don't worry. Beckman will not die in vain, you will be buried with him. Keiku shrugged, with a faint smile on his face. Whether it is CPO or CP9, none of them are afraid of death. Life and death have long been ignored. Of course, Spondum was a surprise. Die to me. Boom boom boom. The loose clothes bulged, and the thick breath dispersed in all directions. Bang bang! The red hair released armament haki from the air, blowing up Keiku with ease. He spun a dozen times in the air, and the moment he was about to land, Liu Qi caught him firmly. Are you all right, Keiku? Liu Qi looked at Keiku with concern, his eyes full of worry. The redhead has turned into a mad dog, be careful. Liu Qi clenched his fist, and Keiku nodded. 800 don't worry. Antoine shook his finger, come to brother, we will protect you well. The two looked at each other after hearing the words, and didn't feel any embarrassment, and used the shaving to flash behind Antoine. The two of them have done a great job and deserve Antoine's protection. Do you think you don't have to die like this? Wearing a cap, 5 elders stood up tremblingly, his eyes filled with madness. Before dying, he had to drag a padded back. Is it still up? Antoine froze for a moment, and Nemo was speechless. His heart was broken by him. Can he continue to fight? But it's outrageous, the vitality of the strong is extremely strong, such as Whitebeard. His heart was burned by Akainu, half of his cheek was also beaten, and he can still fight back against Akainu. Old man, why are you supporting me? Anton said darkly, let us send you to hell. Drink ah. Hearing this, the 5 elders wearing hats roared, and the thunder and lightning began to leak out crazily. Anton's pupils shrank suddenly. Is this thunder fruit? Thunder and lightning rushed along the ground, and Anton quickly summoned Agnes' protective shield. CFCG. Blah blah blah. Lightning surrounded the entire defense cover, and sparks splashed continuously. Swish. Redhead side kills, Griffin entangles armored color and Conqueror's Hawkeye. Poof. The defensive cover trembled violently, and a severe chill swept over. Anton turned his head and saw that half of Griffin's knife tip had pierced the defensive cover. He frowned, death was imminent, and the 2 mad dogs became even wilder. Ah! Wearing a hat, 5 elders roared again and again, and high-density lightning condensed on him, billion-volt brontosaurus. Nearly 100 feet long, the thunder dragon came, and its body was comparable to Kaido. Bang! Ultimate's brilliant silver light engulfed the defensive cover, and it was instantly shattered. And Anton immediately noticed that the electric current was entangled, and his whole body was in a state of paralysis. Now! Let the old man catch you! Wearing a hat, the 5 elders came in a flash, and punched ferociously. Bang bang! There was a crunching sound, and Anton immediately spat out blood. GG, it tastes really good. Part of it hit the capped 5 elders' face, and the old guy licked it, grinning sickly. Immediately afterwards, he punched and attacked again. Boom! Anton slapped him, and firmly held the fist of the hated 5 elders. The other hand raised the knife and dropped it. Poof! Blood spattered, and the wild ancient sword split his body. Scary scars spread from the head to the chest. Visceral organs surging in the body can be seen faintly. Wearing a hat, 5 elders fell to the ground, looking extremely unwilling. You won't end well, Master. I will never. Poof! Anton's 2 fingers pierced his eye sockets, and his air overflowed between his fingers. Bang bang! Wearing a hat, 5 elders' head exploded like a balloon. It's you next. Just as Anton turned his head, the red hair was approaching, and Griffin drew a dangerous arc in the air. Bang! The sparks were fleeting, and the ancient sword blocked Griffin's sharp edge. The distance from the head is only 1 centimeter away. Wouldn't it be nice to die with your friends? You have to stay here to join in the fun. Anton exerted his strength suddenly, and Huanggu Taidao pushed forward fiercely. Boom! The red hair flew out immediately. That huge force is like an ancient beast awakened. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled more than a dozen times in extreme embarrassment. Tempest kick! Tempest kick! Liu Qi and Keiku moved one after another, the silver cold light tore through the ground, and devoured towards the red hair. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs fell, and the place where the red hair was already full of smoke. Anton looked over, such an attack could not kill the red-haired one. In the dense fog, a figure slowly got up and walked out of it. After seeing the red hair, Anton was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, red hair, you really can't do it anymore, stop struggling. There were 2 brand new wounds on his chest and back. Probably Liu Qi and Keiku stayed behind. Even the 2 of them were able to defeat the red-haired, and it turned out that his combat effectiveness had been seriously weakened. Beckman's death hit him hard. Humph, even if I die today, I will die with you. The red hair looked at the sky, the dark clouds gathered above his head, and the thunder and lightning sounded. Conqueror's Hawkeye began to topple the rivers and seas again, and the crimson lightning kept falling, destroying the earth and blasting the mountains. Anton looked at the red hair silently. This is probably the last swan song, right? It's a pity, Mao didn't use it. Speaking of which, when the first war started, didn't you use this bad move? What is it called, the Overlord's territory? Anton murmured. After Conqueror's Haki reaches its peak, it will produce a special state Conqueror's Haki, which can be integrated with nature and command nature. In short, it is the wind that catches the wind, and the rain that catches the rain. Summoning a typhoon of more than 10 levels at will is just a matter of thought. It sounds strong, but most of it is used to clear miscellaneous soldiers. To deal with a rough-skinned and thick-skinned boss like Anton, making him bleed is the limit. Chapter 164. Death is imminent, enjoy your performance, you, little BD, dance well. Knowing that the red hair was dying, Anton still teased her. He was already planning in his heart how to make the redhead die a little bit of shame. Isn't it too cheap for this kind of nosy, benevolent and moral BD to let him die casually? Crackling. The thunder and lightning were still bombarding indiscriminately, and the sun and mountains collapsed one after another. The red-haired man is one with heaven and man. At this moment it seems that he has really integrated into nature, and everything is under his command. Clatter. The downpour poured over every corner of Wano Kuni. Hoo-hoo. Strong winds followed, and most buildings were uprooted. Boom boom boom. The dormant volcano also began to erupt, a scene of doom. Ka 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 ka. The ground shook non-stop, tearing apart one after another. This TMD, the red-haired BD, you don't want Wano Kuni to sink into the sea. Anton can clearly feel that Wano Kuni is collapsing on a large scale. This is the power to destroy the country. An. Tuesday. N. The sound of red-haired gnashing of teeth resounded through the sky. Anton followed the prestige, and the red-haired pair of blood-red eyes stared at him. Look at you, you are paralyzed. You think that if you stare at Lao Zi twice, Lao Zi will be cold, right? Stupid stuff. Anton turned into a irascible old man, slamming his lips at the red hair for a while. This kind of person is cheap and looks like he won't be able to beat him, and he will drag your family to his death. Aren't you the 4 emperors? Lao Zi has decided to drown you. Anton smiled mischievously. Ka 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 ka. At the same time, the ground trembled more violently, as fragile as paper. Anton unceremoniously turned on the magic power and continued to let the red hair go on. Maybe Wano Kuni would really sink into the sea. He fell down, put his hands on the ground, and stretched his right foot forward. The posture is similar to an athlete's start. Are you coming? The red-haired gripped Griffin tightly, whispering to himself, my sense of knowledge is not bad, as long as this guy takes action, he can still what? Anton disappeared without warning, and observation Haki didn't notice it at all. What's behind your bowl? An icy voice came, followed by Anton's fist. Bang bang! The crit exploded on the back of the redhead's head, and the whole person lost his balance in an instant, his body turned 360 degrees, and his head fell to the ground. Boom! The red-haired stares out of his head, and his eyes are used to seeing the world. Anton's killing intent remained undiminished, and he kicked again with a heavy blow. With the last of her reason, the redhead rolled away from the embarrassed donkey. Bang! The soil flew to the sky, and the earth was blasted out of a 100-meter-long ditch. Hoop hoop hoop! The redhead panted violently and stared at Anton. You have to open your eyes to see clearly, the good show has just been staged. Anton smiled evilly, relying on the ancient sword and the improvement of the magic power, he could easily tease the red hair. The mouth opened, and a flame bomb flew away. The red hair was chopped off with a knife. Poof! The slash cut vertically, splitting the flame bomb into 2. He glanced at Anton and was instantly furious. The hanging hair disappeared again and again. He scanned around, neither his eyes nor observation Haki could detect Anton's whereabouts. At the same time, the ground around the red hair suddenly went dark. He raised his head suddenly, and Anton's head was wrapped around armament Hawkeye and bumped into him. The red-haired laughed back angrily, "This Nima must be an idiot. Offer to send your head to Laozi to beat?" He stabbed Griffin without hesitation. Crunch! Griffin bent instantly, and the blade was pushed into a right angle. The red hair turned into petrification, and Griffin's hardness is amazing, and his armed color also increases the hardness. Not to mention Anton, his own knife has been crippled. Griffin still can't do it. Anton taunted, "You make a weapon out of sea stone." Bang bang bang! Finally, with the crisp snapping sound, Griffin shattered into several pieces. The red hair was full of dementia, and Anton took the opportunity to sweep his paws. Puff 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 puff. His chest was ripped apart, and 5 terrifying paw prints appeared. Even the ribs were broken by Anton. Wow ah ah ah! The redhead screamed again. As expected of the strongest pirate in history, even the red-haired 4 emperors were abused by him like this. Tisk tisk tisk, and the 5 elders in the hat, who actually died too. Anton is too scary, no one can match him. Ask for flowers. If this incident gets out, there will definitely be chaos in the world. Liu Qi and Keiku talked a lot. Before, they thought that the world government had a profound foundation and no one could shake it. Looking at Anton's explosive combat power, it is simply a natural disaster. No matter how deep the background is, it cannot withstand the natural disaster level monster. After this battle, his bounty will definitely increase to tens of billions of Baileys. 10 billion, what is this concept? One piece Roger is only more than 5.5 billion points, and Anton's future reward is equivalent to 2 Rogers. Boom! In the distance, another mountain collapsed, and a black shadow shattered it. Anton was still standing there, but the red hair disappeared. It was self-evident who it was. 0. Why is he so strong? He is obviously a heinous BD, why did God give him such powerful power? The red hair who collapsed under the ruins roared again and again. At this moment, the only way to vent the aggrieved heart is to curse the street. Before coming here, I thought that Anton was going to be cold, but he was counterattacked again. Redhead, you're not dead yet, I know, your life is tough, hee. Anton's bad voice came from outside. The red hair raised his head with difficulty, and saw Anton coming with a basin of water. You, what do you want? The redhead watched warily. What for? Of course it is to give you a humiliating death that the world will never forget. Anton said meaningfully. The redhead was silent, and he didn't know what this guy was going to do at the moment. That basin of water, couldn't there be other things, poison, sulfuric acid, or other dangerous things? The redhead secretly guessed. Don't think too much, there is nothing, just a basin of water. Anton put the water basin on the ground and walked over with a knife. This guy's observation hacky can even guess what's in my heart. The redhead was desperate, and a word appeared in his mind: dimensionality reduction strike. In fact, Anton's idea is very simple, that is to use this wash basin to drown the red hair. 4 emperors, was drowned by the wash basin, isn't that very joyful? Superior. Chapter 165. If the redhead knew what Anton was thinking, he might curse him for 18 generations. How much damage are you TMD? It's okay to abuse Laozi, but the FK is going to drown me. I am a 4 emperors, if you insist on leaving me a bad smell for 10,000 years, it will become a joke, won't you? The red hair bit the tip of his tongue, the stinging pain revived his fighting spirit. He stood up staggeringly, his eyes permeated with murderous intent. In any case, dragging the back of the son of ABCH, Antoine, today. I'm tired of playing too, big brother, let's stop here. Anton stretched his arms, it was quite boring to abuse food. The red hair said angrily, it's over when you say it's over, You think you're wow? He screamed out, and a huge figure appeared quietly behind him, holding him tightly with his arms. This monster is ugly, with well-developed limbs, and the red-haired 940 has arms thicker than thighs. You've been patronizing me, have you forgotten? I still have a group of uneasy little brothers. Anton gloated at the redhead. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that this ugly creature was exactly Big Eye Boy. Oops! The redhead fell to the bottom with a heart. Big Eye Boy has 2 invincible skills. Once the eyes are opened, whoever eyes the other will die. There is another one, you can't be hugged by him, otherwise you will either die or be injured. And right now, isn't he just being hugged? Wow! From the corner of the red-haired mouth came a pig-killing scream. Ears, nose, eyes, mouth are bleeding. Big Eye Boy squeezed the red-haired flanks vigorously, his internal organs suffered a devastating blow, and all organs in his body were bleeding profusely. Kaka kaka kaka. The ribs on both sides of the red hair were resounding, smashing into slag one by one. The red-haired sore face was deformed. This tragic scene lasted for half a minute. In the distance, even the most cold-blooded killer, Liu Qi, was shocked by it. Torturing prisoners is so normal, it is a common phenomenon in prisons, but torturing 4 emperors. Such a scene is really eye-catching. Moreover, the red hair at the moment is really a bit miserable. All the bones were broken, and the internal organs were bleeding profusely. Poof! Big Eye Boy let him go, and the guy fell to the ground like mud. Only weak breathing remained. It's still the last step. Anton pursed his lips and smirked, and yelled, "You're welcome to, send the redhead on the road." Hearing this, Big Eye Boy grabbed the red-haired hair and dragged him over. On the ground, a trace of blood was drawn. Liu Qi. If this scene is captured, it will definitely be the most explosive scene in history. Keiku's eyes lit up. If you sell it to a newspaper, you will definitely make a fortune. After all, the protagonist of one party is the red-haired Shanks. Liu Qi glanced at him. Sell it to a newspaper? Why, do you want to change careers and become a reporter? I have such a plan. I can't be a CPU right now. Is it possible that I will be a pirate with Anton in the future? Hearing this, Liu Qi also fell into silence. Look! Keiku suddenly said, this guy really likes to humiliate people. Liu Qi also looked subconsciously, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Big Eye Boy pressed the red-haired head into the water basin, the red-haired struggled instinctively, and his limbs kept thrashing. However, he has been severely injured, and he can't exert his strength at all. After struggling violently for 20 or 30 seconds, the red hair gradually stopped. To actually drown the overlord of the sea alive, thanks to him thinking of it. Keiku couldn't help admiring Anton. The red hair may not be a human being, but Anton is a real dog, no matter how insulting he is. Fortunately, I didn't become this guy's enemy. Liu Qi felt a little rejoiced. After a minute, the redhead stopped struggling. Big Eye Boy pulled it out of the water, but the red hair didn't move and stopped breathing. Heartbeat also stopped. Don't think it's over. Anton glanced at Big Eye Boy. Go, hang this BD up for me, hang it on the highest place in Wano Kuni, let the whole world see, what kind of fate will it be if you can't get along with me, Anton and the Beast's pirates. His voice was as cold as iron, making people shudder. Without my order, no one is allowed to let go of the red hair. Even if he rots, he must be hung by me. An island in the New World. A pirate group is parked on a nearby pier. The shape of the battleship is quite strange, and it is almost the same as the marine battleship as a whole. There is also the pirate flag, with a giant fist on top of a skull. In fact, this is the recently famous Iron Fist Pirates of New World. Captain Monkey D. Garp, the bounty has soared to 4 billion Baileys. Most of his crew members are veterans of the Whitebeard pirates. For example, Marco, Diamond Jaws, and others. Plus, the Straw Hat crew got in on the action too. In fact, there is no way not to join. The Straw Hat pirates have been disabled by Antoine. Nami is currently held hostage in Wano Kuni. Robin is also at Wano Kuni. Sanji is mining in Muvan prison. The navigators and chefs are gone, and the Straw Hat pirates are equivalent to losing their engines. Little ones, it's a rare time to relax, enjoy it. Beside a pile of exuberant bonfires, a strong man with grey hair raised his arms and cheered. He wears an eye patch over his left eye, a cape with a skull on it, and men's boots on his feet. He has a broken hand, a prosthetic with a sharp hook at the end. Sort of like crocodile. In addition, he also wears the pirate hat that belongs to the captain. It is not surprising that this dress appears on any pirate. But the point is, this TMD is the hero Garp. Since becoming a pirate, Garp has let himself go 5.0, dressed like a pirate, with a ferocious expression on his face from time to time. He is really a bully in the sea. To be honest, after becoming a pirate, Garp is much more relaxed. He used to be a marine, he has burdened too much, now he can do whatever he wants. Wow! Suddenly, Luffy, who was feasting, let out a sad cry. Garp rushed over and asked with concern, "Luffy, what happened?" Today's Luffy has shown amazing talent. Under his training, Conqueror's Haki is under control and can be used skillfully. It is just one step away from the real top powerhouse. Luffy didn't explain, and spread out his palms, revealing a pinch of burnt ashes. Here, this is Shanks' life card. Chapter 166. Garp heard that his brain was also short-circuited. He and Hungfa are not figures of the same era, and the number of times the two sides have played against each other is also very few. However, as one of the four emperors, it is inexplicable to say that you will die when you die, and it feels very cheap. After all, the big bosses are the last ones to be solved. This red-haired Nima died a little early, a little hasty. Who the hell did it? Garp is confused, and the strong man who can kill the red hair is almost no one in the sea. He insisted on finding someone who could do it, so he looked in a certain direction. That's Red Line Marie Joyce. Immediately afterwards, he shook his head again. Red Hair has no ambition to fight for hegemony, and he rarely gets involved in politics. The top powerhouses of the Red Line will not fight against Red Hair. That is to say. Garp looked at another place, and at the far end was Wano Kuni. Luffy. Gazing at the tearful Luffy, Garp also had mixed feelings in his heart. First, the pirate group was broken up, then Ace died in battle, and now he is red-haired again. Luffy has indeed experienced a lot of blows. Garp is starting to worry, my grandson won't be able to use Watts in the future, will he? The situation on Dahai 25 is so dangerous, even the four emperors who are aloof, will die one day. If you want to protect everyone, then you can only keep getting stronger and gain power beyond anyone. Garp patted Luffy on the shoulder, Grandpa believed you could do it. Shanks is so powerful that he is dead, can I do it? Luffy questioned himself. I believe you can, your future is definitely more promising than that guy with red hair. Garp said without hesitation. It's really not that he pours chicken soup. First of all, Luffy is his grandson. How can a man with the blood of the monkey family be mediocre? Another point is that Luffy, as the successor of the Straw Hat, is naturally different from ordinary people, both in talent and will. Of course, that was before, after being beaten up by Anton one after another, Luffy has fallen into deep self-doubt. Secondly, there is another reason, and that is rubber fruit. Rubber fruit is not an ordinary devil fruit. In order to get rubber fruit, the world government spent a lot of time and even sent CP9 Fusifo to escort it. Starting from this point, it is enough to see that the world government values rubber fruit. What's more sad is that although Fusifo is a good product, the redhead who couldn't help but stare at rubber fruit was finally snatched away. In the end, by chance, it was eaten by Luffy. Luffy, the potential of the rubber fruit in your body is extremely huge. The third gear and the fourth gear are not your limit. You need to continue to develop and show the full power of the rubber fruit. Garp asked earnestly and earnestly. How could devil fruit, which can be targeted by the world government bosses, be of ordinary ability? For Wano Kuni, the battle is still going on. There are two battlefields, one of which is the northern battlefield, dominated by Anton, and it is now over. On the other side, is the southern battlefield dominated by the Beast's pirates. The enemies they faced were world government officials headed by 5 elders and Doflamingo. Before the war started, the world government felt stable, and Anton went to the battlefield in the north, where they could drive straight into the capital of flowers. The results of it? Bang bang! Bang bang! Following two loud noises, two black shadows flew into the distance. Bang bang! The heavy ancient mace fell to the ground. Kaido leaned on his body and said, "Oh, this is the 5 elders of the world government? It's too weak, it's not enough for Lao Zi to fight." Looking closely, the people who were blown away were none other than the blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders. In normal 1v1, Kaido can only deal with one of them. Konima has the blessing of the ancient mace, and Kaido has been born out of the ancient. People say that for things like 5 elders, 1 is not enough, 2 are not too many, and 3 are just right. Anyway, Wang Kaido said, as many Laozes as there are, you can hold as many as you want. UBD. Holding a knife, 5 elders exploded in anger, looking at Kaido with fury. Don't get too complacent, forget who you lost to before, Kaido. Old things, heroes don't mention the bravery of the past. Kaido retorted, are you living in the past, or are you living in the present? The fact is that you are trembling under Lao Zi's mace. As we all know, Kaido is a suicidal maniac. In order to commit suicide, he came up with all kinds of bad ideas. For example, falling from a height of 10,000 meters, swimming in magma, or fighting against Naval Headquarters or other 4 emperors. Even Marie Joyce, Kaido made it through. Although he lost to 5 elders in the end, he also survived tenaciously. Humph! Even if you become stronger, when our reinforcements arrive, you will still be finished. The blonde 5 elders wiped away the blood stains at the corners of his mouth, looked at his companions beside him and said, persist a little longer, they are probably coming. Come? It will never come. A fiery red body flew from afar. He is wrapped in flames, and behind him is a pair of flame wings. Anton. The 243 stars of the 5 elders with knives were dumbfounded. You were not killed by the red hairs. Funny, why can't they be killed by me when I was killed by them? Anton landed next to Kaido, chuckled, and said, are you happy? Ha ha ha, so good. Kaido held up the ancient mace, and rubbed his big hands as if stroking his lover. Anton, if you had been born decades earlier, I might have already been drinking on the red line. It really is. Anton also nodded in agreement, drink the wedding wine between me and Im's 10th son. Hearing this, the blonde 5 elders trembled angrily. What did you say? Try saying it again. Damn stinky tortoise, you're actually disrespectful to Lord Im. Holding a knife, 5 elders is also vomiting blood in anger. You, a tortoise, want to marry a god? Yes, in the eyes of 5 elders, Im is a serious creation goddess. What are you and Anton? Do you deserve it? Why, do you have any opinions? Anton rubbed his chin narcissistically. I've already asked that fellow Liu Qi, and he said that Im's woman is a coquettish group, dressed boldly, and for thousands of years, she was too lonely and needed the comfort of a peerless macho like me. Liu Qi, I didn't say. Chapter 167. I'm going to rub Im on the ground. Anton clenched his hands into fists, his biceps bulging high. For a beautiful and high-status woman like Im, Anton said that 10 times a night is nothing. The blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders are both furious. How could celestial dragons take over the world without Im? The reason why he was able to deal with the ancient kingdom DS family, Im contributed a lot. That is to say, in the existence of Im, the celestial dragons ruled leisurely for 800 years. For celestial dragons, Im is self-evident. But now, what is this outrageous man talking about? Want to hold the great Im Sama underground and rub against it? Killer. The old man will chop him up too. 5 elders with knives and 5 elders with blonde hair came to kill one after another. Kaido and Anton each picked an opponent. Kaido is in charge of cooking the blonde 5 elders, and Anton is in charge of holding the knife 5 elders. The situation is wrong. Where is the 100% winning rate that was agreed upon? Doflamingo concealed his breath and hid alone. The redheads are gone, and the balance of victory has tipped in favor of the beast's pirates. Let's find a chance to escape. The vengeful Doflamingo was persuaded, and he was thinking of avenging the Donquixote family before. But now it seems. Sorry, brothers who died, let's cut off the grievances as soon as possible. Forget about Antoine's heaven-defying, even Kaido has become an enhanced version of Nima, and the 2 5 elders are playing together. Accept the sanction of the old man. Holding the knife 5 elders clenched the long knife tightly, and a purple evil spirit made people shudder. Behind the 5 elders holding the knife, the outline of the evil spirit is vaguely outlined. This suffocating demonic energy is probably the strongest demonic sword in the world. Anton narrowed his eyes. It's a good knife. You know the goods. 5 elders held a knife with a sullen face, and said coldly, it is also your honor to die in the hands of first-generation Kitoru. Puff. Anton burst out laughing, wondering where the old guy got his courage. The red hair and the 3 of them were all hammered to death. You, an old guy who is dying, who are you talking to? The blade is condensed with purple brilliance, and evil spirits rush to the face. Holding the knife, 5 elders didn't force them, and the knife fell. The purple light condensed on the blade turned into a half-moon slash. Let me see how different you really are. Anton held the Huanggu Tadeo, waiting for the moment when the slash was approaching, and swept it out with one blow. Poof! The half-moon-shaped slash immediately split into 2, and passed Anton's side. That's all. Anton tilted his head and whistled very easily. This guy. The shock in the eyes of 5 elders holding the knife flashed away, and he said, don't be too happy, do you know why first-generation Onitsuo is the strongest demon sword? Humph. The corners of the old guy's lips rose in the end, extremely proud. I don't know. Anton replied happily, why, are you the kind of idiot who wants to tell the enemy the ultimate move? Holding the knife, 5 elders' old face darkened, and he said solemnly, it's okay to tell you, just PK your ears to hear clearly. The old hands full of dead skin were lifted up, the sun was shining brightly, and the first-generation ghost was within 10 feet of the vicinity, but it was like being in the South Pole. The reason why first-generation Onitsuo is known as the strongest demon sword is nothing more than a powerful evil spirit lodged in it. Holding a knife, 5 elders laughed and said, you thought it was 1v1? It's actually 1v2. Anton didn't blink, staring at 5 elders holding the knife for a moment. The old guy seemed to have nothing to say. Is that all? That's all I want to say? What I want to say is, cough cough cough. Anton squeezed his throat, and said loudly, you really are the kind of idiot who likes to expose your big moves, the villain died of. Hey wait, don't you talk a lot? As for 5 elders with the knife, his face was already purple with anger. He thought that Anton knew the secret of first-generation geisha, and he must have panicked a lot, but his response was only 2 words, idiot. You are only Sabi, your whole family is Turtle and Sabi. Anton bent down, his eyes were as sharp as electricity. Holding the knife, 5 elders was short of breath, and the hand holding the knife was also twitching and full of flaws. Anton stepped forward, and was about to fight out, when a voice suddenly came from his mind. "Humans, surrender to me." The thunder-like voice exploded in his mind, and Anton was stunned for a moment. "Go to hell!" Seizing the opportunity, 5 elders flew over with a knife, and the first-generation ghost pierced Anton's chest. Poof! Blood splattered. Knife 5 elders naively thought Antoine was finished. But the first-generation ghost stopped outside his chest, and was about to penetrate him. Looking at the big blood-stained hand holding the knife, 5 elders felt a shock in his heart, and the knife was already grasped. Caught first-generation Onitoru with one hand? 5 elders holding the knife was stunned. He was merciless just now, and he really used all his strength to suck up. He had used all his strength, but was intercepted in the end. So, what's the problem? Damn it, you shouldn't be lazy, geesh. Holding the knife, 5 elders communicated with the evil spirits in the knife for the first time. The enemy's will is very strong and cannot be easily influenced. A hoarse voice responded. Holding a knife, 5 elders' face collapsed. In the past, the influence of ghost talk plus his sneak attack, even if the enemy is Marine Admiral, if he is a little careless, he will disembowel him. Old guy, you still dare to lose your mind. The sound of killing people came oncoming, and 5 elders instinctively realized that something was wrong with the knife. He wanted to retreat, but first-generation Onitsu had already been caught. What to do? You can't leave your weapon behind. For a swordsman, the knife is the second life. Poof! Just when 5 elders was hesitating with the knife, the ancient sword pierced through the chest, and instantly, promised, severely injured it. Whoa-ah! He spat out a mouthful of brown blood, and his painful eye sockets protruded violently. Poof! Anton pulled his arm back, and the wild ancient Taideo white knife went in and the red knife came out. It was brought out with a portion of minced meat. Anton had no sympathy for the old man. The mouth opened, and scarlet flames shot out. Holding a knife, 5 elders hurriedly set up first-generation Onitsu's defense. Boom! Bye! The blazing sparks exploded, and the old guy was blown back 100 meters in an instant. His right arm was severely scorched, and the blade of first-generation Onitsu, known as the strongest demon sword, also tilted. This is first-generation Kitoru? But that's all. Anton was carrying the ancient sword. It's okay, don't show your broken sword in front of Laozi, give it to Laozi to cut fruit. The old guy wants to cry, but you have won, and you still humiliate Laozi like this? Don't take it too far. Chapter 168. Anyway, it is also one of the supreme sharp knives, isn't that too much? But Anton said, we really didn't talk nonsense. After all, where is the attribute of the ancient Taiseo, and the total increase effect of 55% is comparable to that of first-generation Onitsu? I've got you all done, then go to Marie Joyce and let I'm sing me conquer. Antoine said solemnly. He looked at the kneeling 5 elders holding a knife, and a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. You don't have to storm Marie Joyce, you can keep the 5 elders in exchange for the red stone. Really, sloppy? After reacting, Anton slapped his thigh fiercely. The 5 elders who wore the hat before shouldn't have been killed. Kaido, keep his humble life in exchange for the red stone. Antoine yelled at Kaido. 2-on-1, neither is Kaido's opponent. Right now, the blonde 5 elders and Kaido are singled out, and they are being ravaged by all kinds of things. What a hassle! Kaido complained unhappily. Laozi is excited, now you let me release water. I saw him grabbing the head of the blonde 5 elders with his big hand, and picked it up. Kaido is uncomfortable not to mention it, it's like a girl who is about to go to heaven, but you quit at the critical moment. The reason is that my mother told me to go home for dinner. Kaido is so angry that he is half dead. 017. However, Anton had said so, and could only throw the blonde 5 elders. Knife 5 elders. He had a chill in his heart, and his companion, like a 3-year-old child, was beaten violently. Kneel down and surrender, and you can still avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Otherwise, I might destroy you like Kaido. Antoine pressed on step by step. Are you kidding? Have you ever seen the 5 elders surrender? Holding a knife, 5 elders shouted angrily, only the 5 elders who died in battle want us to surrender, dreaming. Yet. Anton was amused, shouted the slogan loudly, why are you keeping back? Fight and retreat 5 elders. If you don't know what you're interested in, there's nothing you can do. Anton held up the barren sword high, and the special sword 5 elders saw his adrenal hormones explode. Ho 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 ho! He roared like a lion, showing his true toughness. But, roaring so loudly, it is still retreating. Whoosh! Anton accelerated suddenly, like a gust of wind. Holding the knife, 5 elders paled in fright, pulled his body back, and retreated 100 meters away, this time it should be Puff. Anton came like a shadow, and the wild ancient sword sliced across his chest. Flesh was ripped apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Wow ah ah ah! The old guy screamed and screamed nervously. Clang! The desolate ancient sword that was erected in advance was firmly blocked. Taking the opportunity to send out another punch. Bang! The nose collapsed on the spot, and the old guy's cheeks shrunk into chrysanthemums. I fight with you. Holding the knife, 5 elders' voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. It feels like I'm about to cry. Anton also put on a defensive posture. The old guy was beaten so badly, and he must fight back like a mad dog. The embarrassing thing is that despite the fierce call, it is actually going backwards all the time. Anton was puzzled. As for the others, they charged with slogans. Why don't you FMD put this playful operation, and call out slogans to back off? Kill! With a vigorous flick of his shoulders, the air-tearing slash came head-on. Anton watched blankly, waiting for the moment he was hit. The ground cracked open. The muscular male devourer came out, opened his mouth, and golden flames swept open. Boom 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 boom. The flames engulfed the land with a radius of 100 meters, and the slash quickly melted. When it got close to Anton, it was only the size of a little finger. Anton shouted, and he was blown away. Knife 5 elders WCNMGB. Whoa a. The flames spread to the surroundings, and the blonde 5 elders was also affected, and he screamed again and again. This is a flame that can melt even rocks. Even if the old guy is covered with armed defense, the skin, CFCE, will melt layer by layer. Some parts of his body were left with bones in just a few seconds. Even the bones melted. As strong as a supreme sword like first generation Onitoru, guess what? It's all melted into molten iron. Quick, stop quickly, the old man is scared, I admit defeat. The old guy in the flames struggled violently, lying and rolling on the ground like a crying child. I know I'm scared, Dad let you go this time. Anton snapped his fingers, and the devourer went out. The old guy who came into view has already lost his limbs. Hey, hey! Anton, you let me save my life, but you almost beat him to death yourself. Kaido complained, the chest of 5 elders with the knife was burned, and the organs were exposed. It's not my fault, that silly boy devourer is neither serious nor serious. Anton shrugged, and immediately shouted to everyone in the Beast's Pirates, hurry up and clean up the mess, get ready to celebrate the party, little ones. Win again. Beast's Pirates are invincible. Long live brother Anton, long live brother Kaido. The pirates raised their arms and cheered, their voices reaching the sky. The whole of Wano Kuni is shrouded in surprise. In this confrontation, they severely damaged the world government. It can even be said that half of the world government has been defeated. In the next half hour, world government officials were captured or killed one after another, and they really didn't even have the strength to resist. After all, the boss is defeated, so what are their little shrimps? Run, hurry, retreat immediately. On a warship near the pier, someone jumped on board and yelled at the only remaining crew members. Looking intently, it was Doflamingo who was already frightened. Wano Kuni is too dangerous, it is not a place for ordinary people to stay. Run away now. Doflamingo, do you still want to run? The transparent gas shield struck from afar, and the next moment, the entire ship was dismantled into thousands of parts. This is... Looking at the hull floating in the air, the oval space, A&D. That familiar face on the shore. Luo, your kid is actually here too. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, full of strong murderous intent. This time it's your fate. Lao Zi doesn't want to kill you, so get out of here quickly. Dang dang dang. A few crisp sounds came from Doflamingo. Fo, it's useless. He laughed triumphantly. With your level, it is impossible to cut Lao Zi, and the cutting of OPOP fruit is also conditional. The user's strength must be stronger than the enemy. Doflamingo, covered in armament haki, blocked the cut with ease. If he can't do it, what about me? Anton appeared like a ghost. Chapter 169. Anton showed up, and Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Our big brother is here, let's see if you panic, Doflamingo. Antoine. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and Doflamingo gritted his teeth. What is it called? If you call it, you don't have to die. Antoine sneered, thumbs down. As for Doflamingo's PS, he ran away if he couldn't beat him, and he didn't belong to the king's haki at all. Were you blind when God gave Doflamingo Conqueror's haki? Ro, how do you want to kill him? Anton patted Luo on the shoulder, just do what you want, no matter what way, I will make your wish come true. Luo didn't say a word, and silently took out a pistol. You won't forget, Doflamingo. Luo's eyes were red, and he said with hatred, Mr. Krasen, you were the one who shot him to death. Humph, so what, he betrayed the family. Doflamingo didn't think it was wrong at all, for traitors, you know Lao Zi's methods better than anyone else. Kill without mercy. Even if Keelasong is my own brother, being a traitor Lao Zi can't spare him. Anton didn't say a word. It is undeniable that although this guy is a little cowardly, he is still a hero. He is ruthless and shows no mercy to anyone. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough to match his ambition. Doflamingo is as good as chicken and still want to be the One Piece? It is possible to be 10 times stronger. I disabled this kid, and then let you die with a single shot, how about it? Anton looked at Luo and asked. Can? Luo nodded excitedly. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face turned green. Anton, the reason why you helped Luo is only because of the aging operation. Luo, you idiot, you don't even know you're being used. Doflamingo yells at Law. Luo didn't say anything, how could he not know? Swish! A black shadow flashed away and landed in front of Doflamingo in an instant. You talk too much. After speaking, Anton greeted him with a fist. Doflamingo folded his arms to shield his head. 6. A powerful punch sent Doflamingo flying, and he spun several times in the air. Bang bang bang! He fell from the sky, head on his head, and his head was cracked. Pain 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 pain! Doflamingo's arms twitched, burning with pain. He looked at Anton in horror, why is there such a gap in strength? He couldn't even take a punch. Boom! A gunshot fell, and bullets streaked through the air. Poof! There was severe pain in his left ear, and Doflamingo touched it subconsciously, because his eyes were getting bloodshot. Good marksmanship, Ro. Antoine gave a thumbs up, Doflamingo's ear has been smashed. It's just the beginning. Luo breathed into the smoking muzzle with a stern expression. UFG court death. Doflamingo's forehead is full of veins, and he can accept losing to Anton, but there is nothing he can do about his inferior skills. But Ro. Laozi killed you first. Doflamingo straightened his thumb, and his fingers gathered a terrifying strength, bullet string. A cold light flashed across the air, which was hard to see with the naked eye. Anton dodged and stood in front of him. Boom! The chest took a blow from Doflamingo, and only the clothes were ripped. Damn! Doflamingo cursed secretly. Anton's armed forces were above him, and it was difficult for him to attack even if he stood still. Boy, you are in danger. Anton pointed to the sky meaningfully. Doflamingo took advantage of the opportunity to look up. His expression changed drastically. A huge brontosaurus has fallen from the sky. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled and thick smoke billowed. In the nick of time, Doflamingo backed away, but even so, the blast wave sent him flying. Poof! He fell to the ground in embarrassment, on all fours. Hoop hoop hoop! He gasped quickly, his cheeks flushed. Before Doflamingo could rest for a while, disaster struck again. Popeye broke through the ground and sent Doflamingo into the sky. Crackling! The void thunder and lightning condensed, and under the control of annihilating Nebel, a lightning arrow nearly 10 feet long was shot. Doflamingo spread his 5 fingers like a spider spinning silk, and quickly condensed into a spider web in front of him, blessed by Hawkeye. But, poof! The moment the thunder arrow shot, it was torn apart instantly, and the high temperature pervaded melted everything. Poof! Ask for flowers. Severe pain came from the abdomen, and Doflamingo looked down, and the thunder arrow remained in his abdomen. Wow ah ah! Doflamingo screamed loudly, spurting blood from his mouth. Boom! Doflamingo fell heavily to the ground, unable to move his body. Okay, Luo, you can come up and repair the gun. Anton waved at Luo. Didn't expect it, Doflamingo, you will have this day. Luo came striding forward, looking at the crippled Doflamingo, his eyes were still cold. The muzzle of the gun was forced into Doflamingo's mouth, and Luo said fiercely, go down and apologize to Mr. Klassen. You don't have to be proud. Doflamingo said with difficulty, the cost of the ageless surgery is your life, and you will come to accompany me in a short time. 00. And you? Antoine. Doflamingo looked at Anton with difficulty. The horror of the world government is not just an ancient weapon Uranus. You can't imagine how powerful that guy is if you haven't seen him. He he he. Anton smiled disapprovingly, I'm very tough. Bullshit, can you rule the celestial dragons if you are not strong? If you are not strong, the world government has long been overthrown. Doflamingo felt that he was out of his mind to ask such a stupid question. Ha ha ha. That's great, she is strong and I am strong, so our children will have the most potential. Antoine smiled happily. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, looking at Antoine and cursing, I'm holding you old, you, bang. Blood and rotten flesh were sprayed on the ground. Rogo disconnected the gun and pierced Doflamingo's mouth. The guy was killed instantly. Now your demons are gone. Anton came up and patted Luo on the shoulder, okay, let's go back and celebrate, Luo. Luo nodded, and the strange color in the corner of his eyes was fleeting. With the death of Doflamingo, since then, this war has come to an end. One of the 5 elders died, 2 were captured alive, the red hair pirates were wiped out, all world government officials were killed, and Doflamingo was tortured to death. In addition to Liu Qi and Keiku, CPO was also wiped out by a wave. This battle, fully wiped out most of the elite combat power of the world government. Husband. Chapter 170. In the evening, the whole of Wano Kuni is brightly lit, just like daytime. The beast's pirates, which absorbed the Wano Kuni samurai, grew larger and larger, with a total number of nearly 50,000 people. The entire city of flowers has become a sea of joy. Drunk pirates can be seen everywhere on the street. Cheers! 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 The world is at your fingertips. In the palace, big shots gathered. Anton and Kaido sit on two thrones, one on the left and one on the right. The following are the three plagues and Boa Hancock et.al. There are also Volley 6 and APU, Luo, and Hawkins all came to participate. In the center of the banquet, a dance troupe composed of dozens of young and beautiful dancers is dancing. Among them, many are lovers of Kurozumi Orokai. To say that Kurozumi Orokai is miserable enough, not only was it burnt to ashes, May 47 and even his concubines were pulled out and divided equally. Ha ha ha! Today's battle was a joy. When people are in good spirits on happy occasions, Kaido holds a big wine barrel and drinks wildly. Anton is not much stronger, surrounded by beautiful women. Xiaozi, Boa Hancock, Nami, Khalifa, and others. He doesn't have the drinking capacity like Kaido, and he faints after a few rounds of drinking. The banquet lasted until late at night, and when it was nearly 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, the entire palace was full of drunks, even those on duty were drunk. If the Marine and World Government called at this time, they would definitely be able to wipe out the beast's pirates. Swish! While everyone was drunk, a black shadow rushed out from the palace. His purpose is simple, the dock. His wish has been fulfilled, and he doesn't want to stay in Wano Kuni, a place of right and wrong. This person has a strong hand and light footwork, and he flies across the roofs of the rows without making a sound. Through the hazy moonlight, he could vaguely see his face. Trafalgar Rue. Yes, the goal has been achieved, and there is no need for him to stay in the beast's pirates. In fact, the atmosphere of the beast's pirates, Luo has always been repulsed. It is difficult to integrate into this group. Because whether it is Kaido or Anton, or other people in beast's pirates, they all want to subvert this world. Luo didn't have that kind of unrealistic ambition, so he just left. In addition, he had already seen that the reason why Anton took such good care of himself was because of the ageless surgery. This life was given to me by Mr. Klassen, don't try to take it away, Anton. Looking at the pier not far away, Luo's eyes were as firm as a rock. Without the OPOP fruit that Klassen gave, he would have died long ago. So, his life is Klassen's life, he can't give it to Anton. It's midnight, where do you want to go? Suddenly, a sudden voice came from behind. Luo was startled into a cold sweat. Could this voice be? Turning his head, he saw that it was Anton. Everyone is drunk, I will be in charge of patrolling tonight. Luo responded calmly. Oh, it's really hard work for you, Luo. 11. Anton pointed in the direction of the palace, let's go back, I have already ordered Yin to do the patrolling. Hearing this, Luo's expression froze and he didn't move. What's the matter, do you have any questions, Degree? Anton said with a smile, or are you actually planning to escape? Luo's spirit was lifted, and with a clang, the ghost cried and snatched the sheath out. Tisk tisk. Seeing how nervous you are, it seems that I'm right. Anton reprimanded with a straight face, if you have revenge for you, you should abandon Laozi, this is inappropriate, Luo. It's the behavior of a scumbag to start messing and abandon. Anton opened his hands, come on, follow me back obediently, and work hard for me. Working for you? Humph. Luo took a deep breath, since you have a showdown, I have nothing to hide, now I will leave beast's pirates. Why? Antoine asked, frowning. Still pretending, you and Doflamingo have the same purpose, they are both here for ageless surgery. Luo said in a deep voice, Anton, help me avenge, I am very grateful to you, but this life was saved by Mr. Klassen desperately, so I cannot give it to you. If Anton had other conditions, Luo might agree. But without surgery, he can't do it. You already know. Anton rubbed his head. I really want to live forever, Luo, that is the ultimate dream of human beings, and no one can escape it. So, for the sake of me killing Doflamingo for you, make a sacrifice. Brother, I beg you, okay. Anton cupped his fists. To be honest, he had never begged anyone like this before. But, is it really appropriate to ask someone to die? Luo's face was like a black pot, and he refused politely, impossible. I can pay a certain price, Luo, whatever you want, or any enemies you have, I can help you eliminate. Anton also went all out. In short, if you have any other demands, even if you ask me to chop Kaido, it is still negotiable. Kaido? I'll say it again. Luo's voice was as firm as ever. Listen to me clearly, it is absolutely impossible for me to perform the ageless surgery on you. Not just you, not anyone. His voice is loud and powerful. Anton's patience was exhausted, his eyes were clouded. Are you sure? Definitely and definitely. Luo said without thinking. You bloody BD. Anton was rarely furious. It's fine to go out and not pay for whoring, and let the girl lie to her husband's money. In the end, you still abandoned him. Do you think this kind of person deserves to die? Hearing this, Luo heard it, and an army of 100,000 grass and mud horses flew by in his heart. Speaking of which, I really seem to be a bit guilty? Swish! Suddenly, a biting cold wind blew. Luo suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and suddenly looked at Anton, who had already come over. The outstretched big hand, like a lightning-like sprint, easily grasped Luo's throat. Luo, I'll ask you one last time, do you cooperate or not? Anton said in a cold voice, give me the immortal surgery, you can live a few more days at 4.4, if you refuse, you can only... Cough cough cough. I refuse. Luo, who was lifted up, coughed non-stop, and said, since it's a death anyway, you kill me. UFG. Anton's eyes are breathing fire. Lao Zi helped you kill Doflamingo, shouldn't you be upset? Anton, who was burning with anger, showed no mercy, and said bitterly, then you go, hey, wait. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, and Anton smiled sinisterly. Luo, it doesn't matter if you die, what about those subordinates? That bear named Popo, what do you think I should do with him? Braised in soy sauce or salt and pepper flavored? Or bake it and eat it? With this cruel threat, the resistance in Luo's eyes dissipated immediately. Chapter 171. Luo lowered his proud head and finally compromised. For some captains, companions are always a demon that cannot be avoided. I agreed. Luo was like a deflated ball, his neck drooping like soft noodles. You are acquainted. Anton swung it vigorously, and Luo flew out like a dead dog. To be honest, Anton didn't want to use this kind of method at first, and this guy Luo couldn't do anything if he didn't keep his promise. Time passed in a hurry, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. The drunk pirates got up one after another, and everyone looked around and smiled at each other. Yesterday, really had a good night. Everyone was having a great time, especially Anton. After getting Luo, he took down Khalifa and Reju and others. Agreeing is naturally disagreeing, but in the face of a sea bully like Anton, if they don't reason with you, they will fight you hard. Do you disagree? Then keep beating me up. Finally, after 10 or 20 big mouths, everyone calmed down. Who the FK is this? A thunderous voice came from where Kaido was. Everyone followed the prestige and ran away one after another. A flower-green trestle hangs on the horn. Kaido immediately likes to mention the nickname of Kushan Long. Well, that seems to be Brother Anton's treasure chest. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Anton, wouldn't have done something outrageous to Kaido while he was asleep last night, right? That brat! Kaido was furious, cursing, damn it, where did Anton go, damn it? His eyeballs swept around, forgetting that he didn't see Anton, and even Yamato disappeared. Shouldn't. Damn it! Kaido snarled, that BD Anton must have held Yamato in the grass while I was drunk, what a shame. Everyone was sweating profusely when they heard the words, you old man is quite good at flirting? But after thinking about it, it's not impossible to do that kind of thing with Anton's PG nature. After all, it has already been done to others. Find me Anton right away, dig 3 feet of ba and dig it out. With Kaido's order, everyone went to Anton. Actually, it's so comfortable. In a closed room, Anton got off the operating table. The whole person is full of energy, and the eyeballs are shining, especially deep. Poof! Luo fell to his knees, his hair as dry and white as weeds. The skin was dead skin too, and the face was deeply lined. Like a 100-year-old man. Thank you, shit. Anton stretched his waist, and his bones crackled. Yes, the ageless surgery is over. Anton squints his eyes to feel the changes in his body carefully. Compared with the original, there is actually no change, but the cells have the ability to regenerate infinitely. You are here to fend for yourself. With the previous incident, Anton didn't even look at Luo. This closed underground chamber is his tomb. As for the rest of the Red Heart pirates, let them go. As soon as he walked out of the underground secret room, the city of flowers that greeted his eyes was a mess. There were people searching for him everywhere, and after a little inquiring, Anton knew the cause and effect. That idiot Kaido, doubt that Yamato. Anton's head was full of black lines, as if he had been wronged a lot. I actually panicked a lot in my heart, what the hell, was Kaido found out? In fact, last night, he really had the idea to take your blood while you were drunk. It is a pity that Yamato was not found in the end, so Reiju and others could only make do with it. Seriously, there's no point in getting drunk if it's not about being strong. Half an hour later, the palace of the capital of flowers. Kaido was relieved when he saw that Anton came, and Yamato also came, seeing that she was safe and sound. It is really fireproof, anti-theft and anti-anthern. Kaido, you let me down. Anton said angrily, we are brothers and sisters. After working together for so long, you still suspect that I am cheating on your daughter. This is a slander against myself, I ask you to apologize immediately. Sorry shit. Kaido rolled his eyes, curled his lips and said, won't Lao Zi know about your thoughts? Anton, do you know who the person who knows you best is? Kaido asked proudly. Enemy. Anton looked at Kaido suspiciously. Wrong, your same kind of person is Lao Zi. Kaido puffed out his chest proudly, and said triumphantly, Lao Zi did all the things you did when he was young, so Lao Zi knows exactly what bad water is in your belly. Kaido, UBD. An inappropriate voice came, and Kaido's face turned black. It's fine for others to call him in a hole, but the point is. He looked at Yamato furiously, and the ancient mace almost couldn't hold back his greeting. Sin, why did I give birth to a daughter like this? I fight against Lao Zi everywhere. It seems that only Yamato can cure you. Antoine watched with a smile. Is this old guy very angry because of our affairs? Yamato suddenly came over and asked 817. Yeah. Anton nodded again and again, you dad is good at everything, but you are too guarded against me, what's our business, we are all fine. In spite of having that idea, if there is no achievement, it is no success. Hey! Yamato smiled, with a somewhat crazy and playful look on his face. For some reason, Kaido panicked when he saw it. How about? Let's come and really try? See if we can PS this old guy off. My father is dead, and you are the captain of the beast's pirates. From now on, I will obediently obey your words. Hurry up, let's have a try. Yamato is worthy of being a hero of girls. No, no, no. This is no longer a hero of girls, this Nima is the overlord of girls. When Boa Hancock saw it, he would call out that you are the empress. Ah poof! Kaido sprayed out a mouthful of old blood directly. Yamato, Yamato, you are really filial, I am afraid that your father and I will live too long. Kaido, are you alive? You must not die, beast's pirates still need you. Anton held Kaido up. FK, Yamato is also a fierce girl in the world, 5 elders didn't beat Kaido to blood, and Yamato directly broke Kaido's defense with a word. Chapter 172. I'm your father, dear father. Kaido burst into tears and howled. Those who hear it are sad, and those who see it cry. In my previous life, what evil did I do to give birth to such a thing as Yamato? Yamato, hurry up and apologize to your father, he is like this. Even if he didn't die of anger, he must have been seriously injured. Anton pulled Yamato over, and tugged at the hem of his clothes. They are all our own people, why are you so angry? Hearing this, Kaido also looked at Yamato eagerly. It's like this, you can't apologize too much. But Yamato's next operation really shattered Kaido's egg. She picked up the mace, and asked with bright eyes, if you are not dead, you are seriously injured? In other words, the old man is now in the stage of serious injury, right? Then my mace goes down, will he die? Kaido. Antoine. To be honest, with a daughter like Yamato, Kaido could have lived to be 100 years old, maybe he died at 60. The enemy is just physical damage, Yamato is powerful, it is completely a critical blow to Kaido inside and outside. UBD. Angrily, Kaido got up angrily, and Jagu smashed Yamato's mace directly on the cheek. Bang 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 bang. There was a cracking sound from Yamato's face, and it is estimated that his entire face was shattered. The woman flew away with a whoosh. Anton shrugged his shoulders when he saw this, and to be honest, Yamato deserved a beating. A dutiful son comes from under the stick. Kaido, it's still a fight. Calm down, Kaido, we still have big things to deal with. Anton looked at the panting Kaido, and always felt that this guy should prepare some quick-acting heart relief pills. You mean the 5 elders? Go check it out. Kaido exhaled, and his rough old face returned to coldness. The two immediately left together. In the dark and dead dungeon, the blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders were all tied up. Both of them are top powerhouses. In order to prevent them from escaping from prison, their limbs were pierced by sea stone. Are we still saved? Holding a knife, 5 elders asked with a sallow face. Big, probably. The blonde 5 elders said uncertainly, Anton keeps us, which proves that we are still valuable. The top powerhouse is not afraid of death? Big mistake. Stronger people are actually more afraid of death, otherwise why do they keep getting stronger? Especially for people like 5 elders, who are not only powerful, but also have an extremely high status, they are more afraid of death than ordinary people. Shouting to be loyal to I'm, who doesn't want to live a long life. Da-da-da-da-da. At the entrance of the corridor, there was the sound of messy footsteps. The knife-wielding 5 elders and the blonde 5 elders looked at each other, and the strangeness was fleeting. You two are in a bit of a mess. As soon as Anton came, he made things worse. You don't look like an official of the world government, but you are obviously a death row prisoner. Hey! Kaido grinned and showed a big white fang. Kaido, and Anton, you can kill as much as you want, so there is so much nonsense. 5 elders shouted with a knife. You really want to die? Anton took out the wild ancient sword. Actually, I think the number of hostages is useless. 100 can threaten others, and 1 can also scare the other party, don't you think? 1. Grunt. Holding a knife. 5 elders swallowed. Sorry, I was talking too much. Anton is really not a good person, even if he asks Lao Zi to say some bold words. Say some beautiful words now, in case Mr. Yumu asks him in the future, he will be easy to deal with. This is what I found from you. Anton took out a beautiful pink phone bug. I'm really curious about such a girly phone bug. Which fairy is it? Anton pressed the call button without hesitation. Don't want. Both of them look big. Without a doubt, who else could make the 5 elders talk differently but I'm. Ha ha ha, it really is that coquettish old lady. Antoine grinned. He has a special hobby, and he likes to tease noble and self-righteous goddesses. Blue blue blue. The phone buzzed non-stop, and the 2 5 elders were sweating nervously. Next, how do we deal with Lord Im? It's too shameful, as many as 5 emperor-level combatants, and several elites, were wiped out by the group in the end. World government has been established for more than 800 years, and has never been so humiliated. Who? After half a ring, a cold voice rang from the opposite side of the phone bug. It's me. Anton's voice was low, imitating the tone of 5 elders holding a knife. Master Im, we have captured Wano Kuni, please come and inspect quickly. Hearing this, Im was silent for a while, and said jokingly, is it fun, Anton? If you act more realistically, I might believe it. Anton's pupils widened in an instant. Why were they exposed? The 2 of them have been locked up by you. I saw it with my own eyes. Im said strangely. I saw it with my own eyes? Who are you fooling, the old ladies? The red line is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wano Kuni. Anton stopped pretending and sneered. WBD, how dare you call Imtai people like that? 5 elders with a knife and 5 elders with blonde hair are both enraged. Kaido's face turned cold, and he slapped him twice. Crack! Crack! As the highest authority in the world, at this moment they are like helpless little sheep, tied up and slapped. Did you hear me? My brother is going to beat your dog's legs again, and are you still talking about me, woman? Anton said with a strange smile, I've heard from that fellow Lu Chi that you are dressed boldly and hotly. After being alone for thousands of years, don't you feel empty, lonely, and cold? Or, find a boyfriend to comfort you. Stop picking up girls, what we want is the 4th red stone. Kaido grunted in displeasure. Don't worry, Lao Zi is very upset by this woman's tone of seeing through everything. Anton ignored Kaido's complaints and continued to provoke, tell me, what else did you see? Did you see the appearance of the uncle beating up the red-haired Shanks? Wang Niu Hao. Im was silent for a while, and then said quietly, last night, when you were celebrating, I saw with my own eyes that I got drunk and went crazy, molested all those girls, and even put your panties on Kaido's head. After these words fell, the scene suddenly became deathly silent. Even Anton was confused, is it true or not? I'm drunk, would I do that kind of tasteless thing? It shouldn't be, Uncle Anton, didn't engage in basic attributes. Anton suddenly noticed a pair of dazzling eyes. Kaido, listen to my explanation, this is all nonsense by the old witch Im, the purpose is to destroy our brotherhood. Anton quickly explained that he was extremely afraid of Im. As expected of an old witch who has lived for thousands of years, a few words almost turned Kaido's face. UFG woman, I can't spare you. Anton yelled at the phone bug. Im's pretty face is slightly dark, can you crack? Chapter 173. You have a weird voice, do you think we can't understand it or what? It just doesn't make sense. Tell you stinky woman, don't provoke the brotherhood between me and Kaido. Our love is stronger than gold, and our relationship is stronger than brothers. You just want to screw us up with one word, and then take advantage of it. Eat shit, you. Anton gave Kaido the look of brother, Don't be fooled, she is fooling you like a fool, cute picture. Kaido didn't say anything, just looked gloomy. I'm maybe sowing discord, but you, Anton, are not a dog. In addition, regarding the consciousness after being drunk last night, he also woke up in a daze. Speaking of which, after this guy Anton got drunk, he really jumped up and down, as if he didn't really do something to himself. After all, after waking up, Anton's inner library was hanging on his horn. Thinking of this, Kaido's old face was filled with grief and indignation. It's such a shame. Anton sneered, you made up a bunch of nonsense and wanted others to trust you? Do you treat us like children? Violet's driving force is only 4,000 kilometers. In my eyes, you are nothing but brats. I'm said lightly, 4,000 kilometers and 503 miles are just for her. For me, it is far from being as simple as 4,000 kilometers. This distance has to be doubled or tripled. Hearing this, Anton's pupils shrank suddenly. Could it be? This woman really has all the devil fruit abilities in the world. Also, I saw you defeat Doflamingo and Trafalgaro. When Luo was mentioned, Im's voice had a slight ups and downs. Hearing this, Anton is already certain that this guy may have really seen what happened in Wano Kuni. His heart was cold, he had overestimated Im enough before, but after the real conversation, he seemed to underestimate him. It is simply omnipotent existence. Hoo. Anton took a few breaths, and at this moment, he panicked rarely. I'm the BD saw everything I did in Wano Kuni? Old woman, you won't peep when I'm having S*X with other girls, right? Anton asked abruptly, but I'm ignored it. Don't talk nonsense, don't want your dog to die, quickly send the remaining red stone to Wano Kuni. Anton threatened coldly. CFCD, the red stone, is already on its way to Wano Kuni. I'm said flatly. Antoine. Kaido. To tell you the truth, Anton can't fix this woman. It's hard for you to imagine what she will do next. Not to mention Antoine, even the blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders looked at each other in disbelief. If the red stone of Marie Joyce is handed over to Antoine, the beast's pirates will be able to make up 4 historical texts of road signs. Rush to Raftel, just around the corner. The next One Piece will also appear in the near future. Anton was silent, he didn't know what this woman was doing. Do you have any other conditions? Asked calmly. Woman, you'd better not play tricks, it's terrible for me to get mad. Antoine warned that there might be something good in it. Cluck cluck. I'm let out a silvery smile, I don't deny this, it's really scary that you get mad. In the past history, there has never been a man like you. Rox and Roger are hard to compare with you. It's good to know that you're afraid. Anton proudly forgot to glance at Kaido, who is the real storyteller of Beast's pirates. Not only for the enemy, but even for teammates, you won't let go of your ruthlessness. It is indeed ruthless enough to put Kushi on the captain's head. You should be the first. Im's voice is eccentric, at least Anton thinks so. The corner of his mouth twitched, thinking it was time to hang up the phone. If this woman keeps messing with him, Kaido might really want to beat him with a mace. Bah! Apart from anything else, Anton still hung up the phone bug. The prison ushered in a dead silence. Several people lowered their heads, each harboring ghosts. Anton was thinking about Im's conspiracy. Kaido is still crying, our innocence is gone. The 2 5 elders were extremely disturbed. The red stone was sent, but it might be for nothing. Shameless pirates like Anton would kill people without receiving anything. No, let alone pirates, if this matter is placed on the head of the world government, they will do the same. Among the Marie Joyce flowers, Im's sexy and plump carcass sat on the throne, with his legs crossed lazily, and his white and tender feet were carved in pink and jade, dangling leisurely. Yi, Master Yim. 5 elders with a long beard spoke nervously, and asked doubtfully, "Really, did you really send the red stone over like this? Is it a little hasty?" Hearing this, Im's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you questioning my judgment?" An understatement, directly frightened the bearded five elders to their knees. Poof! He hit his knees on the ground and said with a cold sweat on his head, "Don't dare! The subordinates just think that there is no moral to talk about with the pirates, and it's normal for them to go back and forth. That's not what I care about. I'm said with deep eyes, Raftel, everything there is corrupted, like a desert, it's the most suitable cemetery for a group of scum." Birthmark five elders nodded with a chill in his neck. In fact, not only these two people, but also other people were summoned. Commander-in-Chief of the whole army, Sora, and retired Marine Marshal, Sengoku. Both of them are existences who know the truth of history, and they are also clear about some important secrets of celestial dragons. They also heard a little about the existence of Im. But I only heard his name before, but never saw his person, and now I finally see Im's true face in Mount Lu. Brother Kong, this Im is too young. Sengoku sneaked a look at Im. Stupid, what do you know, she has been in this state for hundreds of years. Kong Ning said, "Didn't you see, five elders are scared to death, we can do whatever she tells us." Sengoku nodded at that. It is worth mentioning that now that the world government has been severely damaged and there is a shortage of manpower, Sengoku, who has retired, is forced to come out for business. The main task is also to assist Sora. Why? Sengoku suddenly sighed, with an inexplicable melancholy tone, "That guy Garp, is he really not coming back?" "Stop saying Garp, he's changed." Sengoku, the human heart is always the most elusive. Sora sighed endlessly. Garp was once his subordinate, and he promoted Garp to admiral several times, but was rejected. Now he has fallen into a pirate and has become one of the emperors of the sea, which really surprised him. Chapter 174. Half a day later, the fourth red stone arrived at Wano Kuni intact. The escort is still an old face. "Oh my god, isn't this Polo Salino? You are welcome, defeated." Seeing his old friend coming, Anton couldn't help but go up to greet him. "Kizaru has a dark face, is Lao Zi familiar with you? Get out. You BD, forgot what you did to me last time?" Originally, Marine was Admiral, a eunuch in Akainu. "Good guy, here comes Wano Kuni, eunuch Admiral +1. In fact, Kizaru wanted to refuse this hard job, but the world government asked Marine to do it. Akainu, Fujitora, and Green Bull are too slow to be suitable for this mission. Know why Aokiji cares about speed? Because once the face is turned, Kizaru, the flash fruit ability user, has a better chance of escaping than others. Yes, that's why Kizaru was sent here. When facing other pirates, Marine always thinks about destroying them. When it's the turn of the beast's pirates, he always thinks about how to get out of the way. It's okay if you don't see Anton, and if you don't see it, you won't be upset." Staring at the cheek of that cheeky smile, Kizaru immediately became ballsy and sad again. The wound wrapped in bandages began to ache faintly again. "Bring the things down." Kizaru glanced at the crew on board, and it was Jean Momomaru. As soon as the fat boy greeted him with his big hand, the three pacifists came down carrying the red stone. "Ha ha ha! Got it!" Kaido cheered excitedly. "What Roger has done, Lao Zi will have to do it again soon." "Congratulations, Kaido!" Kizaru raised his mouth and smiled, "But there is only one pirate king, and you beasts pirates have two kings. Who is more suitable to be the pirate king?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he could tell that he was an old hermaphrodite. "Needless to say, I'm not interested in One Piece." Anton said casually, "Of course it's Kaido. As expected of my good brother." Kaido was so moved that he rushed over and hugged Anton's shoulder, crying bitterly. "What is a good brother, this is it. Even One Piece can let it out. I'll just be the son-in-law of One Piece, anyway, we're all one family, and the exchange is different. Anton thought to himself. Seeing that Anton resolved his provocation with a few words, Kizaru could only snort. Which dog eunuch is humming? Anton looked around pretending to be confused. Damn it! Kizaru's face is livid. Hold back, must hold back. This is Wano Kuni, and he is not his opponent. The red stone has been given to you, what about the two adults? Kizaru asked in a dark voice. Talking to Anton, I really can't feel better. Anton clapped his hands, and several pirates immediately carried the 5 elders out. What's wrong with this? Looking at the purple-complexioned blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders, Kizaru was stunned. It looks like he was poisoned, half dead. If he died on the way, how will Laozi go back to do business? I don't know either. It's probably because the body is too weak. After a few days of detention, it looks like this bird. Anton shook it off. Kizaru stared at Anton like an idiot. Damn it, is it a fool to be an old man? This kind of excuse, dogs won't believe it. He knew that Beast's pirates had a master drug user Quinn, nicknamed Plague. Speaking of which, the most common one has already soared to 1.8 billion Baileys. According to Kizaru's estimate, it was probably Quinn who did it. You have no sincerity. Kizaru held back his anger. Anton was too bullying. I brought you the red stone, and you still play this trick. Pirates, they really are not popular. You can eat indiscriminately, but don't talk indiscriminately. Anton said displeasedly. In the previous battle, both the blonde 5 elders and the knife-wielding 5 elders were seriously injured, and the prison environment is poor. It's not normal to get a disease. Don't be nervous, just go back and get some treatment. Kizaru gritted his teeth in anger. This was extremely shameless and shameless. Also, if you have time to spend time with me here, I advise you to go back quickly. It was saved, but it died on the road because of procrastination. I will not be responsible. You are still alive if you are given it. Tell me, if 5 elders died on the road, will the world government skin your monkey skin? After the verbal offensive, Kizaru's face was already pale and bloodless. Yeah, now is not the time to talk. Take 2 adults and retreat. Ask for flowers. Kizaru hurried away from Wano Kuni with Marine. Hey! Brother Kizaru, why are you leaving so fast? I still have something to ask you. Then what? I've always been curious, how do eunuchs pee? Why don't you show it to everyone? Anton yelled at the marine battleship, killing people. Being a eunuch, Kizaru felt ashamed, and brought it up again under the eyes of everyone. It was too shameful. Kizaru felt that this was the scene of a large society death. Immediately, leave Wano Kuni quickly. Kizaru was so upset. Wano Kuni was such a bad place, he never wanted to come here again in his life. The marine battleship was very fast, and all the things that could be lost were lost. After only a few hours of work, they returned to Naval Headquarters. But, the sad thing happened. When 5 elders came down to rescue him, the body was cold. In other words, both of them were dead on the way. After this wave, the world government suffered another loss. Not only the large army was wiped out, but even the 5 elders died 3 times before and after, and the red hair pirates were also wiped out. The loss can be called astronomical. The death of the 2 quickly spread to Mauritius, and the Holy Land shook. After all, 5 elders are not ordinary people, the highest power in the world. However, was indifferent when she heard about it. For her, the 5 elders are the servants who manage the world. Since I'm a servant, can't I? Even as long as Anton is obedient, this servant can be Anton. With such a big commotion, the bounties of all members of the Beast's pirates naturally increased rapidly. Anton reached 10.5 billion Baileys, the most in history. Kaido is also the second child of 10,000 years, with a reward of 6.5 billion. Yin also broke through 2 billion Baileys, reaching 2,175,000 square meters. Quinn is a bit behind, but after this increase, there are also 2.095 billion Baileys. As for Jack, it is still hovering at 1.5 billion. In addition, CPO has also been offered a reward. Lu Chi 650 million Pele. Keku 522.3 million Pele. Khalifa is relatively small, only 420 million Pele. This is not counting other people, anyway, the bounties of the entire Beast's pirates add up to close to 30 billion Baileys. Chapter 175. After getting the fourth red stone, the Beast's pirates immediately started the intensive translation work. Of course, Robin is the main one, and the others just need to protect him. At the same time, it is unknown who leaked the news, and the news that the Beast's pirates obtained the historical text of the 4 road signs also spread around the world. People are exclaiming, "Is One Piece 2 about to be born?" People's reactions are also different, with different joys and sorrows. New World's Hive Island. Are you kidding? The next One Piece is Laozi. Kaido and Anton, they don't deserve it. Blackbeard looked at the newspaper and flew into a rage. Now his reward has reached 4.15 billion Baileys. Be safe, Teach. There was a gloomy voice in his mind, and Rox said slowly, the top priority, I don't care about the One Piece 273, it's just a false name, it brought me back to life, the world belongs to our father and son. Blackbeard didn't say a word and said nicely, but what will happen at that time, only the devil knows. He couldn't completely trust this so-called father either. The two are just taking advantage of each other. New World Cake Island. Well. One Piece? It's too early for you, Kaido. The ant was also staring at the newspaper, with an evil smile on her face. There has been a breakthrough in the cloning experiment, and soon you will understand how stupid it is to provoke my mother. Kaido, and Anton, wait to be torn to pieces by my mother. Or somewhere in the new world. Boom boom boom. The mighty conqueror's haki soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart, and the sky within several kilometers was split open. Garp looked up excitedly, this level of conqueror's haki. 4 Emperor's level. Luffy stepped into the Imperial combat power. Garp's brows were beaming, and his vicissitudes of face were full of joy. After the tragic deaths of Redhead and Ace, Luffy realized his shame and acted bravely. His protagonist aura and talent exploded completely, and his strength soared like a rocket. With Garp's careful teaching, not only has he successfully controlled Conqueror's haki, but he has also gradually learned various advanced uses of armament haki. The most surprising thing is that on the basis of the original 4th gear, Luffy has developed a 5th gear. He even vaguely touched the awakening threshold of rubber fruit. Luffy heaven-defying growth rate, let Garp see the hope of defeating Anton. If you have to find a miracle boy, it must be Luffy. You have a wonderful grandson, Garp. Kang's voice came from his ears, his head was full of white hair, and that photo was also full of a sense of time. Are you envious, really? Garp raised his chin proudly, Luffy has grown up so fast, and the butcher is also very happy. He may be the son of destiny who changes the world. Rayleigh sighed with emotion. Uzumaki Naruto, good guy, isn't Destiny's Child my Uzumaki Naruto? But, we have no time to wait, we must stop them immediately. Rayleigh suddenly changed the topic, and his expression was extremely tight. What's the meaning? Garp looked at Rayleigh suspiciously. You also know the information in the newspaper. The Beast's pirates have obtained 4 red stones, and they are expected to rush to Raftel within a few days. Before that, we must intercept them, otherwise, there may be no hope of revenge in the future. Rayleigh preached earnestly. Why do you say that? Garp is at a loss. Is it possible that after going to Raftel, there will be an invincible buff bonus? You know about Raftel's secret, 2. Rayleigh glanced at Garp. "Know some, but not much." Garp bowed his head and said, "It is said that it is the former site of the Kingdom of D, where a devastating war took place in the past. Pushan is also the most prosperous mainland." "Yes, Raftel is actually a continent. The reason why it is now an island is because the entire continent was sunk in the fierce war in the past. It's just the surface. When we went to Raftel, we discovered an amazing secret. Raftel actually has a name." Rayleigh's gaze suddenly deepened. "Oh." Garp raised his eyebrows and became interested. "There is such a secret," he couldn't help asking, "what is that?" "Pluto." Rayleigh says, a mouthful of a name. "Pluto." Garp nodded, half understood, as if there was nothing wrong with it. "Isn't it just a rather awkward name? Why is Rayleigh so, wait. Pluto." Garp muttered again, his eyes enlarged several times. "Pluton, Pluto." Rayleigh said nothing. "Ancient weapon Pluton sleeps in Raftel." Garp exclaimed. "Otherwise what do you think?" Rayleigh said slowly, "Without a hidden location, that invincible warship has already fallen into the hands of the celestial dragons." "That's true." Garp nodded slowly, and immediately said in surprise, "The Raftel is actually a Pluton battleship." "You can understand it that way, too." Rayleigh explained, "That's what Roger told me. So, we have to stop Anton. If he gets the ancient weapon Pluton, do you think there is any hope of revenge?" Rayleigh said with great caution, "At that time, the whole world will be in the shadow of the beast's pirates." "I understand." Garp clenched his fist slightly, and at the same time scolded angrily, "Roger, that idiot, since you know the Pluton battleship is there, why don't you drive it away? You left us with such a big trouble, selfish." "He, you know Roger's character." Rayleigh smiled wryly, and then regretfully said, "That guy has no interest in ruling, if not 4.7. Maybe the world has changed." In his eyes, if it hadn't been for the jealousy of talent that caused Roger to suffer from a serious illness, the world might have changed hands. "Hey, we don't have time anyway." Garp sighed helplessly. Originally, he still wanted to develop wretchedly for a while, and it would not be too late to start a war with Anton when Luffy rose completely. Right now, it is inexplicably forced to open. There is also the world government's riot operation. Garp said that he can't understand it at all. Raftel still has a historical text, which records all kinds of evil deeds of celestial dragons. Once exposed, the whole world will inevitably lead to chaos. Celestial dragons should be very worried about the secret being exposed. This time, why did they take the initiative to send the Redstone out? There must be a conspiracy. Garp's eyeballs trickle and roll. Chapter 176. Wano Kuni Royal Palace. "Don't be like this, Yamato, don't think that I'm not as old as you, but actually my seniority is much older than you." Half a minute ago, a figure suddenly broke into Anton's bedroom. Without further ado, Anton was directly pushed to the ground. He was furious at that time. How dare he are a good housewife in broad daylight? Anton was about to slap him to death immediately, but it turned out that Yamato was coming. Anton became honest in an instant, although he still shouted yadai in his mouth. He raised his slap and put it down silently. The whole person is like a puddle of meat mud poured on the ground, almost showing a large character. Ever since that incident happened last time, Yamato felt that if something happened between her and Antoine, Kaido would be PD off. Yamato has been working hard for this. "Wait, Great Lord Odin, let me apologize to you and that damned old lord right now. It is rare in the world to be such a cosmic fan of Yamato. In order to chase stars, even my own father has to be sacrificed, so who else is there? Please forgive me, Yamato." 25 looked at Yamato sitting on him, and Antoine persuaded patiently, "Besides, your father is not as fragile as you imagined. Even if you become my woman, your father will not die of anger. Unless, you are pregnant with my child." Anton said abruptly. Kaido, WCNMGB, are you FG persuading people in reverse? On Robin's side, the interpretation of the fourth red stone is almost complete. An island is marked on each of the 4 stones. Nin Island, Rotford Island, Heian Island, and Rhodes Island, which produces all kinds of fine textiles. The X-shaped intersection of these 4 islands is the legendary Raftel. It seems that the legendary island is here. Robin created a sea area on the map, and his beautiful eyes were full of ecstasy. After finishing it, she immediately went to in tune with the information. Although Kaido is the boss, many people actually think that Antoine is the leader of the Beast's pirates. Even the 3 calamities agreed with Antoine as the speaker. The main thing is that Kaido is too irresponsible. Suicide is the main theme of life. Even if he stays in Wano Kuni occasionally, he will drink half-dead and unconscious all day long. What's wrong with you? After arriving at Antoine's residence, Robin was stunned. There were torn clothes all over the floor, and Anton was also lying on the ground gasping for breath, as if he was so tired, his scalp was covered with sweat. To be honest, Robin has never seen Anton so tired before, even when he was fighting against other 4 emperors and 5 elders, Turtle had never been so tired. Devourer, Agnes, it must not be difficult, we are the ones who are beaten, so why is it difficult? Robin. Anton struggled to get up, his legs were twitching. Yamato is a fierce group, as expected of Kaido's daughter, almost killed Lao Zi. Anton secretly slandered, Kaido really has a good daughter. Well, no matter what aspect, it is an existence that no one can match. What is it, Robin? Anton took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Why don't you rest first, and I'll come back later. Robin seemed to understand what happened, and patted Anton's stomach. I think you are still young, and you will have a long life in the future, so there is no need for you to be so fat. What nonsense are you talking about? How hard you fight? My uncle uses a little bit of 10% of his physical strength, it is enough to kill all of you. Antoine said fiercely. This man often likes to deliberately emphasize what he can't do. Hey, I understand. Robin smiled softly, with some sympathy and pity. You stinking woman. Anton's face was dark. Could it be him? No one can handle it for a few hours. Okay, if you have something to say, hurry up. Antoine fell on the chair. I have translated the 4 red stones. Raftel is in this sea area. Robin took out the map, and an island on it has been marked with a red dot, probably the legendary Raftel. Anton's body shook when he heard the words, and he suddenly came back to life. Tell everyone to get ready, tomorrow, we're heading to Raftel. With Anton's order, the entire Beast's pirates began large-scale operations. Marie Joy's at the top of the red line. On the castle with a height of hundreds of meters, a woman with a graceful figure looks into the distance. It is the distant Wano Kuni. The distance between the 2 sides is about 10,000 kilometers, and the staring fruit of violet cannot be seen. But I'm different, the situation of Wano Kuni has emerged in her eyes at this moment. The group of pirates has started to move, and it is estimated that they have found Raftel. Im's pretty face that can be broken by blows and blows sweeps a slight arc. In this way, we can also act. Master Im, the marine is ready, all you need is a 573 order, and the whole army can attack at any time. Commander-in-Chief Kong Kong said respectfully, not even daring to lift his head, for fear of offending this superior woman. Sengoku was also waiting beside him, also with his head facing the ground. To be honest, every time I saw Im, I looked at the ground like a servant, and if I persisted for a long time, my neck would be messed up. There's no need to mobilize so many teachers, just a few of us can go. Me, us. The bearded 5 elders opened his mouth wide in surprise, and it was no problem to stuff a fist. Are you going to do it yourself this time? I don't want to move, can I just look at you? I'm casually asked a question. Ah. I'm so ashamed, it's all because we are useless. The 5 elders with birthmarks bowed their heads in embarrassment. It was really aggrieved to say that, regardless of the number of people or the top combat effectiveness, they had an advantage, but they were still beaten by Antoine. Antoine, funny, in front of me, do you dare to say that you are top-notch combat power? However, if Antoine knew that I was going to make a move, he would probably be shocked. This Nima, pure Master Sea Brush is a copy of the turtle, isn't this a blow to dimensionality reduction? Chapter 177. In the early morning of the next day, a group of beasts pirates set off, and they formed a mighty super fleet. Bringing almost all of the elite on board, Wano Kuni was almost emptied. Arriving at Raftel and being crowned as one piece, this historic moment is only exciting when there are countless people reveling together. Raftel is far away from Wano Kuni, and they are still operating with dozens of warships. Only about 3 days later can we reach the terminal. On the main ship of the beasts pirates, In Lao gathered. Everyone held their wine glasses high and smiled. Historic moment is coming, everyone, cheers. Everyone drank all the spirits in their cups. Kaido, who has always been rough, also paid attention this time. In the past, he would not close the wine barrel without saying a word, but this time he did not do so, picked up the small wine cup and savored it carefully. Everyone looked at Kaido in amazement, this alcoholic has actually changed his S***X? In order to avoid being caught in Nyako again, Kaido vowed not to get drunk in the future, and never give Antoine another chance. After drinking for 3 rounds, the grand banquet began again. Singing, dancing, and eating barbecue around the campfire are all carried out on the giant battleship. As everyone knows, danger is approaching deep under the sea. A large battleship was wrapped in a film, approaching at an alarming speed. Under the pirate flag is a skeleton with a large fist on its head, which is the logo of the Iron Fist Pirates. There is no doubt that one of the emperors of the sea, Iron Fist Garp, led the killing. The total amount of rewards offered by Anton and his gang exceeds 30 billion Baileys, and the gang of Iron Fist Pirates is also worth a lot. They also absorbed various masters. Garp himself has a bounty of more than 4 billion, and Luffy has a reward of more than 1 billion Baileys. And Pluton Rayleigh joined the fray. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates add up to more than 5 billion Baileys, such as Marco, Diamond Josie, and Foil Vista. These captains add up to more than 3 billion. In addition, there are some lower-ranked captains, such as Bram Anko and others. In addition, Jin Jun also sent people to participate. Although Monkey D. Dragon himself did not come in person, the second-in-command Sabo led several army commanders to participate. And retired Admiral Zephyr, who broke up with Marine because of Edward Weibul joining Shishibukai, also chose to join forces with Garp. Therefore, the depth of their lineup is quite luxurious. Top strength has Garp, Zephyr, Rayleigh, and Luffy growing up. If you listen carefully, they are all legendary characters, but in reality, they are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Garp had a hand cut off by Antoine. Zephyr also had a hand severed by Edward Weibul. The last time Rayleigh was in the Sabayati Islands, he was also beaten up by Antoine, which was terrible. As for Luffy, it's just a character who grew up relying on cheating, and it's not a serious problem. As for Marco and others, just ignore it, it is not at the same level at all. Time flies, and it is evening in the blink of an eye. A group of beasts pirates did not hurry and chose to rest on a nearby island. Night, nature has become a sea of joy again. To be honest, the beasts pirates have been celebrating every day recently, and Anton's body has also been hollowed out by wine and S***X. He thought, when he got back to Wano Kuni, he would take some supplements and recuperate. The moon is high in the sky, the sea water is crystal clear, and the night scene tonight is particularly charming. Anton was sitting by the sea with Robin and others beside him. No matter when, there is no shortage of beautiful women by his side. It's really an old batch. Anton glanced at Robin from the corner of his eye, and the blank eyes in the beauty's eyes seemed to be remembering something. Reminds you of your mother, Nicole Oravia. Ripples splashed on the surface of the sea, and Anton floated in the water boredly. You know my mother. Robin looked back at Anton in surprise, and then became very angry. It's too much. If my mother didn't die, she would be over 50 years old. She is not your type. In Robin's impression, once Anton knows a certain woman, it can only prove that he has a lust for her. What are you talking nonsense over there? Anton almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, just like what Robin said. Although Oravia was considered a beauty in her youth, if she is still alive now, she is an old lady. How could Anton be interested in an Obazan? Then how do you know about my mother? Robin asked suspiciously. Who else is there besides your mother who can touch your nerves and make you feel melancholy? Anton asked rhetorically. Then you guessed wrong this time. Robin smiled slightly. Wrong. Anton rubbed his chin. Apart from your mother, maybe the only thing that can make you uneasy is the so-called companion, the Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing this, Robin's face became stiff, and he immediately lowered his head. The little thieving cat Nami who was sitting next to her also had a flickering look in her eyes. It seems that they have not been forgotten. Anton's voice was calm and not angry. Why don't you tell me, the Straw Hat Pirates? I'm going to catch them all. Me and Robin are still alive. Nami gritted his silver teeth. The main thing is that you are obedient, and the second is that you are beautiful. Anton shrugged. Robin rolled his eyes. The second one is important, right? Anton suddenly looked into the distance, and then narrowed his eyes and said, that guy Luffy is here to save you. Don't entertain us at this time, we have resigned ourselves to our fate, but we still think of everyone occasionally. Robin's eyes dimmed, and Nami nodded accordingly. Now that the two have seen the reality clearly, let alone the two of them, even the future world, Zhao Nyohao, may belong to the beast's pirates. Resistance is pointless. Hey, hey! I really didn't tease you. That Straw Hat Luffy and his grandpa started to play tricks again. Antoine said solemnly. Crash la la. Clap la la la. Clap la la la. As soon as the words fell, the calm water turned into waves. The ripples spread round, and through the blurred moonlight, one could see huge objects floating up from the deep sea. It's play. Both Nami and Robin were stunned. The outline of the black figure seemed to be a ship. Hula la la. The sea level is rising rapidly, and the sea water is spreading in all directions. Bang bang. Finally, with a loud noise, the battleship emerged from the sea. Anton glanced, and all of Luffy and others appeared. Although there were only a few hundred people, they were all good players. Chapter 178. Such a big movement naturally woke up the beast's pirates. Everyone rushed to look over, and a group of Jicky Snake Gods came into view one after another. Why is it called Jicky Snake God? At first glance, Anton is messed up. Straw Hat Pirates, Revolutionary Army, Iron Fist Pirates, Marine Admiral, Shishibukai, members of Roger Pirates, and some legendary pirates. All kinds of intricate forces have come alive. It's really a big pot. Little ones, the enemy has invaded, FK them. Kaido brandished the ancient mace and rushed to support with a large group of people. Boom boom boom. On Luffy's body, the dormant conqueror's haki rose into the sky, sweeping across the entire island with a gale of wind and clouds. Boom boom boom. Kaido also released his conqueror's haki, collided with it and squeezed it. A large number of red thunders appeared in the void, and cracks gushed out in some places, giving people the feeling as if the sky was shattered. This kid, how is it possible? Anton glanced back, shocked. Tens of thousands of pirates have been released, and not even Kaido's conqueror's haki can stop it. Anton thought it was ridiculous. Kaido is now holding an ancient mace, and Conqueror's haki has been boosted by 35%, even so, it can't stop Luffy? 373. Could it be that this kid made a few jumps at once and was promoted to Luke C? It is still the top-level configuration of Luke's main C. Why did it suddenly become so much stronger? Rao is Anton, who is also envious and jealous at the moment. Speaking of which, Luffy's strength has never been treated with common sense. Could it be that I was? Cold sweat broke out on Anton's head. He shouldn't be pulled into theater mode by Luffy, right? How did you say that sentence? In the TV version, I'm only a promise, but in the theater version, I'll strike hard. It sounds like a joke, but Luffy in the theatrical version is really incomprehensible, and there are too many enemies who have been beaten by him. Zephyr, Golden Lion, Bullet, etc., which one is not a legendary existence? Even so, they are all defeated by Wong Luffy. It doesn't matter what kind of mode you are, this time I will make you lose arms and legs, just as miserable as your grandpa. Anton's face was grim, his mouth opened, and the fireball shot towards the battleship in the sea. 4 gears. As soon as Luffy came up, he did his best, armed with Color and Conqueror's haki wrapped around his right arm. Rubber snake cannon. When the fist hit, the arm stretched tens of meters in an instant. Bang bang! A loud noise resounded through the sea, and then a huge fireball flew in the opposite direction. Anton was speechless inwardly. The officer is back. Swish! A black shadow flashed out from behind, and Kaido directly swung it with the ancient mace. Boom! Blah! 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 The fireball burst open, and fine sparks sprinkled across the sea. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. A giant-like super arm descended from the sky, engulfing Kaido's entire body. Bang bang! Kaido received a solid punch. This Luffy is much stronger than the Luffy in the original book. Kaido was blown away by the punch, and directly vomited blood and broke his defense. Kill it! With a wave of Garp's hand, the battleship broke through at full speed. The rest of the people were also extremely excited, and Luffy's super combat power gave everyone a reassurance. A bunch of idiots, don't they really think that Luffy can counterattack? It doesn't matter if you're Volcano C or Luke C, you're here today, you're bound to explode. Anton sneered again and immediately showed the form of an apostle. The supergiant tortoise of more than 400,000 to 500,000 tons landed, and the entire island was shaking. Smoke billows from the volcano on his back, and he devours the big-nosed sea stone before rushing to Raftel. Anton knew that someone must stop him. After all, I'm a voyeur, has been watching from the dark. Originally, he was guarding against the world government, but Luffy, the foolish man, came to his door by himself. Kfby! Bang bang bang! The front deck of the Iron Fist was torn apart, and the whole ship rushed ashore like a chariot. Luffy Conqueror's haki swept a wave, and almost all the pirates in the entire Beast's pirates fell. Those who can still stand are elites. Of course, Anton also knew that the Jiki snake gods on the opposite side were almost all elites. Usopp, it's an honor that I was included in the elite ranks. Kill you! Looking at Anton's huge tortoise body, Luffy's feet thumped, and he used the rebound force generated by the contraction to fly in the sky. Rubber! Luffy looked at Anton's huge head, and his mind automatically filled up with the red-haired tragic death, and suddenly ran away. Crow Cannon! Fist shadows fell from the sky like a torrential rain. Each punch is extremely deadly, and each punch is condensed with Armed Colors and Conqueror's haki. To say that Luffy is also wonderful, he replenished his own brain, and then broke out inexplicably. Is that useful? Anton smiled contemptuously, and his neck and limbs shrank into the turtle shell. Caw 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 caw! The ground shook non-stop, and countless mud residues flew into the sky. Luffy punched lonely. BD, come out for me! Luffy cursed, Aren't you amazing? Fight me to the death. You can break my turtle shell. Anton said lazily, if you can't do it, just shut up and wait to collect the bodies of your grandfather Garp and brother Sabo. This sentence immediately angered Luffy again. He swung his fist more frantically, and dense fist shadows landed on Anton's turtle shell one after another. Bang 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 bang. In just a flash, Anton was punched hundreds of times. His body weighing hundreds of thousands of tons kept shaking, and his body kept sinking into the mud. To be honest, Luffy has worked very hard. With his current strength, if Kaido didn't have the ancient mace, he would probably blow him away. But after all, the opponent is Uncle Anton. A minute later, the fist shadows all over the sky finally dissipated. Luffy was panting heavily, looking exhausted. You can never kill me in this way, and you can't hit a fatal place. Anton stretched out his forelegs and pointed his claws behind. Did you see that volcano? My heart is hidden there. Crush him, you win. Yes, Antoine is tricking Luffy up the hill. He has prepared a new boss to meet with Luffy. Chapter 179. I fear you. Luffy's face was ferocious, and his pupils were full of hostility. Bang 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 bang. The legs are like air pumps, providing Luffy with endless power. He rushed straight towards the volcano. Boom boom boom. The volcano erupted, and a large amount of magma surged into the sky. Swish! A black and golden body flew out from the magma, and the big knife in his hand swept towards Luffy's neck. Luffy's fist swelled rapidly, Rubber Ape King Gun. The huge fist roared away again. Bang bang! A huge force struck, and Agnes flew out even with a knife. Luffy saw the opportunity and rushed towards the volcano at high speed. The Devourer on the ground waited for a long time, his legs leaped vigorously, as if they were loaded with springs, and flew away into the sky. Bang bang! The chubby head hit Luffy's abdomen hard, causing the entire abdomen to sag. My stomach almost exploded. The pained look on Luffy's face flashed away, and his fist retracted and ejected, Rubber Rhino Howitzer. Bang bang! There was another loud noise, and the Devourer's head was also sunken, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out from it. He opened it fiercely, and pure golden flames raged. Bang 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 bang! Luffy's body turned around, his feet stretched with all his strength, and he was forced to leave. Boom boom boom! Pure golden flames covered the sky and the earth, a golden piece, extremely spectacular. This kid's strength has indeed improved a lot. Anton was deeply touched. This kid Luffy has become stronger for no reason. Speaking of which, isn't it the same when Luffy fights Kaido in the original book? In the beginning, Kaido hit 8 trigrams for a second, but he challenged Kaido several times in a row, and in the end, somehow, he was able to open 50 to 50. The current scene is so similar. After training for a while, the sharpness shown so far can challenge Anton. This time, Laozi will crush you to pieces. Anton secretly vowed to drive Luffy crazy. Rubber Hawkeye fist. Luffy's arms stretched out like missiles and began to track the Devourer. Looking at the oncoming fist, the Devourer opened his mouth again. Boom boom boom. The golden flame erupted, but the fist had turned left to avoid it. Bang bang! The huge fist came down from the side, easily hit the Devourer's head, and sent it to the sky. The opportunity is here. A cold light flashed in Luffy's eyes, his right foot quickly grew bigger, and he fiercely kicked at the Devourer. Bang bang! The head was kicked again, and the eyeballs were oppressed by a huge force, and they exploded with a bang. Wow ah ah! The Devourer screamed, and the sound resounded throughout the night sky. His huge body fell from the sky, and he was beaten to death after a few moves. The people of the Beast's Pirates also looked on dumbfoundedly. In the past, it was the Devourer who screamed for beating up others, but now it's his turn. It's unbelievable. This kid can do it. All kinds of tricks are very good. The attack just now also flowed the armed color into the Devourer's skull and destroyed it, severely wounding it in an instant. It is undeniable that today's Luffy is indeed stronger than before. Nice job, Luffy. As expected of my brother, well done, Luffy. Garp and Sabo applauded. The two can be said to be the closest people to Luffy. However, a pair of evil eyes soon set their sights on them. Old dog, we should also settle the grievances from decades ago. Kaido's hoarse voice came from the east side. Garp looked over, his pupils shrinking. Kaido came with a head in his hand. Looking carefully, it is impressively the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army Lindbergh. Borg. Tears flowed from Sabo's eyes, and his heart ached like twists. That is a colleague who has been with him for more than 10 years. It's hard, isn't it? Since it's so painful, then you should go down and accompany them. The voice from hell sounded without warning. Sabo was startled, and it was too late to back away. A pair of thick arms locked Sabo firmly from behind. Wow! Its enormous force crushed Sabo, and his ribs on both sides broke one by one. Sabo! Luffy glanced over, startled. Big Eye Boy, who is almost exactly the same as the Devourer, has hugged Sabo from behind. Ace is dead, he will never allow Sabo to be in danger. Bang bang bang! Puffs of thick smoke continued to erupt from both feet, and Luffy flew over quickly. Ask for flowers. 182. Crackling. In the atmosphere, a silver arc flashed, and a burly man blocked the way. Annihilate Nelby. Die to me. Luffy, who was in a hurry to save someone, directly punched him. Seeing this, Nelby was furious with lightning, and a grid condensed on his chest. Bang bang bang! With heavy blows, the power grid was easily shattered. A large number of thunderbolts began to scurry, and most of them engulfed Luffy. Wow! He suddenly let out a shrill scream, his whole body was covered in thick smoke, and he fell towards the ground. You don't think my little brother is that idiot Enel? Anton thought to himself. It's funny enough to say that even if rubber is immune to lightning, Luffy is not immune to the high temperature brought by lightning. When he and Enel started a war, the lightning released by Enel was as high as hundreds of millions of volts. It stands to reason that the rubber man Luffy should have melted long ago. The strange thing is that they are not only insulators, but also TMD can cut off the fire and prevent Enel. But facing Nelby, Luffy was already burned. Boom! Luffy fell like a dead dog, his body almost falling apart. As the saying goes, take advantage of your illness to kill you. Anton will not show mercy. Under his control, the customer service team of Flames Hirui also appeared. He was surrounded by a group of zombie brothers leading him. Luffy still has electric current all over his body, and it is temporarily difficult to move. Oops! Seeing that Luffy was surrounded, Garp turned around, and when he was about to run over for reinforcements, Kaido appeared instantly. The ancient mace swung out to the maximum, thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom boom! The mace hit the face directly, the entire cheek was torn apart, and a large number of broken teeth flew out of the mouth. Stupid old thing, how dare you lose your mind when playing against Lao Zi? Kaido was carrying a mace, and spat out thick phlegm disdainfully. Ah 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 ah! For a while, the Iron Fist pirates kept calling. First Luffy and Garp, now it's Sabo's turn. After being hugged by Popeye, Sabo's nostrils, eyes, mouth, and ears were bleeding. Now, with only weak breathing left, he can already be sent down for rescue. Chapter 180. Send him to die. Anton yelled loudly, and Big-Eyed Boy's heavy feet came down with a bang. Bang 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 bang! The head was like a watermelon falling to the ground, shattered in an instant. A pile of red unidentified mucus was everywhere. At this moment, Luffy's mind short-circuited. Knowing that Sabo is still alive, his empty and desperate heart finally has hope and vitality. Without Ace, at least one older brother is alive. But... Wow! Luffy held his head in pain and knelt on the ground helplessly. It's full of flaws, brat. Anton smiled darkly. It was too easy to distract Luffy, just shoot his relatives and crew. At the same time, Cliff of the Flame led a group of zombies to swarm. Woohoo! Roar 977 roar! Ah! The zombies screamed desperately, and rushed forward together. 5-6 paths bodies knocked Luffy down, biting wildly with teeth sharper than beasts. Wow ah 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 ah! A shrill scream erupted from Luffy's mouth again. Back up Luffy, can! Retired Admiral Zephyr roared, shave! The next moment, he appeared behind many zombies. Covering Armament Haki's fist, he blasted out unceremoniously. Bang bang! Suddenly, a figure flew into the distance. Zephyr! Garp yelled anxiously. The person who was blown away was not a zombie, but his good friend Zephyr. The one who does it is, the Devourer. Damn, didn't this guy get punched by Luffy? Garp was secretly depressed, and at the same time rushed towards Luffy. Luffy is their hope, and there must be no accidents to Luffy. Shave! The old guy flashed in front of the Devourer in an instant. Before Garp could react, Gu King Mei's fist hit ahead of time. The old guy had to raise his arms to defend. Bang bang! Garp was repelled miserably, and he went back where he came from. His arms were also numb from the shock. But even if he lost, the old guy still had a smile on his face. You did beautifully, Garp. A ghostly voice sounded, but the Devourer hadn't reacted yet, and the heart-piercing pain spread from his back. Poof! The sharp slash caused his skin to be ripped apart, and even his spine was slashed. The Devourer turned back and spit fire angrily. Boom boom boom! Rayleigh had already retreated early, and the Devourer burned into loneliness. Now it's the old man's turn again. Garp approached again, wrapped around Armament Haki's fist, and blasted the Devourer's head with all his strength. Bang bang! His ears, nostrils, eyes, and mouth exploded with rotten flesh. The thick Armament Haki rushed into the skull, causing all kinds of fatal damage. Poof! The Devourer fell to the ground, his body freezing cold quickly. Garp, hurry up and save Luffy, these monsters don't seem to be coming back to life for long. Rayleigh looked at the volcano solemnly. Speaking of which, the Devourer came out of that place just now? Swish swish swish! Garp rushed away, and because of his high speed, he rolled up gusts of wind. You bloody zombies, let go of this old man's grandson! Garp roared again and again, and after losing Ace, he was tortured because of his heart. Since then, he has sworn to himself that no one will be allowed to hurt Luffy. Are you all right, Zephyr? Rayleigh quickly helped Zephyr up, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Among the Marines who arrested him and Roger in the past, Zephyr seemed to be on the list. Now, actually standing in a trench and sharing weal and woe. Sure enough, things are impermanent. Fortunately, I can't die. Zephyr stood up slowly, breathing rapidly, his face flushed slightly. Quickly took a few pills. Seeing this, Anton couldn't help but find it funny. 3 old, weak, sick, and disabled sent to the door to find abuse, right? Luffy, you. Ah 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 ah! Garp howled in pain. What's wrong? Rayleigh and Zephyr looked up one after another, and the scene they saw shocked their hearts. The horde of zombies has been overrun, but Luffy has been bitten and riddled with holes. The limbs, abdomen, and head, and most importantly, the local area, were all bloody. Luffy went the old way of red hair, and little Luffy was bitten off by zombies. Yes. Luffy is now honorably a eunuch too. Anton, you ugly BD, you want our family to be extinct. Garp's angry head is full of veins. It's not my fault, zombies will only instinctively choose vulnerable and deadly places to bite. Anton quickly disregarded the relationship. He has many nicknames, such as the Flame Terminator, the Commander-in-Chief of the Zoo, the boss behind Wano Kuni, and so on. These nicknames are not bad, but there is one nickname that makes Anton dare not accept it: male killer. I've heard of the young woman killer, but what the hell is the male killer? The fundamental reason is that he abolished too many male compatriots, causing many men to lose their sexual happiness. For example, Akainu, Kizaru, Redhead, Beckman, and others. All became eunuchs in various ways. This is why he is called a male killer. 3 guarantees and 1 guarantee also made Luffy a eunuch. I think you 3 should reflect on it. Of course, Luffy is also a rookie. Anton shook his head, and said with disdain, "You guys are already old, you should die as soon as possible." 27. He secretly decided that no matter Garp or Rayleigh, and that Zephyr, the 3 old dogs would not want to leave one alive today. Whoa! Luffy's body convulsed violently, as if countless mosquitoes were biting him. He rolled over and over again. "Luffy!" Garp yelled anxiously, and Luffy, who caught his eyes, had already turned black. 4.0 In the blink of an eye, it also becomes a zombie. Ha 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 ha. Laozi died from laughing. Anton laughed wildly. *3 guaranteed 1, as a result, the Master C has become a zombie. You guys are still playing a fart, surrender quickly and wait for death. Anton laughed out loud, the person with the most potential overturned. What do you expect a group of old guys to do? In fact, Anton is also looking forward to Luffy very much. Let alone this kid has unlimited potential, his rubber fruit is also very different. Anton recently searched the past hosts of rubber fruit. In the past few hundred years, no one has reached the state of awakening. I'm afraid Luffy is the first. And from the historical text translated by Robin, I got an interesting piece of news. That Joey Boy is also a rubber fruit ability hider. Chapter 181. Yes, that legendary man, Joy Boy. Probably the first generation of rubber fruit capable users. And he has awakened rubber fruit, and his strength has reached the realm of invincibility in the world. Of course, Joey Boy died in the end because someone was stronger than him. The man behind the scenes is none other than I'm, the king of celestial dragons. All the news told Anton that rubber fruit is really not easy. First of all, that is the ability that Joey Boy used. Secondly, the bosses of the world government also attach great importance to it. It must be unusual for a redhead to rob a devil fruit by himself. Combining multiple reasons, Anton actually still wants to see Luffy in full body. But it's a pity, this Nema was abolished just as it was about to rise. This kid is so useless. In the other direction of the sea, there are hundreds of kilometers away from the beast's pirates. A warship with the flag of world government docked in the sea. Don't look at it as a ship, the bosses on it are enough to overturn the whole world. First, there are 2 5 elders, bearded 5 elders and birthmark 5 elders. Next is Sora, the commander-in-chief of the whole army, and the retired Sengoku. Plus, there are numerous Marine 25 high-rises. Marshal Aokiji, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Green Bull, Admiral Fujitora, Admiral's replacement for Chapo and Vice Admiral. Just add these people together, let alone the 4 emperors, even if all the 4 emperors go together, you will be wiped out by them. In addition, Im is also standing on the deck, her stalking fruit has awakened, and the situation within tens of thousands of kilometers can be seen at a glance. Compared with Im, Violet's inside ability is really not worth mentioning. I thought that Monkey D. Luffy could do miracles. I even thought he was the next Joey Boy. It seems that I was thinking too much. Im's pretty face sank, disappointed. I thought Luffy could cause trouble for Antoine. The result? Killing a Sabo made him lose his mentality. I'm recalled that at the beginning, Joy Boy was far more difficult than Luffy, and even hurt her severely. After killing Joey Boy, it took a long time for I'm to recover. Comparing Luffy to Joey Boy right now is a shit. Master I'm, the enemy has already started to fight, why don't we rush up and take it all together? The bearded five elders asked tentatively. Are you stupid? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, I'm didn't show any face. Well. The bearded five elders are embarrassing, Lord I'm, the Marines are still watching, you humiliate me like this, what dignity do you have in the future? Let them fight to the death first, and let us reap the benefits of the fishermen. Isn't that better? M asked in a pleasant voice. What Master I'm said is true, under your wise and mighty command, we will definitely defeat the beast's pirates. Birthmark five elders hasten a rainbow fart. How shameless! Is this the highest power in the world? I believe that they are all licking dogs. If it gets out, five elders will be reduced to a joke. It seems that the five elders are nothing more than that, in front of stronger people, they are nothing more than fluff. Many Marine generals secretly despised him. In the eyes of the world, the five elders are the supreme sacred existence, they are great and inviolable, and the world is not allowed to talk about them in any form. But look at the way it is now, what a disgrace! Anton, just wait, this time, the old man will see how you survive. Akainu, the biggest of Liangzi, is also looking at the other side of the sea. He could no longer see the fighting spirit in his eyes, and was hanged and beaten 3 times and 4 times. Akainu also realized the reality. He and Anton were not on the same level at all. But it was because of Anton's excessive strength that he provoked the boss of celestial dragons. He couldn't help but look at I'm, and it was rumored that this was an existence that could destroy heaven and earth with a snap of his fingers. Somehow, it seemed that Akainu smiled idiotically when he saw the scene where Anton was pressed and rubbed on the ground. Damn it, it's so sour. Boom 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 boom. 0107074225 Fila 144492560. The fierce battle is still going on, but the Iron Fist pirates are clearly under suppression. The main reason is their Luke C. Monkey D. Luffy dish. Counting on veterans with broken arms like Garp and Zephyr, what can they use to compete against Kaido and Anton in their peak period? Wow ah 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 ah! Kaido held the ancient mace and screamed excitedly. Looking intently, he was surrounded by crossed halos. He has turned on the magic power, and his combat power has increased by 55%. Kaido in this state has no problem beating 2 five elders. Fear, Garp. Kaido rushed forward brandishing a mace. Luffy becomes eunuch, Garp is furious and desperately needs an outlet. Isn't it good to vent your anger on Kaido? Shave. Garp flashed in front of Kaido in an instant, and struck out with a fist bigger than a sandbag. Bang bang! The muscles in front of him were as hard as a steel plate, Kaido only retreated a few feet. How is it possible? Garp's pupils dilated instantly, and he looked at his own fist 857 in disbelief. The hardness just now is not possessed by humans at all. It's not that I haven't played against Kaido, the former Kaido was not so tough. Garp. Kaido is no different. Wano Kuni fought against the 2 five elders by himself and still has the upper hand. Zephyr flashed to Garp's side. Although the news of the Wano Kuni battle was blocked, as a marine executive, Zephyr still heard some rumors. He probably also received a gift from Anton, so his strength has been enhanced. Zephyr guessed, and immediately turned to Rayleigh. 1-on-1, or 2-on-1, is not enough to defeat Kaido, the 3 of us may have to work together. Garp, Rayleigh, and Zephyr looked at each other alternately, hovering in helplessness. To be honest, being forced to be like this by a younger generation, it really loses face to spread the word. But that's all for now. Ha ha ha. Interesting, finally give Lao Z strength. Very good, very good. I need more strong ones. Kaido grinned, looking at the three of them. Instead of being afraid, his blood boiled. Come on, am I being let go? Anton was silent. What did he think of the Devourer, Big Eye Boy, and Agnes? Chapter 182. They can ignore Anton, but it doesn't mean Anton will ignore them. Come out, my son. An ambiguous voice came from Anton's mouth. Even Kaido's invincible offensive has flaws and loopholes. Son? Where did the son come from? Even I, Kaido, didn't give birth to a son. Why did you have a son? Kaido is not happy anymore. It's fine if you overwhelm me with your strength. Why do you have to overwhelm Laozi when it comes to having children? You misunderstood. Seeing that everyone was looking at him like hell, Anton touched his head. I said that. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the volcanic lava erupted, and the Devourer stood out from it. This is his so-called son. Actually, there's nothing wrong with calling it that way, right? Superior. Anton waved his hand, and both the Devourer and Agnes came to attack the boss. I just said, you don't even have Laozi, how can you have a son? Kaido picked up the mace again. Anton smiled and said nothing, thinking to himself, that guy Yamato has been pestering me for various output recently. I don't know if he has a son. Anyway, Kaido, you are about to be promoted to grandpa. Oops. Garp, Rayleigh, and Zephyr exchanged glances, and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. One Kaido is enough trouble, if you add Devourer and Agnes, Big Eye Boy and annihilating Nelby, including Ruwei of Flame are also eyeing. Hanging. Gee ha ha ha, how could such an exciting moment be without Laozi? In the depths of the clouds, there was a heroic laughter. Garp, Rayleigh, and others were overjoyed when they heard the words, it's here, it's finally here. This voice, why does it sound familiar? Kaido looked suspiciously at the sky, and what he saw was a floating warship. On the deck stood a burly man with long golden hair, pouring down like a golden waterfall. Even in this dark night, it's hard to hide Haki's face. This person was holding a cigar in his mouth, holding his hands in front of him, and his eyes were extremely sharp. While talking and laughing, there is even a peerless spirit of pointing the country. Little Kaido, you've grown capable. Without our protection, you can launch a world-class war. Speaking of which, you were a trainee crew member, and you became Linlin's boyfriend in order to survive in the Rocks Pirate. The person who knows even such a secret, and has this familiar tone, no doubt, he was also a member of the Rocks Pirate back then. In terms of qualifications, perhaps even more than Kaido. Shiki, what are you BD doing here? Kaido yelled at the sky. That's right, this majestic man is exactly the man who has disappeared since Impel Down Golden Lion. Before the crusade against Anton, Garp, and others contacted Golden Lion to form an alliance, and the other side claimed to consider it. The war started, and seeing that the Golden Lion hadn't come yet, they all thought that the Golden Lion would give up joining. Are you here to fight us? Anton was a little upset, and his eyes were also fierce. Recently, both he and Kaido have become public enemies of the world, whether it is Marine and world government, or other pirates, they all want to find a chance to have a meal with them beasts pirates. For example, for this Golden Lion right now, it's okay to find a place where no one is around for the elderly. What kind of presence do you feel when you come out? My God, why is the Golden Lion here? This is the man who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Why are the legendary existences our enemies? The appearance of the Golden Lion did cause a commotion among the crowd. After all, this guy's reputation is too great, one of the legendary three great pirates, and the veteran of the Rocks Pirate in the past, even Kaido is his descendant. Even hearing Golden Lion's arrogant tone, he completely regarded Duo as a brat. Kaido, little brat? Do you FG respect Laozi? Get the hell out of Laozi right away, or I'll blow your head off, Shiki. Kaido cursed, Laozi is not the same me, you can't beat Laozi. Boom boom boom. While speaking, Conqueror's haki rushed to the sky. Ka 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 ka. The battleship was severely impacted, dismembered, and smashed by the monstrous Conqueror's haki. Kaido, why are you in such a hurry? Golden Lion's body was still floating in the air, with an evil smile on his face. This is my greeting gift for you, little devils. With a slight wave of his hand, something huge fell from the clouds. It was dark night, and most people couldn't see what it was at all. Crazy. This BD, don't you want to kill us too? Without his legs, he still has such fighting power. He is indeed the Golden Lion, and he is indeed one of the legendary 3 big pirates. Some observation haki experts found it tricky. In the distant sky, a huge island slowly fell down. That's right, an entire island fell from the sky. Once hit, not only the beast's pirates will be over, but Garp's Iron Fist pirates will also die. Paramecia's lion fruit? It's really a good ability. Everyone else can notice it, and Anton is naturally fine. His eyes were calm, without any waves. This kind of attack, not to mention him, Kaido, a brat, can easily resolve it. Kaido, you really don't respect Laozi, look down on me. The Kaido in the original book can pull the Ghost Island to the sky, but that is the Kaido that has not been strengthened. Now with the ancient mace, the area of this island is not even as big as the Ghost Island. Isn't it easy for Kaido to smash it for him? You are courting death, Shiki. Kaido transforms into a blue dragon form, with a body hundreds of meters long like a dragon coiled in the sky. Mouth opened, a dazzling beam of flame shot out, hot breath. Kyunmez. The mighty flames flew into the sky, and the night sky was instantly bright. Boom! The island was shattered by a devastating blow, and countless ruins fell from the sky. Kid Kaido, I haven't seen him for many years, but his skills have really improved. Golden Lion murmured something, and immediately released the floating state and fell to the ground. When Garp and the others saw Golden Lion, they didn't give him a good look. With such a dangerous attack, do you want your allies to kill it together? Ally. Seemingly hearing the most ridiculous words in the world, Golden Lion sneered disdainfully, you guys deserve it too? The only one who can team up with Laozi is Roger, that new gate guy is here, I can't even look down on him. Is Roger stronger than Whitebeard? Nope, the two are actually neck and neck. It's just that the Golden Lion recognizes Roger more than Whitebeard. Garp's teeth are itching with anger. What's the reason why you are not allied? You deliberately pretend to be aggressive? Chapter 183. Anton also stared at Golden Lion like an idiot. Are you crazy, old boy? Cough cough cough, listen to me clearly. Golden Lion coughed twice, and immediately said solemnly, the reason for Laozi's visit is your weapon. My weapon? Anton was stunned, but he was not surprised. He smiled calmly and said, desolate ancient sword. That's it. The Golden Lion was full of greed. With it, Laozi can dominate the world. He he he. Anton smiled contemptuously, you can't even fix Luffy, why are you talking about dominating the world? It's fine if you want the ancient sword, we're not the kind of barbaric and unreasonable people. If you have friends coming from afar, it's okay to give them a gift. Anton paused and said, but there are conditions. What conditions? Golden Lion asked eagerly. The rest of the people also looked at Anton like a fool. That kind of artifact cannot be agreed to no matter what the conditions are. Cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot for me, and I agree. Anton said such a sentence suddenly. The scene was suddenly dead silent. Golden Lion went from laughing maniacally to being furious, his forehead was smoldering with anger. You are teasing Laozi for a long time. If you don't give it, then Laozi will come and grab it. Golden Lion's right leg, which was tied with a saber, kicked violently, and the slash flew towards Anton along the ground. Shua 007. Agnes dodged, watching the moment when he was swallowed, and the defensive cover opened. Boom! The slash automatically bounced off, shattering the ground beside him. Come again! Golden Lion kicked both feet at the same time, and the two slashes combined into one, turning into a 10-meter-long sword energy and flying towards Agnes. Poof! At the moment of contact, the gas mask was cut out. Anton frowned. When Luffy abused Golden Lion, the opponent was pitifully weak. Old and still injured, the combat power that the Golden Lion could display back then was limited. But now, how does it feel like a second spring? Sure enough, Luffy in the movie version was strengthened, and the enemy was weakened. Anton complained silently, when will he give himself a theatrical version? Grunt. The mouth was open, and the shape of the Tadeo was more Shamit, and the handle was inlaid with rubies, and flew out of Anton's mouth. Mine! Golden Lion swooped down in a hurry, and the sprint speed was comparable to arresting the old king next door. Crackling! Lightning flashes ahead, blocking the way of the Golden Lion. The burly body is like a wall, CFCB Golden Lion. Get out of here! The Golden Lion was furious, and flew towards Nelby with two slashes. He quickly fired back a bolt of lightning. Bang bang bang! The slash and the lightning collided in the air, and the shock wave mixed with lightning scattered in all directions. Golden Lion raised his big hand, and the entire sea began to float up. Endless bastards, this time my uncle will, let me go. Golden Lion roared and screamed, only to see that the ancient sword had fallen into the hands of Agnes. His beard and hair stood up in anger, as if seeing his real murderer. That's mine, mine! Golden Lion shouted with red eyes, Lion Majesty Earth coiling. The earth instantly lifted, and under the control of the Golden Lion, it condensed into multiple lion heads biting towards Agnes. Agnes summoned the defense cover again, with the blessing of the ancient sword, the cover was stronger and stronger. Bang bang! Dust filled the sky and the earth, and lions as huge as mountains crashed into them one after another, shattering themselves. The cover just shakes slightly. Is this the power of the ancient sword? Golden Lion's eyes were burning hot, and the defensive power and range of the cover were twice as strong as before. Swish! A gust of wind suddenly came, and the Golden Lion was dragged back again and again. Looking up, the Devourer's mouth opened wide, and the hurricane gushed out. That mouth seemed to be able to swallow nothing. Everything flew towards him, including the Golden Lion. Laozi is a lion fruit-capable person, you big fool! The Golden Lion smiled disdainfully, and grabbed the sky with his big rough hands. The Devourer suddenly seemed to lose weight and flew up uncontrollably. He pointed at the sea extremely coquettishly, and the Devourer was powerless to smash it away. The water splashed, and the Devourer fell into the sea. I don't even look at who Laozi is. The Golden Lion was smoking a cigar, and Haki announced awe-inspiringly, I'm the Golden Lion pft. Severe cramps struck from behind, and Golden Lion's face was deformed due to the pain. Sweeping back from the corner of the eye, it was Agnes wielding the Huanggu Tadeo. Golden Lion Air Blast, you defend against a monster, there is always another attack from behind. Die to Laozi! Golden Lion turned his head and swept away with his foot, the dagger tied on his leg flew towards his cheek. Clang! The ancient Tadeo was erected like a wall, easily blocking the incoming blade. The Golden Lion's face turned cold, and the other leg was about to sweep towards him, but Agnes made a move ahead of time, and the ancient Tadeo slammed forward, forcing the old and frail Golden Lion to retreat immediately. Bang bang! The ground was filled with thick smoke, and the old guy fell miserably into the pit. The Golden Lion in his youth still has a few brushes, after all, he is a man who can rival Roger and Whitebeard. It's a pity that the new era has arrived, and the old ships of the old era are not carried. There is only one result waiting for them, which is eliminated by history. The old man will not give up easily. Golden Lion struggled to get up, even though his body was about to fall apart, the old guy still looked resolute. Gurgling. There was magma overflowing from the ground, and before he realized what had happened, creef of flame drilled out of it. The uniquely shaped pentagonal tomahawk struck at the golden lion's head. The old guy backed away in fright, and the deadly sharp edge flashed past his eyes. Poof! Blood gushed out, and even though the head escaped, a bloody gash was made in the abdomen. Because the wound was too large, all the intestines and stomach fell out. Wow! Ah ah ah! Golden Lion let out a shriek. Looking up at the sky, his bloodshot eyes were full of unwillingness. He has not ruled the sea yet. He hasn't become the king of the world yet. His dream has not been fulfilled. It has to be said that every member of Rock's Pirate has infinite ambitions. Like Big Mom and Kaido both want to dominate the world, so does Golden Lion. As for Whitebeard, you think Whitebeard's ambitions are small? He wants to take the whole world as his son. Poof! The severely injured Golden Lion could no longer balance, and fell backwards to the ground. Around Flame Creeve, 5 or 6 black zombies sprang out. Puff 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 puff. This group of monsters were not polite, and it was a bite to bite the Golden Lion down. In just a minute, one of the overlords of the old era, one of the legendary 3 great pirates, and one of the old enemies of One Piece King Roger, left the world in a tragic way. What was not left the bones? Chapter 184. The Golden Lion is dead, coming and going in a hurry. With a wave of his sleeves, he left his body behind. This may be the Golden Lion, extremely free and easy. Golden Lion, do you think you are very humorous? Garp, Zephyr, Rayleigh, and all 3 are petrified. Originally, it also pointed out that the Golden Lion dragged Anton. As a result, it was obviously the last one to appear on the stage, and it was also the most impressive one to appear on the stage. Facts have proved that the last one to appear is not necessarily the boss, it may also be a joke. Those who pretend to be forced often die more miserable than. Hey, hey, hey! Anton, don't meddle, these 3 old guys are dead, mine. Kaido turns on the magic power, and the cross halo wraps around. A surging breath swept away from his body. Boom! Almost all of his conqueror's haki materialized, and in this monstrous atmosphere, the 3 old bones couldn't move an inch. Garp lost his arm. Zephyr's broken arm. Before that, Rayleigh was also abolished by Anton in the Sabayati Islands, and his unresolved illness has not yet healed. With the 3 old, weak, sick, and disabled, it is not easy for Kaido to handle. Superior! Garp shouted and took the lead. Shave! The old guy flashed behind Kaido in an instant, punching Tien heavily. Bang bang! The air exploded, creating ripples in circles. The iron fist stopped in the air, and an invisible force stopped the fist in the air. Kaido armament haki burst out of his body, turning into an air wall to easily block Garp's attack. Old stuff, is this level? Kaido smiled contemptuously, I'll give you a chance, you're useless. Damn! Garp cursed helplessly. Get out, Garp! Rayleigh yelled, looking around. Kaido's mace had already slammed mercilessly, heading straight for Garp's face. Grunt! The old guy quickly swallowed a mouthful of spit, and quickly retreated. Bang! The Devourer broke through the ground, with its thick arms, it firmly grasped Garp's ankles. The old guy struggled hard, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move an inch. Bang bang! The fierce mace hit the face again, tearing his cheek. The nose, even flew out directly. Garp! Mr. Garp! Incredible! This terrifying blow left countless people stunned. That is one of the strongest men in the sea, so he was blown up like this? Poof! Garp fainted on the ground, after being tortured several times, his face was no longer in a good place, as ferocious as a ghost. Zephyr and Rayleigh look at each other, is that all? Cut, Didn't I say it? Don't meddle in other people's business. I want to kill Garp solo. You will affect my gold content in killing Garp. Kaido complained non-stop. Anton was speechless immediately. UFMD think that winning the gold medal will affect your gold content? Die, old man. Kaido didn't show mercy, the mace hit Kaido again. This time, still the head. Swish. At the critical moment, Zephyr was dispatched and rushed to Kaido's body with overwhelming speed. Bang bang. The ground shattered, the mechanical arm received Kaido's blow, and Zephyr fell into the mud. His face was extremely painful, and the mechanical arm was already full of cracks. Zephyr's heart is full of waves. If this is an ordinary manipulator, the key is that Sea Stone creates a special ability. But right now, this can make you paralyzed, hey? You are brave, aren't you? Kaido's face was full of brutality, his arms exerted strength again, and his veins emerged. Bang bang! Numerous residues were scattered, and the manipulator was directly blown into pieces. Boom! Zephyr was hit on the head, and there was a squeak, the skin was torn, and the neck was separated from the head. Blood-red fountains, blasting through the air. Zephyr's head, more like a ball, rolled at Rayleigh's feet. This. Rayleigh was already dumbfounded. What kind of immortal fighting power is this? Today's Kaido, he and Roger play together, probably not enough to play. Rayleigh, hurry up and get Luffy back. Garp suddenly roared, we lost, completely lost to this guy. The old guy shed tears and cried so loudly. Zephyr and Golden Lion died one after another, which has proved one thing. Asking for flowers. Both Kaido and Anton belong to the Super 4 Emperor's level of combat power, which is simply incomparable to ordinary people. Including himself. Up to now, Garp's confidence has been extinguished, and the gap is too big. Talking too much, go to hell. Kaido's face was cruel, looking at Garp's bloody cheek, he smashed down the mace without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. Viscous liquid burst out from Garp's skull. There was a terrible cut in his head. Even so, the old guy didn't die, his eyes were still open, and he stared blankly at the sky. Then he smiled silly. Shouldn't you be labeled a fool? Kaido muttered to himself, and immediately fell asleep with another mace. Bang bang! The mace seemed to weigh 10,000 tons, and the entire island trembled violently. Garp's head exploded immediately, and a large amount of minced meat spread out on the ground. Seeing this, Rayleigh opened fire, holding the zombie Luffy and plundering towards the battleship. At this time, there is no time to be sad. If Luffy is still alive, there is still hope. If Luffy dies, then their dreams will be broken. Run! Where are you going? Anton sneered, released the apostle mode, and blocked Rayleigh himself. Kill! Rayleigh picked up Luffy and pointed at Anton without hesitation. This is actually planning to die. It's not even Anton's opponent in a one-on-one match, let alone holding a burden. Anton took out the wild ancient sword and was about to deal a fatal blow when a sudden change occurred. Boom boom boom! A super large tornado fell from the sky and swallowed Anton in an instant. Puff 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 puff. The high-speed rotating storm was like a piece of blade cutting on his body, and Anton's clothes were full of gaps. This ability. Anton suddenly thought of what happened a few months ago. When he went to Sabayati Archipelago to capture Robin, he encountered many enemies. Among them, the most famous and powerful man is Monkey D. Dragon, the weird and unpredictable commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army. At that time, he used a similar trick against Anton. Chapter 185. That damned dragon, is it possible to disrupt the situation again? Anton's face was getting colder, and the ancient Tai Dao condensed a dangerous brilliance. Boom boom boom. Sweep vigorously, and the bitter sword energy is scattered everywhere. The tornado in front of him dissipated immediately. But, the scene that came into view made Anton's face not very good looking. "FK, do this with me again." Antoine got angry, and Rayleigh, Luffy, Marco and others disappeared strangely. He looked at Kaido, seeking a reasonable explanation. "Don't look at me, I'm also confused." Kaido spread his hands. When the wind came, the Straw Hat Luffy and the others were also rolled up. "I thought it was my allies who helped, but when the wind blows, guess what? Damn it, they're gone." 070. Kaido cursed and was very angry. 11. Anton has a dark face. Without any help, you Kaido will be a 4 emperors if you die in this life. Or the very miserable 4 emperors Luffy stepping stone. If you guessed right, it should be done by Monkey D. Dragon. He is a Zoan phantom beast with the ability to form a black dragon. He is good at controlling storms. He is somewhat similar to you, Kaido. Not to mention rolling dozens of people, the flame cloud created by Kaido can even support the island of ghosts in the sky. Why are you so angry? You are worried about Luffy the Straw Hat. You killed that kid right away. Kaido said nonchalantly, "Next time we meet, just blow them up." 2. After thinking about it for a while, Anton was relieved. Luffy's current strength has also been capped, and it is impossible to continue to improve. After all, he already has a power that slightly surpasses the Emperor's level. How do you want to heaven-defying? You run away, your grandfather can't run away. Anton smiled ferociously, and walked towards Garp's body. Everyone's heart is cold, maybe they want to flog the corpse? Burn Garp, and the bodies of Golden Lion and Zephyr, remember to record it on the video phone. In 2 days, it will be announced to the whole world, so that the whole world can understand how miserable it is to provoke us. Anton is like a Shinigami from hell, with a chilling voice. Ha 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 ha, what a good way, it can have the effect of killing everyone. Kaido patted his thigh. What, kill 1 to warn the 100, I'm killing 3 to warn the whole world. Anton's pupils were blood red. People, since you choose to be a villain, you must be cruel when you should be cruel. It looks like it's over, a boring battle. In the distance, who was peeping, also stopped watching the battle. She stretched her waist, and her plump career line was raised high. "Yi, Master Yim, what's the result?" The bearded 5 elders asked. Golden Lion, Garp, Rayleigh, and Zephyr have all made moves. No matter how strong Kaido and Anton are, they are hard to deal with, right? Makes sense. When the rest of the people heard the words, they also deeply agreed. After all, they are all legendary existences, and there is no fuel-efficient lamp. Not easy to deal with. Smiled lightly, and said indifferently, 3 of the people you mentioned are dead, do you think it is easy to deal with them? In the end, if Monkey D. Dragon didn't intervene, they were all wiped out. Im's words made everyone's pupils widen. How is it possible that the Iron Fist pirates have such a luxurious lineup, but they also lost? Akainu yelled in disbelief, his voice high-pitched. Well, it is worthy of being one of the 2 eunuchs of Naval Headquarters. Kizaru, ITMD think you're implicating me. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people has lost its meaning. Aokiji muttered complicatedly, I wanted to recruit Anton before he became a pirate, but it's a pity. It's okay not to say this, but Sengoku immediately rolled his eyes when he said that. Nima, are you blaming me? Crane Vice Admiral's eyes are full of sadness, sunken eye sockets, listless. She was already full of vicissitudes, and now she looked even older. Crane. Sengoku hurried forward to comfort him, Garp has passed away, I don't want you to have any more problems. Don't worry. I won't die so early, at least I have to see Anton and his gang finish. Crane Vice Admiral took a deep breath, Sengoku, shall we collect Garp's body later? Hearing this, Sengoku looked hesitantly at the bearded 5 elders. Anyway, the two of them have dedicated so many years to Marine, Garp, and Zephyr do not owe Marine, you can rest assured to do it. The 5 elders with birthmarks are surprisingly magnanimous. Collecting the body? Hee. I'm smiled, and said indifferently, Anton has already done it for you. That Garp and Zephyr have been burned to ashes. An island in the New World. The vegetation on the island is dense, and it is an endless virgin jungle as far as the eye can see. Today is sunny and cloudless. However, it is such a beautiful weather, but everyone's mood is not beautiful at all. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, he sat alone on the reef, looking at the distant sea, with tears that had not yet dried up on both sides of his eyes. Yes, he cried, still very sad and sad. His father, Garp, died in battle, in a most tragic way. Long felt very ashamed. Although he and Garp had different camps and disagreements, one thing cannot be denied was that Garp gave him life, and he also had the blood of the monkey family flowing through him. Monkey D. Garp, but his 4.8 father. Anton, wait for me, this matter will not be let go. Longian's eyes suddenly became firm. He couldn't beat Anton with hard power, but there are many ways to kill people, and fists are just one of them. Our captain has awakened, Long. An unfamiliar voice came from the east side, and Longan looked at it, and a blue-haired man in shorts appeared. This person is one of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and also an unpopular character, Frankie. Of course, that was before. Now, the dragon puts the hope of defeating Anton on Frankie. It must sound very inexplicable, right? To rely on a shipbuilding repairman, if it spreads out, people will die of laughter. Chapter 186. Ridiculously shocking, hey? The boss that even Garp and the others couldn't defeat had to be defeated by a pervert ship repairer who often wore fat and funny clothes. At the beginning, Long also felt that he had lost his mind and had a sick mind. Known by outsiders, it is estimated that the leader of the Revolutionary Army is wise. If Frankie hadn't burned the Pluton blueprints, Long might have paid more attention to them. The key blueprints have already been burned, so how can he trust Frankie? The Sunny was actually built on the basis of the ancient weapon Pluton. It was just such a sentence that made Long's mentality completely unbalanced. He couldn't help looking at the Sunny by the port. This ship was indeed very advanced in some aspects. After injecting a certain amount of coke, it could even take off like a rocket. But can ghosts think of a connection with Pluton? The front end of the Sunny is a lion's head, which looks quite cute. Pluton, cute? That was the most ferocious battleship in history. It was rumored that an island would be wiped out as soon as it was shot down. 25 I really didn't lie to you, although the Pluton design was burned, but its structure and design, I have long remembered. Frankie said solemnly 2 days ago, give me a certain amount of time, the Sunny can definitely be the Pluton battleship. This is the source of Long's self-confidence. Well, you Antoine, this time you have to give up, aren't you awesome, aren't you tough, didn't you kill my father and abuse my son, even Lao Zi bullied you? Our grandparents and grandchildren, the 3rd generation, were bullied by you, this time it's finally Lao Zi's turn to fight back. Frankie, in the days to come, please remodel Pluton well. No matter what materials and utensils are missing, as long as you speak, I will try my best to satisfy you. Monkey D. Dragon clapped his hands. Even if Frankie wanted the moon in the sky, he would find a way to get it off. Everything is to avenge Anton. On the other side, which is Luffy's side, under Chopper's careful treatment, the zombie poison on Luffy's body quickly faded away. After regaining consciousness, Luffy's eyes were already swollen from crying. You. Sabo he. You. Sabo wow. The whole room was full of Luffy's crying. Those who hear it are sad, those who see it cry. There was one other person who remained silent, Monkey D. Dragon. Sabo, who was led by him to join the Revolutionary Army, was a very hard-working and outstanding junior. With his own diligence and studious, he finally became a native of the Revolutionary Army. Now that he died suddenly in battle, the dragon's heart is also extremely tormented. Luffy. The dragon went up and patted Luffy on the shoulder, hugged his son's head, and comforted him, "Everything will be fine. It won't be long before our father and son will be able to worship Sabo with Anton's head." It's okay not to say, but this time, Luffy cried even more fiercely. Big teardrops fell one after another. If Garp knew this, the coffin boards would not be able to hold it down. "Idiots, you patronize the sad Sabo, how come no one sympathizes with me as a father and a grandfather?" It can be seen that Luffy and Long are also a pair of dutiful sons. Luffy cried for more than 2 hours, until she was exhausted and there were no more tears in her eyes before she fell asleep. Long was not idle either, he went to a place the pier. The renovation of the Sunny has already started, and the paint color of the whole ship has also changed. The original Sunny is mainly yellow and orange, with a lion head, which looks sunny and lovely. Today, the entire ship has been painted black, and the lion's head on the front of the Sunny has been disassembled and replaced with a huge skull. The eyes and mouth of the skull are equipped with cannon barrels. Especially the barrel of the mouth, which is more than 5 meters in diameter. Long was watching from the side. For some reason, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He could feel that this ship was different. It's like a killing weapon from hell. "Wait, Anton, you are the first unlucky person in the world to try ancient weapon." Long clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence. On the other side of the sea, after 2 or 3 days of continuous sailing, the Beast's pirates finally came to an unfamiliar sea. This sea area is very strange, the color of the sea water is dark black. In the air, there is always a faint smell of gunpowder smoke. There was no pirate group fighting nearby at all, and no one was fighting. However, this smell of fireworks seems to have existed since ancient times and has never dissipated. The strangest thing is sea kings, which is also different from sea kings around the world. Although there are all kinds of strange sea kings, the sea kings in the sea here are particularly different. Some have 3 eyes, some have 4 legs, some have double mouths, and some have multiple heads. This is somewhat similar to genetically upgraded. How strange! The warship of the Beast's pirates stood still on the sea, and Anton grabbed a strange creature from the water. 4 pairs of eyes, 2 mouths, 8 heads. What the hell is it? Among the sea kings, this is considered a strange existence, right? Don't talk about humans, dogs don't even eat them. Anton threw the fish-like creature back into the sea, puzzled. "Master Anton, our brothers just ate the sea kings that were caught, and died in a short time." Quickly, a pirate ran over to report. "Take me to have a look." 647 Anton, who realized something was wrong, followed. After going there, I found that the body of the deceased had completely decomposed, and there was no toxin in the body, so it rotted inexplicably. What the hell? Kaido also cursed, "Pass down the order, you are not allowed to eat indiscriminately, and Lao Zi must endure it when you are hungry." Anton's face gradually sank, and he thought of something. In the World War II in the previous life, it was a beautiful country, so the beautiful country dropped mushroom bombs? Not to mention countless casualties, the terrifying radiation brought fatal injuries, and various upgraded creatures emerged one after another, surprisingly similar to these sea kings now. And the damage caused by radiation cannot be dissipated overnight. I understand. Looking at the Dead Sea, Anton said in a deep voice, "This sea. There was a shocking war between the D clan and the Celestial Dragons. Even after more than 800 years, the wounds left by the war have not disappeared, and the radiation and the smell of gunpowder still remain. The war hundreds of years ago still affects the present. Kaido was stunned when he heard this, even he couldn't help but gasp. The fierce battle 800 years ago still has an impact today. So how thrilling was the war in the past? Chapter 187. According to Robin's guess, the celestial dragon's side holds the ancient weapon Uranus, while the kingdom of D controls the ancient battleships Pluton and Poseidon. That's it, the kingdom of D is still defeated. Anton spoke slowly, his voice suppressed. Is the kingdom of D strong? Very strong, with 2 ancient weapons. Even so, it is still defeated. It's not that they are weak, it's just that Tianlong Liadi is too strong. What is my guess? That is the content translated from the historical text. Archaeologists never integrate subjective assumptions into official history. Robin emphasized seriously, with a rare seriousness on his taut pretty face. Anyway, Kingdom D was defeated and destroyed, is that okay? Anton said angrily. Robin blinked, then nodded. Humph, Lao Zi is not interested in past grievances, Lao Zi is not AD, these have nothing to do with me. My uncle came today to create a miracle. Kaido waved the ancient mace arrogantly. Little ones, you also want to witness the birth of the second One Piece together with Lao Zi. Right. 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 A crowd of people, as if they had been brainwashed, yelled hard at Kaido. Anton glanced at Robin, and urged, you see it too, this is everyone's opinion, lead the way. Robin didn't hold back, pointing somewhere, in steep. In fact, as a historian, she also wanted to see the site of the Kingdom of D in the past. Go ahead. With a wave of Kaido's hand, the magnificent fleet set off again. Master Anton, there is a situation. At this moment, Violet, the captain of the reconnaissance brigade, came to report, there is a world government warship in our rear. Many of the top marines and the 5 elders showed up. Oddly enough, they're so respectful to a woman. Violet used the staring fruit to tell all the information she saw. Is that the old lady I'm? Anton asked curiously. I don't know if it's called I'm. Violet shook her head. After all, few people in this world have seen Im's true face. If it weren't for the unexpected rise of Anton, those marine admirals would never be able to see the king of celestial dragons. Anyway, she is young, beautiful, and amazing. Violet added, her beautiful eyes also flickered in surprise. In her impression, the celestial dragons are a bunch of fat idiots, and that mysterious woman is as tall as a goddess. That's her. I didn't expect I'm to come too. Anton's eyes filled with anticipation. This time, it seems that we have to make a break. Blah 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 blah. The sea was churning, and dozens of warships launched at the same time, heading towards Raftel mightily. World government warships also acted tacitly. You're going to be screwed this time, Antoine. The rival Akainu was extremely excited. He was not capable of rubbing Anton on the ground, but his thighs were capable of that. Hopefully it's okay this time. Unlike Akainu, there are still people who are worried. For example, Aokiji, the current Marine Marshal. Marshal Kuzan, you still seem to have something you can't let go of. Fujitora's deep voice came. Aokiji didn't hide it, and said, when Anton invaded Dressrosa, almost all members of the Donquixote family were wiped out, and only one person was still alive. You mean the Violet? Fujitora obviously knew about this too. She has average fighting power, but good observation skills, Paramecia's staring fruit. As long as she thinks, there is almost nothing she can't find. Maybe, wait. Fujitora suddenly realized something. You mean, Anton may also know about our existence? Not a possibility, but a certainty. Aokiji looked deeply, and said suspiciously, people who know the Marine and World Government are following behind, and that guy rushed to Raftel without fear, which shows that he is sure enough to deal with us. 12. Fujitora didn't say a word, and said lightly, no matter in terms of strength or quantity, that guy is inferior to us. Although the old man doesn't know where his confidence comes from, at least we have a stronger lineup on paper. Since Anton is not afraid, there is no need for us to worry. Hearing this, Aokiji's brows were still furrowed, and his intuition told him that Anton is not easy to mess with. Every time the beast's pirates are underdogs, the result? Not every time they win. The beast's pirates went all the way, sailing in this sea area for about half an hour, and finally saw a lonely island in front of them. Lean over! Kaido roared excitedly. It's a little different than I imagined. Looking from a distance, Anton saw that the strange island in the distance was so miserable that it was not considered an island, but a desert with no life. The confirmation was unexpected. Robin was also a little disappointed. No matter how dilapidated it was, there was still some evidence of the existence of Raftel. 10 minutes later, a group of people finally approached. Many pirates jumped off one after another, and everyone looked at the endless desert with a lot of emotion. This is a bit different from the ideal Raftel. In the eyes of many people, Raftel is the legendary paradise where Roger, the Pirate King, buried all the treasures in the world. Kanima this. If Roger is here to have S**X, it must be hidden, and Rouge will never be able to catch it. Anton secretly slandered. Brother Anton. There was the sound of pirates, and some people dug out many ancient buildings from the desert. For example, broken city walls, a large number of decayed bullets, and countless skulls. Everything indirectly proves that a super decisive battle took place here in the past. Still the kind that is extraordinarily earth-shattering. Bang, El Niño Zhao, boom. Suddenly, the island trembled without warning. Anton observation Haki was released, and a group of people landed on the northeast side. Master Anton, people from the world government are here. Violet looked into the distance and said slave. Very good, this battle will determine the direction of the future world, little ones. Cheer me up. Anton's eyes shot brightly. He knew that people from the world government were following him. Was confident, and Anton was also full of confidence. Little ones, kill them first, all the treasures on the island belong to us. Kaido was so excited that he rushed over with everyone. Antoine is among them. This time, the beast's pirates had the upper hand. There are tens of thousands of them in one group. Although the world government has countless elites, there are only a few hundred people in total, a gap of hundreds of times. Chapter 188. Boom 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 boom. Before the head-on collision, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki started to wreak havoc. With the increase of the ancient mace, the Conqueror's was destroyed, and the whole Raftel trembled. The sand fell to the bottom of the sea in a large area, and some black unknown metal objects were gradually exposed from the ground. This is... Anton's face was extremely unnatural, and some battleship marks appeared. The cabin, mast, conning tower, and other things all came into view. Is the so-called Raftel actually a ship? Anton was stunned. From a distance, it would be too exaggerated if this is the case. After all, the size of this island, oh no, the size of this ship is not small. Boom! The sky is separated, and the emerald barrier of the sun is in the sky. Facing the Conqueror's bull-like charge, the barrier only swayed slightly. Can't get in at all. Barrier fruit. It's actually a barrier fruit. Kaido and Anton spoke in unison, and both of them understood the barrier fruit better. Kaido is familiar with it because his former assistant, Kurozumi Higurashi, is a person with the ability to shield 083 fruits. As for Anton's pure traveler, he only knows that the current barrier fruit ability user is called Bartolomeo. A fan of Straw Hat Luffy. But... now there is another capable user. What the hell, is it possible that Bartolomeo is dead? Anton secretly speculated, or... really has all the devil fruits? But having said that, this BCH is long. Anton stared straight at Im, who had flamboyant skin and a voluptuous figure. You're so handsome. Cough cough cough. Anton quickly coughed twice, adjusted his collar a little, and asked very gentlemanly, Ma'am, is your name Im? Hearing this, Im's face darkened slightly. Before that, he didn't call himself that. Violet also looked at Anton speechlessly. Wasn't she a coquettish old woman before? Why did she change so quickly? Man, he. There is no nonsense between me and you, today is your death day. Immortal murderous intent appeared on Im's pretty face, and he waved his small snow-white hand. The void was like a sea of thunder, and the dense thunder and lightning began to bombard indiscriminately. Blah 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 blah. Countless pirates were knocked into the air and fell into the sea. Don't look at Im's beauty and attractiveness, but I really answered that sentence, femme fatale. Some pirates were directly torn apart by lightning. Kaido relied on the snakeskin to avoid the thunderstorm, and Anton summoned Agnes' defensive shield. At the same time, the vengeful eyes of Agnes lit up on his head. This is... Im raised his head slightly. Magian lost his mind. On the top of her head, the same eyes flashed. Master Im. This is the ability of Anton's younger brother, don't attack it, or you will retaliate. Akainu hurriedly persuaded him, obviously he had been abused a lot, and he was very familiar with it. Hey. Akainu, why are you here again? Anton said with a full face of disgust, why are there no one in the world government and marine? I tortured you so much that I felt like throwing up, why are you still here? You. Akainu's face was livid, how dare this BD humiliate himself like this? His mouth squirmed, wanting to refute, but in the end he bit his lower lip helplessly. This fellow Antoine is right. Challenging him every time, being hanged and beaten every time, it was too heartbreaking. Don't say that. Anton felt like throwing up because of abuse, and Akainu felt like he didn't want to live after being beaten. But even so, he still wanted to say WQNM, CFDC, LGB to Antoine. Antoine, look, how pitiful, this uneducated, unlucky BD who can only send out letters. When Im heard the words, he deeply forgot Anton's glance, and had to stop his fierce offensive. The hundreds of millions of thunder and lightning condensed in the void also dissipated. Ha, it's our turn to fight back. Kaido gritted his fists fiercely, and raised the ancient mace high. Wait, Kaido, don't hurt your own people. Anton grabbed Kaido's arm, your sister-in-law is still facing each other, do you feel sorry for me for hurting her? Kaido is confused, sister-in-law? Who is sister-in-law? Speaking of which, in the camp of the world government, there is no one else except Im, a woman. Could it be that? He looked at Anton speechlessly, are you shameless? To be honest, Kaido always felt that he was shameless, and he didn't feel that he was still a little tender until he met Anton. You wanna die? Im was also furious and couldn't bear it anymore. When talking on the phone before, Anton opened his mouth, an ASY old woman shut up, an ASY old woman humiliated her. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, and Im will not be angry about such little things. The city government still has it. But, we met in the real sense, and Anton still treated her so brazenly. Why, do you really think she is a vase that looks good but doesn't work? Antoine, whether it works or not, we will only know when my brother tries it. People's patience is limited, and Im broke out uncontrollably. Master Im, be safe and don't be impatient. Birthmark 5 Elders was sweating profusely, and he felt a little bit of admiration for Anton in his heart. In the past few hundred years, Anton is the first existence that made Master Yim go berserk, but he still dared not do it. It won't be long before the eyes on the top of your head will be gone. At that time, there is no problem with how you want to abuse Anton, only when, you have to hold back. 5 elders with long beards also persuaded them earnestly, this time they really can't overturn, otherwise they will be finished. What kind of patience, I guess you have endured too much, and you have become pervert in your heart. People, you must know how to release. For example, if I scold you, I will scold you. People living in this world have to act recklessly. Otherwise, why would I need that strength? Anton continued to add fuel to the fire, otherwise, what's the difference with a dog? No, dogs don't feel that way. Chapter 189. My lord, if you want to destroy people, you must first make them crazy. Anton's specialty is to make the opponent's heart collapse. A god like you who overlooks all living beings will definitely not be fooled. Seeing that Im's expression was not quite right, the bearded 5 elders hurriedly took a shot of vaccination. What's more sad is that Im doesn't even look at him. TMD, who told you that gods won't be angry? How about telling you, God's heart is small? Lifting her beautiful eyes, looking at the strange eyes of vengeance above her head, Im was actually calm. Maybe it's a threat, but, you underestimate me. The slender arms were lifted up abruptly, and the big fists of Baizai looked weak, but in fact. Kaka. 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 The atmosphere is cracked all over, shattered by some mysterious force. The people present were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Without a doubt, this is Whitebeard's shock fruit. Didn't it be taken by Blackbeard? This woman is so strange, she seems to have multiple devil fruit abilities. Im's stunning performance surprised everyone. This operation, even Anton was stunned. It's not that he was scared by the shock fruit, he has already guessed that Im is carrying all the devil fruits. What really surprised Anton was that this woman is really not afraid of death. When Agnes' eyes of vengeance flicker, all attacks will retaliate. Therefore, the shock wave appears to be attacking Anton on the surface, but in fact Im is hitting himself. Bang bang! The moment the shock wave rolled over, Anton's heart trembled. Immediately afterwards, he was thrown away by a powerful force. Poof! Ripples splashed on the surface of the water, and Anton fell into the water in embarrassment. Do you think that Anton lost this round? You are so wrong. Poof! The flame-like beautiful lips sprayed out blood lines, and Imhun's mouth was sunken. She stepped back a few feet, because of too much strength, her back tilted to the ground. It was about to fall down. Master Im! The officials of the world government exclaimed, if they were knocked to the ground as soon as they came up, wouldn't that be a joke? Facts proved that their worries were unnecessary. The moment he was about to fall to the ground, Im was radiant and flew into the sky. This is not. One of the eunuchs, Kizaru's expression changed dramatically, his wretched cheeks were full of astonishment. Isn't this the old man's shining fruit, no matter what? Kizaru gasped in shock. Haven't you seen it yet, Polosalino? Don't talk about your strength, it's not surprising that she will show the old man's lava fruit the next moment. Akainu said solemnly, this king of celestial dragons has obtained all devil fruit abilities in the past time period. This is the power that the old man doesn't understand. Kizaru was puzzled, as we all know, there is only one devil fruit of each kind, and we ate them all. Where did she get her ability? Akainu is silent, this is indeed an unsolved mystery. However, the strong cannot be treated with common sense at all. For example, Antoine, Blackbeard, and Kaido are more evil than each other. Im in the sky exudes a faint white light, and his slightly pale cheeks gradually turn red. The sunken organs also propped up again, and breathing became stable again. Is this self-healing? Everyone couldn't help feeling that it was outrageous. The power of that fist was not low, more than enough to abolish a marine admiral. Im's thin body was punched, and he healed himself so quickly, even Zoan's ability user is extremely inferior in comparison. It's not easy. Anton got out of the water, except for the wet clothes, there was no damage in the rest. Looking at I'm drippingly, just now, that is the power of the healing fruit. It has nothing to do with you. I'm responded blankly. He, a strong woman can't get the love of a man, it's better to be good to lousy. Anton's eyes were full of gloom, otherwise, I'll spoil other women and give you some cuckolds. Little devil, you're only good at talking. I'm sneered, the nonsense is over, now it's time to dash bang bang. A sudden loud noise spreads, the whole raftel trembles again. More and more sand flowed into the sea, and not far away, a dark watchtower appeared. You stinky woman, no wonder you were so talkative back then, so you sent the fourth red stone casually. Ask for flowers. Anton cursed secretly, no wonder Rayleigh and his gang tried their best to stop it, because one of the world's strongest weapons is hidden here. You should know what this is, woman, Anton asked quietly. Boy, keep your mouth clean for me. I'm annoyed, and immediately looked at the battleship that had been exposed, his eyes fell into deep memories. Of course I know better than you about the weapons that have hurt me. Ancient weapon. Pluton. Im's words made everyone's expressions change, including everyone in the Beast's Pirates. The only one who was calm in the audience was Anton. I won't sponsor Kaido to be the One Piece. Speaking of which, she just wants Anton and his gang to be the Pathfinders. In the end, she got the Pluton battleship in her pocket. I have to say that this woman's calculation is really good at fighting. The typical snipe and clam fight for the benefit of the fishermen, using the Beast's Pirates to destroy the Iron Fist Pirates, and then the world government came forward to catch them all. Although the idea is good, Anton will not allow her to do so. Caw 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 caw. Raftel shook automatically again, and all the yellow sand covering its hull fell off. The whole picture of the battleship also emerged. Everyone stepped on the steel deck. At a glance, the length of Pluton is at least 20 kilometers, and there is no end in sight. It is really a moving continent. On the watchtower, there are densely packed muzzles, and there is a muzzle with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the middle. Presumably this is the main gun of Pluton. With this caliber, it is no problem to destroy an island with one cannon. Buzz 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 buzz. Suddenly, a dangerous wave of energy spread out. Stronger than Anton, they all feel the meaning of chilling. He instinctively looked at Im, only this woman could pose a threat to him. But Im was staring at a certain place, this cold and proud woman, her eyeballs were glaring like fists at the moment. You've lived for thousands of years, look at you, a bear, you have never seen the world. What the hell? Anton's voice turned sharply, and the muzzle of Pluton's main gun suddenly condensed a blue light. Not to mention Im, even his heart was full of turmoil. Your uncle, is this a king battleship and will it fire automatically? Mountain. Chapter 190. You're playing dirty. When did you start Pluton? The two began to blame each other, and Anton suspected that people from the world government secretly manipulated Pluton. Im also thinks it's the Beast's Pirates. After all, except for these two groups of people, I didn't see anyone else coming. However, in fact, bang bang bang. A deafening bang swept across the sky, and then, a group of terrifying purple light descended from the sky. Rao, a tough guy like Kaido, also looked towards the sky in horror. He felt the breath of death. If he was hit by that thing, even if he didn't die, he probably lost half of his life. Withdraw, withdraw. Anton also hurriedly backed away. The responses of the bosses were quick, but it was a pity for those unlucky ones. Boom boom boom. The moment the purple light falls, everything is wiped out, and all living things that are shrouded are instantly wiped out. This is a dead body in the true sense. If you get close to the core of the sun, you will be vaporized on the spot. Damn! Not only did the Beast's Pirates suffer heavy losses, but many elites from the world government also died tragically. Obviously, 25, they were not the ones who did the tricks, after all, it was impossible for their own people to be wiped out as well. Could it be that? Anton's head suddenly fell into cold sweat, and his mouth trembled a little. Before I came, someone already mentioned that Raftel was in ambush. Who the hell is so insidious, so good at playing? I'm also realized the problem. An observation hacky instantly spread to the entire Pluton battleship. Bang bang! Next, the main gun roared again. The purple light once again covered 1,000 kilometers away. Wow! The pirates screamed in tacit agreement again. Everyone's body smoked immediately, and evaporated within 2 seconds. After this wave, nearly 1,000 more beasts pirates died. Still the kind of death without a trace. From killing people to destroying corpses and removing traces, Nema really provides one-stop service, and you won't even be given the chance to collect the corpses. Damn things! Kaido got angry and turned into a dragon directly. He soared into the air, with a blazing fire in his mouth, and unceremoniously blasted at Pluton's main cannon, Hot Breath. Although many people died in the beast's pirates, Kaido didn't feel much distressed. After all, they were all cannon fodder. What really made him angry was that after a long time, someone had already come to Raftel in advance. Does this also indirectly mean that someone has become One Piece before him? Can Kaido not be angry? He married a second-hand wife, taken by the First Blood Roger, and was about to spend the wedding night in the bridal chamber, only to find out that the bride had another man's name tattooed on her thigh, which turned out to be a second-hand wife. Boom boom boom! With heat like magma, the inside of the Pluton main gun exploded, and the entire gun barrel was burned red. With such a powerful attack, even a sea stone can be smashed. But these black mysterious metals were unscathed. Even the red-hot barrel cooled rapidly. Bang 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 bang! The main gun fired another stern shelling, and the huge Borneo immediately became the target. Idiot! Quickly transform into a human form! Anton yelled at Kaido. Are you kidding me? I'm Kaido. Kaido opened his voice and roared towards the sky, whatever your weapon is, in front of Lao Zi. Wow! The sky was full of blood, and there were many mournful wailings. The purple light that descended from the sky was like a peerless slash, splitting the dragon's body in two. Kaido's proud defense and anti-beating ability are useless in front of Pluton. Captain! Boss Kaido has been killed. My god, how do we overcome such an existence? Run! The pirates fled in all directions, jumping into the sea one by one. A bunch of idiots, sea water has radiation. Anton stopped loudly, but no one could hear Chin-he. In fact, he didn't dislike everyone running away. To be honest, he was a little panicked at this time, and he didn't even know who the enemy was. I always thought that I was the mortal enemy, but they became victims together. Movies can't do that. Boom! Kaido fell on the deck like a dead dog, his lower body had disappeared. The fierce Kaido is only breathing weakly at this moment. Good chance. Akainu's eyes burst out, shave. He dodged in front of Kaido, hitting his head with an iron fist. Dark Hound. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Akainu is familiar with this routine. During the Summit War, didn't you deal with the sick and old Whitebeard in the same way? Bang bang! The magma exploded like fireworks, and Agnes' defensive cover jumped up on Kaido. You meddling BD! Akainu raged at Anton. Nema, Kaido is dead, so you will become a full-time member. Does it mean that the position of captain is not good? Anton was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he lowered his body and lowered his center of gravity. A pair of serious eyes stared at Akainu. Grunt. Akainu's face was stiff, and he swallowed his mouth unnaturally. Anton's gesture made him feel like he was being watched by a ferocious beast. Swish! Anton sprinted with all his strength, and the shadow approached at lightning speed. Don't look down on Lao Zi. Akainu pumped out his fist reflexively, pressing dumb and spraying. Bang bang! The huge magma deck exploded, covering hundreds of meters of magma. However, Anton's speed was too fast to hit. After getting close, he delivered a crisp uppercut. Bang bang bang! Akainu's jaw shattered immediately, and his whole body flew into the sky like a monkey jumping into the sky. Also appeared quietly, with 263 jade fingers on his shoulders. Oops, I was RD by the old hag. As the cold air hit, Anton secretly said something was wrong. Boom! The next moment, it felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing on his shoulders, and there was a crackling sound all over his body. Anton gritted his teeth, resisted for 3 seconds, and fell down with a bang. It seems that you are nothing more than that. Seeing that Anton was brought down, Im's pretty face curled up with pride. Just now, wasn't it very good at talking, now you are silent? Why are you silent? She opened her thin lips lightly, and just when she was about to teach Anton a good lesson, the sound of beating came again. So old ladies, are you using the heavy fruit of Fujitora? Anton asked abruptly. Go to hell, human. A biting cold air wafted from his arm, and an ice knife stabbed Anton's head. It's my turn again. Aokiji was dumbfounded. Anton's clothes suddenly bulged, and the next moment the armed color burst out of his body. Bang bang bang! The ice slag splashed open, and the skates broke instantly. Seeing this, Im covered the gas mask with his fist again, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly shattered. Anton is confident, his vitality is tenacious, and it is impossible for Im to cripple him with a single punch. Also, Popeye is approaching. If Im chooses to attack Anton, he will be embraced by Big Eye Boy. Chapter 191. Anton laughed, he didn't believe this woman was so bold. Not everyone has the courage to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. But, some people just don't play their cards according to the routine. Anton still underestimated Im. Bang bang! The morale-like powerful blow hit the chest accurately, and the decisive and piercing eyes did not even have a trace of hesitation. Poof! Anton's mouth immediately split open, and blood and rotten meat burst out. Big Eye Boy also hugged Im from behind, squeezing her bones frantically with both hands. Caw 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 caw. The sound of bones cracking came from Im's body. Big Eye Boy's 2 arms were like a steamroller weighing tens of thousands of tons, and his ribs were all broken. Im's face was cold, suffering such a fatal blow, but there was no shake or pain on his face. It's game over. Boom boom boom. The shocking aura broke out from the body, and the shock wave fused with Conqueror's Haki and Thunder Fruit was invincible, blasting the Devourer with ease. Poof! The skin on both hands was split. Anton's pupils froze slightly. Could it be that Im is only showing his true strength now? Before, was it all just a joke? Why, facing a little devil, I have to go all out when I come up. That's not too bullying him. Im seemed to be able to read minds, saw through Anton's thoughts, and said indifferently, what you saw before was just the tip of the ice. Hey, if this is the case, it would be so interesting. Anton suddenly smiled, taming the strongest horse will give you a sense of accomplishment. Im's beautiful eyes splashed with cold light, and Anton provoked her again and again. What the hell, do you really think my wife has a good temper? At the same time, a bright ball of light emerged from her body again, shining warmly, like a torch in the night sky, bringing hope to people. This one again? It's probably the healing fruit. By now, Anton can be sure that he can't think of anything other than the healing fruit. Looking closely, Im's collapsed ribs have been propped up again. But even if it is a healing fruit, the recovery speed is so fast, isn't it a bit outrageous? Could it be that every item of devil fruit has been developed to ultimate by her, and has reached the state of awakening? Anton secretly guessed, if this is the case, then Im is terrible. It can be called an invincible existence, no wonder it can defeat the kingdom of D. At the same time, in Pluton's command module, a group of people are also observing the situation outside. Have the strongest group of people in the world come, very good. The blonde man put his hands in front of him, watching Ai Sao sweeping around. In the end, his eyes fixed on Im, and his eyes became more and more hostile and cold. After several rounds of observation, it was obvious that the threat from the world government was greater. So, he decided to take Im first. Anton, Nima, are you looking down on me? After recovering, Im activated her ability again, and ice splashed all over her body, and ice cubes froze under her feet. Aokiji's abilities. Although he has never fought against Aokiji, frozen fruit is so recognizable that Anton recognized it at a glance. In addition, compared to Aokiji, Im's level of performance is obviously stronger. Ka 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 ka. The ice continued to spread, and even a quarter of the Pluton battleship was frozen. She pointed her arm at Anton, and there was a lifelike ice dragon between her fingers, Ice Cube Ice Tyrannosaurus. The appearance type is the Western Evil Dragon, with its wings spread out and a 20-meter-long ice dragon swooping down. The cold air was raging, even Anton's legs were shivering from the cold. Don't look down on people. Anton opened his mouth, releasing the golden flames of the Devourer. Boom boom boom. The flames are destructive and invincible, and the exaggerated ice dragon is like ice cubes on the stove, melting quickly. Seeing this, Im was not angry, but the corners of his lips curled up with an arc of plotting. Boom! The next moment, an exaggerated explosion erupted from the sea of flames, and a fierce flame came fiercely. Bang bang! Anton, who was caught off guard, was also blown away, and rolled in the void more than a dozen times. Boom! He was on all fours, and fell on the deck in an extremely embarrassing posture. 1+. In the center of the explosion, there was a special smell, which was extremely pungent, and even taking a little breath would make people feel extremely uncomfortable. This smell is... Anton's face twitched slightly, no wonder the woman smiled so meanly. The smell of gas. Just now, there was no gas fusion inside the ice dragon. Now that Im has all the devil fruits, Logia's gas fruit is no problem. Im's whole body was shining, and this time he activated the ability of the shining fruit. As she was about to attack, a purple light fell from the sky. Pluton's bombardment, ready to go. It deserves it, making you so fond of pretending to be aggressive has caused the dissatisfaction of the bosses behind the scenes. Seeing this, Anton smiled gloatingly. Humph, who was caught by me, just wait for me. Im was furious, and wanted to beat her up together, even bringing her and Anton together, we have no objections. Kanima. What kind of situation is she specifically attacking? Bad reviews, not even the most basic fairness, immoral. The photons on his body gradually flew towards the east side, and the moment Im was about to evacuate, the Devourer swooped in. Bang bang! A body weighing several tons hit the deck, and the little fat man tightly hugged Im's thigh with both arms. Court death! I'm holding the Amazono cloud sword, and slashed at the Devourer's cheek. Poof! The face was torn, and the entire head was split with a 1-meter-long gap. Blood splashed out. Even so, the Devourer still held Im tightly, not letting go. Go away. Okay. Im's voice finally had a slight ups and downs. Pluton's bombardment was ready to land, and she was lucky enough to experience it when it destroyed the kingdom of D. Just look at Kaido's end. With the increase in the holdings of the ancient Tadeo, he was almost killed by Pluton. I might be able to take a few more shots, but the feeling is really not human. Bang bang! A purple ray of light cast down the ear again. A look of fear appeared in Im's beautiful eyes. The Devourer's body spontaneously ignited immediately, and burned to ashes in less than 2 seconds. Im is better, the resistance is much stronger than Devour. But... Whoa A shrill and desperate scream also escaped from Im's mouth. She was covered in smoke, her skin was severely burned, and the skin and flesh of her upper body melted into a pile of dry bones. Chapter 192. Even after suffering such a severe injury, Im still stood upright. Anton stared at it for a moment, his eyes very absent-minded. According to the legend, it is enough to be called a god, just hang up like this? Died a little hastily, a little caught off guard. Master Im. Who the hell did it? Search carefully, even if you turn over the entire Pluton, you must find out who killed Master Im. The faction on the world government side was furious, especially the 5 elders headed by celestial dragons, whose eyes were bloodshot and covered with spider silk. Im is the king of celestial dragons, the king of the world. Without Im's deterrence, it is a question of whether celestial dragons can rule the world in the future. If Im hadn't defeated the former Joey Boy, perhaps the world would have changed hands. However, it is such a powerful and invincible Lord Im, who actually has only half of his body left. Such a beautiful woman, how can she be gone? She will be gone. Anton also felt a pity that he hadn't tried it yet. Crunch! In the circular command cabin on the west side, the heavy iron door is piling by itself. A burly man in a black military uniform appeared. This is not. Antu 240En looked at the man in surprise, and his doubts disappeared. If it was him, it would be reasonable to appear in Raftel. It's you. Sengoku said in surprise, Douglas Bullet. He used to be a crew member of the One Piece Roger, and his strength is outstanding, enough to rival Pluton Rayleigh at a young age. But later, because Roger was executed, the shackles that bound Bartley disappeared, and he ran wild on the sea. Marine dispatched Sengoku and Garp to arrest the exhausted Bullet. Also, the reason why he appears in Raftel is because he holds the eternal pointer in his hand. This is much faster than any redstone. Antoine, I always thought I was a wall hanging, now that the real wall hanging appears, quickly harmonize him. Marine. 4 emperors. 5 elders. Celestial dragons, and that so-called Im. With a dangerous arc on the corner of Bullet's mouth, he said with an evil smile, you all will die here today. Lao Zi's goal is to kill all the powerful people on the sea. To tell the truth, CFCB, if you want to dominate the world, it is understandable that you kill all the strong, after all, everyone may be a potential enemy. However, Bullet's reason for doing this can be banned, to prove himself better than Roger. Roger has become the boy's demon. You think too highly of yourself. If you go on like this, your road will only become narrower and narrower. I have a way out. Antoine said temptingly, if you want to prove that you can rely on me, Lao Zi can let you easily surpass Roger. Learn about the ancient glove. The so-called ancient boxing gloves are not available for the time being, it is still possible to fool around with Bullet. Take refuge in you, are you worthy? Bullet looked at Antoine with disdain, and sneered, speaking of which, your head of more than 10 billion Baileys is the best whetstone. Bullet's eyes were full of fighting intent, and his blood was boiling. After this incident, Anton's reward is estimated to be worth 2 Rogers, and defeating him proves that he surpasses Roger, right? It's shameless to give face. Antoine rubbed his head, and retorted, why, do you really think you can do whatever you want with an ancient weapon? Pluton is not the only ancient weapon that exists. First of all, Celestial Dragons holds Uranus in his hand, while Anton holds Poseidon Shirahoshi in his hand. This is the source of his confidence. If you want strength, if you want to hang on, Lao Zi is not afraid, but you are just a mere bullet? To this defiant muscular maniac, Anton just wanted to say one thing: Mother Thuer, you BD who doesn't know what to do, you eat shit. In this era, there are more and more lawless fanatics. The sky rippled, and then, cold noises came from all directions. This voice. Antoine looked at Im's half-body, not dead. It was indeed Im's voice. He has ruled the world for more than 800 years, how can he just die? I saw brand new granulation growing on him's bones. Organs, skin, flesh, and blood all grow. In less than 3 seconds, she was reborn from the cocoon. Ha 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 ha. The final winner is our world government. Humph, the remnants of the Roger pirates, this time you jumped out to die yourself. No matter who it is, kill all of them and leave none behind. 5 elders and others are as excited as a chicken blood. I'm still alive, Ding Gaishenzen is still there. In the future, the world government will definitely be able to prosper for 800 years, or even 8,000 years. Speaking of which, I want to thank you. I'm not angry when his body was destroyed, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons instead, thank you for activating the Pluton battleship, which saved me a lot of trouble. From today, this battleship is mine. Im's voice was as loud as thunder, and he looked at Anton suddenly, including the Poseidon in your hand, it will also be mine. Long live Lord Im. Long live. 5 elders with long beards and birthmarks. 5 elders is very excited. If the celestial dragons get the 3 ancient weapons, who else is their opponent? I'm dreaming. Bullet withdrew to the cabin, knowing that he could fight this group of guys on his own. So, destroy them with the power of Pluton. Buzz 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 buzz. The main gun of the Pluton battleship burst into purple light again, and the breath of destruction swept across the world. Im was covered again, but her face was full of calmness, Zhang couldn't be seen. Today, let's open your eyes. Im swiped at the sky, and the void cracked open. The ancient wild atmosphere came from the different space. Could it be Uranus? Anton's heart beat faster, and he watched eagerly. Chapter 193. Chuck blah 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 blah. The space crack continued to grow, gradually spreading tens of kilometers long. The circular hole in the sky is extremely exaggerated, and it is dark, as oppressive as a black hole. This is the power of the fruit of the door, but compared to CP9's Brook, Im is stronger. Pluton is a super warship that destroys land, and Poseidon is the king of the sea that controls all sea kings. Simply put, Pluton can be summed up as the king of the land, Poseidon is the king of the sea, and Uranus is the lord of the sky. There is no doubt that Uranus is definitely a super weapon capable of controlling the sky. Under Anton's gaze, a huge aircraft flew out slowly. The silver-white body is full of sense of technology, and the curves are perfectly coordinated, as if it came from an alien warship from the future time and space. It is worth mentioning that the entire spaceship is as big as Pluton. If Pluton is as huge as an island, then Uranus is as vast as covering the sky. Similar to the Pluton, the Uranus is also surrounded by gun ports. It is also a main gun, surrounded by densely packed secondary guns. Compared with Uranus and Pluton, Shirahoshi as Poseidon is an anomaly, only she is a living creature. Go to hell. With Im's order, the Uranus muzzle condensed silver light. The sound of crackling came out of it. Anton frowned, lightning? Bang bang. Lightning fell like a punishment from heaven, and Pluton's command module was torn apart with a gap hundreds of meters long. The entire battleship also trembled loudly, emitting thick smoke. Damn it! In the command module at the core, Bullet caught off guard and smashed his head on the dashboard, his head was covered in blood. Warning! 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 Pluton's electronic system started to alarm, and Bullet looked up at the screen, 10% damaged. Even though it is only 10%, but think about it, Kaido boosted by the ancient mace can't hurt the Pluton battleship, and Uranus can severely damage Pluton with a single blow. Wait for me! Bullet yelled at the younger brothers, first blast Lao Z down that spaceship in the sky. Buzz 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 buzz. Pluton's main muzzle, shelling also began to gather. Bang bang! The next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded, an array of light roared towards the sky. Boom! A huge ball of fire rose from Uranus, and the entire spaceship was instantly billowed with smoke from the explosion. And because it's in the air, it's more difficult for Uranus to maintain balance. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the huge spaceship began to sink. Anton hid early, silently observing this unprecedented battle. Just fight hard, and Lao Zi will take you all when both sides are hurt. Seeing that Uranus was about to fall into the sea, at the critical moment, part of the tail fin erupted with flames, providing huge power, and the spaceship rushed to the sky again. As expected of Pluton, was filled with emotion, and when he looked closely, Uranus was also torn out of a 100-meter-long hole. But a confident smile curled up on the corner of M's lips. I'm afraid you don't know yet, this time it's 2v1. Anton couldn't help but feel strange when he heard this. Did the Uranus have two? In fact, Uranus and Pluton are both designed by humans. It is not surprising that there is a second ship. Gurgle gurgle. M's arm was wrapped with magma, covering his entire arm. Great eruption. I'm blasted out with a punch, and the area was almost a quarter of the size of the island. How is it possible? Akainu screamed in shock. This day he breathed fire, dozens of times his size. Bang! The magma exploded with extraordinary power, and Pluton's solid deck melted on the spot. Magma drilled into the deck like flowing water, destroying it everywhere. Warning! 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 In the Pluton control room, the siren sounded again. Bullet's face was livid, and there was fear in his pupils. The damage shown on the screen has reached 25%. It was still 10% before. Grunt. Bullet was frothing, and his brow was sweating. The power of M's fist is actually more ruthless than Uranus cannonball? By the so-called 2vs1, it can't be himself. Anton's head was covered with black lines, and he was once again shocked by M's fighting power. It can be seen that this woman was playing tricks before. Only now does the real work begin. Bang bang! Ask for flowers. There was no need for Uranus and to attack. Pluton began to explode, and flames hundreds of meters high shot into the sky. Just as the magma hit the power system, Pluton has already started to roll over. Anton thought, if things go on like this, Pluton will be overthrown by Uranus and sooner or later. In order for you to perish together, it seems that Lao Zi is going to side with Bullet. Anton sighed helplessly. In fact, he didn't like this muscular man at all. Bang bang! Not to be outdone, Pluton fired another shell. Seeing this, spread her tender hands towards the sky, and the emerald-colored barrier protected the entire sky. The length of Uranus is more than 20 kilometers, how can he achieve all-round coverage? And the magma just now, is also unusually large. 0. Anton's eyes sank, thinking of a special fruit, Momo fruit. This is the ability of the World Destroyer World, which can change the speed, strength, volume, and weight of objects it touches. The maximum is 100 times. For example, the magma boxing group just now, the big heaven-defying, but if it is strengthened to 100 times with Momo fruit, wouldn't it be reasonable? Bang bang! The loud noise tore through the sky. Even with the protective fruit of the barrier, it was still difficult to stop the power of Pluton. The outer barrier was shattered, and the Uranus inside was also scarred, and was blasted out of the terrifying pit again. Seeing this, M's face was extremely ugly. Even if she defeated Pluton and lost Uranus, it would be unacceptable to her. The purpose of her trip, to kill Anton and capture Pluton. In the end, guess what happened? Anton didn't kill, Pluton didn't get it, and Yintian might have to lose it. Even she herself was beaten up. It makes no sense. Thinking about it, M's mentality was out of balance, completely different from the expected plan. Just be angry, the one who suffers the most is you. Anton looked at coldly, and he had already decided in his heart to temporarily stand by Bullet's side and deal with Uranus and together. Finally, with Poseidon Shirahoshi in his hand, Pluton was destroyed. Wait for me. M was furious, jumped up and landed on the Uranus spaceship. Chapter 194. Boom boom boom. A hot feeling suddenly came to the world. The sky was fiery, as if the scorching breath from purgatory lingered in everyone's hearts. Anton's eyes trembled. Uranus, can you still play like this? A large amount of magma condenses at the muzzle and may be launched at any time. Didn't it still emit lightning before? Does it mean that Uranus can unleash all natural disasters in nature? Anton's uncertain guess, so Uranus is indeed heaven-defying. Bang bang. After brewing for a while, a pillar of magma with a diameter of more than tens of meters fell down. Bullet showed no sign of weakness, and Pluton fired at him. Damn it, I, the best actor, have actually become air. Anton touched his head speechlessly. Just like 200 being left empty by the enemy, isn't that an insult to him? Bang bang. Gorgeous sparks exploded in the sky, and the huge shock wave engulfed the sky with a radius of hundreds of kilometers like a tsunami that destroyed the world. It was so powerful that even the white clouds in the atmosphere were shaken away. Wow ah ah ah. It's terrible, I don't want to be here anymore, get out quickly. This level of battle, even Brother Anton can watch, let alone us. I want to go home, I want to go home to my mother. Look for your mother is already dead. The pirates of the beasts pirates are in a mess. Speaking of which, the mob is still a mob, and most of them are like ants. Many people were shocked to death by the aftermath, which was horrible. Anton didn't stop them either. To be honest, one conqueror's haki can bring down tens of thousands of these low-level personnel. Jin, make arrangements immediately and let everyone retreat. Anton yelled at Yin. Withdraw, quickly withdraw. Quinn scrambled to shout. Frankly speaking, he has been slapped down long ago, and the most important thing in Sanshuli is G. But if you want to say the most cowardly, it must be Quinn. Many pirate ships left one after another, leaving only a few people. Anton naturally wouldn't run away, and Yin and the others were also standing here watching the battle. There are also Anton's confidant behind her. Boa Hancock, Xiazi, Reiju, and so on. Boa Hancock, confidant? Don't be ridiculous, you damn strong criminal. Want to run? The long-bearded five elders looked at the densely packed warships in the sea, and said coldly, this mission is to completely wipe out you black apples. If you run away, what is the meaning of this war? Kuzan. The boss spoke, and Mao Ji reluctantly stood up. In fact, in his opinion, it is enough to kill Anton and Kaido. As for the rest, there is no need to pay attention to them. But five elders spoke, and he had to step up. Aokiji put one hand into the water, the body was cold, ice age. Kaka 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 kaka. The sea froze quickly, and the ice was swallowed towards the fleet at the speed of the wind and clouds. 18,2. Call out. An ear-piercing roar roared, and a giant flame bomb blasted towards the sea. Bang bang. Ice slag splashed everywhere, and the frozen sea collapsed in an instant. It was so powerful that even the nearby sea was boiled. Do you still dare to make trouble? The commander-in-chief of the whole army, Kong Kong, said coldly, after finishing the Pluton battleship, the next character to be cleared is you, Anton. If the old man were you, he would have run away long ago. Kizaru said eccentrically. There is God like Lord Im, and Uranus. Anton, this time you will die without a place to die. Akainu also took the opportunity to taunt. At this time, it is a good step to step on one foot, otherwise there will be no chance in the future. Yeah, I'm so scared, you guys. Anton, who was extremely unbeatable, rose up and patted himself. Come on, who of you will come up and kick me? Grunt. Everyone collectively swallowed a mouthful of spit, and they can shout whatever they want. But when it comes to real swords and guns, it is undeniable that they are really not as good as Anton. What are you afraid of? Again and again it was Akainu, the iron-headed boy, who stood up again. His face was ferocious and his eyes were violent. We have a lot of people, so we are afraid that he will not be able to do it alone. Anton is strong, but he hasn't reached the realm of 1v10 yet. 4 admirals, 1 marine marshal, 1 army marshal, 1 retired marshal, 2 5 elders, what are we afraid of? Akainu let out a loud roar. He was quite flustered at first, but after reading out all the people on their side, his courage came out of nowhere. 9 admiral or 4 emperors level combat power, just ask you if Anton is in a hurry? It's scary. Anton clapped his hands, and his monster army also appeared. Agnes, Cliff, Devourer, Popeye, Cliff of Flame. Plus Anton, 6 against 9. Although there is still a gap of 3 people, when Anton released his zoo, the confidence on the faces of Akainu and others has disappeared. Even if they know the mechanism of these monsters, they still have no chance of winning in a real fight. Because these monsters will regenerate. What is rebirth? You finally killed him, and after 3 seconds, he will be resurrected with full blood. Superior. Anton waved his hand, and the Devourer and other monsters rushed up. As for Antoine, he's eyeing the birthmark 5 elders. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Your 3 4.2 companions are all dead, I will send you to see them too. Anton took out the ancient sword, his eyes were filled with danger and bloodthirsty. Don't underestimate the old man. Birthmark 5 elders had gloomy eyes, clenched fists, and bulging muscles all over his body. Puff 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 puff. His black suit was instantly shredded. Explosive muscles emerged, like a strong man. Anton looked at it indifferently, it's just empty. Don't be so rampant, bring down Pluton, the next one will be you. Birthmark 5 elders warned viciously, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. 3 of their 5 elders have died, and there are only 2 left. If Anton performed better, he might be favored by Lord Im. Chapter 195. Bang bang. With a loud noise, the huge Pluton warship trembled again. When the thick smoke dissipated, a large hole with a diameter of more than tens of meters appeared in an extremely hideous and desolate manner. This is an ancient weapon, no matter its attack or defense power, it is an outstanding existence. Whoa 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 whoa. Sea water poured in along the gap, and Pluton rolled over more seriously. Half of the entire battleship has been submerged in the sea. Bullet in the control room also panicked. At this moment, he is already panicked, completely panicked. Warning! 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 The Pluton alarm system was ringing non-stop. Looking at the extent of the damage on the screen, Bullet's heart was tense. Damn, it's fine if you can't beat the enemy in single combat, but if you even have the Pluton battleship and still can't beat the enemy, it only means that your enemy is really strong. Has the damage reached 45%? Bullet looked at Uranus on the monitor screen, feeling hopeless. Although Uranus was also emitting thick smoke, and several 25 large holes were opened one after another, but the degree of damage is definitely not as serious as that of Pluton. Ha 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 ha. Birthmark 5 elders kept laughing wildly, clutching his stomach in a shapeless manner, his face was flushed with excitement. Anton looked at the old guy speechlessly, it's getting old, you can take it easy, don't laugh to death. Anton, you don't need to be quick with your tongue here. Birthmark 5 elders' courage soared, and he said plausibly, as long as Master Im defeats the remnants of the Roger pirates, you will be finished. Maybe so, but one thing is for sure, whoever is screwed, you. Anton suddenly accelerated, you old dog can't even see it. The moment the words fell, he was already in front of the Birthmark 5 elders. The old guy was still staring blankly into the distance, unable to react at all. Poof! The blood was soaring, the barren ancient sword pierced through the old guy's body, and his entire chest was torn open. Wow! UBD! Birthmark 5 Elders was furious and fought back with huge fists. Boom! The spread slap was like a shield, easily receiving the old guy's fist. The power is good, but it's a pity that it's not enough to repel Anton, who is holding the ancient sword. A blow failed, and the old guy suddenly shot out a laser from his eyes. Puff chi! Puff chi! Thick smoke rose, and Anton's mouth was burnt out in a straight line. Hey, Paramecia Sun Fruit, haven't you heard of it? Birthmark 5 Elders smiled smugly. Sun Fruit. Anton pondered for a while. I really haven't heard of it. It's right if you haven't heard of it. Some powerful devil fruit will never appear in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Understood, Tianjian. Birthmark 5 Elders looked down on Antoine. But, the power seems to be the same. Antoine responded casually. What are you pretending to be there? The sun fruit is, what? Birthmark 5 Elders' voice changed drastically, and the wound on Anton's body had healed silently. Taking advantage of this guy's distraction, Anton went up again. Melt me. The moment it was about to be pierced, the Birthmark 5 Elders ignited a layer of golden light. This is the flame from the center of the sun. The temperature is as high as 15 million degrees, don't you? The old guy looked down in disbelief. The barren sword pierced through the flame barrier and pierced through the abdomen accurately. Ha ha ha! Anton was amused, just because of the high temperature of 15 million degrees. A 1500 would be nice. Ichiraku is the only picture of happy comedians. If you want to be happy, you have to rely on this bald head. Anton thought, this guy must be the funny guy in 5 Elders, right? The big hand rotates, and the surrounding knives also rotate with it. Puff 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 puff. The sharp blade tore up the body of the Birthmark 5 Elders, and the intestines and stomachs were crushed one after another, turning into mud and flowing out of the body. Wow! The old guy vomited blood in pain again, and his consciousness began to blur. This is a sign of death. No. The eyes that were about to close suddenly opened, and he roared in a hoarse voice, how can I be killed casually? The old man won't accept it. After finishing speaking, fists wrapped in golden flames rushed towards him. Not to mention, the temperature is really scary. Before hitting Antoine, he felt that his mouth was about to melt. The Huanggu Taidao took advantage of the situation and held it firmly in front of him. Bang! There was a crisp impact sound, and the old guy hit the back of the knife with a punch. Anton took a step back slightly. Damn it, why is this broken knife so strong? Birthmark 5 Elders cursed inwardly. At the same time, the halo surrounding Anton's body also began to fade. You're done. The Birthmark 5 Elders was full of joy. After the light disappeared, it also meant that Anton's strength would drop sharply. In fact, it's time for mana. 993. It's you who's done. Anton also smiled strangely. Bang bang. Under the feet of the two, a big explosion suddenly occurred. Ultimate's flames engulfed both of them. Anton was fine, as if he had expected it, he retreated ahead of schedule. But the Birthmark 5 Elders was not so lucky, was directly swallowed by the flames, and was ruthlessly blown into the sky. You were blasted to death by magic energy, idiot. Looking at the 5 Elders who were still alive, Anton soared into the sky. Be careful. Bearded 5 Elders reminded his companions that he wanted to rush for reinforcements, but Big-Eyed Boy rushed forward immediately. Don't give him a chance at all. There is also Kong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army. His enemy is annihilating Nelby. This guy who can discharge is rough and thick, and he is very difficult to fight. The most deceitful thing is that after finally breaking the defense, his mother, you can also add blood to yourself, which doesn't make sense at all. Die. In the air, Huang Gu jumped like a lion majesty, stabbing at the cheek of the birthmark 5 elders. Poof! The long knife accurately pierced the final, piercing its head. This extremely bloody scene was clearly seen by everyone, including I'm fighting Pluton. Chapter 196. You bloody brat! Im's cheeks were livid, and he almost vomited blood. She is fighting bloody battle with Pluton here. Guess what happened to Anton? Secretly abused her little brother. In fact, for I'm, the combat power of 5 elders and others is limited and cannot be used. For high-end games like Pluton, 5 elders can't participate at all. But, that doesn't mean I'm doesn't need them. On the contrary, if there are no 5 elders or marine, it will cause great trouble for Im's rule. If everyone dies, at that time, who will help him manage the world? The old ladies can't stand it anymore, they can't let their little brother continue to be beaten. The thumb condensed a beam of light and shot fiercely at the back of Anton's head. Swish! The light flashed down quickly, exactly the same as Kizaru's shining fruit. The only difference, faster and stronger. Boom! The light fell to the ground, like a nuclear explosion, and the shock wave released blasted everyone back. Monsters such as the Devourer and Big Eye Boy were all severely burned. Anton couldn't do much better, although he withdrew in time, the scorching fireworks still affected him, causing his body to be burned. However, this is a drizzle for Zoan ability users, recovery is only a matter of time. Hee. I'm smiled, and was very happy to see Anton, a brat, being beaten. What are you talking about? Do you really think no one can cure you? In front of the old face, give me a break. Anton was not angry either, and pointed to the sky. I'm accidentally looked up, his face changed drastically. The purple extinction light, is at it again. I'm no, it's Pluton's shelling. Bang 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 bang. As a deafening bang fell, Im's body was hit tragically, and the terrifying destructive force tore her apart in an instant. The whole person was blown to pieces. Pieces of charred meat fell from the sky, and the sharp-eyed Anton grabbed one of them with his big hand. He looked, and cursed at the sky. I said, Bullet, you are too sympathetic, this BCH deserves a beating, but you are too cruel. Look at what you've done with the fire. You've burned a big leather ball into coke. Now, do you know what Anton is holding in his hand? You brat! I'm, who should have died, sounded from all directions. Anton's pupil shrank. He was blown to pieces before, and his upper body was gone. It's fine if it can be repaired, at least he still has a pair of legs. But this time, Nima was blown into mud. It's a little bit more thorough than hacking by 1,000 knives. Just like that, I'm still recovered. Anton's heart fell to the bottom. This dead woman couldn't be immortal. Only this reason can explain why I'm can be reborn infinitely. Anton followed the voice, and I'm, who was supposed to die, came into view again. She looked at Anton coldly. A bullet was enough to make her angry, and there was another one that was even more irritating. Although Anton hasn't hurt herself yet, her reputation and face as the king of the world have been trampled to pieces by Anton. Why are you so excited? Anton shook the Kurozumi in his hand. It's all burnt like this, don't say give it to me, give it to the dog, and pig will come. You. Was trembling with anger, and was about to go crazy, when the overwhelming purple light fell on once again. Unforgivable! Roared. That beautiful pretty face was rarely ferocious. Layers of barriers swept over her head. First of all, the first layer is the barrier fruit. Secondly, the second time is similar to the shell of a turtle-type ability user. The third layer is a thick layer of sand, which looks like sand fruit. The fourth layer is a layer of solid rock. Enraged, chose to resist head-on, and the first shot was outrageous, using the power of 4 devil fruits. Bang bang! The purple light beam poured down, destroying everything. Rocks cracked, sand splashed, Turtle shells shattered, barriers melted, and the 4 layers of defense were dismembered in 3 seconds. In front of the ancient weapon, everything looks weak and powerless. But, in the whole world, who can stop Pluton's shelling for 3 seconds, except I'm alone? Anton didn't even think he could do it. Bang bang! Part of the light of destruction still engulfed him, blasting him from the sky. She fell heavily on the deck of Pluton, covered in blood and with all the bones in her body shattered. Although he didn't die this time, it was a serious end. Seeing this, Anton hurried up. Boy, even if you kill me, my old lady will come back to life. Growled hysterically. Then I won't kill you, it's not easy. Anton shrugged, just letting you hurt like this. Don't look at I'm so miserable. Anton admires her very much in his heart. She survived a single shot, that is the power to collapse an island in an instant, and even Anton would probably be torn apart by a single shot. But people held on. Then open your eyes and see clearly. Im's body was covered with bright light, and the wounds on his body began to heal. Anton's face is ugly, she can be resurrected if she is killed, and if she is not killed, she can also repair herself. If that's the case. Anton strode over. Humph, don't want to do it yet. I'm sneered, gave up on repairing, and revived faster after being killed. However, Anton unzipped the zipper on his trousers, without saying a word, took a pee, and peed it down. I'm Zhao Zhao. Her beautiful eyes were blank, and she looked at Anton dumbfounded. What's the situation with this kid? Why can he come up with some shocking tricks every time? Why are your eyes so big? I'm just in a hurry to pee. Anton shook habitually, and part of it even splashed onto Im's clothes. Of course, if the head is not tilted back, it will not be as simple as the clothes. You stinky boy, I'm going to cut you into pieces and cut you into pieces. Im went berserk completely, his entire cheeks turned green with anger. Pluton physically abused her. What about Anton, humiliating her mentally? Anton, what kind of spirit is not spirit? Just be direct, from the garden. Why are you so angry? We used to be like this. We want to pee, just find a corner to solve it. Anton spread his hands innocently. Chapter 197. I'm almost cried. You can find a corner to pee, that's your freedom, but you can't do it on my old lady. A choking sour smell also dissipated, and I'm retched dryly. Wait for me, boy. Im's nose was crooked with anger, and the hatred for Anton in his heart also soared like a rocket. With sinister intentions and disturbing people's mentality, this son should be punished. Boom boom boom. The bombardment from Pluton fell again, and Anton retreated hastily. Boom boom boom. Ultimate's bright flash exploded, and was gasified again. Anton watched from a distance, and felt for the first time that the attribute of immortality might be a burden. Look at how miserable it is, Xiaohuo is just to meet a new round of thunder. What kind of king of the world is simply the greatest tragedy in the world? Anton thought before that Whitebeard was the worst abused, and was beaten by so many people in Summit War, and he was hit by more than 100 bullets alone. And now it's even worse. Pluton, Anton. Not long after disappeared, a voice filled with endless killing intent came. The sky is frozen into ice. Anton opened the observation Hawkeye, and immediately found 543. This woman stood on the sky, spreading out in circles, eyes like Rinnegan's, looking down on Anton from a height. Why are you staring? Guys with eyes like yours will die more miserable than the other. Uchihamadara, Obito, Nagato, which one will end well? Didn't say a word, his eyes were still cruel. Seeing this, Anton sighed, it seems that my urine is not yellow enough to wake you up. Die to me. Was furious when he heard the words. Uranus's main gun was adjusted in the direction, and a mighty bombardment descended. Stupid stuff. Anton didn't panic at all when he saw this, and he didn't even hide. UBD, that Agnes shield can't stop Uranus shelling at all, you're finished. I'm looked at Anton disdainfully. Stupid stuff. Anton just forgot her indifferently, and immediately opened the eyes of revenge on the top of his head. The same is true on the top of M's head, the vertical red eyes are particularly strange and evil. Similar eyes appear even above the battleship Uranus. This. M's mind went blank. Oops. 5 elders, Sengoku, and others panicked. No one in the sea knew that Agnes, who opened the eye of revenge, would retaliate against anyone who attacked. Bang bang! Anton was hit tragically, and the endless divine light exploded on him. A domineering defense as strong as Pluton's was torn apart. But Anton stood there, motionless. Yes, they are still indifferent to Uranus shelling. In the whole world, I am afraid that only Anton is so willful. He is fine, because someone else is paying the bill. Bang bang! I'm exploded again without warning, like someone detonated a time bomb buried in his body. Boom 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 boom. There was also a loud noise from Uranus floating in the void, and the shelling that attacked Anton bounced back. The command module was directly blown away, and a terrifying crack appeared in the middle of Uranus. Is this going to sink? How is it possible? Uranus will never be sunk. Damn it, the battleship that was said to be named after the god was beaten like this. That Anton is a monster. He used Agnes' backlash to severely damage the Uranus ship. Marine admirals swallowed their spit at every word you said. I thought seeing the 5 elders killed was outrageous enough. But fortunate enough to witness the fall of ancient weapon, this is a rare event in hundreds of years. Fire, fire, fire quickly. Bullet was so excited, thank you Antoine for the assist. An, Kfb, Thun, you are welcome, everyone is mutually beneficial. Bang bang. Pluton's main gun roared again, and a huge purple beam flew towards Uranus. Puff 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 puff. The abdomen of the spaceship was penetrated strongly, and the interior was rumbled and exploded. The entire spaceship has been unable to maintain stability. Boom 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 boom. Pluton's blow directly hit Uranus' power system, and the entire spacecraft began to explode by itself, and a fireball thousands of meters wide spread in the air. You bastards! I'm who recovered again, her pretty face turned blue with anger. Uranus is one of the main cards in her hand, so it was destroyed by a group of cats and dogs? It's unacceptable, it's really unacceptable. It's time to deal Uranus the death blow. Anton was grinding his fists, and stretched out red flame wings from behind. Gently flap your wings and go straight into the sky. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1000 meters, 2000 meters. Until the end, Anton had already flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air here was extremely thin, and white clouds were within reach. What is that kid going to do? I'm looked up, and muttered to himself, if you broke my beloved toy and thought you were flying so high to hide, would I let you go? Facts have proved that this woman was just thinking too much, and Anton had no intention of running away at all. Almost ready. After a little estimation of the impact force after landing, Anton released the flame wings. His whole body fell like a meteorite. If a person falls from a height of 10,000 meters, he will definitely be smashed to pieces. But, what if that person weighed hundreds of thousands of tons? The moment it fell, Anton launched the apostle mode, turning into a turtle the size of an island and smashing down Uranus. Yes, this is the great gift Anton gave I'm. Before rushing to Raftel, Anton devoured the sea stone veins, and he had already grown to an exaggerated 600,000 tons. If it was a complete Uranus, Anton might not be able to shake it, but at this moment, Uranus was being rubbed by Anton and Pluton in turn, and it was about to be sunk. This is the last gift from Anton. It's over, this damned stinky turtle. After I'm discovered Anton's purpose, his heartstrings tightened. She swung her big hand back, and Uranus started to back away. But because the power system was destroyed, the speed was extremely slow, like a turtle crawling. But the sky has already darkened. Looking around, Anton has already arrived. At this moment, Im's heart was empty. Cleaning up the country of D was not that difficult. Not only was Uranus destroyed, but she herself was destroyed again and again, which was a great shame. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering bang hit the sky, Anton's heavy body hit Uranus hard, and the struggling spaceship hit the street on the spot and fell towards the sea. Chapter 198. Uranus. Im yelled excitedly, her beautiful eyes were full of shock. The super spaceship that followed her for hundreds of thousands of years just sank like this? She couldn't believe it. After all, there were too many powerful forces to destroy under the joint efforts of her and Uranus. The kingdom of D, Joey Boy and Nika, the sun god, have resisted the celestial dragon's rule in the past, but they have not overturned, and they have almost won every battle. Even the kingdom of D had Poseidon and Pluton at the same time, and it didn't end in defeat in the end. Right now, with a mere Pluton and an Anton, they can defeat a combination like her and Uranus? Im gritted his teeth, his porcelain white jade teeth were full of cracks. What a shame, what a shame. Bang bang. The silver alien warship crashed into the sea, and Anton was in the midst of the monstrous Lang Chen. The splashing sea water has a height of tens of thousands of meters. The tsunami swept in all directions. Time passed by every minute and a few minutes passed, and Anton didn't climb up. Ha ha ha, that guy must have died with Uranus. Bullet in the Pluton control room, happy batch. This is good, 2 competitors, one is gone, and the other is beheaded. Lady Luck is on his side, Bullet said. Next, just kill all the people in the world government. Bullet flushed with excitement. The former captain, Gold Roger, is the mere one piece, and I, Douglas Bullet, am the king of the world. This level is too bad. It is not too much to say that it surpasses Roger, right? Buzz 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 buzz. The sky turned a dazzling purple again, and Pluton's main guns were ready for another round of shelling. A beam of purple light shone down from a high altitude. Master Im. What should we do? That's Pluton, the power is not something we can compete with. The Marine executives panicked, and the Pluton distance was enough to kill them. The one that doesn't even have scum left. Humph, a bunch of useless oil bottles. I'm cursed secretly, completely unable to count on them. As the boss, she had to stand up. With a swish, she turned into a beam of light and flew straight to the muzzle of Pluton. Looking at the blazing light, his eyes are as light as a breeze, without any fear. Im's left arm is entwined with magma, and his right arm is running with lightning. Both lava fruit and thunder fruit are used, and the power is naturally extraordinary. Im first swung out magma, like a giant's arm, and then used the momo fruit to increase it by 100 times. The second is to release 1 billion volts of lightning, and use the momo fruit to enhance the power by 100 times to directly reach 100 billion volts. Boom! There was a violent movement from the muzzle, and the magma fist collided with the vast energy, causing the entire muzzle to burst. Bang! With a loud noise, the black gun barrel exploded directly. The electric current also raged everywhere, and the whole Pluton was swallowed by lightning. The thunder and lightning of up to 100 billion volts was devastating, and the thick armor was abruptly melted into molten iron. As expected of Master Im. Even without the Pluton battleship, Lord Im is invincible. Long live! Long live! Long live! Marine executives turned into cheerleaders one after another, cheering for Im. Anton, who was hiding in the water, was also secretly surprised by Im's strength when he heard this. Her explosive power, even stronger than ancient weapon. But Pluton can last a while, you two can kill each other well. Anton was secretly proud, and after you both lose, go out and clean up the mess. BD BD BD. Bullet in the control room yells. He didn't expect this woman to be so powerful that she even blew up Pluton's main cannon, which is Pluton's most powerful weapon. One shot down, an island will sink. Warning! 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 Pluton's alarm system yelled again, 65% damaged. Bullet was in a cold sweat. It was only a matter of time before Pluton sank. Die, die, die for me! Order all secondary guns to fire. Ask for flowers. Crazed, Bullet yelled at his younger brothers. Bang 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 bang. The next moment, shells poured all over the sky, covering even the sky. Dying ants. Seeing this, I couldn't help but find it funny. The shelling from the main cannon couldn't kill her, so what can these secondary cannons do? Make up for it. She waved her slender hand forward, and the barrier protected the top of her head. Yes, another barrier fruit. Unlike before, this time the barrier is dark black. Among them, she also integrated her armed color, which has stronger defense. Boom 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 boom. A large number of shells exploded, and the square barrier swayed and swayed non-stop. 0. Although it is Pluton's secondary gun, the power of each shell is comparable to the full blow of Marine Admiral, and it is still such a dense number. If that fellow Akainu shot one shot at a cliff, the 4,000 Phaeacians would be gone in a short time. Akainu, guys, can you stop using me as a unit of calculation? Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Pluton's shelling continued and took about 5 minutes to stop. That layer of barrier is still brand new, without even a trace of abrasion. It's almost over. I'm whispered to himself, the man named Bullet. I am more familiar with Pluton